Chapter 576. Don't play by the rules. Captain Jiang, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago. In fact, I have already troubled you so much that I feel embarrassed, Xiang Shuihai said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. And she got closer to Jiang Lushi. One of her hands naturally rested on the bed, but her white and tender fingertips were crossed on the inside of Jiang Lushi's arm, touching Jiang Lushi's thigh. Ahem. Jiang Lushi couldn't help but coughed a few times. He was a little embarrassed when he was suddenly so close to Xiang Shuihai. He couldn't help but move a little and lean to the other side. But even so, Xiang Shuihai did not retreat at all. She smiled tenderly and leaned towards Jiang Lushi again. The bed in this base car was originally relatively narrow. When Jiang Lushi sat down, he leaned a little to the side. This time, he was almost squeezed into the corner by Xiang Shuihai. Jiang Lushi could even feel a ball of softness touching his arm gently. Well, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but get distracted. Although there were several beauties in his base car, and he spent time with these beauties day and night, he didn't have any romantic contact with them. Jiang Lushi was not a piece of wood. He vaguely felt that Ran Xiyu and Li Yusen were not ordinary to him. But both of them were very reserved. Not to mention taking the initiative to throw themselves into Jiang Lushi's arms. They even wore pajamas in front of Jiang Lushi. Very rarely, Jiang Lushi himself has a reserved personality, and he will not take the initiative to get close to Ran Xiyu and Li Yusen. It has been so long since the apocalypse broke out. It is naturally impossible for Jiang Lushi, a young man with a strong temper, to say that he has no impulse towards beautiful girls. But Jiang Lushi has never really taken advantage of the girls for so long. In the end, he still did. Jiang Lushi actually didn't know who he liked more. Every girl who has been with him along the way has been his important partner, teammate, and confidant. In this situation where all girls were equal, he felt that it was too hasty for Jiang Lushi to develop a girl into a lover just because of impulse. Jiang Lushi himself was a junior brother emotionally, but he also vaguely expected that if he had a lover relationship with one of the girls, it might make his relationship with other girls more subtle, leaving him, a junior brother, to deal with these issues. He was a little confused about the messy things. Therefore, Jiang Lushi has never gone beyond the realm of thunder and is at peace with the other girls. But he can't resist Xiang Shuihai's passion and throws himself into her arms. Jiang Lushi had never experienced such a scene before. He felt the softness coming from his arms getting stronger and stronger. Although Jiang Lushi had never touched a girl's breasts, he had seen bras. He knew very well that there were probably steel rings in the bras, and they were not soft at all to the touch, but rather felt like a hard sponge. But now, the softness in Jiang Lushi's arms was obviously not something that a bra could bring, which meant that Xiang Shuihai was not wearing a bra. It's not that there is a vacuum in Xiang Shuihai's clothes, but that she should be wearing cotton underwear. Wearing this kind of underwear with no shaping ability still makes Xiang Shuihai have such proud curves, which really makes Jiang Lushi feel a little uncomfortable. My mouth is dry. Brother Jiang, from the moment I woke up in your car and saw you, I couldn't help but think of your face and what you said at that time. I felt like I was possessed, and I don't know why. Xiang Shuihai's face was red. Although she had been a dare to love and hate since she was a child, she would fight for whatever she liked. This was much bolder and more enthusiastic than other girls. But when she was really asked to confess to the person she liked, she actually felt panicked. After all, it was her first time to confess her love. Miss Yang, you asked Chuing to call me just now. Is there anything you want to discuss with me? Jiang Lushi quickly changed the topic. He was afraid that if he continued like this, he would not be able to hold on. Even if he could hold on, he would not be able to sleep tonight. You know, your sister is still outside. If she and Xiang Shuihai are doing something inappropriate for children here, then where is the dignity of being an older brother? Besides, in real comparison, Jiang Lushi's feelings for Xiang Shuihai are definitely not as good as Ran Xiyu's. How could he do something outrageous with her just because Xiang Shuihai took the initiative? In fact, Jiang Lushi didn't know that Ran Xiyu, who was outside the room at this time, could clearly see what was happening inside. Ran Xiyu could see the spirit group, but she didn't know what kind of mentality she was in. She accidentally spied on the meeting between Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuihai. From the beginning, Jiang Lushi was very close to Xiang Shuihai's spirit group, proving that they were sitting on the same bed. Afterwards, Xiang Shuihai took the initiative to approach Jiang Lushi, but Jiang Lushi retreated. Xiang Shuihai came closer again, squeezing Jiang Lushi to the edge of the bed. Seeing this, Ran Shiyu's face looked a little bad, for some reason. When they were with Brother Jiang, they were always polite. How could Ran Shiyu, a spiritual superpower, not know about Li Yusen's feelings for Jiang Lushi? She knew that Li Yusen was Jiang Liushi's classmate, and relatively speaking, she was a latecomer. They carefully treasured their feelings for each other, and no one showed it to avoid hurting the other person. But who would have thought that this Xiang Shuai didn't follow the rules at all? And she met Jiang Lushi the latest, but jumped in the queue. Jiang Lushi didn't accept it, and she kept pushing forward, which was okay. The sisters' mutual humility has to be picked by an outsider. Shiyu, what's wrong with you? Li Yusen had long noticed the change in Ran Shiyu's expression. No, it's nothing. Ran Shiyu straightened her hair and said hurriedly. She had received a good education since childhood and knew that peeping was naturally immoral. Even if she was discovered by Li Yusen, she would feel like she had been caught as a thief. Liar! You have been looking at Brother Zhang's door. Your eyes almost penetrated the door. No way. Ran Shiyu was a little flustered. Li Yusen pinched Ran Shiyu's waist gently. You said you were already a psychic. Why is it so obvious that you lied? Are you peeping? After being told by Li Yusen, Ran Shiyu's face turned red. It was disgraceful to peek into Jiang Liushi's private affairs with other girls. I can't help but feel a little curious, Ran Shiyu said calmly, the blush on her face almost spreading to her neck. Li Yusen bit her lip. She couldn't help but ask, what on earth are they doing in the room? Li Yusen was also curious. This Xiang Zuhai should be confessing his love to Brother Jiang. Maybe there is some slight physical contact. Ran Shiyu whispered this sentence. Chapter 577, the Overlord directly takes the bow. Confession? Physical contact? Li Yusen was stunned when she heard this. Although she also guessed some of Xiang Shuai's thoughts. She didn't expect this woman to be so direct. She had only known Jiang Lushi for a few days. And now she was having physical contact? This gave Li Yusen a deep sense of crisis. She and Jiang Lushi had been classmates, and even deskmates since high school for 5 or 6 years now. She suddenly felt that she had failed too much. After such a long time, she is still friends with Jiang Lushi. In fact, if it was Ran Shiyu who was in it, Li Yusen wouldn't feel anything wrong. Ran Shiyu was like Li Yusen's sister. But if it was the female star, Li Yusen couldn't feel comfortable at all. It is said that women chase men with spacer veils. To be fair, Li Yusen also has to admit that Xiang Zuhai is very beautiful. And she was a star before the end of the world. She has a special temperament. And she is also strong. Such a girl will throw herself into her arms. Most men would not refuse. Okay. Shiyu, just look at me like this. Li Yusen didn't know what to say for a moment. What can we do if we don't watch? We are not Brother Jiang's girlfriends. How can we care about Brother Jiang's private life? Even if Brother Jiang is with her, then what? We can't control it. Okay? Ran Shiyu couldn't continue talking at this point. She regretted it a little. She seemed to be too reserved before. Even if she only maintained an ambiguous relationship with Jiang Lushi, she would be more competitive. It's better now. The two are just friends and teammates. Just when Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen didn't know what to do, a voice suddenly sounded. You two really don't live up to your expectations. The enemy has already reached the headquarters. You are still holding a meeting here to figure out how to surrender. You are quite promising. When Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen turned around, they saw Jiang Zhuing arriving behind them at some point. She was eating skewers that she got from nowhere while leisurely watching anime on her iPad. She didn't know how long she had been here. Even if Ran Shiyu was a spiritual superpower, she didn't notice it because she was a little confused now. What a good condition you two have, Jiang Zhuing said, sitting down on the sofa and inserting herself between the two girls. Tell me, I have such a brother. Others are envious, but I still envy you. If I were you too, I would have captured my brother long ago. This is the end of the world. Originally, if a man and a woman wanted to have a relationship, they had to go on a blind date or a date. Even if it was a one-night stand. Let's have a meal first. But now it's become a strong X. There are strong X's everywhere. And everyone is playing strong X. You are still a shy Pikachu here. Just use the bow forcefully. But it's really not possible for both of you to do it at the same time. It only takes a matter of minutes to capture my brother. But how can we let that outsider steal the peach? Jiang Zhuing's words made Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen confused. Jiang Zhuing's words were too explicit, and they were a little unable to react. The Overlord forced his hand. Two together? This is nothing. This. Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen looked at each other with big eyes. Both at a loss. Jiang Zhuing looked like he was defeated by you. I really can't do anything to you. So I will help you one more time. After that, you have to seize the opportunity. If you want me to talk about love, just skip it and hit the home run. Okay. Dot. While Jiang Zhuing was talking, he had already walked to the door with a skewer in his mouth. Hey, Zhuing, what are you doing? Ren Shi was startled, worried that her peeping incident would be revealed. But at this time, Jiang Zhuing had already knocked hard on the door. Bang! 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 Jiang Lucier, your sister asked you to come out and have sex. Jiang Zhuing's voice was so clear that even if the door of the base vehicle was extremely soundproof, shouting at the door could still be heard. Xiang Shuai had almost fallen into Jiang Lucier's arms. But suddenly she heard this voice. Eat barbecue? Open the door. Zhang Haiging baked it. It tastes pretty good. Jiang Zhuing shouted again. Well, although Xiang Shuai was originally very enthusiastic, she actually had to work up the courage with great difficulty to let a girl push back on the person she liked. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Now that she was suddenly interrupted by Jiang Zhuing, most of her original courage was suddenly lost. For a moment, Xiang Shuai was also a little stunned. She blushed and sat up from Jiang Lucier's arms, stroking her messy hair, feeling a little embarrassed. At this time, Xiang Shuai's cheeks were flushed, and there was some slight sweat on her forehead due to nervousness. When her body was warm, she naturally exuded a charming feminine aura, and her figure was soft and plump. Her waist is slender, her thighs are slender, and even the little white on her chest has been accidentally exposed. She is really charming, just like a spring water rippling, making people's hearts wonder. How could Jiang Lucier not be impulsive when he saw Xiang Shuai like this? It was only because his sister was outside that he suppressed his thoughts. He didn't know what would happen if a gun went off today. Jiang Lucier was a responsible person, so he would be responsible for sex. However, he and Xiang Shuai had just met, and they said they didn't have much love at all, only desire. Because Jiang Lucier was afraid that he would regret it if he did such a thing out of desire. Jiang Zhuing suddenly broke the brave disguise that she had built up with great difficulty, and Xiang Shuai suddenly became as loud as a mosquito. Brother Jiang, do you think I am a woman who does not have self-respect? Oh? No. Jiang Lucier shook his head hastily. Xiang Shuai bit her lip and said, I think differently from you. I know you all think the entertainment industry is a bit chaotic, but in fact, because of some family background reasons, I actually have a smooth sailing in the entertainment industry. No one would make things difficult for me at all. And because my family was well off when I was a child, I could get whatever I wanted as long as I asked for it. So, I'm not as casual as you think. If you don't believe it, you can try. When Xiang Shuai said this, her voice was already inaudible. She stood up as if fleeing and left Jiang Lucier at once. Jiang Lucier was left a little stunned and tried. Try? This is a very simple word, but for some reason, it sounds infinitely alluring to Jiang Lucier. At this time, Xiang Shuai had already tidied her clothes a little, then opened the door and walked out. When the door opened, he saw Jiang Zhuing leaning on the door with one arm, eating a piece of barbecue and looking at him. After all, Xiang Shuai was an actress and singer before, although she was panicked and shy just now, and seemed to have been caught by Jiang Lucier's sister. She was still able to control her shyness and stabilize her aura at this time. She said, Sister Zhuing, I'm hungry too. Can you eat something too? While talking, Xiang Shuai looked at Ran Xiu and Li Yusen again, and said low, Miss Ran, Miss Li, do you want to eat together too? Seeing Xiang Shuai's calm attitude, Ran Xiu and Li Yusen were secretly stunned. If Ran Xiu had mental powers, they would never have guessed that Xiang Shuai had such ambiguous contact with Jiang Lucier just now, and it was broken up. If it were them, their faces would have been as red as the sunset. How could they go out to a barbecue? This Xiang Shuai is too generous. Of course. Jiang Zhuing nodded. Although she was more inclined to Ran Xiu and Li Yusen, she had no ill feelings towards Xiang Shuai. She said, Let's eat together. Chapter 578 Too Cruel. After getting out of the car, Jiang Lucier and the others came to the courtyard of the villa together. The original owner of this villa was Zhang Mingze, but now Jiang Lucier and the others used it as a temporary residence, and even held an open-air barbecue in the yard. There is a grill next to the swimming pool, and next to it are plates of prepared ingredients. In addition to the best mutated animal meat, there are also many vegetables and fungi. It looks very rich at first glance. In addition to Zhang Hai, Ling and Ing were also standing in front of the grill. Both of them had expressionless faces, but their eyes were wide open, looking at the skewers in their hands without blinking. Very focused. Brother, these skewers taste really good, Jiang Zhuing said while eating the skewers. Jiang Lusher glared at her. Don't just eat what others have baked. Try making it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Just a little bit. Jiang Zhuing was not afraid of his brother. He made a face and ran away. Before leaving, he winked at Jiang Lusher meaningfully. Brother, you'd better settle your own account first. Peach Blossom dead. Peach Blossom dead? Jiang Lusher suddenly felt embarrassed. Could it be that this little girl heard the conversation between himself and Xiang Xuehai? Fortunately, he controlled it at the time. Otherwise, if he had made some inappropriate noise and Jiang Zhuing heard it, he would have been misunderstood. At this time, after Xiang Xuehai was fully dressed, she came down with Ran Shiyu, Li Yusen and others. Jiang Lusher turned around and saw them. Seeing Xiang Xuehai, Jiang Lusher was actually a little embarrassed. You are all coming down. Come and have barbecue, Jiang Lusher said to them with a smile. Xiang Xuehai nodded slightly, took a bunch of barbecue gracefully, sat on the chair and started to taste it in small sips. At this time, Li Yusen gently pulled Ran Shiyu and said, Shiyu, let's go barbecue together. Huh? Oh, okay. Ran Shiyu followed Li Yusen to the grill. This grill uses charcoal fire and uses an iron frame. Although Li Yusen is a good cook, she has never used such a primitive grill. Not to mention Ran Shiyu. She came from a privileged background and had never touched Yang Chun Shui before. She was also very unfamiliar with such a grill. However, both girls were roasting very seriously. Ran Shiyu was holding a bunch of roasted mushrooms. And suddenly her eyes were shining brightly. And she suddenly entered a state of extreme concentration. In this state, Ran Shiyu watched all the changes of the grilled mushrooms on the grill. She calmly brushed the oil and sprinkled various seasonings with smooth and graceful movements. In order to grill the barbecue, Ran Shiyu directly used her spiritual powers. In this way, the unfamiliar grill and the uncontrollable heat could no longer disturb Ran Shiyu. Seeing this, Li Yusen also used her medical powers. What she grilled was a piece of mutated steak. After turning on the medical power, she took the knife and cut the steak carefully like a scalpel, turning it carefully. Soon both sides of the steak were sizzling with oil. The fragrance is very attractive. It was clearly a barbecue. But these two girls made it as if they were making art. Jiang Lusher was dumbfounded. It's just a barbecue. Why are you so serious? Even the supernatural powers are used to make kebabs. Soon after the first batch of skewers was grilled, Li Yusen said, Brother Jiang, this is the barbecue that Shiyu and I grilled for you. You can try it. These steaks and meat were grilled by me. And these vegetables, they are all made carefully by Shiyu. Right, Shiyu? Ran Shiyu pursed her lips, but still did not speak. Li Yusen secretly pinched her waist, and Ran Shiyu nodded. Yeah, Brother Jiang. You can have a taste. The two of them brought the plates with food to Jiang Lusher, with a slight blush on their cheeks. I'm so lucky to eat. Jiang Lusher's eyes were shining. These skewers looked full of color, flavor and flavor, making them very appetizing at first sight. He took a bite first, and then started eating it with big mouthfuls. While eating, he praised, It's delicious. Shiyu and Yusen's craftsmanship is really extraordinary. Hearing Jiang Lusher's praise, and seeing how deliciously he ate, Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen both smiled. At this time, Xiang Xuehai put down the skewers in his hands, stood up and said with a smile, Look, I'm really greedy. I took the skewers and started eating. I'm here to help. Xiang Xuehai could tell at a glance that these two girls were expressing their feelings to Jiang Lusher. She thought before that these two girls were special to Jiang Lusher, but now it seemed that they also liked Jiang Lusher just like herself. However, the love between a man and a woman is a normal thing. They live together day and night. Life and death. It would be strange if no feelings were born. But Xiang Xuehai will not back down because of this. Now that Jiang Lusher is not with anyone, she can compete fairly. But when Xiang Xuehai came to the grill, she was a little confused. She was a big star before the end of the world. And even before she became a star, her family background was not ordinary. So like Ran Shiyu, she had no cooking experience at all. Ran Shiyu was taught by Li Yusen for a while, and Xiang Xuehai had never cooked before in northern Jiangsu. But after all, grilling is simpler than stir-frying. This is for the person he likes. So Xiang Xuehai will certainly not refuse to try. But when Xiang Xuehai put the skewers on it, they were either a little burnt or overcooked. The heat was too difficult to control. She saw that both Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin used their powers to help with the barbecue. And she was eager to try it and think about her own powers. Xiang Shuai gently waved her little hand, and a whirlwind blew on the charcoal fire. The charcoal pieces were blown a few times. A layer of black ash rose up, and the meat skewers were completely black. Well, Xiang Shuai felt extremely embarrassed all of a sudden. She originally wanted to use the wind power to make the charcoal fire more prosperous. But why did it result like this? At this time, a cold but pleasant voice came from the side. You have to do this. Ran Shiyu taught Xiang Shuai the experience of barbecue seriously. Although she and this female star were in a competitive relationship, whether it was Ran Shiyu or Li Yusin, they were both very high-quality girls, and would not neglect Xiang Shuai because of this. Moreover, doing so would only make Jiang Lushi feel embarrassed, and they would not do it anymore. In the end, Xiang Shuai finally presented Jiang Lushi with his masterpiece. The three girls were chatting and laughing while cooking the barbecue, while Jiang Lushi sat aside and ate. It was rare to have such a pleasant moment. Jiang Lushi temporarily put aside everything and enjoyed it comfortably. On the other side, Zhang Hai and Sun Kun were having a barbecue, with envy and hatred on their faces. Compared to Brother Jiang, we both are really struggling. Yes, Brother Jiang is really happy. Stop talking. It's all tears. After eating and drinking, night has fallen. Although there were rooms in the villa, when they thought that this was Zhang Ming's residence, and that many stomach-churning things might have happened on those big beds, no one from the Shering team was willing to go in and live there. So in the end, except for Zhang Hai, Sun Kun, and Luo Jiafeng, everyone else still lived in the base car. There were only 2 bedrooms in the base car, because there was an extra Xiang Shuai. Jiang Lushi took the initiative to give up his room and slept in the living room. But in fact, the living room is large enough. The decoration is very luxurious, and the sofa is soft. So Jiang Lushi is very comfortable when sleeping. Just because of things during the day, Jiang Lushi lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He thought of Xiang Shuai for a while, and for some reason, Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin, especially what Xiang Shuai said, if you don't believe it, you can try, made Jiang Lushi feel itchy. And at this time, in one of the bedrooms, Ran Shiyu, Li Yusin, and Jiang Juing all slept in this room. Jiang Juing calls herself a immortal cultivator girl. She basically doesn't sleep well at night, and is always watching anime and movies. But today, unusually, she did not hold her iPad. Instead, she stretched her little head from the bed, and observed Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin. The 2 girls were lying quietly on the bed, their sleeping faces looking very delicate and soft. Suddenly, Jiang Juing couldn't help but said, "Don't pretend to be asleep. We are all superpowers. How can we hide it? In my opinion, you 2 should push my brother away now, and it will be a waste of time. One of you holds my brother down, and the other one will come on." Being directly exposed by Jiang Juing, Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin could no longer pretend to be asleep. However, after hearing Jiang Juing's words, they shrank in bed in shame. Bamboo Shadow. What are you talking about? You watch those anime every day. Some harem dramas, some pornographic books, etc. Anyway, we don't understand them. They are not healthy things. And they are all bad learners. Yes, Li Yusin said angrily. Knowing so much and still saying you don't understand. Oh, you guys are really pissing me off. You also saw today that my brother is such a boring gourd. If you don't take the initiative, you might be captured by Xiang Shuai. By then, it's too late for you to cry. Tonight is your chance. My brother also drank, so what is said is that drinking makes things easier. Anyway, you know. Jiang Juing deliberately prolonged the ending and said with a sly smile, as long as my brother is captured by you, he will definitely take responsibility. Aren't you flattered then? I can also have more sisters-in-law. For a moment, 2 girls, Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin, were lying on the bed. You looked at me and I looked at you. Their cheeks were flushed. Jiang Juing's words were too explicit. Even though the 2 girls had no experience in male and female matters. But which girl is not pregnant with spring? They were also thinking about it at this time. I won't tell you anymore. Ran Shiyu suddenly pulled up the quilt and covered her head. However, Li Yusin did not sleep with her head covered. She thought about it and sat up suddenly. Jiang Juing's eyes lit up and she asked happily, Sister Uxian, have you finally thought about it? I want to kill you. You big-headed devil. Li Yusin rolled her eyes at Jiang Juing and walked out of the room. After Li Yusin went out, Jiang Zhuing excitedly poked his head out from behind the door to see Li Yusen's movements. Ran Shiyu also watched with concern. Could it be that Yu Xian really wanted to go to Jiang Liusher's room? Thinking of this, Ran Shiyu regretted a little. Maybe she was too shy. Although she also hoped that Li Yusen and Jiang Liusher would be together. It was impossible for her not to be disappointed if that kind of thing really happened. But Ran Shiyu didn't expect that Li Yusen did not enter Jiang Liusher's room, but instead entered Xiang Shuahai's room. After a while, the sleepy Ling was pushed out by Li Yusen. Zero was wearing Jiang Zhuing's cartoon cotton pajamas and stood blankly at the door, completely unaware of what was happening. Seeing this situation, Jiang Zhuing was also dumbfounded. What is this? Ling shook his head blankly. I don't know either. Yu Xian said she couldn't sleep on the bed in her room and wanted to change beds with me. But Ling didn't think much about this kind of thing. She walked straight to Li Yusen's bed, lifted the quilt and got in, and fell asleep in a few seconds. Is there still such an operation? Jiang Zhuing was stunned for a moment. Li Yusen had been sleeping on that bed for a long time. How could she not get used to it? But immediately, she realized that Li Yusen didn't want to sleep in Ling's bed. She wanted to share a room with Xiang Shuahai and look at Xiang Shuahai. She didn't want to go to Jiang Liusher's room. So she looked at Xiang Shuahai and told Xiang Shuahai not to sneak into Jiang Liusher's room in the middle of the night. Maybe Xiang Shuahai had really planned to do that. This is simple. How cruel. Jiang Zhuing was speechless. How could Li Yusen do this? It's fine if she doesn't go to her brother. And she's not allowed to go to other girls either. Thinking about her brother, Jiang Zhuing couldn't help but mourn for him. She couldn't help flashing through her mind many scenes of male protagonists in harem comics masturbating to a bunch of girls who couldn't get enough of him. Ran Shiyu secretly couldn't help laughing under the covers. Unexpectedly, Li Yusen looked very gentle. But she had a lot of ideas in her head. And this idea was really good. Although Ran Shiyu liked Jiang Liusher very much, she still couldn't overcome the hurdle if she were to just take the initiative to do that kind of thing with Jiang Liusher. At this time, in another bedroom, Xiang Shuahai and Li Yusen stared at each other with big eyes. You haven't slept yet? Li Yusen smiled slightly and spoke first. Aren't you asleep too? Xiang Shuahai blinked and said. Both girls knew what the other was thinking. They looked at each other silently for a while, then got into their respective beds in tacit agreement and closed their eyes. Good night. Okay. Good night. Chapter 579 Corpse Group. The next morning, Jiang Liusher woke up from bed with a confused look on his face. And while some sweet dreams were still dancing in his mind, he saw a group of officers arriving outside the villa. There were more than a dozen of these officers, all wearing neat military uniforms. The epaulets on their bodies had the lowest rank of colonel. They stood in a neat row. When Jiang Liusher got off the base vehicle with a toothbrush in his mouth, they all stood together. A quick salute. This made Jiang Liusher feel confused for a moment. What is going on? After a while, Jiang Liusher finally figured out the purpose of the other party's visit. They actually came to petition, hoping that he could stay and preside over the overall situation of Qionghai City. After all, just one day after Jiang Liusher came to Qionghai City yesterday, a major earthquake occurred in the military center of Qionghai City. The two military bosses fell one after another, leaving the military in a state of leaderlessness. Although most soldiers in Qionghai City have a sense of honor and mission, in these troubled times, there are always some people who want to dominate the mountain and rule as kings. In this case, getting rid of Luo Jiafeng becomes he did a very meaningless thing, which was just to change the name of the warlord in Qionghai City. Jiang Liusher is relatively more trustworthy. The key is that Jiang Liusher is not only extraordinary in strength, but also has sufficient prestige. He once destroyed the black hole that threatened several survivors-based cities with one person and one car. This alone is enough to make Jiang Liusher become a hero. After investigating such an incident, they quickly grasped it. People in troubled times always have heroic plots in their hearts. In fact, the prestige of a hero is often much higher and more real than that of the illusory government. However, Jiang Liusher was not interested in these petitions and efforts to stay, so he still refused. Thinking about it carefully, Jiang Liusher felt that he was not born to be a leader, and was naturally tired of balancing the power struggle within the leadership. He was more suitable to drive his own car, lead his own team, and wander around in the apocalypse. Cars, beauties, freedom, adventure, a life of pleasure and grudges. Let Commander Wu come back. You can notify him via radio. I think Qionghai City, which has changed its appearance now, will not disappoint him. As the leader of the Storm Armor Regiment, Captain Wu is definitely a powerful figure in Qionghai City. Regardless of his strength, prestige, or character, he is qualified to be the leader of Qionghai City. Tazi, Xie Shasha, and Wei Feifei, please stay here. Jiang Lushur told Xie Shasha and the others that with Commander Wu here, Jiang Lushur believed that Qionghai City was still safe, and Commander Wu should take care of it, and there would be no worries. Although Xie Shasha was very reluctant to give up, she had no choice but to give up. She knew that in this troubled world, Jiang Liushur's position was too high for her to reach. That night, when the large force of the Storm Armor Regiment appeared in the distance on the horizon, Wei Feifei stood on the city wall and saw Jiang Liushur's bus setting off with a Type 99 tank. The convoy and the armored regiment were meeting outside the city. Jiang Liushur jumped onto the turret of a tank, and he and Commander Wu patted each other on the shoulders and said cherished words. One of them shoulders the fate of a city, while the other explores this vast apocalypse like a lone hero. There is quite a feeling of sympathy between them. Wei Feifei watched this scene silently. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two people very long. The blood like burning clouds in the western sky and the tank turret full of metal texture made this scene seem to last forever. 3 days later, Subei, Jiang Liushur's destination on this trip was the Shanghai safety zone. But he had to pass through northern Jiangsu on his way from Qionghai City to Shanghai. With Xiang Shuihai in the car, Jiang Lushur happened to take them back on the way. Luo Jiafeng was tied to the tank driven by Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. In addition to the base vehicle and tank, people from the Jiangsu North Camp also drove a separate off-road vehicle to follow behind. The convoy was driving on a desolate abandoned road, with no other living creatures in sight except mutant beasts and zombies. A rough calculation shows that almost a year has passed since the end of the world. In peaceful times, people often lament that a year flies by in a blink of an eye, and they are another year older. However, in this apocalyptic world, this year seems to have changed a lot. Looking back on the days before the apocalypse, the peaceful and well-fed world, it seems like it is the same as the heaven recorded in the memory novel. Ahead is Shuzhong City, which is already the area where there are infected people, Xiang Shuihai said, although she had that erotic experience with Jiang Lushur. After that, Xiang Shuihai did not show shyness at all when she saw Jiang Lushur. Instead, she frequently showed sweet smiles. In front of Jiang Lushur, she was always careful, dressed up, full of energy. There is a feeling of a woman looking to please herself. And like now, when it comes to serious matters, Xiang Shuihai will quickly enter the state and show her qualities as a superpower captain. Jianbei is Xiang Shuihai's home. She has deep feelings for this hometown. Even if it is dilapidated, she does not want the last survivors in her hometown to be wiped out by the plague. Sure enough, not long after Xiang Shuihai opened his mouth, Jiang Lushur saw a broken road sign with the words, Shuzhong, 20 kilometers, written on it. The road sign was rusty. A car knocked down most of it, and it was drooping. The road sign was still splattered with blood, but after such a long time, the blood had dried up and turned black, looking like a speck of mud. Why do I feel like there are a lot less zombies around here? Ren Shiyu frowned and said. She always opened her mental vision and explored her surroundings to avoid sudden danger. However, as we approach Shuzhong City, the number of zombies has dropped sharply to a quarter of the previous level, and may even decrease in the future. Is that so? Jiang Lushur raised his eyebrows. Shuzhong is a big city in northern Jiangsu. Although the economy is relatively average in northern Jiangsu, the entire city has a population of 8 to 9 million. How could such a big city be possible? Fewer zombies? Just as Jiang Lushur was thinking, he saw Ran Shiyu's eyebrows move. Brother Jiang, look ahead. Jiang Lushur turned around and saw a group of ragged figures running toward him. Seeing those people's eyes dull and their faces broken with flesh and blood, Jiang Lushur frowned. Group of corpses. Such a group of more than 20 corpses poses no threat to Jiang Liushur's team at all. Jiang Lushur didn't need to say anything. Jiang Zhuing had already jumped into the war room. Leave it to me, brother. I'll take care of these gadgets in a minute. Turn them to charcoal. There wasn't even a mutated zombie in this small group of corpses. Jiang Zhuing didn't take it seriously at all. Her strength was to kill such ordinary zombies. However, Jiang Lushur waved his hand. Wait a minute. They don't seem to be coming towards us. They are faster than ordinary zombies. Looking at the direction they are running, they are going to miss us. Huh? There is something here. Chase them. Chapter 580 Infected. Not only Jiang Lushur, but Ran Shiyu also discovered this earlier. They saw two zombies, a man and a woman, chasing the group of corpses. Both of them were in ragged clothes, but they were different from zombies. The most obvious point is that their eyes are not blood red, but black. But these black eyes flash with a ferocious light. In addition, their skin is not like that of zombies. The skin of zombies is pale, with bulging veins, and even the capillaries can be clearly seen. The skin of these two people is very similar to that of ordinary people. But there is one difference. Their skin is dotted with dots. Some sporadic blue spots are like stars in the night sky. Except for these star spots. They looked like humans in every way, but they seemed to be crazy. In a very crazy state. And they were chasing the corpses desperately. And those zombies actually became like prey in front of them. The zombies were extremely fast. But these two people ran even faster. They had already caught up with the zombies running at the rear. But they just grabbed them and knocked them away like straw. Bang! A zombie was knocked directly into the streetlight pole. The steel streetlight pole was hit so hard that it trembled violently. And the zombie was directly broken at the waist. What a strength! Jiang Lushir took a breath. And at this moment, the two people rushed into the group of corpses like tigers and sheep. Their targets were clearly the two zombies running at the front. Roar! The two men roared like beasts. They threw the two zombies to the ground and grabbed the two zombies by the throat. The other zombies were running away in all directions, fearing that they would not be able to escape. Crack! There was just a crisp sound, and the neck of one of the zombies was directly broken by the woman among the two. Then the woman raised her hand and grabbed the zombie's chest. Her hand was like a sharp knife, cutting directly into the zombie's chest. The zombie's heart was caught in its chest. Puff! The corpse's blood spattered, and the woman grabbed something like a glass bead from the zombie's chest and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Mutated crystal core? Jiang Lushir's eyesight was very good. Although he was so far away, he could see clearly. But he immediately shook his head. This was not a real mutant crystal nucleus. This glass bead-like thing was much smaller than an ordinary mutant crystal nucleus. It should just be a semi-finished product. The two zombies that were killed were not mutant zombies at all, but ordinary zombies. Could it be that now? Even the best among ordinary zombies can breed crystal nuclei in their hearts? Jiang Lushir realized this, and didn't find it strange. Human beings are constantly evolving, and zombies are naturally also evolving. But these two people who eat zombie crystal cores don't look like superpowers at all. What they are? Captain Jiang. At this time, Xiang Shuai suddenly spoke. She looked at the scene of the two eating crystal cores outside and said solemnly, "If I guess correctly, these two people should be infected by the plague." Oh, are they infected? Jiang Lushir was surprised. The plague-infected people turned out to be in this form. Can they prey on zombies? It should be good. The star spots on their bodies are the signs of infected people. However, these two people have more star spots on their bodies than the infected people I have seen before. They are bigger and more aggressive. Xiang Shuai said this. It seems that the infected people she saw were only the primary forms of infected people. And now, these infected people have grown again. Jiang Lushir let out a breath. This is incredible. Doesn't this mean that these infected people have become more terrifying zombies? They even know how to cooperate to capture prey. And they can also eat crystal nuclei to grow. If you think about it carefully, humans can also evolve by relying on the mutant nuclei of zombies. These infected people seem to be humans in nature. They have many similarities with human superpowers. But they have lost their minds. Just as Jiang Lushir was thinking, he saw the two infected people who had eaten the semi-finished crystal core. As if they were enjoying themselves very much. They were immersed in the pleasure of power that the crystal core brought to them, and they roared with excitement in their throats. After a while, their whole bodies became hot. Their skin began to turn red, and their eyes became bloodshot. Next, a scene happened that Jiang Lushir didn't expect. They started to hug each other, and then the man pulled down his pants a little, then threw himself on the woman and shook his body, and he actually started hacking her directly. A man and a woman. Two irrational infected people. To put it bluntly, they are beasts. Live broadcasting sex in broad daylight, which made the people in the car stunned. Several girls blushed and turned their heads hastily. What is this? I feel like they looked like they were inhaling the ice when they ate the two crystal nuclei. Maybe they felt the same way. The snap afterward was like someone who had inhaled ice and was dispersing the ice dot. Jiang Lushir had heard that some people who smoked ice would enter a state of high excitement, vent their desires, and start having sex. For this reason, many people said that ice girls must not be touched. and ordinary social butterflies only it can be regarded as a bus. But Bing Mei is completely a train, and groups of people board it collectively. Of course, Jiang Lusher also saw these things from previous news. Such things destroyed many people who wanted to try excitement before the end of the world. As Jiang Lusher was talking, the two infected people had already finished having sex. That's really fast, Jiang Lusher said jokingly. At this moment, the male of the two infected people suddenly raised his head and looked towards Jiang Lusher. He seemed to wake up from that feeling, only to realize that there was someone in Jiang Lusher's car. Roar! The man roared and looked at Jiang Lusher from a distance of hundreds of meters. Only then did Jiang Lusher realize that although the other person's eyes were black, they were not like ordinary people's black eyes. They were spindle-shaped, somewhat like snake eyes. Whoosh! The two infected people rushed towards Jiang Lusher's car, one behind the other. However, when they rushed 10 meters away from the base vehicle, a blue power grid suddenly appeared out of thin air. Bang bang. The two infected people hit the power grid directly. Their whole bodies were surrounded by blue electric current, and their bodies were directly burned to charcoal. Zitsizi. The two infected people struggled wildly and rushed forward for another 7 or 8 meters before falling to the ground. Jiang Zhuing put away the electric current, but their bodies were still twitching and not completely dead. Their resistance to electric current was far superior to that of ordinary zombies. If ordinary zombies had experienced Jiang Zhuing's 100,000 volts, they would have been burned to black charcoal long ago. Jiang Lusher carried his AMR-2, pushed open the door of the base vehicle and jumped out. The two infected people had slowly expired. As their breathing stopped, the star spots on their bodies began to slowly change. The spots gradually receded and returned to the original appearance of human skin. Captain Jiang, be careful of the plague and don't get too close, Xiang Shuai reminded hurriedly. Jiang Lusher nodded. The situation of this plague is really bizarre. How did it appear? Did it only appear in northern Jiangsu? Or has it already appeared in many places? Thinking of the black hole before, Jiang Lusher suddenly felt that this apocalypse may not be as simple as the outbreak of zombies. There may be more complex reasons for its arrival. Chapter 581 Blue Liquid. Jiang Lusher was about to return to the car, but at this moment Li Yusen opened the car door and jumped out. Brother Jiang, show me this plague. Miss Li, that's a plague. After hearing what Li Yusen said, Xiang Shuai was stunned for a moment. Most girls would be afraid to avoid this kind of terrible plague that can make people lose their minds. However, Li Yusen actually went up to it, even though she knew that she and Li Yusen were love rivals. But I don't want anything to happen to Li Yusen. Thank you, Miss Xiang, for your concern. It's my job to deal with these matters. I will be careful. Li Yusen smiled and walked towards the two corpses. This. Xiang Shuai looked at Jiang Lusher, who nodded and said, It's okay. You Xian should be able to handle it. While Jiang Lusher was speaking, Li Yusen was already standing only half a meter away from the two corpses. She raised a hand, and a thin blade appeared out of thin air in her originally white and smooth palm. This blade is completely transparent, like a light knife. Scalpel? Seeing this situation, Xiang Shuai was stunned for a moment. The shape of this light knife was the same as a scalpel. A scalpel appeared out of thin air. Is this Li Yusen's superpower? And the next moment, something even more surprising happened to Xiang Shuai. Under the two corpses, two light beds slowly rose up, lifting the two corpses up. And then a volley appeared above the light bed. The shadowless lamp illuminated Li Yusen, and a protective suit appeared on Li Yusen's body. And she also wore thick protective gloves on her hands. What kind of power is this? This was the first time Xiang Shuai had seen this ability. Although she had been taken care of by Li Yusen, she only thought that Li Yusen was a nurse accompanying Jiang Lusher. In previous battles, she had never seen Li Yusen take action. Xiang Shuai also I thought Li Yusen had no ability, but I didn't expect that she had such ability. In fact, Xiang Shuai has been walking in the apocalypse for so long that he has seen countless kinds of combat powers. But he has never heard of the ones that can transform operating beds and protective clothing. This is Xian's medical power. She can put her spiritual body deep into the patient's body. And now she can also create some simple medical devices through her spiritual power, Jiang Lusher said. In fact, Jiang Lusher was also a little surprised. He had only heard Li Yusen talk about it once before, but he had never seen Li Yusen use it. He didn't expect that after Li Yusen's power was improved, it would have such an effect. It was really amazing. Everyone else in the car has evolved and made progress. At the same time, Li Yusin has not been idle. She has been working hard silently. Li Yusin's mother and grandfather are both experts in biology and medicine. She has been exposed to medical skills since she was a child. After the apocalypse, she also studied in the Zhonghai safety zone and became a military doctor. Now Li Yusin can not only transform a lot of medical equipment, but also directly use her mental power to measure the patient's heart rate, pulse and other data, and even directly detect the lesions. From this aspect, Li Yusin alone can be as powerful as a super the hospital. Li Yusin walked up to the infected woman. At this moment, Li Yusin had already penetrated her mental power into the internal organs and blood circulation of the infected woman, exploring every tissue and cell. Gradually, the anomaly was found. She pondered for a long time, then gently stretched out her hand, and a syringe appeared from her palm. This syringe was crystal clear, as if it were carved from crystal glass. The whole body shone with crystal light and looked very beautiful. But its needle is 20 centimeters long, which is shocking. Seeing this long syringe, Xiang Shuihai was secretly speechless. This power was simply incredible. Using his mental power to transform such a large syringe, Xiang Shuihai somehow had some bad associations with it. Holding this syringe, Li Yusin visualized the hospital bed turning over, turning the female infected patient's body over. Then Li Yusin directly inserted the syringe into the central axis of the female infected patient's back, which is the spine. The needle of the syringe is inserted between the second and third lumbar vertebrae. Then, Li Yusin withdrew the mental power all over the woman's body and slowly pulled back the syringe. As the syringe was pulled back, a part of blue liquid appeared inside the syringe. The liquid shone with a gleaming luster and looked like blue, like mercury under fluorescent light. What's this? Xiang Shuihai was surprised. It only took Li Yusin less than 10 minutes to draw out this tube of blue liquid. Xiang Shuihai could see how extraordinary this tube of blue liquid was. It's the pathogenic body, Li Yusin said. She gently wiped the sweat on her smooth forehead. It was still a big drain on her to use her powers. Is it the plague? Is it a virus? It's not like that. Li Yusin shook her head. She was a sophisticated analytical instrument, and she could detect even viruses. Is that a bacterium? A fungus? Jiang Lushir interjected and asked. None of them. Li Yusin denied it. It is just a pure and complex liquid. It should be this liquid that caused the mutation in their bodies. It sounds like something similar to evolutionary fluid. Jiang Lushir pondered. But this is unreasonable. Miss Xiang said before that this is a plague. Since it is a plague, it is naturally contagious. Evolution fluid and the like, how can liquids be contagious? Li Yusin said. Everything is possible in this world. I feel that it is not an ordinary liquid. It may have life. It is alive. When Li Yusin said these words, Jiang Lushir was shocked. Living liquid? Liquid life? Although there are also creatures such as jellyfish and jellyfish on the earth. 98% of their bodies are water. But if they are really fished out, they will still be in a solid form unless they are dried into a puddle by the sun. But the blue liquid that Li Yusin pulled out in front of her now was a real liquid. A living liquid, which had never happened before in the history of Earth's evolution. If this is liquid life, it's not surprising that it can spread infection. As for these infected people hunting zombies and eating crystal nuclei, it may be this blue liquid life that uses crystal nuclei as food. Li Yusin made her own judgment. Jiang Lushir nodded. It was very possible. Then, Li Yusin took out a glass bottle and put the blue liquid in it. Then she followed the same method and drew out the life of the blue liquid hidden in the second corpse. But just when Li Yusin was about to put the second liquid into the bottle, she saw a scene that surprised her. She saw a furry little guy coming to the side unnoticed, then holding the glass bottle with his two paws and studying it for a while. Then he uncorked the bottle and swallowed the blue liquid inside. Luoluo, what are you doing? Li Yusin suddenly had a big head. Luoluo could even eat this. Jiang Lushir was also depressed. He was more worried about whether Luoluo would be infected. Luoluo, spit it out! When Jiang Lushir was talking, Luoluo patted his swollen belly, stretched out his pink tongue and licked his mouth, feeling quite unfinished, and then stared at Li Yusin's second blue look with his big round eyes. Liquid? Apparently, it still wants to eat. Brother Jiang? This? Li Yusin was speechless. She wanted to study the liquid life she had just discovered, but she was eaten by Luoluo. Forget it. Give it to me. I've eaten one portion anyway, and it won't be worse if I eat another portion. Jiang Lushir waved his hand and said helplessly. What else can Jiang Lushir say? This guy is a super foodie. But Jiang Lusher also knows that Luoluo usually only eats things that are good for him. Since he knows that this blue liquid is edible, he should be fine. And with Li Yusen here, even if something happens, it can be dealt with in time. Chapter 582 Returning to the Old Place. Hearing Jiang Lusher say that the second portion of the blue liquid should also be given to him, Luoluo let out a cry of excitement, immediately rushed over, and directly held the glass bottle in Li Yusen's hand in his little paws. And then it felt very comfortable floating in midair, in the form of a balloon. He drank up the second portion of blue liquid. Goo! Luoluo let out a cry of satisfaction, rubbed Jiang Lusher's hand, patted her belly, and returned to the bus comfortably. Xiang Shuai looked a little stupid. There was such an operation. Jiang Zhuing raised his hand and electrocuted the two infected people, which was okay. But then Li Yusen spent 10 minutes to extract the disease-causing blue liquid. As a result, this thing was regarded as a cat by Jiang Lusher's pet. The food is eaten. Under the torment of this plague in northern Jiangsu, everyone was really in danger. As the leader, Xiang Shuai himself even went all the way to Qinghai City to ask for help. But here in Jiang Lusher, why did this plague become cat food? Keep going! Jiang Lusher waved his hand. The destination of his trip was the ruins of Shanghai Safety Zone. According to Luo Jiafeng's news, the mysterious organization still had a lot of time to move into the ruins of Shanghai Safety Zone, and he could make it in time. As for the plague in northern Jiangsu, Jiang Lusher also wanted to find out. This was not just for Xiangsuahai. Jiang Lusher himself also wanted to find out what this blue liquid life was. In this age-lish apocalypse, even if something happens again, subversive stuff isn't surprising either. If this blue liquid would cause a national or even worldwide disaster, Jiang Lusher would need to find its weaknesses early and think of countermeasures. For Jiang Lusher, who has a car and strength, the current apocalyptic situation is not too bad. But once the apocalypse escalates again, who knows what will happen? He doesn't want to see the current situation change for the worse. And Luoluo, I don't know what this guy will look like if he swallows those blue liquids. But with so many people looking at it in the car, there was nothing wrong with it. With Jiang Lusher thinking, Ying had already driven off. Their goal was Jinling. After passing Jinling, they would pass through northern Jiangsu and then arrive at Shanghai. Along the way, there are fewer and fewer zombies, but more and more infected people. Compared with zombies, these infected people have stronger attack power and vitality. However, Jiang Lusher's team is too strong, and there will be no obstacles along the way. However, if an ordinary team encounters this, they may suffer. When the convoy was still some distance away from Jinling, the convoy encountered a minor problem. Shanghai's Type 99 tank was almost out of fuel. The performance of this Type 99 tank in terms of firepower, armor thickness, etc. is considered to be world-class. But its engine fuel consumption is also first-class, with 4 oils per kilometer, which is not enough to describe it as a fuel tiger. Although Shanghai's tank had been filled with ammunition and fuel when leaving Qinghai City, it could only run 400 to 500 kilometers on such complicated road conditions. This problem gave Jiang Lusher a headache. Tanks were really not something that ordinary teams of superpowers could afford. The fuel consumption and ammunition supply were not easy to solve. Although Jiang Lusher's base vehicle had a super fuel tank, when he first drove the minibus, it only stored gasoline, which was not compatible with the tank's diesel engine. Although the buses he scanned later burned diesel, Jiang Lusher's base vehicle at that time was still powered by diesel. Lusher already had black light energy, so diesel and the like were not important anymore. So Jiang Lusher had not considered collecting fuel for a long time. Let's go to Jinling first, and see if there are any gas stations on the road that haven't been vacated yet. Jiang Lusher said this, but he didn't actually have much hope. The last days have been so long and oil has become increasingly difficult to find. Okay, brother Jiang, Zhang Hai said. Compared with his Type 99 tank, Zhang Hai felt more and more deeply the abnormality of Jiang Lusher's base vehicle. In terms of combat effectiveness, the base vehicle definitely surpassed his own tank by 18 blocks. And it doesn't even need to burn oil. And it can be used as a RV. You can put a group of girls in the car, take a shower, cook, and sleep comfortably. This is incredible. Although the Type 99 tank is attractive, sitting in it is far less comfortable than a base vehicle. Brother, I didn't expect that after going around in circles. We would go back to Jinling again. Jinling City was where Jiang Zhuing went to school. Jiang Lusher came to find Jiang Zhuing after the end of the world. And he also came to Jinling City before the end of the world. This was one of the most prosperous cities in the province. Now zombies are raging, and a plague has broken out. I don't know what it will be like. The main road into Jinling City has long been blocked by abandoned vehicles. However, in the past year, some supernatural beings living in Jinling City have already opened a trail that can lead directly to Jinling. Xiangsuihai also knows this road. This is it. 10 kilometers ahead. There is a survivor's residential area. Before I left northern Jiangsu, I thought about moving the people from northern Jiangsu to Jinling. And I even asked people to come and walk through it. But I didn't expect that the situation in Jinling would be so dangerous. Xiangsuihai was a little worried as she spoke. She had been away from northern Jiangsu for a long time. And she didn't know what happened to those people. Are they persisting in misery? Or have they perished? Then go and have a look. Jiang Lusher said casually that he was interested in understanding the situation of the plague. If he could meet some people Xiangsuihai knew, it would save him a lot of trouble. Xiangsuihai nodded and started to give directions. At this time, there was a residential area 10 kilometers away. More than a dozen residential buildings and 2 villas make up this ordinary community. The former green belt has been completely eradicated, and vegetables have been planted in the empty space. Outside the community, there are a large number of cars and various furniture, and a city wall piled up. The location itself is relatively hidden, but in order to completely cover up the traces of human existence, it can only be surrounded like a garbage dump. Before and after the end of the world, many safe zones and base cities were established across the country. Ordinary people gathered together under the protection of the army, relying on strong fortifications and a large number of firepower points to maintain security. But there are also many people who live a life like this residential area. It is neither a safe zone nor a base. It can only be called a camp. At this time, several people were huddled in a room. The room was dark and depressing, and the people in the room looked even more gloomy. The threat of zombies was already great enough, and now there was also the threat of infected people. In order not to attract any attention, the people in their camp usually had to hide in their houses, and were not allowed to move outside casually. There's actually not much to do outside. Cuckoo! Suddenly, one of the little girls hugged her belly and made a sound. The little girl quickly shook her head and said, I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. Everyone looked gloomy. Not just the little girl. They had only eaten very little these days. Almost all the food around has been found. Half of the food found during the adventure has to be handed over to the bosses in the camp. The remaining food is simply not enough to eat. Xiaonan! A girl came to the little girl, folded a package of instant noodles, and gave the little girl only a little bit of instant noodles left. The little girl shook her head gently. Sister Lu, I don't need it. You can eat it yourself. But as she spoke, she looked at the instant noodle bag and swallowed involuntarily. She is really hungry. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 50s stood up. He had a dark face, a thin build, and a haggard look. Among this group of people, he was the only one with superpowers. And he was the one who went out to search for food in the past. Before the outbreak of the infected, he had several companions who went searching for food together. But now everyone either died after being attacked by the infected, or became infected, leaving him alone. The difficulty of searching for food has also become more difficult. But seeing the scene in front of him, the middle-aged man knew that there was no way to delay it any longer. I'm going to Guowi Commercial Building to have a look, the middle-aged man said. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, everyone's expressions changed. Guowi Commercial Building is the shopping district with the densest concentration of zombies in this city. Now it is estimated that zombies and infected people are mixed together, which is extremely dangerous. It's too dangerous there. The girl immediately objected. It's just because of the danger, that's why we can still find enough food. If we can find food, we can still hold on for a month. But if we don't go... The middle-aged man did not say any more. But everyone knows that with the food they have now, it will be difficult to last another week. The adults were fine, but the children could easily starve to death. No! We agreed to live together. Dad! The girl's eyes suddenly turned red. Yes, Uncle Hong. Let's find a solution together. We can't do this. The others also said uncomfortably. Except for middle-aged men. The rest are women and children. They are completely powerless in the face of such a situation. I'm not young anymore. And I'm not a superpower. There's really no use in living. I don't have to eat, a middle-aged woman said. The rest of the people couldn't help crying. This world is really too difficult for ordinary people like them. Hello. The middle-aged man touched the girl's head lovingly. He still remembered the little baby girl who had just been taken out of the delivery room, lying in his arms and crying loudly. In the blink of an eye, he went from being high-spirited to the young man has grown old. And his little daughter has grown into a graceful young girl. If it were not the end of the world, his little daughter would successfully graduate from college, find a job she is willing to do, meet a person she loves, get married, have children, and live an ordinary life in peace. He Lu, you must be well. If I can't come back, live well for me and your mother. The middle-aged man's words came from above his head, and He Lu had already lowered his head, with tears streaming down his face. Chapter 583. Sea of Gods. In this apocalyptic world, death is really very close, and life may not necessarily be happy. Just a few days ago, a sickly girl committed suicide. She was too weak to even get out of bed, so she lay on her bed. On the bed, he strangled himself to death with a string hanging from 2 bricks. And this girl is He Lu's best friend. Witnessing the death of her best friend, although He Lu was sad, she quickly calmed down because she knew that she would probably be there to accompany her soon. In fact, He Lu has almost never left this camp since the outbreak of the apocalypse. In the beginning, this camp was supported by a few superpowers and barely managed. These people with little ability were responsible for washing, cooking and growing vegetables. Although I am hungry every day, but I can still survive. But later when several superpowers went out, they were attacked by another team of superpowers. They suffered heavy casualties. Only 2 people came back, and 1 person was seriously injured and died soon after. After that, this camp had declined. Then the plague broke out, making things even worse. Many people either died or fled. He Lu was the one who stayed behind. The people who stayed behind originally thought that they were just waiting to die here. But a month ago, their living conditions took a turn for the better. A team of superpowers that was more powerful than they imagined came to Jinling. Some of them came out to negotiate with them, and let He Lu's camp accept their leadership. This powerful team of superpowers was named Shanghai. Later He Lu learned that the Shanghai not only unified their camp, but also unified a dozen nearby survivor camps, and even later expanded to the entire Jinling. Almost all the survivors of Jinling have joined them. And it is rumored that Shanghai is going to establish a country. What is the concept of building a country in the last days? He Lu found it hard to believe. But He Lu knew that even if the founding of a country was extremely far away or even impossible, there was no doubt that the Shanghai was extremely powerful. Even if it was a random person sent by the Shanghai, everyone is many times stronger than his father. But such people were just errand boys in the Shanghai. He Lu could not imagine how powerful the real Shanghai bosses would be. Shanghai allows these survivors to surrender not just as a verbal ceremony. Once they choose to surrender, they must hand over food to them. They cleared part of the city of Jinling from zombies, which made it safer for them to search for food. But accordingly, they had to hand over a considerable portion of the food they found. At first, He Lu didn't understand why the people of Shanghai were so strong, so they still collected low-level rations. Later she found out that what Shanghai actually wanted to collect were zombie crystal nuclei, and they did what they did to them. According to the level classification, as long as zombie crystal cores can be found in a certain camp, they will receive a large amount of food rewards. However, the camp where He Lu was located was too weak, not to mention the combat capability. Even the search ability was extremely limited. In the Shanghai, their camp was actually useless, and they couldn't collect much food at all. Aunt Zhang, take care of He Lu. I'll go out first. If we're lucky and can find a low-level crystal core, we won't have to worry about eating and drinking for a month. And we can even eat some meat. The middle-aged man said longingly that he hadn't eaten meat for more than half a year, and he only occasionally found some ham before. The middle-aged woman was in tears, and did not say anything careful. Every time the middle-aged man went out, she felt a deep sense of fear and uneasiness. But this time it was particularly strong. Don't worry. I won't go head-to-head with strong zombies. I'm just looking for some dead zombies. Maybe they have crystal nuclei or something. While the middle-aged man was speaking, he had already opened the door and dived into the ruins that smelled of blood and rot. The apocalypse has been so long, and many zombies have died. It is indeed possible to find low-level crystal nuclei with luck, but the probability is too small. However, after the middle-aged man stepped out of the camp wall, his expression suddenly changed. He saw 3 men in ragged clothes running towards this place. Judging from their running speed and their ferocious eyes, it was unexpected. Infected? The middle-aged man knew that infected people were more powerful than zombies. One infected person could even deal with a small group of dozens or 20 people. Not to mention there are 3 now. What's even more frightening is that infected people have higher intelligence. If you hide an ordinary zombie so that it can't smell or see living people, it will lose its target and continue to wander. But infected people are different. Once they see you, even if you hide, they will continue to search for your hiding place until they find you and eat you. For this reason, the middle-aged man was very careful every time he went out, for fear of encountering an infected person. But this time, as soon as he went out, he saw 3 infected people running towards him, and he was caught off guard. For a moment, the middle-aged man's hands and feet were cold. He knew that he had no chance of winning against the infected. However, his biggest fear did not come from death, but from the camp behind him. The infected should have seen him emerge from the camp. Come out. It will probably continue to search the camp after killing itself. By then, his wife and daughter will be killed and eaten by the infected. The most despairing thing in the apocalypse is that there is no hope. The middle-aged man's only spiritual sustenance is his family, and he will never allow this to happen. Lure them away. This was the middle-aged man's only thought. He knew that his speed was not as fast as the infected, so he could only run as hard as he could to attract their attention, hoping that they would forget about the camp behind him. Thinking of this, a look of determination flashed across the middle-aged man's face. He jumped out of the wall and ran away from the camp. But just as he was running, the middle-aged man was surprised to find that the attention of the 3 infected people was not on him at all. They did not even look at him, and they were running in the same direction as him. This made the middle-aged man surprised. The young man was stunned. These infected people saw living people like wolves seeing meat. How could they ignore him? He was in disbelief. At this moment, he seemed to hear the roar of the engine. Then, he saw a bus appear from a corner of the intersection. It hardly slowed down, but moved in a beautiful drift, made this 90-degree turn on the narrow one-way street. The middle-aged man also knew how to drive, but he had never seen such a heavy bus drifting. At this moment, he saw something spinning on the roof of the bus, and then a black gun barrel poked out. Bah! 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 3 gunshots were fired in succession, and the 3 infected people running not far away were shot directly. Due to the huge inertia, they rolled out. Their heads exploded, and blood spurted out. The middle-aged man suddenly saw that he was shooting at a target running at the same speed in such a fast car. He fired 3 shots in 3 seconds, and all 3 shots hit his head. What kind of marksmanship is this? Moreover, the middle-aged man knows that the infected people have very strong defenses, and it is difficult for ordinary pistols to cause fatal damage to them. And the power of the firearm in front of him is definitely not an ordinary gun. It is probably a legendary sniper rifle. Using a sniper rifle like this is almost like a myth. Chapter 584 Helu. Who is this person on the bus? The middle-aged man was a little confused. He originally thought that he would be in trouble today and might even involve his daughter and other survivors. However, he did not expect that there were only 3 gunshots and everything was in danger. Twisted. 3 infected people were killed so easily. Squeak! As the brakes sounded, the bus stopped smoothly and accurately in front of the 3 dead infected people. At this time, the middle-aged man saw the door of the bus open and 2 beautiful girls jumped out of the bus. The middle-aged man was stunned when he saw these 2 girls. The 2 girls were about the same age as his daughter. What shocked him was that not only were these 2 girls beautiful, but they were also so neatly dressed. If it weren't for the ruins all around, and if it weren't for the smell of blood floating here, he would almost think he was walking on Jiling Street before the end of the world. Looking at the girls, who were shopping in fashionable clothes and brand-name brands. At the end of the world, you can still live so comfortably. Are you a person from the Shanghai? The first thing that the middle-aged man thinks of is Shanghai. In Jiling, the Shanghai organization is simply unattainable in the minds of ordinary people. If any incredible thing happens to them, the middle-aged man will not find it strange. When the middle-aged man was thinking wildly, he saw one of the girls in white taking out a crystal-clear syringe from somewhere. Then she used this syringe to extract 3 syringes from the 3 dead infected people, tubing the blue liquid. The girl's acupuncture movements were as smooth as water. She was obviously dealing with the corpse of an infected person. But somehow, it gave people a sense of beauty. The middle-aged man held his breath and said nothing. He was not even an ant in front of this powerful team. He would not be naive enough to think that he could get help from the other party. In this end of the world, human beings are in danger. Sexuality is no less than that of zombies. When strangers meet, it would be nice if they don't kill and rob each other. And who is willing to help each other? So when Li Yusen extracted the blue liquid, the middle-aged man stood aside like a sculpture, neither talking nor running away. This was the most harmless way to deal with it. However, the middle-aged man did not speak. But Jiang Zhuing had no intention of missing this person who could ask questions. In fact, this was the first living person they encountered after Shuring's team entered the Jinling range. Hey, old man, isn't there a gathering area for survivors here? Where is it? Is it behind it? Jiang Zhuing pointed at the campsite surrounded by shabby furniture behind the middle-aged man, which made the middle-aged man nervous. These people obviously don't look like people from Shanghai. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask him about Jinling's situation here. For Shanghai, Jinling and the others should know everything about it. Moreover, the other party inquired about the situation in his camp and found out that his daughter was in the camp. Although neither of the two girls looked like bad people. In the apocalypse, the middle-aged man had already raised his vigilance to the highest level. Now this kind of under such circumstances, once the other party has evil intentions, they will have no power to resist. There is no gathering area for survivors. There are only a few old, weak, sick and disabled people. They are so hungry that they have few breaths left. Maybe they will be infected with the plague at some point and just linger. I am very hungry, so I went out to find something to eat. In addition, I'm not an old man. I'm 51 years old. The middle-aged man even smoothed his messy white hair as he spoke, as if to let the other party see his face clearly. He wants to tell Jiang Zhuing that he has been ruined by reality, and being treated as a grandfather at the age of 51 is really miserable. There is naturally nothing in the camp that you can appreciate. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Jiang Lusher also got out of the car. He smiled and said, Uncle, we just arrived in Jinling for the first time. We just want to inquire about some things. There is no harm. We also want to find some diesel. Jiang Lusher originally heard from Xiang Shuai that there was a survivor gathering area nearby. But judging from the old man's appearance, he was afraid that the gathering had declined, or many people had moved away. Otherwise it wouldn't be what it is now. We don't have diesel. All the oil in Jinling has been collected by Shanghai. If you want it, you can buy it from Shanghai. But they only collect zombie crystal cores. Besides, they are very powerful. You have to be careful. Shanghai? Collect zombie crystal cores? Jiang Lusher was stunned for a moment. It seemed that this Shanghai was the local emperor of Jinling City. Miss Xiang, do you know about the Shanghai? Jiang Lusher asked Xiang Shuai casually. But Xiang Shuai shook his head. When we first explored Jinling, we had never heard of the name of this force. Yeah. Jiang Lusher nodded. He glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him. He had white hair on his head. His face was full of wrinkles. And he was skinny. It was obvious that he had suffered from long-term malnutrition. But looking at him, the other party also had weak superpower fluctuations, and was obviously a superpower. It's inappropriate for a person with superpowers to be hungry like this. Could it be that he gave all the food to others? Thinking of this, Jiang Lusher felt a little fond of this uncle. It was still rare for people to do this in the apocalypse. He turned around and got into the car, took out a fresh-keeping bag, and threw it to the uncle. The uncle subconsciously took the zip-keeping bag, looked down, and was stunned. This, you must not be dreaming. This turned out to be a large piece of hot barbecue, weighing about 1 or 2 kilograms. The surface of the barbecue was still flowing with fragrant oil. Looking at the color and aroma of the barbecue, the middle-aged man suddenly thought of something mutated animal meat. The apocalypse has been around for so long. And the middle-aged man is a superpower after all. He has also been exposed to things like mutated beast meat. But he just can't afford it. So he naturally recognizes it. It is said that this kind of meat is not only delicious, soft and melts in the mouth, but also very good for people. It can cure most of the illnesses. People with superpowers can improve their strength and become more and more powerful after eating it. Powerful. Is this given to me? The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. Jiang Lusher nodded. It's for you. I want to get some news from you. Jiang Lusher wanted to find the cause of the plague. So naturally, he would not miss the Earth Emperor of Jinling. Shanghai. Okay, just ask. The middle-aged man looked excited. He couldn't wait to give this piece of meat to his daughter. Thinking about the expression of his already extremely weak daughter when she saw this piece of barbecue. Such a big surprise. Made the middle-aged man excited. Excited? This was even more exciting than eating the barbecue himself. Jiang Lusher could see what the middle-aged man was thinking. The man was very nervous about the camp behind him from the beginning. Obviously, there were people in the camp who were very important to him. Uncle, you and the people around you are hungry. You should eat something first. I'm not in a hurry. I have many things to ask. While Jiang Lushur was talking, the middle-aged man kept thanking him so much that he was about to shed tears. Please come in and talk. I'll tell you everything I know, the middle-aged man said, and took Jiang Lushur and others into his camp. The other party even gave him the mutated beast meat. How could he have any plot against him? His entire camp's belongings were not worth this piece of meat. As for saying although his daughter is pretty, she is far inferior to the two glamorous girls around him. He is not worried about what Jiang Lushur has on his mind at all. He takes a step back and says, if the other party really has something on his mind, maybe it's a good thing for my daughter. The reason why you have such thoughts in the last days is because your life is too miserable. Okay. Jiang Lushur nodded and asked Jiang Juing, Li Yusen, Ran Shiyu and Xiang Xuehai to get out of the car. As for Ying and Ling, they stayed in the car. As for Sun Kun and Zhang Hai, because the Type 99 tank was low on fuel, they couldn't follow the bus around the city. So they simply stopped at the edge of Jilin City. When they found fuel, they drove directly to the gas station. The place is small and shabby. Don't dislike it. The middle-aged man opened the door. There were 7 or 8 people in the house. They all looked worried, and even looked at the middle-aged man in fear of the gun from before they all heard the sound. They didn't know what happened. But they couldn't go out. They had no fighting power. Going out would only cause chaos. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the person who opened the door was a middle-aged man and that he was fine. Dad, you're back, He-Lu said with tears in her eyes. In this apocalypse, people's hearts are extremely fragile. The gunfire just now made her think too much. She thought her father was attacked by other teams of superpowers. The result can be imagined. Lulu, look what I brought. The middle-aged man showed off the fresh-keeping bag in his hand with a look of joy. People in the room were shocked when they saw the zip-keeping bag in the middle-aged man's hand. Is this meat? He-Lu's big eyes widened. Not only was it meat, but it was not preserved meat like ham, but fragrant barbecue. She hadn't seen this kind of thing for an unknown period of time. Now that she saw such a big piece of barbecue, she had felt like I was seeing something I had seen in a previous life. Is this a dream? Everyone held their breath, stared at the piece of meat without blinking, and subconsciously swallowed their saliva. I really met a noble person today. I really met a noble person, the middle-aged man murmured to himself, and quickly invited Jiang Lushur and others in. This meat was given by this benefactor. Thank you very much. This benefactor. While the middle-aged man was talking, Jiang Juing suddenly let out a sigh. She tilted her head and looked at the middle-aged man's daughter carefully. You are not that, Song Helu. Yes, you are Song Helu. Right. When Jiang Juing asked, the girl was stunned for a moment. No one had called her name Song Helu for a long time, and everyone in the camp called her by her nickname. She raised her head in confusion and glanced at Jiang Juing. She was a glamorous girl, which made Song Helu, who had been malnourished and emaciated for a long time, feel ashamed of herself. You are? Song Helu said hesitantly. The image in his memory was combined with the beautiful girl in front of him. Jiang Juing? It's really you. Jiang Juing felt happy that her classmate from Jilin University met here again. Chapter 585 Classmates Reunion. Song Helu was also surprised and happy, feeling unbelievable. In the apocalypse, she was more accustomed to losing, and seeing her alive again like this was almost like a dream. Jiang Juing, where did you go after the end of the world? I didn't see you in school. I was really sad at that time. I thought you... Song Helu pulled Jiang Juing excitedly and said with red eyes. In the early days of the apocalypse, most people had turned into zombies. Song Helu thought Jiang Juing had also turned into a zombie. Jiang Juing was also very emotional. I was also thinking at that time. I don't know what happened to my classmates at school, but there were too many zombies in the school, and I was too weak at the time to go back. By the way, where are the others? Where are the people in the club? Is there anyone else? When they were at Jilin University, Jiang Juing and Song Helu were in the same club and often participated in club activities together. Girls with similar interests quickly became close friends. And Song Helu was Jiang Juing's senior. Jiang Juing still remembered that he was invited by Song Helu when he joined the club. Later in the club, if Jiang Juing didn't understand anything, he would always ask Song Helu. Because her parents passed away early, the economic conditions of the Jiang family were not good. After Song Helu knew this, when the college had a scholarship quota, she recommended Jiang Juing, and Jiang Juing successfully received the scholarship. In fact, Jiang Lushur had to borrow money from relatives for Jiang Zhuing's tuition. At this time, Jiang Zhuing told him that he had received a scholarship and also mentioned Song Helu's help. Jiang Lusher was still very impressed with Song Helu. Are you from the club? There are no more now. Song Helu seemed to remember something, and her expression suddenly darkened. It's a pity that Gong Wei didn't have the chance to see you. If she could see you, she would definitely be very happy. When Jiang Zhuing heard the familiar name, she also heard the implication of Song Helu's words. She asked sadly, Has Gong Wei been here before? Well, yes. You also know that Gong Wei was a little frail to begin with. She was born so well and her family was so rich, so she never suffered any hardships. But in the end of the world, she couldn't sleep well, and she couldn't sleep well. She couldn't eat well and soon fell ill, and there was nothing to eat. She didn't last long before she left. A girl like a porcelain doll ended up in pieces, Song Helu said, unable to bear it. He wiped away his tears. It would be so happy if Gong Wei was still here and the three little sisters reunited. It's a pity that one is missing now. Hearing Gong Wei's departure, Jiang Zhuing couldn't help but have red eyes. Her former little sister actually died of illness and starvation. Looking at Song Helu, she was also thin and frail, looking malnourished. Even her originally beautiful skin had lost its luster, and her hair had become dry, like a flower that had lost its moisture. So you are Zhuing's classmate. I have heard of you, Jiang Lusher said at this time. I'm very grateful to you for the previous scholarship. As Zhuing's brother, I should express my gratitude, Jiang Lusher said. You're welcome. You're welcome. I am a senior, and I should take care of Zhuing, Song Helu said quickly. Shiyu, tell Ying and the others to bring 10 pounds of meat and a bag of rice, Jiang Lusher said, after looting Luo Jiafeng's warehouse. This little thing was nothing to Jiang Lusher. Jiang Lusher has always been a person who has a clear sense of grudges and does not like to owe others favors. Okay, Ren Shiyu said. Song Helu was already at a loss at this time. 10 pounds is too much. I really don't need it. At this moment, Ying had already stepped off the bus and came to this house. She easily carried the 2 bags and placed them on the ground. You're welcome. Just open it and take a look, Jiang Lusher said. Jiang Zhuing took Song Helu's arm and said with a smile, Helu, just accept it. Song Helu was pushed to these bags by Jiang Zhuing. She hesitated and opened one of the bags with some restraint. Suddenly, a bag full of meat appeared in front of him. The meat was tender and not only had no fishy smell, but also exuded a sweet smell. Raw meat still tastes so good, and you can imagine how it tastes after cooking. These meats are mutated beast meat. The survivors were stunned to see so much meat. This bag contains at least 10 kilograms of mutated beast meat. With so much mutated animal meat, they really wouldn't even dare to dream about it. This is too expensive. Song Helu said. She was greatly shocked when she looked at the meat. Seeing so much meat in their camp, she would have thought it was impossible before today. Her father planned to go out and fight today. But even if he risked his life, he might not be able to get these things in exchange. But Jiang Lusher took out so much meat casually just to thank a girl for helping his sister in the past. No need to refuse anymore. Just take it, Jiang Lusher said. For Jiang Lusher, it was not an exaggeration to take out the meat. Zhuing, brother Zhuing, I really don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Song Helu shed tears of joy and choked with sobs. She couldn't refuse these things, which represented the hope for them to continue to survive. Can I eat with my companions? Song Helu asked expectantly. Of course. This has been given to you. You can do whatever you want with it, Jiang Lusher said casually. Great. Thank you, Song Helu said happily. The middle-aged men, as well as the survivors, also hurriedly thanked them. Jiang Lusher took out these things not because of them, but because of Song Helu, and even more because of Jiang Zhuing. So even though these people couldn't help but salivate when they looked at the meat, they wouldn't dare touch it if Jiang Lusher didn't nod in agreement. Okay, let's talk about what I told you before. Jiang Lusher looked serious and said to the middle-aged man. As for Jiang Zhuing and Song Helu, they still have a lot to say. Their respective experiences and encounters after the apocalypse may not be finished in a day or a night. Captain Jiang, whatever you want to ask, feel free to ask. As long as I know something, I will tell you everything. The middle-aged man was already slapping his chest and promising at this time, and his interest was very high. There is really nothing that a person like him can do to help Jiang Lusher, so he can only repay Jiang Lusher a little in this regard. I want to ask about the Shahai dot, Jiang Lusher asked. Shahai? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Well, don't I want to buy diesel from them? Jiang Lusher smiled slightly. Chapter 586 Old Department. The middle-aged man had never been to the headquarters of Shanghai, but he still knew its approximate location. After Jiang Lusher asked him about the location, he decided to leave immediately. This middle-aged man naturally had to follow Jiang Lusher to lead the way. As for Song Helu, Jiang Juing reunited with her after the apocalypse, and they separated after just a few words. She was very reluctant to let go, so she simply told Jiang Lusher and took her with them. Well, the base car is spacious anyway, so it won't be crowded if you bring one more person with you. And it's also very safe. If you don't mind, I can ask my people to pick you up and take you to northern Jiangsu. I have a camp there, but now my camp is also very dangerous. There is a plague, but there are more people. You can support each other, Xiang Shuai said at this time. The food now is enough for these survivors to persist for a while, and they can wait until Xiang sends people over. There are infected people everywhere now, and there is nothing dangerous. If there are more people, it will definitely be safer than now. If you can go to northern Jiangsu, I really want to thank this girl, the middle-aged man said. Xiang Shuai smiled slightly. On the one hand, she was very kind, and on the other hand, she saw that Jiang Juing was worried. So she took the initiative to help Jiang Juing. That's fine. Jiang Lusher nodded. He had always known that Xiang Shuai had organized a large force in northern Jiangsu, but he didn't know how they were doing with this plague. The bus started again. After Song Hela got on the bus, he was stunned for a while after seeing the interior decoration of the bus. It was difficult for them to even get out of this simple camp. However, in this apocalyptic world, there are still humans driving such beautiful cars. RV. Running on the earth. Thinking about that incredible scene, Song Hela couldn't help but yearn for him. She couldn't help but glance at Jiang Lusher, sincerely envious of Jiang Juing for having such a brother. According to that uncle, the Shanghai headquarters should be less than an hour away from here. We will arrive soon. Jiang Lusher was talking when Zhang Hai suddenly came from the walkie-talkie he had placed aside. The voice was very weak and intermittent, making Jiang Lusher frown after hearing it. What's wrong, brother? Jiang Juing asked. Jiang Lusher's face darkened. Zhang Hai and the others are in trouble. Jiang Lusher did not expect that Zhang Hai would be attacked after he had only been away for half an hour. And listening to Zhang Hai's voice, his condition was quite bad. Shadow! Get over there! Jiang Lusher said coldly. Ing had already stepped on the accelerator, and the base vehicle roared out. The location of Zhang Hai is only a few kilometers away from Jiangliushi. Shanghai has opened up many smooth roads in this area, which is convenient for buses. The bus was speeding along, and whether there were zombies or infected people on the road, they were either shot to death or knocked away by the bus. In front of this big car, these zombies and infected people do not act as any obstacle at all. Soon, Jiang Lusher saw Zhang Hai's position. A tank was surrounded by a group of people, and these people were not zombies or infected, but real humans. There were more than 20 people in the group, led by a man wearing a leather jacket. He was standing on the seat of an open-top jeep, with one foot on the steering wheel and a loudspeaker in his hand. Said to Zhang Hai in the tank, I warn you one last time. Open the tank hatch immediately. My patience is limited. Otherwise, I will turn you into coke in the tank. The eyes of the man in the leather jacket contained a cold disregard for life and death. When he found that there was still no response in the tank, he sneered, threw away the loudspeaker in his hand, and jumped out of the jeep. He slowly walked towards the tank, with a hint of curvature at the corner of his mouth. It seems that you are stubborn and have the backbone. Even if I kill you, I can still open the tank hatch. It's just a little troublesome. Jiang Lusher saw this scene from a distance, and his heart tightened. He didn't know what was happening. Even if Zhang Hai's tank ran out of oil, it would not be without any resistance. He could at least turn the turret and fire a shot. There is absolutely no problem. They don't even understand how to move. Zhang Hai! San Kun! What's wrong with you? Jiang Lusher shouted into the intercom. But at this time, Zhang Hai and Sun Kun obviously no longer guarded the walkie-talkie. They were at a critical moment of life and death. Click! The tank turret rotated. The barrel was not pointed at anything at first, but now it turned towards the man in the leather jacket. Humph! You're looking for death! The man in the leather jacket laughed ferociously, and he jumped up, purple electric sparks flashing in his hands. TSK! Purple electric current penetrated the air and was projected on the tank. The entire tank was enveloped in the brilliant electric current, and the originally rotating turret suddenly stopped. It seems that you don't want to live anymore, so I will help you. The man in the leather jacket was covered in lightning and was about to deliver a fatal blow. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong life and death crisis. Without thinking, he quickly jumped to the side. Bang! The ground in front of him suddenly exploded. The rocks completely shattered. And then the man in the leather jacket heard a gunshot. Large caliber rifle. The man in the leather jacket stepped back more than 10 meters. When he saw the crater left by the explosion of earth and rocks, a cold sweat broke out on his palms. What a risk. He was almost killed by this shot. He turned his head suddenly, searching for the source of the bullet, and saw a bus rumbling towards him. RV? The man in the leather jacket had excellent eyesight. He could tell at a glance that this was a RV. But it was no ordinary RV. There was a metal ball on the roof of the RV, and a black gun barrel was protruding from here. Came out and gave him a nearly fatal shot. Good! How good that someone dared to sneak attack me! The man in the leather jacket had murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He would never let go of the person who almost killed him. When he saw the bus, he had already pronounced the death penalty on the people on the bus. Crash! Behind the man in the leather jacket, the 20-odd team members all raised their guns, pointing their guns at Jiang Liusher's base vehicle. What day is it today? There are so many people rushing to reincarnate. One wave has not been dealt with, and another wave comes. Don't you show up? Or do you plan to die in the car like this? The man in the leather jacket looked at Jiang Liusher, purple lighting flashing in his hand. His electric shock ability allowed him to kill people across the car. Unless there was an insulation layer, it would be difficult to withstand his electric shock. At this time, on the base vehicle, Jiang Liusher looked at this man indifferently. He could predict the danger and avoid the sniper rifle blow. The other person should be a second-level superpower. However, the second-level superpower is nothing special. He moved a member of his Shurring team showed murderous intent towards him. Of course, Jiang Liusher would not show mercy to such a person. Just when Jiang Liusher was about to kill the man in the leather jacket, he saw Xiang Shuai walking a few steps quickly and walking to his side. Xiang Shuai stared at the man in the leather jacket, looked at it carefully, and was a little stunned. Huh? What's wrong? Jiang Liusher asked. I know this person. His name is Su Li. He was a person who followed me in northern Jiangsu. I left my team in northern Jiangsu, and Su Li should be there too. Unexpectedly, he came to Jinling. And how? Behind Jiang Liusher's bus, there was also an off-road vehicle riding under Xiang Shuai's men. They obviously recognized Su Li. Su Li still had a certain status in the Jiangsu North camp. What? He is yours? Jiang Liusher looked at Xiang Shuai in surprise. Yes, he is my subordinate, and I also know several of the 20 or so people behind him, who are also my original subordinates. I don't know why this is the case. How come they all came to Jinling? And Su Li's the strength seems to be much stronger than before. Xiang Shuai is a second-level superpower, and may not be more powerful than Su Li. And according to Xiang Shuai, Su Li was her subordinate when they were in Subei, which is unreasonable. I'll ask him what's going on. Xiang Shuai was angry. She had always wanted Jiang Liusher to go to northern Jiangsu to see the situation of the plague. In her impression, his direct descendants, who stayed in northern Jiangsu, were probably struggling to survive the plague and were waiting for her rescue. But it seems that the actual situation is completely different. These subordinates are living a good life, and they have sex with Jiang Liusher's people right after they arrived. He begged Jiang Liusher for help, but his subordinates did such things. How could Xiang Shuai not be angry? Okay. Jiang Liusher hesitated slightly, but nodded. After all, he was from Jiangsu. Even if he took action, he had to know whether there was any misunderstanding. The door of the base car was opened, and the car was still open. Xiang Shuai jumped down. She seemed to have stepped on a gust of breeze and lifted her body up. Su Li! What are you doing? Xiang Shuai's voice was clear and ringing. Su Li was a little surprised when he saw a beautiful woman suddenly get out of the car. He licked his lips and showed a playful smile. But when he heard this voice, he was startled. He took a closer look at this beauty. It was Xiang Shuai. Big eldest lady? In northern Jiangsu, Xiang Shuai was a resolute figure. She had a well-established family before the end of the world. For this reason and her extraordinary strength, her subordinates were accustomed to calling Xiang Shuai the eldest lady. In northern Jiangsu, when the nickname, eldest lady, is mentioned, everyone knows that it refers to Jiangsu. Xiang Shuai has extremely strict requirements for her subordinates. And the rules she has formulated are also very perfect. Under her management, northern Jiangsu is also very orderly. If not for the outbreak of the plague, it would be a matter of time before the establishment of a base city in northern Jiangsu. Under this situation, the prestige that Xiang Shuai had accumulated for a long time almost formed a conditioned reflex in Su Li's mind. When he suddenly saw Xiang Shuai, Su Li felt like he had been caught doing bad things. His arrogance just now went away. Everything was restrained. And there was even a sense of tension in my heart. Fortunately, when he didn't see Xiang Shuai clearly just now, he didn't tease her. Otherwise the consequences would be worse. Chapter 587 What can you do to me? What are you doing? Robbing? Are you interested in someone else's tank? Xiang Shuai said angrily. More than 20 people besieged Zhang Hai and Sun Quan. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan didn't fight back very much. They were being attacked all the time. No matter how you look at it, they are all on the side of Zhang Hai and Sun Quan. It's nothing. Just some misunderstanding, Su Li said with some reluctance. In fact, Xiang Shuai's guess was correct. Su Li had indeed taken a liking to Zhang Hai and Sun Quan's tanks. At first, he asked them to get off the tanks to check. But Zhang Hai and Sun Quan refused. Then he started to take action. Once he took action, it would naturally be a murder and robbery. This kind of behavior was explicitly prohibited by Xiang Shuai when we were in northern Jiangsu. Those who rob, murder, or rape women must be sentenced to serious crimes or even shot. In fact, after the end of the world, the sinful side of people's hearts will be revealed unconsciously. There will always be people who want to use their strength to enslave others and rape women. Xiang Shuai strictly controls this behavior, which has also caused dissatisfaction among some people. But Xiang Shuai was the strongest. And Xiang Shuai single-handedly established the Subei camp so that people could have a relatively stable life. She maintained it all with her extraordinary strength and prestige. So no one dared to say anything. Su Li was not an honest person when he was in northern Jiangsu. He always wanted to do some sneaky things and violate women. Because of this, he was very afraid of Xiang Shuai. This fear continues to this day. Misunderstanding? I didn't see that it was a misunderstanding. And I asked you to guard northern Jiangsu. Why did you come to Jinling? Are there many survivors in northern Jiangsu? Where are they? Su Li was speechless for a moment. After Xiang Shuai left, the rules originally set by Xiang Shuai were gradually no longer enforced. In the end of the world, strength is everything. Originally, Xiang Shuai wanted to establish an orderly base city naturally needs some ordinary survivors. But those who follow Xiang Shuai may not think so. What they want is actually the sense of superiority brought by power. For those survivors, Su Li just took a few of the beautiful women with him and left. He came to Jinling with some of the superpowers from northern Jiangsu. It was because he had been controlled by Xiang Shuai's control in northern Jiangsu. Not free. I didn't expect that after I came to Jinling. I met Xiang Shuai again. This woman was simply haunting. How many of you are here? I came back this time to rebuild the North Jiangsu camp. But you ignored my instructions before leaving and came to Jinling secretly. You immediately take me to find other people from the North Jiangsu camp. I want come back with me, Xiang Shuai said sharply. After Su Li heard these words, he felt as reluctant as possible. He is indeed afraid of Xiang Shuai. But after thinking about it carefully, he is now a level 2 superpower user. Although Xiang Shuai is powerful, he should have the capital to protect himself against Xiang Shuai. Not to mention the many people in northern Jiangsu. The old people actually complained about Xiang Shuai's too strict rules. When they came to Jinling, they were naturally on their own side. Thinking of this, Su Li was no longer so afraid of Xiang Shuai. Miss, I don't want to go back to northern Jiangsu, Su Li said directly. Huh? Xiang Shuai raised an eyebrow. Not only me, but other people who came out of northern Jiangsu probably don't want to go back. We don't want to build any base city. In this world, being able to be happy every day means I want to do something that makes me happy. The thing is, this is Jinling, not northern Jiangsu. When Su Li said this, his thoughts became clearer, and his determination became more and more firm. Indeed, he did not need to live in the shadow of Xiang Shuai all the time. As long as he stepped out, this world was not his own. He could rely on strength to enjoy the best food. Beautiful beauties. Miss, you helped me become stronger, and were kind to me. However, I have obeyed your orders for so long, and I have repaid your kindness. If you want to take care of this tank, you can. I don't want this tank anymore. That's it. I will repay you my last love. But in the future, Su Li, will have nothing to do with you. As for the other people in the Jiangsu North Camp, I advise you not to go to them, as no one will be willing to go back with you. Huh? You don't want tank anymore? It's such a big deal. Suddenly a voice rang out, and Jiang Lusher slowly walked out of the bus. He had already seen that Xiang Shuai's prestige was no longer effective in this situation, and she could no longer restrain her subordinates. Who are you? Su Li frowned when he saw Jiang Lusher. He saw Jiang Lusher holding a sniper rifle in his hand. This made his face darken, and he felt murderous intent. It turns out you were the one who attacked me sneakily and almost killed me with one shot. Well, the distance is far enough for you to hide. If you were at such a close distance now, you would already be a pile of rotten flesh. Jiang Lusher said calmly, as if he didn't see his expression. What? Su Li almost thought he heard wrongly. Who did he think he was? This is Jinling, surrounded by Su Li's brothers. This man walked up to him carelessly and threatened him. Su Li suddenly laughed. He looked at Jiang Lusher with a pair of sinister eyes and said, Boy, are you looking for death? Let me tell you, this is the territory of the Shuai. Do you dare to be arrogant here? Are you tired of living? You want to kill me? Huh? If the eldest lady hadn't been here today, I would have dragged you back to the Divine Sea right now, cut off your hands and feet, and hung you outside to feed the zombies. As he said that, Su Li looked at Xiang Shuai and said, Miss, this is the last face I'll give you. I'll remember this shot. I won't argue with him. You better take him away quickly. In Su Li's opinion, this pretty boy probably had some special relationship with Xiang Shuai, so he was relying on Xiang Shuai to be arrogant there. Such an idiot will die sooner or later without knowing how. If it weren't for Xiang Shuai's sake, he would take action now. At this time, Jiang Lusher also smiled. You still dare to laugh? Su Li frowned and looked at Jiang Lusher. You should care about it. I really want to know what you can do to me if you care about it. Jiang Lusher said indifferently. Anger suddenly flashed in Su Li's eyes. This man really didn't know how to write the word death. In this case, he had given Xiang Zuhai enough face, and he decided to teach Jiang Lusher a lesson. Okay, then just see what I can do to you. Su Li smiled coldly. While he was speaking, Jiang Lusher suddenly felt a slight numbness in his body. But it was just a numbness. The next moment, Jiang Zhuing had arrived behind Jiang Lusher, and with a smile on his face, he reached out and took Jiang Lusher's arm. The slight numbness in his arm suddenly disappeared. Seeing Jiang Lusher looking at him without any reaction, Su Li was obviously stunned for a moment. Why are you okay? He had attacked Jiang Lusher just now without anyone noticing. Shouldn't Jiang Lusher be electrocuted so that his hair stood up and he fell to the ground twitching? At this time, he saw the girl next to Jiang Lusher looking at him mockingly and said, Your electricity is too weak. I think my brother will be fine without me coming. This is the first time I've seen this kind of electric attack. Jiang Lusher thought to himself. In fact, when Jiang Lusher saw Su Li attacking Zhang Hai and Sun Kun in the tank, he felt strange. Generally speaking, a tank with a metal SH L itself is an equipotential body. Even if there is current flowing outside, the people sitting in the tank will not, even if a tank is short-circuited. It will not be attacked by current. This is like a passenger plane being struck by lightning during flight. Although some electronic components may be damaged, the passengers will be fine. However, Su Li's electric current violated this principle. He could directly attack Sun Kun and Zhang Hai in the tank. This feeling was as if he could create a voltage between the human body and the tank out of thin air. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. Jiang Lusher did not see Su Li release the electric current, and Su Li did not touch him at all. But he felt like he was being electrocuted. But Jiang Zhuing was right. Su Li's electricity was indeed not strong. Jiang Lusher was often in Jiang Zhuing's electric field and was basically immune to Jiang Zhuing's electricity, let alone Su Li's little tricks. If this current were allowed to continue for a period of time, it would also affect Jiang Lusher. But with Jiang Zhuing around, he would never have this chance. Is it my turn? Jiang Lusher suddenly sneered. Su Li was still in shock that his current was ineffective. Hearing this, he immediately felt a strong sense of danger. However, before he could take action or order his younger brother, Jiang Lusher rushed forward. In terms of physical fitness, Jiang Lusher is not much worse than a level 2 superpower user now. He also has mental superpowers. In addition, Su Li just confidently relied on his superpowers to close the distance. So under Jiang Lusher's in his eyes, Su Li's speed was as slow as a turtle. He kicked Su Li on the knee. Su Li screamed and knelt down. Jian Lucia punched him hard on the nose. There was a click sound. The severe pain almost made Su Li's eyes were black. His face was covered with nosebleeds, and his nose had been directly bent. At this time, a cold pipe was pressed against his forehead. Su Li's back felt cold, and he couldn't help but tremble a little. No! No! Brother! Big brother! Don't shoot! Miss! For the sake of me following you for so long, please say something nice for me! Su Li shouted quickly. Didn't you just say that you have nothing to do with me from now on? Xiang Shuai looked at Su Li coldly and said, If Captain Jiang doesn't take action, I will take action and teach you a lesson. If it weren't for Su Li, she wouldn't be embarrassed in front of Jiang Lucia today. Although this was just the personal behavior of her former subordinates. Given Xiang Zuhai's character, she could not help but feel guilty. Now that Su Li is in this situation, it is entirely his own fault. Chapter 588. The taste is sour and refreshing. Su Li's heart sank after hearing this. He knew that it was useless to beg Xiang Shuai, so he could only keep begging Jiang Lucia for mercy. If there is anything you need me for, just say it. As long as I can help, I will do my best. Su Li shouted loudly. Jiang Lucia wanted to kill Su Li with one shot, but after thinking about it, he smiled and said, Okay, I'll spare your life for now. Su Li was overjoyed, but at this moment, a powerful current suddenly struck him from the sky and hit him directly. Ah! Su Li screamed because of the electric shock. His hair stood on end. His muscles twitched involuntarily, and he fell down unable to maintain his balance. The severe pain radiating from everywhere made him almost collapse, rolling on the ground. Now you know what real electricity is. Right. Jiang Zhuing looked at Su Li on the ground with a smile. A wisp of electricity still wrapped around his finger. Su Li's younger brothers around him couldn't help but feel nervous when they saw this scene. Even Su Li was beaten like this. Even if they had any ideas, they have completely given up now. Su Li was lying on the ground, like a dead dog. His limbs were still twitching, and even his hair became explosive. At this time, Jiang Lucia looked at him and said calmly, Now if I ask you any question, you just answer it. If you don't want to suffer anymore. Do you understand? Jiang Lucia had no mercy for Su Li. He would have been thankful if he didn't kill him. Su Li didn't dare to talk nonsense at this time. He nodded desperately and said intermittently, What's the matter? You ask. He had always tortured others with electricity, but he never expected that one day he himself would be electrocuted into such a horrible state. Moreover, the electricity generated by this girl was really terrifying, completely beyond his imagination. Song Hela was stunned on the bus. She guessed that Jiang Lucia and his team were very strong, but she didn't expect them to be so strong. There are tanks and such great strength. Even the people of Shanghai are so vulnerable in front of him. At this time, Jiang Lucia had already asked Su Li, Who are there in Shanghai? How long has it been established? Shanghai is a team system. Generally, second-level superpowers like me lead a team and operate outside. I don't know the whereabouts of stronger superpowers, but I know Shanghai in fact. It belongs to one person, and basically he has the final say in Shanghai. But I really have never seen him. Su Li said. Yeah. Jiang Lucia was more concerned about this person. Jiang Lucia didn't pay much attention to ordinary second-level superpowers, but he had to pay attention to stronger superpowers. But this man is in the Divine Sea, and even his own superpowers have never seen him. This is too mysterious. With Ran Shi watching from the side, it was certain that Su Li was not lying. He was not stupid enough to lie about this kind of thing, especially when Jiang Zhuing was still playing with the electric snake and staring at him with an eager expression. Shanghai has not been established for long. From what I have seen, Shanghai has been continuously collecting mutant crystal nuclei through various methods. However, it seems that there is no way to expand equipment and go out to trade with others. But the boss's idea is what? I don't know. Su Li said everything he could at once. A survivor like him has no sense of belonging to the camp. Between his life and the information from the camp, his own life is definitely more important. Does Shanghai have diesel? Jiang Lucia asked again. Yes. After Shanghai was established, all kinds of strategic materials from other camps were integrated, and all the places that could be searched in Jinling were scanned. They have a special oil depot, which stores a lot of oil, Su Li said. That's good. By the way, what do you know about the plague? Jiang Lucia suddenly asked. Su Li was stunned for a moment, and then said, Well, I heard that it might be the zombie virus that has mutated. Right. Or maybe it's rabies? This is the end of the world. And it's normal for the rabies virus to mutate. Right. Seeing Su Li racking his brains, Jian Lucier knew that his question was in vain. Su Li also knew about virus mutation, but he might not even be able to figure out what the virus mutation actually was. But that kind of evolutionary fluid. Jian Lucier thought of the blue evolutionary fluid swallowed by Luoluo. At this time, Su Li saw that Jian Lucier was silent. So he bit the bullet and spoke. I have said everything I should say. Jian Lucier glanced at him lightly and said, You want to leave? No need to bother. You can go back with me. You will lead the way later, and we will go to Shanghai headquarters. Jian Lucier said with a slight smile. He had already made up his mind to go to Shanghai headquarters. So why would he let Su Li go back to report the news? Su Li forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Of course he knew what Jian Lucier meant. But how could he refuse? At this time, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan also came out of the tank. They were also miserable at first. But when they saw Su Li's appearance, which was much worse than theirs, the two men immediately began to rejoice in his misfortune. Their mean expressions made Su Li vomit blood in his heart. Zhang Hai, Sun Quan, let you Xi and show you too, Jian Lucier said. It's okay, brother Jiang. This injury doesn't matter, Zhang Hai said carelessly, and patted his chest hard. But as soon as he patted him, a very sour expression appeared on his face. Seeing that Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were still mentally disturbed, Jian Lucier knew that they were no longer in serious trouble. It was estimated that after Li Yusen helped them treat them a little, these two people would become fierce and strong men again. At this time, Xiang Shuai came over and said apologetically, Captain Jiang, I'm really sorry for what happened this time. I didn't expect that this matter would be done by someone from the former Jiangsu camp. You don't need to apologize. This has nothing to do with you, Jian Lucier said. When Xiang Shuai was in the Subei camp, she could naturally control her subordinates. But she had all left the Subei camp. And it was when the situation in the Subei camp was in bad condition that it was normal for people to be distracted. It was not something that Xiang Shuai could control at all. And Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, given their personalities, would not blame Xiang Shuai. As long as you don't mind. Hearing what Jian Lucier said, Xiang Shuai smiled slightly and said softly, She is a woman with a very free and easy personality. Since Jian Lucier said he doesn't care, she won't keep worrying about this matter. Besides, just worrying about it is of no use. Actually, I quite hope that you will give me a chance to make it up to you, Xiang Shuai said. A hint of glamour suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes. Jian Lucier suddenly felt something in his heart. Although he didn't know if Xiang Shuai said that on purpose. He was probably overthinking it. Chapter 589 Shanghai Headquarters. Under Li Yusen's treatment, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were fine soon. Jian Lucier let them rest for a while, and then set off. Su Li's convoy led the way, followed by buses and tanks. In Su Li's original idea, he wanted to take the tank back. But he never thought it would be in such a way. As a person with superpowers and a strong body, he can naturally move now. However, it is impossible for him to recover his explosive skills for a while. Coupled with this feeling of obediently leading others, Su Li felt really depressed. Extremely. The convoy was driving on the road, heading to Shanghai headquarters. The so-called Shanghai headquarters is actually a luxurious mountain villa in Jinling. It has beautiful scenery and elegant environment. It has the feeling of a peach blossom garden in the downtown area. Before the end of the world, it was a place where even those with money might not be able to live there. However, after Shanghai occupied this place as his headquarters, he erected high walls outside and built many new firepower points. From the outside, the atmosphere looked very strict. At this time, the watchmen were already high up and saw a motorcade approaching on the other side of the street. If it were just a convoy, it wouldn't attract their attention, because there were convoys coming in and out of Shanghai headquarters every day. But the bus behind it is very eye-catching. Would anyone drive such a bus in the apocalypse? And behind the bus, what is that? A tank? One guard said in disbelief. How come there are tanks in Jinling? At this time, the motorcade was already roaring towards them. The tank crushed on the concrete floor, making a dull sound and leaving cracks. These people had only seen tanks in film and television works and news. But this was the first time they saw tanks in reality. Open the door! When the motorcade arrived at the gate, Su Li stuck his head out of the car window and said impatiently to the guards, It turns out it's Brother Su. The guards, who were worried and waiting, immediately relaxed when they saw Su Li appear. Brother Su, this is your trophy? One of the squad leaders asked his men to open the door and walked over to chat with a smile. Su Li had a cold expression on his face. He felt like he was being watched. Yeah. Su Li responded perfunctorily from his nose. It's amazing. Brother Su. It's amazing. It's amazing. Let me hang out with you anytime. I have no future guarding here. The team leader praised him repeatedly. At this time, the door opened. Su Li waved his hand impatiently and quickly let the car drive in. The words of the squad leader sounded really harsh. Until the bus and tank drove into the gate. The squad leader and his men were still looking at the car with emotion. Okay. Stop the car. A cold female voice suddenly came to Su Li's ears. Su Li's heart suddenly thumped. And then, he got out of the car honestly. Sure enough, his feeling was right. He was being watched all the time. Fortunately, he didn't do anything. Otherwise the body would probably be cold by now. Captain Jiang. Su Li came to the bus and waited for Jiang Lushi to open the door and get out. I have brought you to the Divine Sea. And I have done everything that needs to be done, Su Li said. Jiang Lushi nodded. Although they had already arrived at Shanghai, he still needed to find a warehouse. And preferably someone who could take charge in Shanghai. Such as the boss Su Li mentioned. But at this moment, Su Li's expression suddenly stiffened. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Lushi felt his pocket move. He looked down and saw Luo Luo's head popping out of his pocket, staring at Su Li in front of him with wide eyes. Jiang Lushi glanced at Luo Luo with some confusion. Why was this guy interested in Su Li? Then he looked up at Su Li and found that Su Li was looking at him intently. If you had killed Su Li before, you wouldn't have had to go to such trouble. You were really lucky that you didn't touch Su Li. Otherwise you would have been dealt with by then. Su Li's mouth suddenly said something shocking. He mentioned Su Li in this third-person way, which made Jiang Lushi feel a strange feeling for a moment. If it were before the end of the world, this situation would be hard to imagine. But after the end of the world, it would be easy to imagine. This can only mean that the person speaking is not Su Li. Spiritual superpower! Jiang Lushi was extremely horrified. Ran Shiyu didn't even notice this mental superpower? What? Su Li said also revealed a piece of information. Su Li might have been a bait, and he was targeting Jiang Lushi since the sneak attack on the tank. If Jiang Lushi had killed Su Li at that time, there might have been unexpected serious consequences. But Jiang Lushi didn't do this. So the other party simply used Su Li and asked Su Li to take Jiang Lushi and the others to Shanghai headquarters. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Lushi's mind instantly. He jumped back suddenly without hesitation. Almost at the same time, a roar suddenly burst out from Su Li's throat, and his expression became extremely ferocious. All the blood vessels in his body bulged, and he pounced on Jiang Lushi extremely quickly. Not only Su Li, but also other people in his team also rushed out with roars at this moment. Jiang Lushi was shocked. Infected? Su Li and his men all mutated into infected people. Moreover, only Jiang Lushi was under the car at this time. And he was extremely dangerous at this moment. This is the moment the other party has been waiting for. But no matter how insidious the spiritual superpower behind it was, he never thought that Jiang Lushi also had a mutant beast with him. Whoosh! Luo Luo jumped out of Jiang Lushi's pocket like lightning, puffed up in the air, and suddenly turned into a large ball, isolated between Jiang Lushi and the infected. Ah! The infected people headed by Su Li hit the ball directly before they had time to react and were violently ejected. At this moment, Jiang Lushi had already returned to the car. Whoosh whoosh! Luo Luo deflated instantly, quickly became smaller in the air, and turned into a jet arc, directly spraying himself back into the closing door of the base vehicle. Bang bang! The infected people threw themselves at the car door. But the door of the base vehicle was so strong that it was impossible for these ordinary infected people to break it open. At this moment, a burst of electricity suddenly flashed across the body of the car, and the infected screamed and were bounced away. Jiang Lushi turned around and looked at the infected people outside through the car door window. His face cold. He was almost tricked. What happened? Everyone in the car was stunned by this sudden change, and Ran Shiyu's face turned slightly pale. Chapter 590 Powerful Psychic Person. There are so many infected people. Song Hela was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. A good living person suddenly went crazy and turned into an infected person, with a terrifying look of wanting to eat people alive. What a shock to an ordinary person like her. The impact was too strong, especially when she saw so many infected people rushing to the car. She had already instinctively tried to hide behind them, even if they didn't break through the car's SHL immediately. Song Hela still felt terrified. It wasn't until she saw that Jiang Juing and others were calm, and that Li Yusen even dared to walk to the car door, that Song Helen managed to calm down a little, believing that the car would not be breached. That spiritual superpower has already controlled Su Li, and even discovered us earlier. For example, when we first entered Aura's Hill, Ran Shiyu said with a trembling tone. But until Su Li suddenly spoke just now, Ran Shiyu didn't notice the existence of another spiritual force around her. Su Li appeared, and Ran Shiyu suddenly sensed this spiritual power. However, this spiritual power gave Ran Shiyu the feeling of encountering a natural enemy, so much so that she still felt like she had not yet recovered. This mental power feels so cold. Touching it is like touching an ice cube. It seems like it will swallow up my mental power, Ran Shiyu said with great fear. Even just a feeling of being devoured by spiritual energy is terrifying. Since Su Li had been controlled for a long time, it was not surprising that this group of people suddenly became infected. This just shows that there is no need to investigate this plague. These infected people must be related to the Shanghai headquarters. Xiang Suihai Bingxue was smart and had already thought of this. These people actually create infected people artificially. In fact, when he saw the evolutionary fluid, Jiang Lushur had already felt that it might be man-made. Now it seems that the Shanghai headquarters might be the source. It is not difficult to think of the reason why the other party targeted Jiang Lushur and his party. I have an idea. I feel that Su Li and the others are stronger than the two infected people, a man and a woman, that I met before. And among Su Li's group of infected people, Su Li is the strongest. I even feel that. Many of the drugs flowing in the body are different from other infected people. Li Yusen stood in front of the door of the base vehicle. She put her hand on it through a seemingly thin layer of glass. The faces of the infected people outside were pressed against the glass, including Su Li's ferocious face. The evolution potion may have different concentrations. The stronger the superpower, the stronger the evolution potion it can withstand. Shanghai collects those mutated crystal nuclei, perhaps to make these superpowers stronger, so that they the mutated infected are also stronger, Li Yusen said. What Li Yusen said was the conclusion she drew from extracting the evolution potion and observing these infected people. She believed that what she said was inseparable. If she could extract the potion in Su Li's body now, she would be able to do so immediately. Draw a positive conclusion. Then why is this spiritual superpower targeting us? Zero asked with a frown. Jiang Lushur spoke in a deep voice at this time. Maybe he wants to turn us into infected people. Since the superpowers in Shanghai headquarters are all experimental subjects and may become infected like Su Li at any time, it is only natural to keep an eye on foreign superpowers. These superpowers at Shanghai headquarters still need to be cultivated with crystal nuclei. And Jiang Lushur and his team are very powerful superpowers themselves. And they are simply the best ready-made experimental subjects. The other party deliberately led Jiang Lushur and his party to the Shanghai headquarters, and then prepared a trap for them. Tricking me? Very good. I will find you out, Jiang Lushur said coldly with anger flashing in his eyes. The opponent was probably staring at them now. What he thought was about to succeed had failed because of Luo Luo and the strong defense of the base vehicle. At this time, Su Li suddenly raised his hands and aimed them at the base vehicle. Jiang Lushur suddenly had an incredible idea. Could this infected person still be able to use superpowers? At the same time, Jiang Juing had already reacted. She slapped her hand on the car body. Suddenly, a strong current flowed along the car body and knocked Su Li out instantly. With Jiang Juing around, even Su Li, who had become an infected person, was still playing tricks on Guangong when playing video games. If it wasn't enough, Jiang Juing wouldn't give him a chance at all. These infected people were obviously still affected by the mental superpower. Even if the electric current knocked them away, they still used various means to attack the base vehicle. If you want to fight so much, then let's fight, Jiang Lushur gave the order. Ending suddenly started the base vehicle. The huge base vehicle exploded at extremely fast speeds the moment it started, and then began to turn crazily and dexterously under Ying's superb driving skills. Bang bang bang. The infected people were thrown away by the base vehicle one after another, and then were severely hit by the base vehicle in midair. Being hit by a base vehicle is no different from being hit by a truck head-on. You will either be seriously injured or die on the spot. Although these infected people were stronger than zombies, they were still completely crushed in front of the base vehicle. The other party led them to the Shanghai headquarters, but they didn't expect their car to be so powerful. Brother Jiang, I can vaguely feel his location, Ran Shiyu said. When the mental superpower controlled the infected, he finally showed a flaw and was caught by Ran Shiyu. Okay, Let's go there now. Shadow, Jiang Lucier said, and jerked the steering wheel. And the base vehicle turned quickly, steadily and accurately, throwing away the last few infected, and then quickly rushed towards the direction sensed by Ran Shiyu. This mountain villa group covers a large area. The mountain itself is a large scenic spot. There are many resorts around the villa group. Base vehicles and tanks drove along the road inside, running wildly. However, the direction they were heading to was not the core area of Shanghai headquarters, but rather very remote. Soon, the base vehicle and tank arrived in front of a holiday village. This resort looks very quiet and safe. There were no other buildings here, but the mental superpower was not found. The base car arrived at the parking lot inside the resort. There were antique buildings on both sides, but whether it was the atmosphere or other reasons, the place felt eerie. That spiritual superpower may be hiding here, Jiang Lucier said. Jiang Lucier was about to force the opponent out directly, when a group of people suddenly walked out of one of the buildings. These people all exude strong power fluctuations. Chapter 591, Creation. Seeing this group of people appear, Jiang Lucier's expression did not change much. This is the headquarters of Shanghai. If Jiang Lucier dares to chase him, he will naturally be prepared for it. Film. Jiang Lucier was about to give the order for Ing to prepare to attack. But at this moment, the group of people separated, and a man in black walked out from behind them. After this person appeared, Xiang Shuihai and others frowned, feeling dizzy. They couldn't help but look at this person, but they couldn't see the other person's face clearly at all, and their thinking seemed to have become sluggish, as if they were drunk. Ran Shiyu's eyes condensed, and her gray eyes seemed to have countless stars twinkling in them. However, Ran Shiyu's face did not look good. As soon as this person appeared, terrifying spiritual energy enveloped the area, as if a spiritual force field had been opened. Ran Shiyu, on the other hand, struggled in this force field, supporting his mental power like a shield. As Ran Shiyu put up the mental shield, the impact on Xiang Shuihai and others finally disappeared. However, although they were no longer dizzy, they still couldn't see clearly what this person looked like. This feeling is really weird. He is clearly right in front of me. There is no cover on his face, and his facial features are not blurry. But I just can't remember what he looks like. It can only be said that this person's spiritual power is too strong and can affect people's perception. Jiang Lucier looked at the man in black with a solemn look in his eyes. Who is this person? And what kind of spiritual power is this? Is there such a strong person in the world now? At this time, the man in black spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in the ears of Jiang Lucier and others. Jiang Lucier, nice to meet you. There was a hint of smile in this man's voice, as if he was really greeting Jiang Lucier. Jiang Lucier was not surprised that the other party knew his name. He had been eyeing people in his group for a long time, so it was normal for him to know his name. Are you the boss of Shanghai mentioned by Su Li? Jiang Juing asked. The man in black smiled slightly. The boss of Shanghai? You can't say that. It should be said that Shanghai is me. Jiang Lucier frowned. What does this mean? The man in black said. In your opinion, Shanghai is an organization established by me, and people in Jiling City think so too. But in fact, Shanghai is myself, and the people in Shanghai organization are not my subordinates, but my children. My will is their will. As the man in black spoke, all the superpowers around him became ferocious. They spread out in all directions, surrounding Jiang Lucier and others in the center. Everyone's eyes became ferocious and bloodthirsty, as if same as those who are infected. Seeing this situation, Jiang Lucier suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly understood what the man said. You used this plague to control all of them? You guessed right. That's why I said Shanghai is me. In fact, my name is Shanghai. The man in black spoke slowly, and he walked towards Jiang Lucier step by step. But his position felt like he was in another space. There was an unreal feeling, and it seemed that he could not touch him at all. What kind of opponent is this? Jiang Lucier is extremely frightened. Why would such a person suddenly appear in this world? His strength is too strong. He alone controls the entire organization, making everyone in the organization his puppets. And his own mental power is so powerful. Could it be that he is a spiritual superpower who created that plague with his spiritual power and infected everyone with it? If this is the case, this person is too perverted. He is at least a level 3 superpower. Although the apocalypse has been around for so long, there are already a lot of second-level superpowers. But if there are third-level superpowers that far exceed the second-level superpowers, Jiang Lucier still feels unbelievable. What kind of adventure will he experience? To evolve to level 3? Did you create the blue life forms among the infected? Did you use the divine seed to collect zombie crystal nuclei just to evolve your puppets? Xiang Shuai asked angrily. People in the apocalypse have already there has been a lot of suffering. As a person with superpowers, it is enough to oppress ordinary people and dominate them. But to massacre survivors on such a large scale is simply pushing humanity to a dead end. The man in black chuckled lightly. It seems that you have discovered that those lovely blue elves are alive. It is not easy. Unfortunately, they were not made by me. How could I create such a perfect life form? It's just, as their breeder and disseminator, I have only gained their recognition. The words of the man in black made Xiang Shuai even more angry. This thing that could completely lead to the complete extinction of mankind was actually called a perfect life form. By the man in black? You are such a scumbag. Do you want the world to be destroyed to make you happy? The man in black shook his head. You don't understand. Your knowledge limits your imagination. We are not destroying the world, but regenerating it. The words of the man in black reminded Jiang Lucia of many madmen in movies who tried to change the world. But that was not the point. Jiang Lucia read a lot of information from the words of the man in black. You said you? Yes, it's us. The man in black nodded. I know you have a lot of questions. You can ask them. And I am willing to answer any questions you can. Because I admire you very much. Originally, I planned made you one of these people. But now I've changed my mind. Who are you? Jiang Lucia asked. Since you killed Han Yuan and defeated Luo Jiafeng, you should know the organization they're talking about. I can tell you now that this organization is called Chuang. The man in black uttered the word softly, his expression filled with yearning. So you are also a member of that organization. You are really everywhere. This was the first time Jiang Lucia knew the name of this organization. With just one word, he could feel the ambition of this organization. But Jiang Lucia wondered why this organization could develop so powerfully within a year after the end of the world began. The energy it possessed was too terrifying. After the arrival of the end of the world, those superpowers also had their governments. It exists in name only. Who has the ability to build such a large organization? However, the man in black answered this question himself without Jiang Lucia asking. He said, you are probably curious about what we rely on and how we developed. I can tell you that Chuang existed before the end of the world. In fact, we have been born for more than half a century. When the man in black said this, Jiang Lucia was shocked. More than half a century? This is longer than the founding history of many countries today. This world is far from as simple as you see. The existence of Chuang was originally a secret. Before the end of the world, Chuang controlled quite powerful power. The members of Chuang include large conglomerates. There are also powerful people in various countries. But most of these people are hidden behind the scenes, and you don't know it. For example, take me. The man in black said for a moment. I am a shareholder behind several multinational companies. My strength is not something I only possess after the apocalypse. I have already had it 10 years before the apocalypse broke out. Already. The words of the man in black shocked Jiang Lucia. These people. Have you mastered supernatural powers before the end of the world? From this point of view, this organization is far beyond my imagination. What do you know? Jiang Lucia asked coldly. If so many big figures can unite, this organization must have mastered something of great value. There are many things we know, some of which you can't imagine. For example, the outbreak of the apocalypse was something we predicted 10 years ago. If we are given more time, we will be more prepared. I can tell you directly, Chuang was born because some shocking discoveries were made during a scientific research activity more than half a century ago. And because of these discoveries, Chuang was born. Only those who are qualified to participate. Everyone's power. The financial resources are beyond your imagination. The so-called plague, this blue liquid life, was also a blue crystal that had been obtained during scientific research activities at that time. It was just more than half a century ago that the frozen life in this blue crystal could not be activated at all until the end of the world broke out. Our strength has further increased. Our life levels have evolved. And we have slowly unlocked these bound blue elves. And because I have the strongest mental power in the organization, I am the one who communicates with these blue elves. The man in black said unhurriedly. His words completely subverted the imagination of Jiang Juing and others. The end of the world. It had been predicted a long time ago. Yes, Jiang Juing then thought that before the end of the world, a lot of news had indeed been leaked. And the government was speeding up the construction of a safe zone. Many rich and powerful people were rushed to a safe zone in the days before the apocalypse broke out, including Ran Shi's parents. However, They mutated on the way and did not survive. At first, Jiang Zhuing did not think carefully about why the government predicted the apocalypse. But now she understands that the first person to know the apocalypse is Chuang. There is no airtight wall in the world. If someone knows about it, it will always spread. Or maybe Chuang did it on purpose. However, the time Chuang reserved for the world was too short. And even the powerful people had no time to evacuate completely. You have known about the end of the world. But you just sit back and watch so many people die. Even if you have no mercy, you still need the bottom of society to be ruled by you. Why don't you announce the news earlier and let more people survive? Even if it's okay to be your slave. Jiang Lusher asked. No ruling class would dislike having too many people under their rule. Only when there are too many sheep more will be sheared. The man in black smiled and said, what we want is to create a new century. Not just for power and rule. We got the power before the end of the world. Those humans who cannot adapt to the new century should be eliminated. Jiang Lusher. You probably don't know that the potential of human life is far greater than you imagine. Life is not just a bunch of chemical substances. Human beings have mastered various cutting-edge technologies and successfully landed on the moon in the 1960s. However, until the end of the world, all despite all the efforts of human science and technology, it is impossible to create any living life out of thin air. Not even the simplest bacteria. Technology can only synthesize viruses that are not alive at all, or use original bacteria as templates and inject artificial DNA. A bacterium is already so magical. Not to mention the complex human body. The human brain is far more sophisticated than any large computer. The human body is just a small fertilized egg, developed from just tens of thousands of genes. The magic in this is beyond your imagination. Human beings have such great bodies, but most of them do menial jobs. Eking out a living, grow old, and then be thrown into the incinerator and become a pile of fly ash after a few decades. It is really blasphemous. Humans should be gods. Jiang Lusher. Don't you think so? Although some people in the organization want to kill you. I admire you very much. Join us and become a member of Chuang. We will be sublimated to the level of life and become the gods of the world. We will complete the evolution of human beings. The truly perfect human beings should live forever and transcend reincarnation. Huh? You want me to join Chuang? Jiang Lusher was surprised. He didn't expect that this man in black would want to win over him and become a member of Chuang. Captain Jiang, please don't agree to them. Xiang Shuai hurriedly said that she was a person who hoped to establish a new order in the apocalypse and restore the life before the apocalypse. She deeply hated the anti-human organization, Chuang. Logically speaking, she didn't think Jiang Lusher would be interested in this kind of organization. But after hearing what the man in black said so much, she had to admit that many of the things he said sounded reasonable. And the evolution of life levels, especially immortality, the temptation of immortality, if it were true, it would be too tempting. In history, there have been too many people at the pinnacle of power who blindly pursue immortality. Forget it. People like Jiaqing who have not been in court for more than 20 years. But figures such as Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of Han, Tang Taizong, and Wu Zetian, who can be called emperors throughout the ages, cannot escape the temptation of immortality and seek immortality in their later years. Asked, wasting money and wasting the people. Especially Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, who allowed his people to say, everything that the sun and the moon shines on, and the rivers that cause it, is not the Han people. When faced with the temptation of immortality, his IQ dropped to a level that makes people feel sad. It's really sad. It can only be said that immortality is so coveted. Thinking of this, Xiang Shuai finally understood why Chuang was able to attract so many people with the highest power in the world to join it more than half a century ago. For people with power and wealth, what is more important than immortality? What about the obsession? Even before the end of the world, Xiang Shuai already knew that many scientists and scientific research organizations have never stopped researching on extending human life, such as the experiment on conjoined symbiotic mice, which is blood transfusion. Chapter 592 Matrix. Jiang Lusher was silent. He did not answer directly, but was thinking about what the man in black said. According to what the man in black said, the birth of Chuang originated from a scientific investigation. What exactly was discovered during this scientific investigation? To gather so many powerful people. Is this the way to practice superpowers? Blue liquid plague, black hole, apocalypse. Many things related to the discoveries of that scientific expedition had subverted the original world. It was difficult for Jiang Lusher to imagine that those things were created by humans. Maybe they came from extraterrestrial visitors? Or is it a civilization that perished in ancient times on Earth? Jiang Lushur subconsciously thought of the star seed. He was where he was today because of the star seed. But what was the star seed? There is no doubt that the star seed is the foundation of Jiang Lushur. Is it possible that the star seed has some connection with the foundation of the existence of creation? Or that they are originally hostile? Jiang Lushur thought a lot. His contact with Chuang gave Jiang Lushur a new understanding of this apocalypse. But there were also some things that were more complicated and confusing. Jiang Lushur, have you thought about it? There are now 11 members in Chuang. If you join, you will be the 12th member. The man in black spoke slowly. He believed that the words he said had enough weight. No one could refuse the temptation of youth, even if it was just a possibility. The stronger the person, the more greedy he was for life. 11 members? It turns out that there are only 11 people in the core of creation, Jiang Lushur said lightly. And at this moment, the base vehicle suddenly roared. Boom! A terrifying shock wave swept across all directions, and the base vehicle jerked backwards. A wave of air visible to the naked eye rushed towards the man in black. The speed of this air wave was several times the speed of sound, so that the water mist in the air instantly liquefied, forming a white cone. Air cannon! Jiang Lushur didn't give any reply at all and directly asked Ying to take action. Ignorant of good and evil! The man in black's face turned cold. At this moment, a strong man, with a height of 2 meters beside him, suddenly flashed in front of him. The strong man roared. His muscles surged, and the land in front of him suddenly bulged, forming a rock wall more than 3 meters high directly faced the bombardment of the air cannon. Pong! The power of the air cannon was so powerful that it instantly tore the rock wall apart. The airflow continued, and directly hit the chest of the 2-meter-old man. The 2-meter-tall man groaned. His body flew backwards. His ribs were broken, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. If an ordinary person was seriously injured like this, he would not be able to get up long ago. However, this big man actually struggled to stand up again, his eyes full of fierce light. His name is Warhammer, and he was also my subordinate in Northern Jiangsu. When I left Northern Jiangsu, he was already close to a level 2 superpower. I didn't expect that now he has joined Shihai and has become an infected person. Seeing the appearance of this big man, Xiang Shuai didn't know what it was like. The team she left behind were all transformed into infected persons by the man in black. They became the opponent's power, and were completely controlled by him. Moreover, these subordinates are obviously stronger. This play can greatly strengthen those with superpowers. When his name was called, the Warhammer seemed to react. He looked at Xiang Shuai, with murderous intent still in his eyes. Blood was still oozing from his chest, and his internal organs were obviously broken. Even if he received an air cannon, his body would be damaged. No matter how strong he is, there will be irreversible damage. Although he doesn't feel anything now, because his body is controlled. He will probably die as soon as this force passes. At the same time, behind Warhammer, 7 or 8 people took out firearms. Various Type 95s, AK-47 automatic rifles, and fire snakes are swallowing and spitting together. After these people are called infected, they can also use firearms skillfully. Boarding! Jiang Lushur shouted that was all for him and Jiang Zhuing. It was almost impossible for Ran Xiyu and Li Yusen to protect themselves under such a net of fire. But at this moment, a childish cry suddenly sounded, and a pink fur ball rushed directly towards the dense fire net. Luo Luo! Jiang Lushur was shocked when he saw Luo Luo suddenly expand and turn into a huge circular air cushion, and all the bullets poured directly on Luo Luo. Luo Luo! You? Jiang Lushur's heart tightened. Luo Luo actually used his own body to resist rifle bullets, and there were so many of them. Bob bang bang! The bullet hit Luo Luo and was bounced away. The warheads, which were severely deformed by the squeeze of the rifling, were shot out in all directions, and some almost returned the same way. 2 unlucky low-level superpowers were shot in the head by rebounding bullets. Snapped! The bullet penetrated the skull. Although the force was much smaller, the severely unstable bullet was enough to mess up their brains. The 2 of them fell to the ground without even making a sound. Not even the plague could support their completely dead bodies. Luo Luo! Since when did you have such ability? Jiang Lushur was surprised. Although he originally knew that Luo Luo's body was strong, it was too exaggerated to say that he could directly block bullets. She! Although Luo Luo turned into a large cushion, it still heard Jiang Lushur's praise amidst the intensive gunfire. It shouted proudly a few times. as if to encourage Jiang Lushur to praise it hard. Jiang Lushur was a little helpless. This guy. How long has it been? It should be the blue liquid that allowed Luoluo to evolve again. That blue life form can originally strengthen people with powers. It's not surprising that Luoluo has eaten so much. So it's not surprising that he himself has been strengthened. As Li Yusen spoke, she quickly got on the base vehicle. At this time, non-combatants like her would only affect the performance of her own people. Great! Luoluo, you did a great job. I'll add chicken drumsticks to your dinner tonight. Jiang Zhuing smiled. Her body had jumped up, and her whole body was shining with blue-purple electricity. 100,000 volts. The terrifying current, like giant pythons dancing wildly, filled the surrounding space in an instant. The shining light makes people blind, as if there is a sun rising on the ground. Its momentum is no less than that of an air cannon. At this time, the Shihai is no longer as big as the 2-meter-long man. A defensive superpower. Swish swish. These superpowers dispersed in a hurry. But some people were still hit by the lightning and fell to the ground. And some were completely burned. But just as the power grid approached the man in black, there was a sharp sound of a sharp weapon breaking through the air. And a black frisbee flew towards the man in black. He jumped directly onto the frisbee. The flying disc immediately flew upwards, carrying the man in black into the air. This is... Jiang Liushur's expression condensed. There was no power on the flying disc. It looked like a plate made of a special alloy. How could this thing actually fly? Think about those man-made individual aircraft. Equipment weighing dozens of kilograms, rocket injectors, and fuel tanks, which can only fly for a few minutes. It's mental power. The mental power of the man in black, who calls himself Shihai, is so powerful. He adds his own mental power to the flying disc and makes it float. Then he can stand on it and fly. Ran Shiyu explained quickly. Jiang Lushur was shocked when he heard this. Can his mental power be used like this? The man named Shihai shouldn't be strong on his own. After all, he is a spiritual superpower. He relies on controlling other infected minions and using spiritual attacks to fight. It would be great if we could attack his body, Ran Shiyu said again. As a person with spiritual powers, Ran Shiyu speculated on the fighting methods of the man in black. You say I'm not strong? The man in black laughed. I started evolution 10 years ago and had superpowers. In 10 years, I spent a lot of financial resources to grow my own strength. But I didn't. It's just known to the world. And you became superpowers after the end of the world. And you have just entered the gate of evolution. Do you think you can compete with me? You are so naive. Jiang Lushur, I still admire you very much. Since you don't want to join Chuang, then become my puppet. This way you can still serve me. Do you know that these blue elves I have carefully cultivated can also... There is a mother body that has been cultivated in creation for more than half a century. It finally woke up after the end of the world. I could not find a suitable host body for it until I met you. The mechanical transformation ability is simply perfect. Let me let you be the last resident body. As the man in black spoke, the aura on his body suddenly changed. He was like a dark king descending from the sky, the complete master of this space. The terrible pressure came overwhelmingly, and Jiang Lushur suddenly felt his mind tightening. He felt as if his soul had been separated from his body, and his consciousness could not control his body at all. Mental pressure. This is the spiritual realm of the man in black. Fill the surrounding space with your own spiritual power to form a sealed force field. In the force field, you can dominate all laws. This is the domain. Ran Shiyu's mental power can also form a domain. But it is obviously much worse than the man in black. At this time, in the dark domain of the man in black, Ran Shiyu also opened her own domain, hoping to resist the attack of the man in black. But her domain was just like a light in the dark night, unable to compete at all. At this moment, Jiang Lushur felt a fatal life and death crisis. If you lose control of your body, isn't it just at the mercy of others? Brother Jiang, I can't hold it anymore. This man is too strong. Ran Shiyu was sweating like rain on her forehead. Her strength had only grown for a year, and she was unable to resist the 10 years of accumulation of the man in black. At this moment, Jiang Lushur saw a blue light group appearing in front of the man in black. This blue light group kept shining. Seeing it, Jiang Lushur thought of the universe with a mass greater than the sun. A blue giant star that is dozens of times larger is a super monster that only has a lifespan of a few million years, but wildly throws away its own material, and finally ends its life with a supernova explosion. At this time, the blue light group in the hands of the man in black was like a blue giant star that had been shrunk countless times. Is that it? The mother of the plague. Chapter 593 Burning. After the blue light group appeared, the light around it was distorted. Perhaps it was not the light that was distorted, but the time and space. It seemed that the blue light group became a hazy piece, as if it was an alien. The entrance to space and time is general. Jiang Lucier, you will become my loyal subordinate and make up the most important part of my arc plan. As the man in black spoke, his whole body suddenly shone with light like the sun. In this light, his black hair stood on end, as if a third eye had opened between his eyebrows, and a surge of spiritual energy like an ocean poured down. Ran Shi, who used her own domain to fight against the man in black, was the first to bear the brunt. Her delicate body suddenly shook, and her pupils almost lost focus. The powerful mental impact directly made her vision black and her ears roaring. Ran Shi snorted, her mind and body almost being torn apart. She could no longer withstand the mental attack from the man in black. For a moment, everyone in the Shering team was shrouded in this powerful mental force field, and their thoughts seemed to be locked with heavy shackles, making it difficult to function. This feeling is as if my thinking speed has been slowed down 1,000 times. No matter what happens in the world around me, it is like a fleeting glimpse that I cannot catch, and my thinking that is too slow cannot control my body, and I can only watch as all this happens. You all have excellent bodies. You should all become my subordinates. Starting with you. The first person the man in black chose was Jiang Lucier. In the eyes of the man in black, Jiang Lucier is the core of the team. Jiang Lucier's superpower is also the superpower he wants most. As long as he controls Jiang Lucier, he controls the soul of the Shering team. The entire Shering team also all will be used for him. The man in black pushed it out with both hands, and the blue light ball came straight towards Jiang Lucier. Seeing that the mother body of this light group was about to sink into Jiang Lucier's body, life and death were at a moment's notice. Squeak! 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 Luoluo let out a scream, and its bulging body suddenly rose into the sky and rushed towards the blue light group. As a mutant beast, Luoluo's mental body was originally very different from that of humans. Although it was also controlled by the man in black, it was suppressed by the spiritual field. But it could still maintain a certain ability to move. However, with its current ability, it was impossible to attack the man in black flying high in the sky. At the last moment, it rushed towards the man in black. Blue light group. Luoluo! Seeing this situation, Jiang Lucier's heart tightened. Although Luoluo could swallow the blue life form, it was limited to low-level plagues, and the blue light group in front of him was the mother body of the plague. After all, Luoluo is just a mutant beast, although it is very special. Jiang Lucier never thinks that it can really swallow the mother of plague. If it rushes forward like this, it will probably lose its life. I don't want you. Go away! Seeing Luoluo about to collide with the blue life form, the man in black suddenly waved his hand. Boom! The ground below Luoluo suddenly exploded, and a huge boulder floated up and hit Luoluo. The mental power of the man in black has reached an incredible level. While he can maintain flight and such a powerful mental force field, he can also retrieve objects from the air and attack Luoluo. Pong! Rocks weighing thousands of kilograms hit Luoluo heavily, and Luoluo's body bulged. It actually turned its body into a balloon, because it was hit by the rock. Its body deformed violently, but it gritted its teeth and used all its strength. With the last of his strength, he stubbornly bounced back the huge rock. Huh? The man in black made a sound of surprise. He did not expect that that small body contained such powerful explosive power. But this didn't make any sense. With a thought in his mind, outside the force field, members of the original Shanghai took action. There are now only 5 core members of Shanghai left. These 5 people were originally powerful. After being infected with the plague, they have become stronger than ordinary second-level superpowers. When they attack together, Luoluo cannot bear it. Pong! Luoluo was directly knocked away, and it fell heavily against the wall of a tall building. Boom, boom, boom! A large area of the wall was collapsed by Luoluo, and at this time Luoluo had become sluggish. The impact it had just had consumed almost all of its strength. Luoluo! Jiang Lucier was anxious. He didn't know how Luoluo was doing. You still have the heart to worry about your little pet? You might as well worry about yourself. The man in black roared wildly, and the blue light ball descended on Jiang Lucier's head. Jiang Lucier shouted in his heart, and he unleashed all his strength. However, no matter how much he exploded, he could not break free from this powerful mental force field. Boom! The blue light united and blasted into Jiang Lucier's body. His whole body shook suddenly, and his whole body was bathed in the blazing blue light, as if his whole body was about to burn. Brother Jiang. Seeing this scene, Ran Shiyu's eyes were about to burst. She saw Jiang Lusher being infected in front of her. But she was helpless. This feeling made her worse than death. Ah! At this moment, Ran Shiyu bit her tongue fiercely until blood dripped from it. The huge pain made Ran Shiyu's slow thinking start racing again. She felt that her mental power was burning fiercely like a fire. Break it open for me! Ran Shiyu used all her strength to shout hysterically. Her voice broke and her voice soared into the sky. At this moment, Ran Shiyu's body ignited with flames. This was not a real flame, but a manifestation of her burning mental power. When her mental power was burning, the powerful mental energy even affected people's senses. So to the people around her, Ran Shiyu seemed to be enveloped in a layer of strange-colored flames. In the flames, Ran Shiyu's long hair was flying, and her gray eyes were shining, staring coldly at the man in black in the sky. Huh? The man in black, who had always been extremely confident and didn't care about Ran Shiyu's mental power, finally changed his expression when he saw this scene. This girl. She suddenly burst out with such terrifying power at this moment of life and death. She burned her own spiritual power. The man in black was extremely surprised. This girl's soul potential was far beyond his imagination. Boom! With a loud bang, the man in black's mental force field exploded. At this moment, Jiang Zhuing finally got rid of his mental shackles. Seeing Jiang Liusher's body covered with blue flames, Jiang Zhuing's eyes were like blood. Elder brother! She and Jiang Lusher have been dependent on each other since childhood. In Jiang Zhuing's heart, Jiang Lusher is her world and everything to her. I want you to die! Jiang Zhuing's eyes were filled with crazy murderous intent. Electricity flashed all over her body. She pulled out the long knife. The blue electric current wrapped around the long knife like a python, making a crackling sound. Her body was like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly towards the man in black. Chapter 594, Fierce Battle with the Divine Sea. The moment Jiang Zhuing rushed out, the surging current ionized the entire atmosphere. Even tens of meters away, people could feel the hair on their bodies standing upside down because they were all enveloped in the powerful electric field. Seeing this scene, the man in black was shocked. He did not expect that this girl had such potential. Her current burst of strength was several times stronger than before. Having such strength at a critical moment can be called a perfect fighting life form. But it also illustrates Jiang Liusher's position in this girl's heart. Tisk! Jiang Zhuing's long sword seemed to travel through time and space, and came in front of the man in black. This sword, with an indomitable spirit, was unstoppable. The man in black turned sharply and fell back. The frisbee seemed to be stuck to his feet, and he turned around like a shield to block the knife. Boom! The long knife struck the flying disc hard, leaving a deep mark on the flying disc, and the electric current wrapped on it exploded directly on the flying disc, like thunder and lightning flashing in the sky. At this moment, looking at the people in the sky, I was almost blind. And in the air, the muffled sound of the man in black came. His flying disc was found from the ruins. It was extremely hard, but it blocked the flying knives. But it could not completely block the current. Being hit by the electric current, the man in black was swaying in the air. The exposed skin on his body had multiple burn marks. His muscles were twitching and painful, and he couldn't even maintain his facial expression. The muscles on his face were constantly twitching. Okay, very good. I haven't been injured for a long time. The man in black regained his balance in the air, raised his height, and said slowly. At the same time, cement blocks flew up from the ground and surrounded the man in black. Ran Shiyu's pupils shrank slightly. She had previously judged that the man in black was weak, but now it seemed that he was much stronger than she expected. After all, the man in black has been a superpower for 10 years, and is one of the 11 members of creation. His body has been continuously polished, and it is natural for his physical fitness to become stronger. Very good. I'm very satisfied with your potential. The man in black looked at Jiang Zhuing and said. This girl was so strong that he almost fell into her hands. Now he had to raise his altitude to guard against Jiang Zhuing. These girls, together with Jiang Lusher, must be controlled together. Only in this way can they exert their strongest strength. Do you think we can't do anything to you now that you've flown high? Sister Zhuing, I'll send you up, Xiang Shuihai said. A strong wind suddenly appeared out of thin air around her, and then the strong wind swept Jiang Zhuing. With the help of this powerful wind, Jiang Zhuing's feet left the ground and flew into the air. Controlling the strong wind with all her strength is very tiring for Xiang Shuihai. And among them, Jiang Zhuing is undoubtedly the one who poses the greatest threat to the man in black. So it is most appropriate to send Jiang Zhuing up and let her control the direction of the wind. Jiang Zhuing came into the air. Electricity flashed all over her body, like a goddess in a thunderstorm. Her eyes were filled with blue electric current. At the same time, in her hands, thunder and lightning were gathering continuously, forming a bright light in front of her. The purpose of the power grid is to cover almost the entire sky. The man in black stood in the air, feeling tingling all over his skin. With the cooperation of the wind power user and Jiang Zhuing, he had nowhere to hide in the air. But at this time, the man in black did not show any panic. On the contrary, he showed a smile. Don't you love your brother very much? Let's see if you are willing to attack your brother. After hearing the words of the man in black, Ren Shiyu suddenly had a bad premonition. How dare you! Ren Shi reacted almost immediately. Her mental power burned fiercely, forming a mental shield around Jiang Lushi. However, in order to break through the mental force field of the man in black, she had already expended a lot of energy, and her face turned pale. To forcefully form a mental force shield again was completely overdraft. Her body suddenly swayed slightly, and she let out a soft groan, and a trace of blood flowed from the tinder out of the ears. Ha ha! You can't stop me! The man in black yelled angrily, and his mental power was like a black torrent, instantly rushing towards Jiang Lushi. The moment the black torrent rushed in, Ren Shiyu's mental shield suddenly broke. Her delicate body was shaken, and her eyes turned black. However, compared to the physical and mental trauma, Ren Shiyu's heart was more painful. No! The man in black was already sure of victory at this time. Jiang Zhuing and the potential of these girls made him feel afraid. So he decided to fight quickly to avoid long nights and dreams. And as long as the core of Jiang Lushi is controlled, everything will be over. Jiang Lushi has been infected by the mother body of my blue elf. When I control him, he will be my most effective assistant. The man in black said. People with superpowers who have been infected will be mentally defenseless. And after such a period of time, Jiang Lushi has obviously been completely infected. However, the moment the man in black's mental power poured into Jiang Lushi's mind, his expression suddenly changed. Jiang Lushi's spiritual light group was like a bottomless whirlpool, absorbing all his spiritual power. The man in black was extremely shocked. He looked at Jiang Lushi's appearance. Blue spots clearly appeared on Jiang Lushi's skin. Even his eyes turned blue, and the energy fluctuations he emitted became very strong. All this shows that Jiang Lushi is stronger than ordinary infected people, indicating that he has been infected by the mother's body. But why can't he be controlled? At this time, a strong suction force came from the vortex, constantly absorbing his spiritual power. The man in black was horrified to find that the vortex was like a swamp, completely sucking him in and devouring him crazily. Hold him. Jiang Lushi's eyes were fierce, but he did not completely lose consciousness. He seems to be somewhere between a normal person and an infected person. This situation has never been encountered by the man in black. He could feel that the mother body of the blue elf was moving rapidly in the blood vessels in his body. Logically speaking, it should enter Jiang Lushi's brain. Once the mother body was allowed to completely control the brain, Jiang Lushi would become nothing more than a container. There will be no resistance if there is a difference. But when the mother body came to Jiang Lushi's brain, it encountered an obstacle that could not be broken through at all, so that Jiang Lushi is still conscious. At this time, a low roar like a beast came from Jiang Lushi's throat. Chapter 595 Dark Flash. How is this going? Feeling the changes in Jiang Lushi's body, the man in black was extremely surprised. The mother of the plague was in Jiang Lushi's mind. He could clearly feel it with his mental power. But it seemed, there is a more powerful energy body in Jiang Lushi's brain. With the existence of this energy body, Jiang Lushi's brain is impenetrable and cannot be broken through. TSK, TSK, TSK! The blue light on Jiang Lushi's body became stronger and stronger. And the man in black clearly felt that the maternal life was fighting with the mysterious energy body in Jiang Lushi's brain. But he was gradually at a disadvantage. Then, something unexpected happened to the man in black. The members of the Divine Sea that he originally controlled, those who had successfully planted the infected bodies of the plague, their life fluctuations also became violent. Roar! A Divine Sea Level 2 superpower roared, and he punched another superpower in the chest, causing that superpower's chest to dent and vomit blood. Then the person with the superpower picked up a broken steel bar from the ground and inserted it directly into the back of the head of the person with the superpower who was vomiting blood. Seeing this scene, the man in black looked extremely ugly, because there was something wrong with the mother's body. The superpowers infected by the child plague actually lost control. At this moment, the man in black suddenly felt a strong life and death crisis. He suddenly turned around and saw Jiang Liusher's base vehicle starting up. The entire vehicle was emitting a black light. All the objects around the vehicle seemed to be distorted by the black light. The man in black's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with this energy. It was black hole energy. More than half a century ago, during that scientific expedition, they discovered a black hole. But that black hole was much smaller and possessed mysterious energy. Chuang spent decades but failed to thoroughly study it. It was not until the end of the world that a giant black hole appeared on the land of China. But this black hole was obtained by Jiang Liusher. Now the energy emitted by the base vehicle is exactly the energy of the black hole. Could it be said that the black hole was installed on the base vehicle by Jiang Liusher? What kind of method is it to combine a black hole with one's own mechanical transformation ability? The man in black suddenly realized that he had underestimated Jiang Liusher. Boom! At this moment, Jiang Liusher had landed heavily on the base vehicle. His body was still burning with blue flames, and he seemed to be unable to completely control his actions. His eyes were full of ferocity, and he did not look like a normal person at all. Rumble! The base vehicle roared, and the blue flames on Jiang Liusher's body were also attracted by the black hole and rushed toward the base vehicle crazily. The entire base vehicle trembled rapidly, like an awakening dragon. Use the power of the black hole to absorb the mother of plague? Seeing this situation, the man in black was shocked. Although Jiang Liusher was infected by the plague matrix, his brain was not invaded because of the protection of the mysterious energy body. Next, he used the black hole to absorb the plague matrix, and absorb the plague matrix, transferred from the mother's body. Once the mother body is completely transferred, it may even be absorbed by the black hole. The man in black has no idea what will happen then. But there is no doubt that that is definitely not what he wants to see. It is simply wishful thinking to devour the mother plague. The man in black shouted and invoked the mental force field again. In fact, it is not easy for the man in black to activate the mental force field at this time. People with mental powers consume a lot of energy when fighting. Using high mental power all the time can easily fatigue the brain. But the mental force field he just used was broken by Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu's mental power was less than 1/10 of his. But when Ran Shiyu burned her mental power regardless of the consequences, the power that exploded exceeded that of the man in black in an instant, which caused mental damage to the man in black. Next, Jiang Zhuing the attack even caused his body to suffer an electric shock. He didn't want to delay it any longer. As a person with mental powers, his physical strength was naturally much inferior to those with powers at the same level. If he wasn't careful, he would be left with serious injuries that were difficult to heal. The battle must be resolved quickly. Buzz! A powerful mental force field enveloped him, and his target was Jiang Liusher. This mental force field contained powerful mental attacks. Under this blow, Jiang Liusher would be severely injured and even affect his sanity. But there was nothing that could be done about it. This was much better than letting Jiang Liusher escape. But at this moment, the base vehicle at Jiang Liusher's feet roared. A huge gun barrel stretched out from the front of the car. This is the barrel of an air cannon. But after the barrel appears, it no longer breathes air, but breathes black light. In the surrounding space, black energy condenses into tiny light particles, and these countless light particles converge towards the barrel. At the same time, the blue flames on Jiang Liusher's body also filled the barrel. At the moment when the mental force field was about to cover the base vehicle, the gun barrel roared and emitted a dark energy beam. As soon as this energy beam appeared, it seemed to be the only one in the world, and even the sun seemed to be dim because of it. The surface of the black energy beam is also covered with blue energy flows. These energy flows are intertwined like a blood network. The combination of the two energy flows directly broke through the mental force field of the man in black. Then the energy flow continued unabated, rushing straight towards the chest of the man in black. What? The man in black was shocked. He controlled the metal plate under his feet and tried his best to dodge to the side. But at this moment, the man in black suddenly felt a strong suction coming from him, making it difficult for him to move at all. At the moment of life and death, the man in black felt a chill in his back. It was the first time since he became a member of creation that he felt such a strong life and death crisis. He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely to keep him awake, and at the same time burst out with the strongest strength. Call out! The black beam of light shot past the sky. The man in black tried his best to dodge at the last moment, but he still could not completely dodge. His entire right arm, including his right shoulder, was hit by the energy beam and exploded directly. Come! No flesh and blood left. There was a moment of loss of consciousness. And then, there was severe pain. The terrible pain was like a tide, making the man in black sweat dripping. He looked at the right side of his body in disbelief. The empty body starting from the right shoulder, and the blur of flesh and blood were like the taunt of death. The man in black felt like his head had been hit hard, and his ears were ringing. Is he disabled? Although, Chuang has obtained technologies that are beyond the current human civilization. Most of these technologies have not been thoroughly studied, and it is impossible to regenerate a broken limb. This means that he will only have one arm in the future. Jiang Lushi! I'll kill you! The man in black was furious. But at this moment, he once again felt a strong murderous intention. The terrifying electric field completely enveloped him at this moment. He turned around suddenly, only to see Jiang Zhuing appearing behind him with an indifferent expression. She stepped on the strong wind condensed by the fragrant snow sea, like a murderous god in the wind. Die! TSK! The long chain knife wrapped with electric light cut through the void and stabbed directly into the heart of the man in black. The distance is too close, and the long knife blessed with lightning is impossible to dodge. In the thin line between life and death, the man in black burst out with tenacious fighting power. He roared and grabbed the long knife with only his left hand, with the spiritual power blessing the long sword. He wanted to control Jiang Zhuing's long sword, but the blade was filled with electric current, blocking the mental invasion of the man in black. Puff! The long knife was inserted into the chest of the man in black. But after all, it was blocked and failed to penetrate the heart of the man in black. At this moment, Jiang Zhuing held the other end of the chain and turned on the power. The terrifying voltage penetrated the air, and the atmospheric molecules were ionized and turned into conductors. The man in black was bathed in electric light. Most people would not be able to throw the conductive objects in their hands when they encounter an electric shock. But this man in black is so mentally strong that even in this situation, he still pulled out the long knife from his chest and threw it towards Jiang Zhuing. At this time, all of Jiang Zhuing's physical strength was exhausted. The electric shock just now was caused by her overstretched physical energy. Now she had almost no strength at all. She watched helplessly as the long knife flew towards her. Without the blessing of electric current, her knife has been infused with mental power by the man in black. The long knife accelerated. Jiang Zhuing's pupil shrank. She couldn't dodge at all. She could only close her arms and use her arms to block it. She didn't want to die. She couldn't bear to leave her brother. Seeing the long knife flying towards Jiang Zhuing, almost cutting into Jiang Zhuing's arm, a fat figure appeared in front of Jiang Zhuing. It opened its body and directly blocked the long knife. Luo. Jiang Zhuing's heart tightened. Luo could block rifle bullets. Her body was considered invulnerable. This knife was caught by Luo with his soft body. Damn it! The man in black was shaking his head. If he were at his peak, he would have penetrated this monster with a long knife filled with mental power. But now that he has consumed a lot of mental power, he can't pull out the long knife. The man in black suddenly felt cold in his heart. He suddenly turned around and saw a woman in black touching behind him like a ghost. She held a dagger in her hand and slashed directly at his ankle. 0. She also relied on the strong wind of Xiang Suihai to fly into the sky. And then she used the force to jump up and came to the back of the man in black, tossing and turning in the air. Zero's body skills were brought into full play. Unlike Jiang Zhuing, she did not seek to attack the vital points of the man in black, but only sought to succeed. This was like a cat's attack, not seeking a fatal blow, but multiple attacks with sharp claws are enough to kill prey. Zero jumped up from below, and the closest thing was the feet of the man in black. The knife was so fast and sudden that the man in black couldn't react in time. Wipe! The man in black had the hamstring of one foot cut off. First the hand is broken, then the foot. The man in black was furious. He suddenly looked into Zero's eyes and initiated mental piercing. He was going to turn this girl into an idiot. But at this moment, bang! There was a gunshot. A sniper bullet penetrated directly into the man in black's eyebrows, and a cloud of blood mist exploded instantly. Chapter 596 The Infected Jiang Lushi. The AMR-2 bullet picked up the body of the man in black. If most people were hit in the head by sniper bullets, their heads would have exploded. But the head of the man in black still remained intact. However, the bullet still penetrated his brain after all, making the man in black's expression sluggish for an instant. The next moment, Jiang Zhuing's long knife and Ling's dagger were simultaneously inserted into the body of the man in black. The long knife penetrated the throat, and the dagger was buried in the back of the heart. The man in black's eyes were completely distracted. He seemed to still have the last bit of consciousness. He tilted his head unwillingly, and tried hard to look in the direction of Jiang Lushi. But his pupils had completely lost focus, and Jiang Lushi could not be seen at all. He never thought that as a member of Chuang, he would die here. Bang! The body of the man in black fell heavily. His clothes had been scorched black by electricity, and his body was covered with blood. His death was extremely miserable. Elder brother! Jiang Zhuing didn't bother to check on the man in black at this time. As soon as she fell from the sky, she hurriedly walked towards Jiang Lushi regardless of her completely exhausted strength. At this time, Jiang Lushi was half kneeling on the roof of the base vehicle. He was holding an AMR-2 in his hand. His expression was ferocious, and he seemed to be in great pain. Bamboo Shadow! Be careful! Ran Shiyu said. After experiencing the battle just now, Ran Shiyu was the most exhausted and injured. Her face was completely pale, and she couldn't muster any strength. But she still tried hard to speak and remind Jiang Zhuing. Sister Shiyu! You mean? Jiang Zhuing looked at Ran Shiyu. Her expression changed. Ran Shiyu's reminder made her realize a very bad possibility. You said my brother is infected. If Jiang Lushi becomes an infected person, Jiang Zhuing simply cannot imagine the consequences. No. Not sure. Ran Shiyu breathed hard. She was already very weak. Every word she spoke seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Brother Jiang, his mental power is very unstable, full of aggression. While Ran Shiyu was speaking, there was only a click sound. They looked at Jiang Lushi in surprise, only to see Jiang Lushi break the AMR-2 in his hand. Then his entire body rolled off the roof of the base vehicle. The high-strength alloy gun body was broken directly by Jiang Lushi with his physical strength. Various gun parts collapsed on the ground. Jiang Zhuing was stunned. The original Jiang Lushi could only transform the base vehicle. As for Jiang Lushi's body, he only evolved his brain. His shooting skills were accurate, and his speed was agile. But in terms of strength and physical fitness, Jiang Lushi is only stronger than ordinary people. Much worse than those with second-level powers. But now, breaking AMR-2 with bare hands, even for a power user, can only do that. This is obviously the power brought to him by the Mother Plague. Jiang Lushi was still affected by the Mother Plague. But why could Jiang Lushi attack the man in black before? If it weren't for Jiang Lushi, they might have been wiped out. Elder brother! Jiang Zhuing ignored Ran Shiyu's reminder and came to a place 5 meters away from Jiang Lushi. My brother is different from them. Jiang Zhuing said that she firmly believed this. Even if Jiang Lushi's eyes were full of violence, she believed that Jiang Lushi would not attack her. Or she was too concerned about Jiang Lushi that she no longer cared about it at all. A group of people looked at Jiang Lushi nervously. Jiang Lushi was in a very unstable state, like a wild beast that was about to go berserk at any time. Shiyu, do you have any idea? Xiang Shuai said that the person most likely to communicate with Jiang Lushi at this time was Ran Shiyu. Direct communication through mental power could comfort Jiang Lushi. However, Ran Shiyu was seriously injured, and his mental power could hardly leave the body. Ran Shiyu shook her head helplessly. Let me! Li Yusen got off the base vehicle. When she got off the base vehicle, she was very close to Jiang Lushi. Yusen! Xiang Shuai called out with concern. Although she and Li Yusen were love rivals, she didn't want anything to happen to Li Yusen. I'm fine. Brother John's ability to attack the Shanghai proves that he is still sane. Shiyu cannot use his own mental power, so I have to come. Although I am a doctor, I also rely on my mental power to practice medicine. He can also be considered as half a person with mental powers. Li Yusen slowly walked towards Jiang Lushi. She stretched out her hand and slowly tried to touch Jiang Lushi's body. Everyone held their breath. At this time, no one cared about their own safety. Ing had already got off the base vehicle, and together with Zero, they approached Jiang Lushi from behind, one from the left and the other from the right, for fear that if Jiang Lushi could not control himself, he would hurt Li Yusen or Li Yusen, he himself. Brother Jiang, I am Uxin. Li Yusen touched Jiang Lushi's hand very gently and cautiously. She is different from Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu can release her mental power, but Li Yusen can only better connect her mental power to another person through physical contact. She silently sensed Jiang Lushi's brain, and with Li Yusen's mental perception, she could see scenes that were difficult to see through any CT, X-ray, or MRI. Jiang Lushi was silent. He was still struggling, but he did not attack Li Yusen. Brother Jiang's situation is very complicated, Li Yusen spoke. I have studied those liquid lives. Those liquid lives invade the brains of infected people. They control the brain first, and then spread to the whole body of the infected body. But Brother Jiang is different. There seems to be something in his brain. A layer of energy film protected the brain. Although the maternal plague was powerful, it could not enter Brother Jiang's brain, and could only stay in Brother Jiang's body. However, it entered Brother Jiang's nerves. It seemed to want to pass through the spinal nerves and the peripheral nerves all over Brother Jiang's body, control Brother Jiang's body. Li Yusin's mental observation ability was extremely strong, and she quickly gave the reason. It would be unimaginable for a hospital to make such a diagnosis. Ying was slightly silent. Li Yusin didn't know the energy protective layer in Jiang Liusher's mind. But Ying knew clearly that it was a star seed. Because the star seed occupies Jiang Liusher's brain, other life forms will not be allowed to invade. With Xingzhong around, Yingbu was very worried about Jiang Liusher. I can try to take it out, but I'm not very sure. Otherwise, if the mother plague is given enough time, it might break through Brother Jiang's brain. Or it might just control Brother Jiang through his spinal nerves and body nerves. Li Yusin made up her mind and said that theoretically, controlling the spinal nerves and somatic nerves alone can completely control all a person's behaviors except thoughts. By then, even if Jiang Liusher's consciousness is still his own, it will be useless. However, it was too difficult to separate the mother body of the plague without damaging Jiang Liusher's body. Even during the separation, Li Yusin herself would be infected. But she could no longer care about that much. Chapter 597 Xiangxuai's decision. Yusin, please don't be impulsive. Did you see that the blue energy in Brother John's body was absorbed by the bus? Maybe that bus can absorb the mother plague. Seeing that Li Yusin was about to take the risk to save Jiang Liusher, Ren Shiyu said weakly that although she had been seriously injured before, she was mentally strong after all, and she observed every scene on the battlefield very carefully. Use the bus to absorb it. But how does it work? The only one who can usually control the base vehicle is Jiang Liusher. And besides that, it's Ying. Li Yusin looked at Ying. Ying, maybe Brother Jiang doesn't need your treatment. Ying shook his head. Huh? Jiang Zhuiying was stunned for a moment. Why? Brother Jiang can handle it by himself. How you know? Feeling. Ying said seriously, his tone unquestionable. Feeling? What's the use of your feeling? Although Captain Jiang is powerful, it is the mother body of the plague. What will happen if something happens to Captain Jiang? Hearing Ying say it was just a feeling, Xiang Shuai was not happy. At this time, no one dared to joke about Jiang Liusher's safety, and no one dared to predict what would happen to Jiang Liusher. Only Ying came to a conclusion based on his feelings. But she didn't expect that Jiang Zhuiying, who seemed to care about Jiang Liusher the most. After being silent for a while, she actually said, I believe in Ying. Zhuiying, you? Xiang Shuai was surprised. At this time, Ran Shiyu and Ling hesitated for a while, but neither of them objected. Even Li Yusin nodded. Ying is very mysterious. Ran Shiyu and others don't actually know her specific origins, but because neither Jiang Liusher nor Ying deliberately concealed it, they have made some vague guesses. There is a special connection between Ying and Jiang Liusher. They can communicate directly mentally without even going through Ran Shiyu. This is not a spiritual power. And among everyone, only Ying and Jiang Liusher can drive the bus. And the others cannot drive even if they are sitting in the driving position. Perhaps Ying, who has been silent, just driving silently, and even 24 hours a day in many cases, is the person who understands Jiang Liusher best. Shiyu, Yusin, maybe Brother Jiang wants you to take more care of him. Although Brother Jiang is not in danger, if he cannot control his body for a long time, he may still be injured by the mother of the plague. Ying added, Brother Jiang, I'll take care of him. What should we do next? Li Yusin asked. She was used to Jiang Liusher being the backbone in the past. But now Jiang Liusher suddenly couldn't take command, and she was a little at a loss. First, search the Shanghai base. They have collected so many zombie crystal nuclei to cultivate infected people. There must be a lot of valuable things. Take them all away, and don't leave them with him. Jiang Zhuiying said bitterly. It was all these bastards from Shanghai. Otherwise, how could her brother be infected? Sorry. If I hadn't said there was a plague in northern Jiangsu, Captain Jiang wouldn't have been implicated. Xiang Shuai said guiltily. Miss Xiang, don't blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. My brother originally decided to go to the Shanghai safe zone. Subei and Jiling are both must-pass places. Without you, we would still encounter Shanghai. Moreover, it is Shanghai focused on us first. This guy is determined to win over my brother. Even if we don't come, they will come. Although Jiang Zhuiying was nervous about Jiang Liusher, He would not blame Xiang Shuai for this incident. In fact, if it weren't for Xiang Shuai's wind power that made her and Ling float in the air at the last moment of the fierce battle with the Divine Sea, it would really have happened. The consequences were disastrous. The appearance of Xiang Shuai actually helped Jiang Lushi, which made Jiang Zhuing develop a good impression of Xiang Shuai.
Well, thank you, Zhuing,
Xiang Shuai whispered, and unknowingly, she felt that she had also integrated into this team.
By the way, Miss Xiang, what are your plans in the future?
Jiang Zhuing rolled his eyes and thought of this matter. Originally, Bo Shiying's team and Xiang Shuai believed that they were only traveling together temporarily, and that Xiang Shuai would eventually return to her own team in northern Jiangsu, establish a safe zone in northern Jiangsu, and realize her wish. But now, all her team members, who stayed in the North Jiangsu safe zone, have moved to Jinling, and are controlled by Shanghai. Now they are all in Jinling. Xiangshuai has lost its foundation overnight.
I don't know either. All my people are gone.
Xiang Shuai sighed and said faintly.
Then, Sister Xiang, why not? You might as well come with us.
Jiang Zhuing took a careful look at Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu, and changed their name to Xiang Shuai. Xiang Shuai pursed her lips. In fact, under the current circumstances, she certainly wanted to join the Shering team. After spending so many days together, she felt very comfortable in the Shering team. And she could also feel the Shering team. The mutual care between the members of the Shadow team comes from the heart. In the last days when everyone plots against each other, and is wary of each other, it is so rare to have such a pure land of human hearts. These girls alone made her feel happy to stay here. Not to mention Jiang Lushi. Thinking of this, Xiang Shuai blushed. She was willing to stay. But not everyone might be willing to accept her. The two people who originally liked Jiang Lushi were Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen. And together with himself, they almost had a mahjong table.
Xiang
Shuai was embarrassed to reply to Jiang Zhuing. But she didn't expect that Ran Shiyu would speak at this time. Her voice still weak.
Miss Xiang, stay. Your ability is very important. Otherwise, Brother Jiang may.
At this time, Ran Shiyu didn't think about her love rival at all. The only thing she thought about was Jiang Liushi's safety. Who knows if there will be people with superpowers who can fly in the future. If they can't attack the opponent, then they will become a target. But with Xiangshuai, this is no longer a problem.
Miss Xiang, if you are willing, you'd better stay. Our car is very lively. Well, it's too awkward to call you Miss Xiang. From now on,
I'll just call you Xiaoxiang. Or Xiang.
Li Yusen smiled, then she said that she naturally knew what Xiang Shuai was worried about. After today's battle, Li Yusen did not reject Xiang Shuai. As for the competition for Jiang Lushi, in this apocalyptic world, the first thing to do is naturally to survive. One more person means more strength. And the fight between them and
Chuang is probably going to be endless. Let's go to Shanai's base and celebrate Sister Xiang's joining tonight.
Jiang Zhuing said happily. With Xiang Shuai joining Shering's team, they can fight on 3 fronts: sea, land and air. Luo has also evolved into an invincible shield. They are getting more and more comprehensive and increasingly powerful. But when will my brother get better? Without Jiang Lushi, it feels like all this has lost its meaning. Jiang Zhuing shook her head and stopped thinking about it. She believed in Ying's guarantee that it was only a matter of time before her brother got better. Boom! The engine of the base vehicle roared and drove toward Shanghai base. Chapter 598: The Whereabouts of Weapons. Since Jiang Lushi was infected with the Plague Mother, the Star Seed protected Jiang Liushi's brain. He tried his best to keep the last trace of clarity in his mind and killed the man in black. But after that, Jiang Lushi lost his mind. Now he has lost consciousness and has fallen into a coma. According to Li Yusen's judgment after examination, this should be Jiang Liushi's brain self-protection. He just slept like this on the big bed in the owner's bedroom of the base. His face was always as pale as paper, and his sleeping appearance was anything but peaceful. On the contrary, he often frowned and the muscles on his face twitched, as if he was experiencing great pain. Generally, seeing this situation, Li Yusen was both nervous and distressed.
Shiyu, how are you? Are you feeling better?
Li Yusen asked Ran Shiyu, who was also a person with mental powers. Li Yusen knew very well that mental injuries were no joke. In this battle with Shanghai, apart from Jiang Lushi, Ran Shiyu was definitely the most seriously injured. She had been until very weak now. Ran Shiyu shook her head.
I'm okay. Maybe I can recover in a few days. Then maybe I can communicate with Brother Zhang's consciousness.
Ren Shiyu sighed softly when she said this. If I were stronger, I wouldn't be like this. Ren Shiyu was talking when she suddenly heard Jiang Zhuing's voice. We've arrived at Shanghai base. Originally, they thought that they would have to go through a battle to subdue the personnel stationed at the Shanghai base. But when they arrived at the base, they discovered that almost all the personnel stationed here were dead. Several of the corpses were twisted together, and they should have died from cannibalism. Jiang Zhuing shook his head. This was obviously the cause of the plague. The man in black who could control it died, and the mother plague failed to occupy Jiang Liusher's brain. As a result, these plague-infected bodies were uncontrollable. Without the man in black, the divine sea he built fell apart. Jiang Zhuing jumped out of the base vehicle directly. The Shanghai base was quite large. Jiang Zhuing didn't know the warehouse of Shanghai. If it was an underground warehouse, it would not be easy to find it. Now that the guards were all dead, it was impossible to find anyone to interrogate him. Jiang Zhuing rolled his eyes and said to Li Yusen, Sister Yusen, let Luoluo go. Li Yusen was startled for a moment, and then she understood what Jiang Zhuing meant. There was probably liquid life stored in the warehouse of the man in black. She let Luoluo go out with a smile. Luoluo puffed up and flew in the air like a small rubber ball. It circled around the Shanghai base for a while, twitching its little nose. Soon, Luoluo flew all the way through the air as if he had installed an automatic navigation system, and found a thick metal door. Luoluo licked her tongue and pointed behind the metal door with her little paw. Is this right here? Jiang Zhuing asked. Squeaks. Luoluo screamed. That expression is like a greedy puppy, which smells the breath of the plague. This door is thick enough. Jiang Zhuing touched his chin. The matter of opening the door was left directly to Ying. The base vehicle turned into a mining truck and collapsed the door and wall together. Boom! Just a loud noise was heard, and most of the reinforced concrete wall collapsed. After that, the base vehicle returned to the form of a bus and used its impact angle to separate the steel bars that were intertwined like a fishing net. In this way, Jiang Zhuing finally saw the scene in the warehouse. The warehouse was very large and looked like a secret laboratory. There were 10 long tables in it, and various instruments were placed on each table. On one of the tables, there is a special container placed in an open refrigeration freezer, which contains the blue liquid life. The liquid life stored in the warehouse by the man in black is obviously of unusual quality. Although it is far inferior to the mother body, it is still much more powerful than the liquid life extracted from the bodies of ordinary infected people. Squeak! Squeak! Seeing these liquid lives, Luoluo screamed excitedly. It almost pounced on them, but it was afraid of not getting Jiang Zhuing's permission, so it gave Jiang Zhuing a flattering look. Jiang Zhuing smiled and touched Luoluo's head. You glutton! The energy contained in these liquid lives is incredible. Eat it slowly, and don't eat it all. The remaining part will be used for UXIN's research. Jiang Zhuing also hoped that Li Yusen could research some information from these liquid lives and help Jiang Liusher regain consciousness sooner. After getting Jiang Zhuing's approval, Luoluo excitedly jumped on it and devoured it with big mouthfuls. Jiang Zhuing didn't care about Luoluo. She saw a safe in the corner. This kind of standard safe couldn't trouble Jiang Zhuing at all. She directly poured electricity into it with a long knife and split it open. Seeing the contents of the safe, Jiang Zhuing took a deep breath. The safe was full of mutant crystal nuclei. At least 60 or 70. Jiang Zhuing knew that the purpose of the man in black in establishing Shanghai was to collect mutant crystal nuclei. But Jiang Zhuing was still surprised by so many mutant crystal nuclei. She herself has never seen so many mutant crystal nuclei, and many large base cities do not have such a rich accumulation. Shanghai should have collected a lot of low-level crystal nuclei from ordinary zombies, but those crystal nuclei may have been used up. I don't know what he is doing with so many mutant crystal nuclei. Jiang Zhuing couldn't understand and didn't bother to think about it. She packed up all the crystal cores and took them away. As for other things in the warehouse, there was a piece of information that attracted Jiang Zhuing's attention. There are many descriptions of liquid life and plague mother bodies in this information, including weapons. Weapon! Jiang Zhuing's eyes lit up. Jiang Liusher went to Shanghai safe zone just to track down weapons, but they didn't know what weapons were. Jiang Zhuing took the information back to the car and began to read it carefully. However, what made Jiang Zhuing feel depressed was that this information did not introduce the weapon. She didn't even know what the weapon was, but only knew where the weapon appeared this time. It's not the Shanghai safe zone. It's island country. Foreign? Jiang Zhuing was stunned for a moment. She recalled Jiang Liusher's previous judgment about weapons. Jiang Liusher guessed that the Shanghai safe zone might just be a gathering place for Chuang, not the location of weapons. If so, Chuang may be planning to assemble in Shanghai, and then take a plane or boat from Shanghai airport to the island country. So that's it. From this point of view, according to the speed of Chuang, they may have already assembled in Shanghai and started to set off. Now to find weapons, we have to go to the island country. But the island country was thousands of miles away, separated by the vast ocean. Jiang Zhuing hesitated about such an important decision. She felt that she should go to Shanghai first. As for whether to go to the island country, she should wait until Jiang Liusher woke up before making a judgment. Then, they could go to sea directly from Shanghai. While Jiang Zhuing was thinking about it, she suddenly realized that the mutated crystal nuclei she had originally obtained on the base vehicle seemed to be losing energy silently. Jiang Zhuing was surprised. She picked up the mutated crystal core and took a look. She clearly felt that the energy contained in the mutated crystal core separated into a trickle and flowed continuously into the space. However, Jiang Zhuing's perception was limited, and she was unable to trace the direction of this energy flow for a while. At this moment, Ran Shiyu opened the door of the master bedroom.
Zhuing, the energy flow of the mutated crystal core you took converged on brother Jiang. My brother?
Jiang Zhuing was stunned for a moment. Jiang Liusher was actually directly absorbing the energy of the mutated crystal core? In this apocalyptic world, although mutant crystal nuclei are valuable and considered hard currency, she has never heard of anyone who can directly absorb mutant crystal nuclei. The military also invented the method of extracting the energy of mutant crystal nuclei through the research of scientists. Method used to make evolutionary crystals. Generally, people with superpowers can only eat evolutionary crystals to improve their abilities. It is impossible to directly absorb mutant crystal nuclei. Even some high-level mutant crystal nuclei are equivalent to poison through the intestines if eaten, and they may vomit blood and die.
Could it be the mother of the plague?
Jiang Zhuing quickly thought of this. Shanghai collected mutant crystal nuclei just to cultivate the plague. She also saw with her own eyes that infected people could eat crystal nuclei to increase their strength. Now that the mother plague is in Jiang Liusher's body, it's not surprising that it can directly absorb the energy of the mutated crystal nucleus.
What should I do?
Jiang Zhuing didn't know what to do for a moment. If Jiang Liusher could absorb the energy of the mutated crystal nuclei, Jiang Zhuing would of course bring all the mutated crystal nuclei to Jiang Liusher and absorb as many as they could. But the problem now is probably that the plague mother body is absorbing the energy of the mutated crystal core. This plague mother body is already difficult enough for Jiang Liusher to deal with. If it is made stronger, what will happen?
I don't know either.
Ran Shiyu shook his head. Who could predict the outcome of such a thing? This experiment cannot be carried out.
We can't take risks. Let's put away the mutated crystal nuclei first.
Jiang Zhuing was talking when he saw Ying coming over.
Wait a minute,
Ying said. She felt it carefully, and then said,
I don't know whether Brother John's absorption of the energy of the mutated crystal core is good or bad, but I can feel that Brother Jiang is very thirsty for this energy.
Hearing what Ying said, Jiang Zhuing was stunned.
Are you sure it's my brother who is craving for the energy of the mutated crystal core, and not that damn plague mother pretending to be my brother? I'm sure,
Ying said seriously. Ran Shiyu and Jiang Zhuing looked at each other, both hesitant. At this time, Li Yusen also walked out of the bedroom, and she said,
Zhuing, I can feel that Brother John's vitality is slowly increasing, like a fire, burning more and more.
Hearing what Li Yusen said, Jiang Zhuing took a deep breath and said,
In this case, we will trust Ying and try what will happen after my brother absorbs the mutated crystal core.
Jiang Zhuing said this, picked up a mutated crystal core, and walked towards Jiang Liusher's bedroom with Ying. Chapter 599 The Evolution of Jiang Liusher. In the bedroom, Jiang Liusher was lying on the big bed, his brows furrowed, as if he was having a nightmare. Jiang Zhuing looked at the unconscious Jiang Liusher and gently touched his cheek. Then, she handed the mutated crystal core to Ying, who carefully placed the mutated crystal core on Jiang Liusher's forehead. At this moment, a strange scene happened. The mutated crystal core slowly melted like a heated jelly bean. The mutated crystal core gradually merged with Jiang Liusher's forehead, making it difficult to separate. Jiang Zhuing could feel that the energy in this crystal core was slowly being absorbed by Jiang Liusher. In about 20 minutes, the energy of this mutated crystal core was absorbed. It completely lost its luster, and then turned into powder and shattered. Ying picked up the second mutated crystal core and carefully placed it on Jiang Liusher's forehead.
Next, the same scene happened again. But this time the energy was absorbed faster, and it was absorbed in just over a quarter of an hour. Ing continued to place the mutated crystal core between Jiang Liusher's eyebrows, consuming one mutated crystal core every 10 minutes. If an ordinary team saw this consumption rate, they would be so distressed that they would vomit blood. This is burning money. But for the Shering team, nothing is more important than Jiang Liusher waking up. And these mutated crystal nuclei are naturally not worth mentioning. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed, and more than a dozen mutated crystal nuclei turned into fly ash. Brother John's body is changing, Li Yusen said. There was a hint of joy in her words. She had actually discovered it a long time ago. But she only said it after repeated confirmation. Although Li Yusen did not know that there was a star seed in Jiang Liusher's brain, and she was not sure whether it was the plague mother body or Jiang Liusher that absorbed the mutated crystal nuclei. At this moment, she basically confirmed that the series of changes in Jiang Liusher's body were all directed towards bright side. The rhythm of his heartbeat became slower, but every beat was like the beating of a war drum. Very powerful. His breath became more and more steady. His breathing became longer and longer, and the vitality of every cell became stronger. And some cells were undergoing further differentiation. Li Yusen even saw that as Jiang Liusher's body, the energy flow of the mutated crystal core resulted in the emergence of energy channels. These energy channels appeared in blue and purple, intertwined like a network. Could this be the legendary meridian? Li Yusen thought of this. According to rumors, meridians are channels for the circulation of qi. Humans have essence, energy, and spirit. Essence is the physical body, and spirit is the soul consciousness. However, qi is the most elusive and difficult to describe. If we insist on saying it, this so-called qi is actually energy. She used to think that these were just legends, but now the existence of spiritual power has been confirmed, and Jiang Liusher has changed like this again. At the end of the world, the evolution of life on Earth has shown that life is far more complex and profound than she originally understood. The changes in Jiang Liusher's body have attracted everyone in the car, including Xiang Xuehai. All the girls are silently paying attention to Jiang Liusher. They have a vague premonition that Jiang Liusher may be undergoing an evolution. This evolution is more thorough than that of ordinary superpowers. Just when Ing placed the 16th mutated crystal core between Jiang Liusher's eyebrows, Jiang Liusher seemed to have encountered something painful and began to tremble. Elder brother! Brother Jiang! Several girls suddenly became nervous. No one knew what would happen next. At this time, the only calm person was Ing. She was focused and resolutely placed the 16th mutant crystal core carefully. In response, Jiang Liusher's body was shaking more and more violently. His muscles began to spasm, and the veins on his forehead were slowly protruding, like strips of earthworms. A few minutes later, as the 16th crystal core was absorbed, Jiang Liusher's skin began to turn red, and his pores began to sweat. Jiang Zhuing nervously touched Jiang Liusher's forehead and withdrew his hand as fast as lightning. So hot! Jiang Zhuing's face changed color, and she had a high fever that was so hot that her hands were hot. What kind of concept is this? The temperature must be at least 40 or 50 degrees. Most people die early like this. Ing, is it really okay? Xiang Xuehai asked worriedly. But in response to her question, Ing didn't speak at all. She just looked at Jiang Liusher with all her attention, as if everything in the outside world didn't matter to her. She only had Jiang Liusher in her eyes. Jiang Liusher absorbed this 16th mutated crystal core very quickly. When the mutated crystal core turned into fly ash, Ing Yiren picked up the 17th mutant crystal core. Xiang Xuehai felt that her heartbeat had skipped a beat, and Ing was too courageous. Although she didn't talk much at ordinary times, she was really decisive when doing this. The 17th mutant crystal core was once again attached to Jiang Liusher's forehead. At this time, Jiang Liusher's body was like a cooked prawn. His whole body was red, and what came out of his pores was no longer pure sweat, but streaks of blood. Seeing this situation, Xiang Xuehai covered her mouth. Sweating and bleeding are fine, but Pianying has already put down the 18th mutant crystal core. Not only Xiang Xuehai, all the girls held their breath. Jiang Liusher's body was shaking more and more violently, and the veins on his forehead and arms swelled to the point of almost bursting. In addition to bloodshot blood, his pores also began to overflow some dirt. There are more and more of these filthy things, appearing gray and black, and there is a faint smell. But at this time, the girls present had no intention to care about this. They were all nervous about what would happen to Jiang Liusher. At this time, Jiang Liusher's body suddenly shook violently. And then he became completely quiet. He fell into a deep sleep again. This time, he no longer frowned or suffered in his sleep, and seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Shadow let out a long breath and finally stopped, touching the sweat on her forehead. Ying seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. Xiang Shuai found it difficult to understand. Ying's fighting power was also very strong. And just now, she just placed a dozen mutated crystal nuclei on Jiang Liusher's eyebrows. How come it consumed so much? How did she know that when Ying was releasing the mutant crystal core, her mental power was always in contact with the star seeds? And she paid close attention to all the subtle changes in Jiang Liusher's body through the star seeds. She was not a mental power user like Li Yusen. And she wanted to do it, it was all too forced for her. Brother Jiang is okay for the time being. But it's still early to wake up. Maybe he will sleep for a long time. I'm going to rest. Ying's face looked a little pale. She stood up and walked out of the bedroom, leaving several girls looking at each other in the bedroom. What to do next? Jiang Liusher is now covered in filth. Because Jiang Liusher's body temperature was too high just now, and some filth was evaporated, forming a layer of ash scab that condensed on Jiang Liusher's skin, giving off a faint smell. Is this the legendary cleansing of essence and marrow? They naturally didn't think anything about Jiang Liusher's nervousness just now. But now, the girls with slight mysophobia inevitably felt that they couldn't bear it anymore. If Jiang Liusher was in coma for half a month, wouldn't he be so dirty? By then the whole car will have this sour smell. Li Yusen picked up a towel and wiped Jiang Liusher's body. But Jiang Liusher's clothes were soaked through and full of filth. Naturally, the towel couldn't wipe him. Li Yusen coughed dryly. Should I give Brother Jiang a bath? When Li Yusen said this, the girls were stunned for a moment. Who should give Jiang Liusher a bath? I'm afraid Jiang Liusher's clothes will be lost inside and out. It would be embarrassing to take a bath with such impeccable clothes. I said, Shuing, why don't you wash it? Li Yusen suggested. Me? Jiang Zhuing's already big eyes opened even wider. He is my brother. Do you think it's appropriate? It's just because of your brother that we are suitable. We are even more inappropriate. Didn't you take a bath with your brother when you were a child? After being exposed by Li Yusen, Jiang Zhuing said in embarrassment. I have washed it. But that was when I was in elementary school. How can I do it now? Elementary school? When you were in primary school, you took a shower with your brother? Li Yusen pursed her lips and said teasingly. This sentence made Jiang Zhuing blush. She and Jiang Liusher had both lost their parents and grew up clinging to each other. Naturally, their relationship was deeper than that of ordinary siblings. However, Jiang Zhuing was insecure when she was a child and was particularly clingy to Jiang Liusher. She even pestered Jiang Liusher when taking a bath. She washed it until she was in the second grade of elementary school. Later, due to Jiang Liusher's righteous insistence, she finally stopped washing it. At that time, he didn't think anything was wrong. But now that he was suddenly teased by Ran Shiyu, Jiang Zhuing naturally blushed. Sister Yu Xian, please stop teasing me. You are a doctor and my brother's nurse. Of course, it is the nurse who bathes my brother. It is not my turn. Speaking of this, Jiang Zhuing suddenly thought of something and laughed evilly. Besides, there are other reasons for letting you wash. When Jiang Zhuing said this, Li Yusen suddenly had an ominous premonition, feeling that Jiang Zhuing had become a peasant and started singing. You, what are you talking nonsense about? You're not talking nonsense. If you have to tell me, this is your best chance to take advantage of my brother. Jiang Zhuing couldn't help laughing when he said this. And now it was Li Yusen's turn to blush to the root of her neck. Why are you taking advantage? You, a little girl, don't learn well at a young age. What are you thinking about? It was no secret that Li Yusen liked Jiang Liusher, but she still couldn't handle it when it was revealed in public. Thinking of this, she quickly pulled Ran Shiyu into the water. Her best friend was the one who pulled him in to block the gun at critical moments. Shiyu, it's appropriate for you to wash. You are the most considerate and the best at taking care of others. Ran Shiyu likes Jiang Liusher, and everyone naturally knows it, which makes Ran Shiyu extremely embarrassed. I'm not feeling well yet. My body is not recovered, and my energy is limited. I'm afraid I can't wash well. Among these girls, Ran Shiyu has the thinnest skin. How could she do such a thing? If she and Jiang Liusher were alone, she would just close her eyes and do it. But now there are so many people watching. At this moment, Xiang Shuai spoke. Isn't it just a bath? It depends on how much you push it around. If you don't want to take a shower, even if it's no matter how big the problem is, just let me take a shower. It just so happens that I also have the wind power. Well, You can also blow dry it naturally after washing it.
Hearing Xiang Shuai's words, Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu were stunned. Don't you feel shy if I tell you? Besides, who said we don't want to wash it? We're just embarrassed. Okay. Li Yusen was the first to be unable to sit still. If she kept giving in, it would be okay. Maybe after Jiang Lushur entered the bathroom, he would be banged directly by Xiang Shuai. Who would they find to reason within?
I just thought about it. After all, I am a nurse. I still have to take care of Brother Jiang. It is also my job to bathe the patients. I should take the bath. No, I can do it. When I was a child, I worked carefully and made sure to wash Brother Jiang's hair cleanly and clean every pore.
Xiang Shuai will not give in. Li Yusen's face turned red. Yaosho, do you really have no sense of shame at all? You are a girl. Is it really okay for you to say such a righteous thing about giving an adult man a bath and making him clean? But at this time, she couldn't give in just because she was shy. She quietly poked Ran Shiyu's waist with her finger, signaling to Ran Shiyu that she and Ran Shiyu were on a united front. Ran Shiyu's face turned red to the back of her ears before she opened her mouth. But seeing Li Yusen keep poking herself with her fingers, she could only hold back her shame and said,
Actually, I can also wash it. Although my body is weak. But I can still use my mental power to explore Brother Jiang's physical condition. Then, how about we give Brother Jiang a bath together?
Xiang Shuai blinked and said. Li Yusen was dumbfounded when she heard this. Damn it. Is this kind of operation still possible? She thought that what Xiang Shuai said just now was explosive enough. But she didn't expect that there was something even more explosive. 3 girls bathed an unconscious man. The scene was so beautiful that Li Yusen couldn't even imagine it. But even if the 3 of them take a bath, Li Yusen feels better. Otherwise, who knows what Xiang Shuai can do? She has to watch Xiang Shuai.
Then, let's start washing.
Xiang Shuai said. Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu were both stunned. How could this be as simple as eating in Xiang Shuai? As for Jiang Zhuing, he just smiled evilly.
Sister Zhuing, do you want to come with me?
Xiang Shuai blinked and said. Jiang Zhuing quickly shut up and stopped laughing. Although she was usually carefree, she was still an innocent girl. When she really drove a car, she couldn't beat Xiang Shuai.
You guys wash slowly. I'll stay out of the way.
Jiang Zhuing hurriedly ran away holding her IPD. For a moment, apart from Jiang Lushur, only Xiang Shuai, Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu were left in the room.
Just when Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu didn't know how to start, Xiang Shuai started to take off Jiang Liushur's clothes. First the shirt, then the pants. These clothes can hardly be washed out and are almost thrown away. There is really no shortage of clothes in these post-apocalyptic days. There are a lot of famous brand clothes in various shopping malls, both inside and outside. As long as you have the ability to rush if you pass through the zombie swarm, you can get everything. And this is naturally not a problem for the Shurring team. Chapter 600. Half asleep and half awake. Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu made some moves, but finally left the matter of taking off their clothes to Xiang Shuai. It was difficult for them to take off their clothes. In fact, although Xiang Shuai sounded like she was not afraid of anything when she spoke, her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her thoughts when she actually took off Jiang Liushur's clothes. She was still very nervous. It wasn't until Jiang Lushur took off his clothes, packed them, and threw them out of the window that Xiang Shuai said to Ran Shiyu.
Shiyu, go put some hot water on it.
Ran Shiyu hurriedly put the water in. After the water was put in, Xiang Shuai used a wisp of wind power to make Jiang Lushur float into the bathtub. Then, Xiang Shuai picked up the towel and began to bathe Jiang Lushur seriously. She washed everything meticulously, from her arms, body, to thighs. However, when her eyes inevitably glanced at an important part, Xiang Shuai's fingers would tremble slightly. Seeing this situation, Ran Shiyu's whole face was filled with fever. She stood beside the bathtub in a daze. Although she had a towel in her hand, it didn't even touch the water. She just stood there stupidly, her mind already blank. However, after observing for a long time, Li Yusen was not to be outdone. She finally took a towel and helped Jiang Lushur wipe his body. Taking a shower this time was like a big battle. During the whole process, the 3 women's hearts beat faster and their breathing also increased a bit faster, until the washing was almost finished. Jiang Liushur's key parts were not taken care of. In fact, even Xiang Shuai didn't have the courage to wipe it with a towel. But fortunately, it was somewhat clean after being in the water for a long time. When the bath was about to end, Ran Shiyu hurriedly exited the bathroom. But Li Yusen persisted until the last time to dry off and put on clothes. She was determined to look at Xiang Shuai, fearing what she would do to Brother Jiang. Ying said that the 18 mutated crystal nuclei just used up in one breath have reached the limit of Brother Jiang's body. Maybe in a day or two, Brother Jiang will digest the crystal nuclei. In other words, every time in the future in 2 or 3 days, Brother Jiang will have to absorb some mutant crystal nuclei. When Jiang Lushi, who had just changed into clean clothes, was sent out by Xiang Shuai using his wind power, Ran Shi whispered that she had just communicated with Ying. Li Yusen was stunned when she heard this. Then don't we have to help Brother Jiang take a bath every time? Yes, Ran Shi said in embarrassment. But when Xiang Shuai heard it, she obviously didn't think it was something hard and embarrassing. But she seemed to. Faintly happy? Seeing Xiang Shuai's appearance. Li Yusen said, from now on, we can divide the work. Next time Xiao will be in a team with me. And next time I will be in a team with Ran Shiyu. Xiang Shuai was startled when she heard this. You wash it every time? Of course. I am Brother Jiang's full-time nurse. I am responsible for Brother Jiang's health. So naturally I have to follow him every time. Li Yusen raised the corner of her lips. Naturally, she was worried about Xiang Shuai when she was with Xiang Shuai. As for being with Ran Shiyu, she felt that Ran Shiyu was so shy that she might not be able to finish washing Jiang Lushi in 2 or 3 hours by herself. Li Yusen's prediction was good. In the following time, every 60 hours, Ying would bring mutant crystal nuclei for Jiang Lushi to absorb. Except for the first time when it was 18. After that it was about 12. And every time after absorbing the mutated crystal nuclei, Jiang Lushi discharged some filth from his body. So he naturally had to take a shower again. But as time went by, Jiang Liushi's body excreted less and less dirt. And Jiang Liushi's skin began to become more and more perfect. As delicate and smooth as a baby's. At the same time, his muscle lines became more and more obvious but not exaggerated. As if they were carved from beautiful jade. Chapter 601. Chapter 602 The Changes in Jiang Lushi Part 1. Brother, you finally woke up! When Jiang Lushi walked out of the bedroom door, Jiang Zhuing jumped directly into Jiang Liushi's arms. During the days when Jiang Lushi was unconscious, Jiang Zhuing was really worried. Although Ying had ensured that Jiang Lushi could wake up, Jiang Zhuing was still uneasy. She couldn't imagine what the situation would be like without Jiang Lushi. I've been sleeping for a long time, which makes everyone worried. Jiang Lushi touched Jiang Zhuing's little head. Jiang Lushi took Jiang Zhuing out of the car. At this time, Zhang Hai and Sun Kun also gathered together. They were holding a barbecue party to celebrate Jiang Liushi's awakening. Ha ha ha! I just said that Brother Jiang is so blessed and so lucky. How could anything happen? By the way, Brother Jiang, how do you feel now? I heard that you absorbed more than 30 mutated crystal nuclei during the past few days when you were in coma. What is the concept of more than 30 mutant crystal nuclei? Even if ordinary superpowers know that they can evolve after eating these crystal nuclei, they would not be willing to eat them. Besides, who can absorb so much energy? And who can absorb it directly? Mutated crystal nucleus? I absorbed more than 30 mutant crystal nuclei? Jiang Lushi was stunned. He had been immersed in endless dreams during the days he was unconscious and had no idea what was happening to him. Brother Jiang, you don't know yet? We got a lot of mutated crystal nuclei from the annihilation of Shanghai before, and Ying gave you most of them to absorb. Is there such a thing? Jiang Lushi looked at Ying, who nodded. Brother, remember that you entered the mother body of plague before, and after you absorbed so many mutant crystal nuclei, your body excreted a lot of filth. It is also for this reason that Shiyu, Yusen and Sister Xiang helped you take a bath. Jiang Zhuing said with a bad smile. Li Yusen and Ran Shi were extremely embarrassed when they said this. This girl went too far. Although it was not a secret, it was too embarrassing to say it in public. Sun Kun and Zhang Hai quickly pretended not to hear, and the two of them moved the barbecue grill in a tacit understanding to prepare the skewers. Sister Xiang? Is it Xiang Shuai? Jiang Lushi was stunned for a moment. He looked at Xiang Shuai. Well, Xiang Shuai also took a bath for himself. It seemed that he owed more and more romantic debts. He had a conscience in heaven and earth. He had always been undisturbed. He had treated Li Yusen before. I thought it was a dream when I started fighting with Ran Shiyu. I fell into a coma and provoked 3 girls at once. I felt a little confused. Xiang Shuai chuckled. Brother Jiang, you haven't said what's going on with your body yet. After absorbing those mutated crystal nuclei, girls will be jealous of your current skin, body,
Jiang Lushur lowered his head and looked at his hands. He remembered the scene when he hugged Ran Shiyu just now. Ran Shiyu, who weighed nearly 90 kilograms, could hardly feel the weight. He originally thought he had just woken up, and his touch was a bit confusing. Thinking about it now, it must be the reason why he absorbed more than 30 mutated crystal nuclei. Li Yusen said, "Brother Jiang, you broke off an AMR2 before. At that time, you had just been infected with the maternal plague and had not yet absorbed the mutated crystal nuclei. I have studied those liquid lives. After they enter the human body, they will first parasitize the brain, completely controls a person's central nervous system. But in your case, Brother Jiang, the plague matrix failed when it entered Brother Jiang's brain and could only stay in Brother Jiang's body. I have been observing with my mental power these days. Brother Jiang's body. My feeling is, Brother Jiang's body is merged with, or absorbed, the matrix of the plague." Li Yusen expressed her judgment and mentioned Jiang Lushur's physical problems. Li Yusen became focused and ignored her previous shyness. "Oh, am I fused with the matrix of plague?" Jiang Lushur looked at Ying again, and Ying nodded. Ying's mental power is connected to the star seed, and she understands Jiang Lushur's situation best. She knows that Jiang Lushur has changed a lot in the past 10 days. "Brother, this is information collected from the Shanghai headquarters. It contains descriptions of the abilities of infected people." Yu Xian said, "Brother, you may still be an infected person in a certain sense, but you are completely different from those infected people. Take a look. These are the information," Jiang Zhuing said, and handed all the information she collected to Jiang Lushur. This thick book of information was packed in a folder. It contained not only information about the infected, but also information about creation, and even a brief introduction to the scientific expedition more than half a century ago. Seeing this, Jiang Lushur took a deep breath. This information is of great value. Chapter 603 The Changes in Jiang Lushur Part 2. The information Jiang Zhuing obtained contained too much useful content. But at this time, Jiang Lushur had no time to take a closer look. He turned to the information section about infected people and started reading. This liquid life comes from the remains of that scientific expedition. According to Chuang's speculation, it comes from the vast universe beyond the Earth and is completely different from the life form of the Earth. Such organisms have no cellular structure, and their life solvent is different from Earth's. All life on Earth, regardless of animals, plants, bacteria, or fungi, has only one solvent for life, and that is water. Some organisms can survive without relying on air, sunlight, or organic matter. They can survive only on some iron powder and sulfur. However, they are absolutely inseparable from water. All living things on the Earth are no exception. Even viruses, including DNA. Both those and those without DNA also need water as a solvent to complete reproduction. But this kind of liquid life, its life solvent is liquid methane. According to Chuang's speculation, this kind of life form was bred from a very cold planet. The temperature is around -170 to 180 degrees all year round. There are lakes, rivers, and even oceans on the planet, with thunderstorms, rain and snow. But all rivers, seas, and rain are liquid methane. Chuang has even thought about sending this kind of liquid life to distant planets in the solar system by satellite to test whether they can reproduce on a large scale. This kind of liquid life bred under extremely low temperatures has condensed very powerful energy. However, the temperature on the Earth is too high and is no longer suitable for them to survive. Their thinking on the Earth is very slow, and they can only penetrate into humans by infecting them, in his brain and spirit, and then remotely controlled by the man in black through his mental power. Because the energy in their bodies can give these infected bodies powerful abilities. After an ordinary person becomes an ordinary infected body, his strength can be increased 7 to 8 times. His speed can be increased 3 to 4 times. And he also has a very powerful ability to resist blows, as long as the head and heart are not injured. Most other injuries are not fatal, and will heal slowly. But now, what Jiang Lushur was infected with was not an ordinary plague, but the mother of the plague. According to Chuang, all other liquid life forms were differentiated and cultured from the original plague mother body. Even the man in black is not very clear about the power possessed by the mother plague. But now, the plague mother body was defeated in the battle with the star seed and has been fused with Jiang Lushur's body. When Jiang Lushur first woke up, because the sensory stimulation was too great and he was busy applauding for love, he really didn't feel his body carefully. Now that he calmed down, Jiang Lushur suddenly discovered that his body felt it's no longer the same. He could find that there was a blue energy in his body. Although he could not see it, he could clearly feel it. Just like ordinary people can feel that they have hands and feet. Jiang Lusher even had a feeling that he could control this energy. He tried to stretch out his hand and spread his palm flat, following Jiang Lusher's thoughts. Dots of blue light condensed in Jiang Lusher's palm, slowly forming a small ball of light. This light group started from the size of an egg and slowly grew, emitting a dazzling blue light, like a burning blue sun.
This is...
Jiang Zhuing's eyes widened.
Mother of Plague!
When the man in black took out the plague matrix, Jiang Zhuing was deeply impressed. It was exactly the same as the blue ball of light summoned by Jiang Lusher in front of him.
Brother Jiang, have you controlled the Mother Plague? This is incredible,
Li Yusen said in surprise that most people are controlled by the plague. But Jiang Lusher can control the mother body of the plague.
This shouldn't be the Mother of the Plague. I can feel that this is my energy body.
Jiang Lusher interjected and said that the original consciousness of the plague mother had been completely erased. And now this blue life form had actually been assimilated into his body and became a part of him. Just like hands and feet. Inseparable. This is your own energy. As the blue energy in Jiang Lusher's body continued to surge out, the blue light group staying in Jiang Lusher's palm was already the size of a fist. Li Yusen was also observing Jiang Lusher's physical condition at this time. And she suddenly discovered that all the blue energy was flowing according to inherent channels. The structure of these channels was like an intertwined network. Li Yusen could see clearly that when Jiang Lusher absorbed the mutated crystal nuclei and washed away the essence, the energy flow trajectory completely coincided with the current one. These networks, that is, the legendary meridians. This change surprised Li Yusen. There is no doubt that the current Jiang Lusher is completely different from any other superpower.
Huh? It's already the limit.
Jiang Lusher found that when the remaining blue energy in his body was extracted to a certain extent, he could no longer use the energy in his body. He could gather the blue energy. The limit is the size of a fist.
Brother Jiang, how do you feel?
Ran Shiyu asked.
I don't feel much. But as I summon this blue energy, I feel like my body is not as strong as before.
At this time, the blue ball of light had completely stabilized and could float autonomously in the air. Jiang Lusher turned to look at a military jeep that Zhang Hai had brought not far away. He walked towards the jeep, reached out and grabbed the rear of the jeep. And then Jiang Lusher exerted all his strength. The jeep shook a few times, and the rear wheels were easily lifted off the ground by Jiang Lusher. This kind of jeep only weighs 2 to 3 tons. If you only lift the rear end, you only need to carry about 1.5 tons. Jiang Lusher lifted the jeep with only a small amount of effort. When he thought, the plague matrix suspended in the air began to separate countless blue light particles and converge into Jiang Lusher's body. As this scene happened, Jiang Lusher felt that his power was growing rapidly. He held the bottom of the jeep and lifted the entire jeep up. Even Jiang Lusher didn't find it difficult to reach this level.
Brother Jiang, you are so fierce,
Xiang Shuai said in surprise. It is difficult to exert force on such a big jeep. If you don't control it well, you will lose your balance. But seeing Jiang Lusher do all this very easily, this means that the limit of power is far beyond that. Jiang Lusher put the jeep down. He could feel that he should not only increase in strength. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Energy gathered on Jiang Lusher's fist, completely covering Jiang Lusher's right hand. Then, Jiang Lusher aimed at the door of the jeep and punched it.
Boom!
There was a loud bang. The jeep body shook violently, and the entire door was smashed through by Jiang Lusher. The sharp metal pieces that broke out could not hurt Jiang Lusher's energy-wrapped fist at all. Seeing this situation, Jiang Lusher was pleasantly surprised. He didn't use much force in the punch just now, but because of the blue energy package, his fist had such unparalleled penetrating power. This energy is amazing. Jiang Lusher raised his left hand again, which was also wrapped in blue energy. Then he swung out his fists one after another, opened his bow left and right, and a car door was smashed in the blink of an eye. Seeing Jiang Lusher's strength, Xiang Suihai's eyes were full of little stars. Brother Jiang was too strong. Not to mention that Brother Jiang also had a huge bus.
Brother Jiang, that's the Hummer I finally found.
Zhang Hai's heart was bleeding. Brother Jiang had turned into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was like playing to dismantle the jeep with his bare hands.
You already have tanks. What kind of jeep do you want?
Jiang Lusher smiled. Shanghai had been blamed earlier, and Zhang Hai must have found enough diesel fuel, so there would be no problem in continuing to play with the Type 99.
Brother, you are so strong. If you meet that guy who stepped on a piece of iron and flew around in the sky again, why don't you beat him up?
Seeing Jiang Liusher's strength making such a leap, Jiang Zhuing said happily. Jiang Liusher nodded.
We should be able to fight. But the man in black also said that there are 11 members of Chuang. The Shanghai we killed. His strength lies in mental control. He can control a group of younger brothers, but its own combat power may not be strong. And other people in creation, especially those who specialize in combat power, should be stronger than Shanghai.
Ever since he knew the origin of Chuang, Jiang Liusher had a sense of crisis. Chuang has existed for half a century, and they should have mastered some advanced technology. The members of Chuang were at least 10 years ago. They began to strengthen themselves. They already had extraordinary strength, but they only started a year ago and had to catch up.
Brother, the people who created it should have gone to the island country. The weapons are there,
Jiang Zhuing said.
Island country.
Jiang Liusher pondered for a moment. The weapon that Chuang values so much, no matter what it is, must be very extraordinary. And since they and Chuang are already fighting to the death, this weapon cannot be allowed to be obtained by Chuang, even if this weapon is in the island country.
Speaking of which, I haven't been out of the country yet.
Jiang Liusher suddenly smiled. Hearing Jiang Liusher's words, Xiang Shuihai and others opened their eyes in surprise.
Brother Jiang? You mean? Brother, we are going to the island country,
Jiang Zhuing said. She had never been abroad before the apocalypse. Even though it was the apocalypse now, she was traveling across the ocean, which still gave her a sense of adventure. Of course, it goes without saying that there are dangers on this road.
Yes.
Jiang Liusher nodded. He had already made a decision. I don't know what the post-apocalyptic island country is like now. In fact, before the end of the world, Jiang Liusher had no interest in going to the island country. And now it is just for weapons. But when it came time to make a decision, Jiang Liusher was still a little concerned about the apocalyptic situation abroad. Although he already knew that the virus outbreak was global, he just didn't know if it would be worse in other places. Chapter 604 Heading to the Island Country. At this time, Zhang Hai showed a hesitant look. After a while, he made up his mind and walked over to Jiang Liusher and said,
Brother Jiang, I have something to tell you. What's the matter?
Jiang Liusher asked. He glanced at Zhang Hai, then suddenly glanced around and saw a girl standing not far away. Song Helu? That senior sister from Jiang Zhuing? Song Helu's face showed a hint of uneasiness and shyness. Seeing Song Helu's expression and Zhang Hai scratching his head, Jiang Liusher understood immediately. He smiled, reached out, and patted Zhang Hai on the shoulder.
Not bad. Zhang Hai, I didn't expect you to be sneaky and actually take down the girl. No. Still pursuing.
Zhang Hai quickly waved his hand.
Anyway, congratulations first. You can be regarded as an old tree blooming,
Jiang Liusher said. Zhang Hai said depressedly.
Brother Jiang, I'm only in my early 30s.
Jiang Liusher understood that Zhang Hai specifically told him this matter because he didn't know what to do. So he came to ask for his opinion. Bring Song Helu with you? But going to an island country is inherently dangerous, and taking an ordinary person with you is too cumbersome. Zhang Hai couldn't even ask for such a request. Moreover, Song Helu still had her father and a group of survivors here, and she would not be willing to just leave with Jiang Liusher and his group.
Otherwise, let's do this. You and San Kuan can stay.
Jiang Liusher pondered for a while and said, there is no way for their Type 99 tanks to be transported to the island country. But leaving it here is a waste.
Stay.
Zhang Hai was stunned for a moment. He had not thought about it. Jiang Liusher smiled and said,
It's not like we went to the island country and never came back. So you don't need to look like this. Yes. Just stay here and take care of my senior sister peacefully.
Jiang Zhuing suddenly emerged from behind Jiang Liusher, blinked and said meaningfully. She knew Zhang Hai's character, and having him take care of Song Helu made Jiang Zhuing happy for Zhang Hai and gratified for Song Helu. Zhang Hai is a straightforward man after all. Now that Jiang Liusher has said so, he will no longer be coy, especially after seeing the terrifying strength Jiang Liusher showed just now. Zhang Hai was full of confidence in Jiang Liusher and his party's trip to the island country. Even if he went, the help he could do would be limited.
Then I will stay and build a rear area for Brother Jiang,
Zhang Hai said.
That's fine.
Jiang Liusher nodded. If there is a place like a base, you can let your relatives and friends live here, and the base vehicle serves as a fortress.
And it's not just Jiang Lushur himself. The girls in his car, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. They also have people close to them. These people are impossible for Jiang Lushur to take with him. And they happen to be able to live in the base. However, Jiang Lushur didn't want to establish any base city. His base was just a base for these close people. At this time, Jiang Lushur noticed another person. It's just that this person was miserable. Jiang Lushur even thought about it for a while, before he remembered who this person was. Luo Jiafeng? Commander Luo, who used to be so powerful and majestic in the past, is now as dirty as a beggar and has changed beyond recognition. I'll leave this person to your disposal, Jiang Lushur said. No problem, Zhang Hai agreed. As for what Zhang Hai planned to do with Luo Jiafeng, Jiang Lushur didn't bother to ask. In this way, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan stayed in their Type 99 tanks, while Jiang Lushur and others took the bus to Shanghai. Jiang Lushur had already been to Shanghai once after the end of the world. When he saw the Shanghai safe zone for the first time, Jiang Lushur was shocked. But now, all the way there are ruins. The highway that was once developed is now full of skeletons, traces of explosions, and abandoned vehicles. During the evacuation, it is unknown how many people died on this road. However, this time Jiang Lushur and his party will not go to the Shanghai safe zone. According to the information written in the document, Chuang has a headquarters in the island nation of Edo Castle. So Jiang Lushur plans to go directly to Edo Castle. The bus arrived at a dock in Shanghai, which was full of freighters and containers, but empty, leaving the Yangtze River estuary. You will enter the East China Sea. As soon as Jiang Lushur saw the wide river surface, he first thought of the huge water monster he saw in Jinling. However, the current base vehicles also have certain combat capabilities on the water, and Jiang Lushur is confident. By the way, do we have anyone who knows how to sail a boat? Xiang Shuihai suddenly asked. In fact, she had wanted to ask this question for a long time. But seeing Jiang Lushur running all the way here, she felt that it was impossible that Jiang Lushur had not considered this question. But until it was almost time to set off, she still didn't see that Jiang Lushur had found an old captain or something. So she finally couldn't help but ask. Jiang Lushur smiled mysteriously and pushed Ing out. This is our captain! As the steward of the base vehicle, Ing not only has excellent driving skills, but when the base vehicle transforms into water mode, she can drive a boat with ease. Ing, you are so powerful! Xiang Shuihai couldn't help but say. As a new member who had just joined and Jiang Lushur's woman, Xiang Shuihai not only had a good relationship with every girl, but also talked with Ingpan. But the frosty shadow only made her feel mysterious, and no one knew the origin of the shadow. Xiang Shuihai didn't care much about this. Jiang Lushur trusted Ing, so she trusted him, and she didn't care too much about the mysterious things about Jiang Lushur. At this time, the base vehicle rumbled and then headed towards the water. Seeing this scene, Xiang Shuihai's eyes widened. Ah! The car! It's okay! Sister Xiang. Jiang Zhuing covered her mouth and smiled, as the front half of the base vehicle had entered the water. At this moment, the front of the base vehicle began to deform, quickly transforming into a streamlined boat, which landed in the water with a bang, splashing countless waves. This? Xiang Shuihai looked at the missile boat in surprise, and then a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. She had seen this missile boat when she was in northern Jiangsu. After that, the missile boat disappeared, and then Jiang Lushur's base vehicle appeared again. But at that time, these were Jiang Lushur's matters, so she didn't ask any more questions. Only now did she know that this bus could be turned into a missile boat. She already knew that Jiang Lushur's power was a modified power, which was really amazing. As the base vehicle transformed into a water missile boat mode, on this abandoned dock, the base vehicle became the first ship to be launched after the apocalypse. At this moment, Jiang Zhuing, including Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen, were both excited and a little scared. Today's water is a strange and dangerous area for humans. But because they were sitting in the base car and Jiang Lushur looked calm, they felt at ease. Soon, the base vehicle made a roaring sound, drew a long white line on the water, and headed towards the vast sea. Before the end of the world, there were many cruise ships and cargo ships sailing back and forth between the Shanghai Sea and the island countries. From Shanghai to the island country, it usually takes 2 to 3 days to arrive. But now is the end of the world, and the situation in the water is very complicated. Even Jiang Lushur is extremely cautious when he goes out to sea, and Ran Shiyu is always paying attention to the surrounding situation with his mental power. Fortunately, her mental power was not affected by the water.
and she could clearly sense the conditions underwater. With Ran Shiyu's early warning and the flexibility and high speed of the base vehicle, they avoided many dangers along the way. There were even unspeakable behemoths in the sea, and even Ran Shiyu did not dare to use her mental power to get close, lest she disturb those giant beasts. The base vehicle passed quickly and quietly across the sea and slowly approached the island country. The territory of the island country consists of 4 large islands and thousands of small islands, with a population of more than 100 million. The Edo castle that Jiang Lushur and his party are going to is the largest city and economic and political center of the island country, with a population of nearly 40 million. One of the most populous cities in the world. A population of 40 million sounds like a symbol of high prosperity before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, only 2 words will come to mind: zombies. There are so many zombies that are terrifying. Chuang actually established its headquarters in Edo Castle. It must have sufficient strength to be able to establish a foothold there. Chapter 605 Sister Gun. The missile boat had been sailing on the sea for 4 days, and Jiang Zhuing suddenly shouted excitedly, "I saw land!" All of a sudden, everyone ran to the deck. In the distance, a coastal city appeared on the horizon. But to be precise, it was actually just the ruins of the city. When the missile boat approached the city, broken glass, blackened bloodstains, and collapsed houses could be seen everywhere. Like China, the island nation has not been spared at all from this apocalyptic catastrophe. The missile boat drove all the way to the shallow sea area, and Jiang Lushur was not afraid of running aground. When the bottom of the boat touched the sediment on the seabed, Ing had already transformed the base vehicle into a mining truck form. A mining truck weighing more than 160 tons, driving in 2 meters of seawater. The water was washed away by the huge body of the truck, making it stable. When we actually arrived at the beach, the mining truck turned into a bus and drove directly to the coastal beach. Seeing this situation, Xiang Shuai couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Liushur's car was simply invincible. It was amphibious. It was so comfortable to have such a mobile residence in the apocalypse. "What city is this?" Jiang Lushur asked, and Jiang Zhuing shook his head, although they prepared a detailed map of the island country before coming. Without GPS positioning, the map was useless. The bus drove all the way to the urban residential area. There were road signs everywhere on both sides of the road. The signs were basically written in Chinese characters. Even Jiang Lushur, a layman of the island's Mandarin, could understand the meaning of most of the road signs. "This is Waka Prefecture," Ran Shiyu said. She saw the word on the road sign, which was still a simple Chinese character. "We are about to arrive at Waka, which is considered the east coast of Honshu Island." Ran Shiyu said to the map that although the west coast of the island country is closer to China, it is blocked by the Korean peninsula, and the east coast of the island country is not farther than the west coast. Looking at the map, Jiang Lushur nodded. "We will start from Waka County and go to Edo. As for the communication issue, I will rely on you, Shiyu." Ran Shiyu knows a lot of Mandarin, which is very easy for Chinese people to learn. As long as you memorize 50 sounds, you can read Mandarin. As for the meaning of the language, because of the interoperability of Chinese characters, it is much easier to master than English. Generally, people with some language talent may be able to master some basic conversations in Island Mandarin through self-study and elective courses. However, Ran Shiyu's Island Mandarin level is higher, and she can communicate proficiently. Jiang Lushur was not surprised by this, because Ran Shiyu was originally the princess of the Ran family business and a top academic figure. She studied for an MBA in the United States at the age of 20, ran the family business, and learned some Mandarin in her spare time. This is its normal. After all, Ranka Group has business cooperation with the island country. Ranka Group is a manufacturing company, and the island country's lathes are world famous. Many of Ranka Group's imported lathes come from the island country. "Brother, there's me too. My island Mandarin is pretty good too," Jiang Zhuing said with a smile. Jiang Lushur rolled his eyes. He was surprised to learn that Jiang Zhuing also knew some island Mandarin. In Jiang Liushur's impression, Jiang Zhuing didn't work hard at all in his studies. He only spent 2 days fishing in 3 days. Tianta.com usually crams for exams. How could this little girl know Taiwanese Mandarin? Later, Jiang Lushur figured out that Jiang Zhuing took the Island Mandarin elective at Jinling University and taught himself some simple Island Mandarin for the convenience of watching anime, especially the raw meat anime that he had no time to translate. Jiang Lushur was also drunk on this motive. This girl simply didn't act according to common sense. But now it was convenient. With 2 people who knew the island's Mandarin, Jiang Lushur was not afraid that he would not be able to communicate with people when he came to the island country. While a few people were chatting, the base vehicle had already entered the city. Except for Edo, the buildings in the island countries generally have low floors, with only 3 or 4-story buildings and some wooden houses. This is related to the building habits of the island countries. It is said that they do not want their houses to be blocked by high-rise buildings from the sun. After entering the city, Jiang Lushur felt that the streets here were relatively narrow, especially for large vehicles like base vehicles, which were a bit crowded. From time to time, there are still some abandoned vehicles piled up on this road, so that the base vehicle has to use the corner to pick these vehicles away. The main roads have not been opened, which means that even if there is a team of survivors in Waka County, their strength is not very strong. Otherwise, these roads would have been cleared long ago. Brother Jiang, there is a situation ahead. At this moment, Ing suddenly said. Jiang Lushur looked up and saw a school-like building at the end of the street ahead, and the road sign was also marked with the words, Tongxue Road. It's a middle school, Ran Shiyu said. Yes. Jiang Lushur nodded. What Ing mentioned was actually a group of corpses of about dozens of people. This group of corpses was pouring towards the school and soon surrounded the school. Ran Shiyu opened her mental vision and quickly detected the situation in the school. There are survivors in the teaching building. A total of 6 people. If you guessed correctly, this school is their stronghold. When they went out to look for food, they accidentally attracted a group of corpses. And one of the corpses happened to have a few the intelligent mutated zombies have invaded the teaching building with their zombie hordes. And the survivors have been forced to the top floor. While Ran Shiyu was talking, the bus had already arrived in front of the school, and Jiang Lushur could see clearly the appearance of the corpses. Most of these zombies are office workers. Most of the men are wearing suits, while the women are wearing shirts and uniforms. However, after such a long time, those uniforms have long been torn, revealing messy underwear. The zombies howled unconsciously and rushed to the top floor. Seeing that the 6 people were desperate, they could only fight with the zombies. But judging from their appearance, it was obvious that they had no chance of winning. But at this moment, Jiang Lushur was surprised to find that the 6 survivors threw a rope from the top floor of the teaching building. One end of the rope was fixed, and then the 6 survivors climbed down from the top floor along the rope. The location they climbed down to was on the side of the teaching building, where there were very few zombies. Huh? There is still such preparation. Although this team of survivors seemed weak, they were prepared for a rainy day and seemed to be ready to escape from the top floor. There were 3 boys and 3 girls among them, all wearing the uniforms of the island country's middle schools. The boys had small suits and the girls had sailor skirts. Although the apocalypse has been going on for so long, the clothes of the 6 survivors are still neat. One of them is a girl who is very agile. She not only takes care of others to prevent them from falling from the rope, but also holds a long knife and rushes to the front. Hack and kill zombies. This girl looks to be about 16 or 17 years old, and her strength is considered the best among first-level superpowers. While fighting, the girl protected her classmates and left first, while she took the initiative to stay behind. At this time, the mutated zombie on the top of the building had discovered the escape direction of its prey. With a fierce look in its eyes, it jumped down from the top floor. The girl's heart tightened and her back felt cold. After the hasty battle just now, she knew that she was no match for the mutant zombie. Once they encountered it, all 6 of them would probably be slaughtered. You go first. I'll hold it back, the girl said eagerly. She was holding a bloody island country long knife in her hand. In the past year, this long knife had been chopped countless times, and the edge of the knife had been blunted. At this time, facing the mutated zombies, she had no choice. No chance of winning. Natsumi. But you? A girl said worriedly. But seeing the mutated zombie falling from the sky, their fear overcame their worries about Natsumi, and all 5 of them fled. Ding! After a brief fight, the long knife in Natsumi's hand was broken directly by the mutated zombie. Natsumi was also thrown away by a strong force, and the right hand holding the knife was directly fractured. There are too many mutant zombies compared to her strength. And at this moment, beside Jiang Lushur, Jiang Zhuing had already jumped out. She could see the scene where a girl of her own age was devoured by zombies. Jiang Zhuing shuttled through the air like a blue elf, flying at lightning speed. Before anyone arrived, blue current had already swept through an area of tens of meters in radius, turning this space into a thunder field. The mutated zombie was also swept away by the blue current and was directly knocked away. Electrocute you to death. Jiang Zhuing threw out his hand and threw the mutant zombie directly onto the drainage pipe of the teaching building. A huge electric current flowed through the body of the mutant zombie and then flowed into the earth along the drainage pipe. The mutant zombie was forcefully electrocuted. Became coke. Then Jiang Zhuing shouted loudly, and the power was fully turned on. 100,000 volts. The ordinary zombies around him were directly electrocuted by Jiang Zhuing. Even those who were not dead fell to the ground, twitching and dying. In just a few seconds, Jiang Zhuing cleared away the zombies near the middle school, leaving only those who stayed in the teaching building. However, without the command of the mutant zombies, they did not notice the humans outside, so they were only teaching. Wandering around the building became aimless. Seeing Jiang Zhuing's attack, several survivors were shocked. They originally thought that today would be a narrow escape from death, but they didn't expect that a female war goddess suddenly appeared and opened a terrifying power grid, killing all the zombies instantly. Originally, Natsumi thought that she was somewhat powerful among women, but she never expected that there would be a girl so powerful. It was simply beyond her imagination. Oh my god! Are you the most powerful and invincible Dengeki Princess Misaka Mikoto-chan? You must be Mikoto-chan. Right. Natsumi's eyes were almost filled with stars. This girl didn't look much older than her. Why? It will be so strong. Originally, Jiang Zhuing just didn't want to see the girl die miserably, so he took action casually. But now when she heard the girl call her that, she showed a look of embarrassment. I'm not. Although Jiang Lushur doesn't understand Dao Mandarin, he has heard Ran Shiyu speak a lot in the past 2 days. He has a strong brain and has some impressions of Dao Mandarin. At least the Mikoto he repeated twice to Natsumi probably refers to something. Concept. Who is Mei Qin? Jiang Lushur asked. It's an anime character. People in the world call her Sister Pao. Jiang Zhuing said, waving to the girl. I'm not Mikoto. My name is Jiang Zhuing. But I think you are Misaka-san. You are as strong as her and as handsome as her. I will call you Misaka-san, Natsumi said excitedly. Chapter 606 Killing the Commune with the Sword. Natsumi didn't expect that when she reached the end of the road, a railgun sister would suddenly fall from the sky and save her. The moment her whole body was covered with blue electric current. She was so cool. It was a scene that could only be seen in anime before. In reality, this sister's strength is too strong. Can superpowers still be used like this? My name is Jiang Zhuing. What's your name? Jiang Zhuing stretched out his hand and shook hands with Natsumi. Although he and Natsumi met for the first time, Jiang Zhuing suddenly felt closer to Natsumi because of their common interest in animation. My name is Natsumi. Amei Natsumi. Natsumi introduced herself happily. It turns out to be Sister Xiaomei. Ran Shiyu also walked over with a smile at this time. Xiaomei is a student of this school. Right. We actually have something we want to inquire about. While Ran Shiyu was talking, someone suddenly called out, Xiaomei! Ran Shiyu turned around and saw 6 or 7 people arriving here, all riding motorcycles. The leader was a young man in his 20s, who was wearing a one-piece leather jacket like a racing driver, wearing a helmet, riding a Suzuki motorcycle sports car, the kind that looks very cool. Natsumi, are you okay? As soon as the young man got out of the car, he held Natsumi's shoulders and looked at Natsumi worriedly. I'm fine, brother. Natsumi took a step back. She called the young man her brother. But seeing her brother, Natsumi was obviously not happy. Natsumi, I told you to follow me and not take risks outside. How could you be in such danger if you were with your brother? If I come later today, the consequences will be disastrous. As the young man spoke, he took off his helmet, revealing the green tattoo on his neck. The tattoo continued to spread, and it was unknown how large the area was. Hearing the tattooed man's words, Natsumi snorted. It sounds like you came to save me today. If you came a little later, nothing bad would happen. The person who saved me today was Sister Misaka. Otherwise, I would have been a corpse. As Natsumi spoke, she leaned towards Jiang Zhuing. The tattooed man glanced at Jiang Zhuing and was a little surprised. He only knew that Xiaomei was in danger because of the signal flare sent by the person he arranged. Unexpectedly, when he rushed over, the danger had already been resolved. According to the color of the flare, there was a powerful mutated zombie attacking Natsumi. Unexpectedly, it was killed by this weak-looking girl. This girl was not simple. What's even more rare is that this girl is so beautiful that the tattooed man couldn't help but take a second look. She is a top-notch girl. Thank you for saving my sister. The tattooed man bowed and said, It's nothing.
I just did it casually, Jiang Zhuing said politely. She still didn't quite understand the relationship between the two brothers and sisters. Why did they seem a bit like enemies? Hearing Jiang Zhuing speak, the tattooed man raised his head strangely. Are you Chinese? Although Island Mandarin is easy to learn, it is difficult to learn the authentic Edo accent. Of course, the Island Mandarin spoken by Jiang Zhuing is not accurate. Even Ranshi can hear the difference at once. For Orthodox Islanders, especially those who have come into contact with many foreigners, they can easily tell which country the foreigners who speak the island language are from. Yes, Chinese, Jiang Zhuing nodded. After listening to Jiang Zhuing's words, the tattooed man frowned slightly. He looked at Jiang Zhuing, then at Jiang Lusher and Ran Shiyu. But he said nothing. This attitude made Jiang Zhuing feel a little uncomfortable. What happened to the Chinese people? At this time, the tattooed man suddenly grabbed Natsume's wrist. Natsumi, you must go back with me today. I don't. Natsumi shook her head. But the tattooed man had a tough attitude. You don't have the power to choose. I can even accept your useless classmates and let them have an income, the young man said as he looked at Natsume's classmates with a hint of disgust in his eyes. However, those classmates were obviously afraid of the young man and looked submissive, so they dared not show dissatisfaction. Do you want me to join the underworld with you? Do you want me to have tattoos all over my body like you? Join your sword killing club. Burn, kill and loot? Don't think that I don't know what you usually do. I won't follow you. Natsumi seems to be a very stubborn girl who doesn't like the tattooed men at all. Do you think you can gain a foothold in Waka County? You will be killed by zombies, and you can't protect your classmates. Now that your base is gone, where else can you go? The tattooed man suddenly looked at Natsume's 5 classmates as he spoke. I grant you permission to enter the Kinsha Commune and become ordinary citizens of the Kinsha Commune. The 5 classmates were startled when they heard this. And then, they were overjoyed. The Jiansha Club had established a safe zone very early. Although ordinary citizens had to bear heavy labor in the safe zone, they could always live a stable life and not fall into trouble, being chased by zombies and having to hide here and there. Natsumi, your brother is willing to accept us, a fat girl said happily. As she spoke, she tugged on Natsume's shirt, as if she wanted Natsumi to agree. You can go if you want. I won't go. If you want to stay, just come with me. If you don't want to, just go to the sword-killing commune. Natsumi tilted her head, letting fire burst out of the tattooed man's eyes. She doesn't agree either. The 5 classmates were all in a dilemma. To be fair, they all wanted to kill the commune with swords, but they couldn't bear to abandon Natsumi like this. How do you choose? The tattooed man had a sullen face and looked at the 5 classmates. The 5 students shrank their necks. Although they were extremely guilty, they all chose to kill the commune with swords in the end. And no one continued to follow Natsumi. Seeing this situation, Jiang Lusher shook his head slightly. Although he could not understand the island Mandarin, everything they communicated was translated to him by Ran Shiyu through spiritual contact. He guessed that these 5 classmates were all the crooked melons who were eliminated from the Jiansha commune. Natsumi took care of them. But now they are afraid of the threat of death. So they still go to the Jiansha commune. Even though they also know that going to Jiansha commune, the commune is afraid that they can only live like dogs without any dignity. I would rather be a peace dog than a random person. You guys, Natsumi snorted. To be honest, none of her 5 classmates chose to follow her, which was a blow to her. But she still didn't plan to go to the sword-killing commune. Natsumi, I told you, you don't have a choice today. If you don't come back with me, I will take you back even if I use force, the tattooed man said aggressively. He kept grabbing Natsumi's wrist, which hurt her. Jiang Zhuing couldn't stand it anymore. Xia Mei, what on earth is going on? Jiang Zhuing was displeased when she first saw the tattooed man. This guy turned out to be in the underworld, and he also had a very bad attitude towards her. She didn't want a cute little girl like Xia Mei to get involved with the underworld. Hey, I told you what's going on. Your sister has made her attitude clear. Don't you understand? Jiang Zhuing couldn't help but speak. This is my family matter. You don't need to worry about it, the tattooed man said fiercely to Jiang Zhuing. As he spoke, he took a step closer and looked at Jiang Zhuing with aggressive eyes. Jiang Zhuing was immediately furious. Not only did she save Xia Mei, but this guy also became cruel to her. Is anyone so cruel? Are you from Longting? When I met people from Longting before, there was only one word for it, and that was kill. But today, you saved my sister. For my sister's sake, I don't want to let you go.
Ma, don't try to anger me. Otherwise, I won't guarantee that I can still control my murderous intention.
What? Jiang Zhuing seemed to have heard wrongly.
Miss, I want you to let go. You are trying to make me laugh to death.
Hearing Jiang Zhuing's words, the tattooed man frowned and held down his knife.
It seems you want to give it a try? What are you doing? Sister Misaka is my savior. Are you going to do something to Sister Misaka?
Natsumi was furious.
Before the end of the world, you sold drugs and went to jail, which made your mother angry to death. Then just after the end of the world, your father also left. Now, you want to force me to death too? You hacked, killed, and robbed. And I have long since disowned you as my brother.
Hearing Natsumi shout like this, the muscles at the corner of the tattooed man's mouth twitched a few times, and he slowly let go of his knife. Making his mother angry to death was something that the tattooed man never thought of. Jiang Zhuing was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this tattooed man was a member of the underworld before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he even entered an underworld-type organization. In other words, the Sword Killing Club was originally developed by the underworld.
It turns out you are a complete scumbag. Living in this world with scumbags like you is simply polluting the environment.
Jiang Zhuing said coldly. What disgusts her the most are those who rely on their extraordinary strength to rape girls after the end of the world.
What did you say?
The tattooed man looked at Jiang Zhuing with murderous intent in his eyes.
Sister Misaka, don't anger him anymore. He can really do anything.
Seeing Jiang Zhuing keep irritating the tattooed man, Natsumi panicked. The tattooed man narrowed his eyes.
I will let you go for the last time. Don't think that Xia Mei really can't survive without you. You only saved Xia Mei's classmates. As for Xia Mei, she can definitely hold on until I come. As he spoke, the tattooed man turned to Natsumi and said,
If you don't go back with me, do you want to go to Dragon with these Chinese people? I don't allow you to go to Dragon. And I don't allow you to be in a team with Chinese men.
Inside.
The tattooed man said this and glanced at Jiang Lushi. If it was just Jiang Zhuing, he wouldn't have reacted so violently. But Jiang Lushi, how could he rest assured that his beautiful sister, who was just in high school, was following a Chinese man? Chapter 607 Jiang Zhuing's Identity. Hearing what the tattooed man said, Natsumi went crazy.
What nonsense are you talking about? I have no intention of joining Misaka-san's team. Even if I join, they may not want me.
Natsumi looked at the tattooed man angrily. Not only did her brother do all kinds of evil, but he also had an almost perverted desire to control her. A male classmate pursued her before, although she was not interested at all. The male classmate persisted. As a result, the male classmate was beaten so violently by his brother that his ribs were broken many times. From then on, the male classmate did not even dare to lift his head when he saw him. After all, that male classmate is still an islander. If he were a Chinese, the end would be even worse. Natsumi didn't want to implicate Jiang Lushi. Her brother seemed to be a pervert. And the most dangerous thing was that he also controlled a considerable part of the power of the sword-killing commune. In today's world without laws, he could do whatever he wanted. Now, Natsumi just hopes that Jiang Yoshi's team will leave quickly and stop having anything to do with her brother. But she didn't expect that Jiang Zhuing suddenly came over at this time and hugged Xia Mei.
Sister Xia Mei, you seem to have nowhere to go. You can follow us for the time being. My brother's car is very comfortable, and the bed is also very soft. You can take a shower.
Jiang Zhuing said with a smile and winked at Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi, who listened to Ran Shi's translation the whole time, was speechless. This little girl, in order to avoid chaos in the world, she just saved Xia Mei and had no intention of wanting Xia Mei to accompany her. But when she saw Natsumi's brother being so arrogant, she just couldn't stand it and deliberately wanted to make him angry. Sure enough, when Jiang Zhuing said this, the tattooed man's face turned completely gloomy. What Jiang Zhuing said about bed and bathing was simply challenging his nerves.
It seems that you really want to die. I should have known that you Lonting people are just a bunch of bastards who don't know how to live or die.
When the tattooed man said this, he suddenly looked at Jiang Lushi.
Boy, you are very handsome. I brought so many beauties with me. Even if you don't mess with me, I don't want you to live. You saved Natsumi, so I originally planned to let you go. But I didn't expect that your sister would repeatedly use Natsumi to provoke me. Although this provocation has nothing to do with you. But I still think you are too dangerous. Natsumi is too innocent and can be easily deceived. And I don't want to see her get in touch with a playboy.
The tattooed man said and pulled out his long knife. He gently stroked the blade with one hand
and suddenly showed an evil smile.
What will happen if I castrate you? Brother, what are you going to do?
Natsumi was shocked when she heard what the tattooed man said. She was so anxious that she burst into tears. But she couldn't stop the tattooed man at all. The tattooed man's long knife had already been slashed out. And the target of this knife was Jiang Liusher's vital spot. A flash of lightning. The trajectory of the knife could no longer be seen clearly. Only a cold light cutting through the void. What the tattooed man is most proud of is his speed. The extreme speed can even make many high-level elemental power users fall to the ground before they can react. Natsumi explained. Her brother was so much stronger than her. She had no time to stop him. But at this moment, snapped! With a crisp sound, the tattooed man's body suddenly shook. And he felt a strong force coming from him. He felt that the knife in his hand suddenly felt like cast iron. And he could not move. Because the shock force from the extreme speed to sudden stop made him bite. All numbed by it, he took a closer look. His eyes filled with disbelief. His knife was actually held by Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher held the blade firmly with his right hand, and took the blade with his bare hands. How can it be? The tattooed man was shocked. How could a human hand hold the blade of a knife out of thin air? What's more, with such a fast knife, after infusing his power, he could cut through a tree as thick as his waist with one strike. Time seemed to have suddenly stopped. Jiang Liusher stood calmly on the spot, not moving a step. He just calmly held the tattooed man's blade. But no matter how hard the tattooed man tried, he could not pull out the knife. The tattooed man saw that Jiang Liusher's palm was shining with blue light, which was even a little dazzling. What is this blue light? The tattooed man didn't understand. But at this moment,
ding!
With a crisp sound, the tattooed man felt the weight in his hand suddenly lighten. And his long knife was broken directly by Jiang Liusher's bare hands. Jiang Liusher took half of the blade in his hand and played with it casually.
What is the soaring dragon you are talking about?
However, at this time, the tattooed man could not listen to Jiang Liusher's words. He looked at his blade in disbelief. His eyes blood red.
My knife!
The katana is of great significance to island warriors. It is simply their second life. In ancient times, many island warriors would spend their life savings to make a sword and use it all the time. The tattooed man regarded himself as an ancient island warrior and flaunted himself. At this time, the tattooed man saw that his beloved knife was broken, and his eyes were almost splitting. But before he had time to fight back, Jiang Liusher's fist had already arrived.
Boom!
Jiang Liusher punched the tattooed man in the chest. The tattooed man's body flew out like a rag bag and fell heavily against the wall.
Boom!
A brick wall was directly knocked down by the tattooed man, and the wall just fell down.
Call out!
The broken knife in Jiang Liusher's hand flew out directly, shot towards the tattooed man like lightning, and suddenly inserted between the tattooed man's legs.
Ah!
The tattooed man let out a miserable cry. There was blood between his thighs. He fell to the ground like a shrimp. At this moment, he realized that he was crippled. His life was ruined by his own sword.
Brother! Brother! How are you?
The battle happened in a blink of an eye. Jiang Liusher was too strong and too fast, and the few younger brothers brought by the tattooed man could hardly react. Now seeing the tattooed man being castrated, they don't know what to do. Let them rush forward to avenge the tattooed man. They don't have the courage at all. Jiang Liusher is too scary. Maybe they will be the same as the tattooed man when they rush forward. Fate. Jiang Liusher looked at his hands and shook his fist. From the beginning of the apocalypse to the present, Jiang Liusher has experienced countless battles, large and small. But most of his battles were completed with firearms and base vehicles, and he rarely fought hand to hand. Although Jiang Liusher's spear skills are unparalleled. A gun is a gun after all. Although it has the pleasure of piercing a tree with 100 steps, it cannot bring an overwhelming sense of blow. Today was the first time Jiang Liusher used his physical strength to fight after his body evolved. Feeling the power in his body like a river in the sea, Jiang Liusher felt intoxicated. This kind of fighting method is indeed easy to make people's blood boil.
Because of your kind sister. I don't want to kill you at all. But I can't let you do anything to me without fighting back because of your sister. I will do to you whatever you want to do to me. It's fair. I heard that you like sex. So if I cut off your lifeblood, it can be regarded as doing good deeds and accumulating virtue.
Jiang Liusher said everything, and Ran Shiyu translated it all. Jiang Liusher couldn't help but glance at Xia Mei. He had a good impression of Xia Mei. In such a cruel apocalypse, she was still willing to help her classmates. Even if she was in danger, she still wanted to help her classmates escape. This was really commendable. But some? It's so stupid. when her classmates are really in danger. They may not be willing to risk their lives to save her. Now, Jiang Lushur has castrated the tattooed man. Although she does not recognize this brother, they are related by blood after all. Seeing the tattooed man struggling on the ground, Natsumi was a little distracted for a moment. Many memories came to her mind, and she felt mixed emotions for a while.
I'm sorry,
Natsumi, Jiang Juing whispered. She felt that she had done something wrong in an impulsive manner. Natsumi shook her head.
No. Although I am very sad. I know that the crimes my brother committed have long been enough to warrant the death penalty many times. Especially for those who have been harmed by my brother. Or who may be harmed by my brother.
For the girls who were harmed, they are all living beings. After punishing my brother, they at least have a way to survive.
Jiang Lushur didn't take any more action. He watched the tattooed man's younger brother take out a bandage to bandage the tattooed man. And then a younger brother picked up the tattooed man on his back and ran away in a hurry. Jiang Lushur let them leave. Naturally because of Xia Mei.
Sorry,
Jiang Lushur said.
No, it's me who should be sorry. In fact, if the apocalypse hadn't broken out, my brother would probably have been in prison, and he wouldn't have harmed the world. But the apocalypse is like Pandora opening the magic box. Mister, it's closed again. Even if you don't close it, someone will take action. Xia Mei said calmly. Her words were very calm. Jiang Lushur was a little surprised. It was very unlike what a 16-year-old girl said.
Xia Mei, do you know what Soaring Dragon is?
Jiang Lushur asked through Ran Shiyu. Natsumi nodded.
It's an organization. Most of its members are Chinese from the island countries, as well as some Chinese and overseas students who travel to the island countries. Later, when the apocalypse broke out, they naturally couldn't go back, so they stayed here.
Jiang Lushur understood what Xia Mei said. It has to be said that the Chinese people have a large population, and they like to go out and travel, especially in the Asian countries around China, such as island countries and Siam. On the streets, especially when traveling, you can meet Chinese people everywhere in the scenic spots, which will even make Chinese people who have also gone abroad feel that they have not left China. But in comparison, there are not many islanders abroad, even fewer than Koreans, whose population is less than half of them. After the end of the world, it is reasonable for these Chinese people in a foreign country to gather together to survive together.
So did Long Tongue's people have a conflict with you?
Jiang Lushur asked again. Natsumi said.
Originally they lived in peace, but then supplies became increasingly scarce, and the struggle for the interests of evolutionary crystallization was involved. Naturally, those gangs began to fight with each other, especially later, when the extreme left-wing sword-killing communes emerged. They by accumulating wealth through gangsterism and selling intelligence, they have grown stronger and almost unified Waka. The Kinsha commune was originally a gangster organization before the end of the world, and its methods were quite ruthless. In this era when there is no hope in life, they have gathered many believers. After all, Long Tongue has a small number of people. They are no match for the sword-killing commune. They were slowly expelled and have now fled to remote areas. If they are extreme people like my brother, they will kill anyone who confronts Long Tongue without mercy. I see.
Jiang Lushur nodded. After the end of the world, the relationship between people is full of deceit, suspicion, blood and killing. Under such circumstances, even friends and teammates may stab each other in the back, and treat those who have never known each other before, not to mention people who are acquaintances. In this way, it is simply a dream to expect those of different races, different nationalities, and even people with historical hatreds to live in harmony, driven by survival and interests. War is inevitable.
You said that Longting's people fled to remote areas. They must be living in a miserable state now. Right. Probably. They escaped to Akiaki town.
Natsumi sighed. She is a kind girl. No matter who she sees suffering, her heart will ache.
There are no supermarkets in Tumen town. Only some convenience stores. To collect food, you can only rely on hunting mutant beasts, collecting in the jungle, or growing your own. Yeah.
Jiang Lushur nodded. Collecting in the jungle in the apocalypse is simply life-threatening. There are countless mutant beasts gathered in the jungle. As for planting, it's just an extra. Modern people don't know how to farm. There are many. Not to mention that it is difficult to collect seeds and fertilizers in places without supermarkets. The seeds used by farmers before the end of the world are all from seed breeding stations. They have high yields and strong disease resistance. The food produced by randomly found seeds is simply too little.
These people in foreign lands have a really hard life.
Jiang Lushur sighed.
Among all the foreigners in the island country, the Chinese are the most numerous. In fact, even before the end of the world, those Chinese people living in the island country had a hard time. For various reasons, it is much more difficult for them to find a job than the islanders. Let alone now.
If you have the chance, maybe you should take care of them,
Jiang Lushur muttered to himself, and then asked Xia Mei.
You just said that the sword-killing commune also collects intelligence? Yes.
Natsumi nodded.
They have a lot of information and sell it to other teams to profit from it. This kind of ability to collect intelligence is rare.
Collecting intelligence in the apocalypse is not easy. For sword-killing commune to be able to do this, someone must have special powers related to it.
I don't know if they know the information related to Chuang Dot.
Jiang Lushur had no hope for this. But if they were going to Edo, they would pass through the center of Waka County, which was originally the location of the Kinsha commune. And there was no need to take a detour, so they could just stop by.
Let's keep going,
Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Juing looked at Xia Mei.
Sister Xia Mei, why don't you come with us? I can teach you a lot of fighting skills. You must have no one to teach you when you have grown up to this point. If you learn from me, you will make a lot of progress. Jiang Juing has a good impression of this kind little girl and sincerely wants to take Xia Mei with her. Xia Mei was startled for a moment. Although her brother said that, she had not really thought about following Shiring's team. Now that Jiang Juing suddenly mentioned it, she was a little confused. To be fair, she really wanted to follow Jiang Juing, and she yearned for what Jiang Juing said. However, no matter what, her brother is now seriously injured. Although her brother is absolutely bad and has killed many people, he still cares about her. She doesn't know what will happen to her brother and wants to stay. Take a look. If my brother knew that he followed Jiang Lushur, he would probably be angry to death. She shook her head.
I'd better stay. Sister Misaka, I can't leave with you.
Xia Mei looked at Jiang Juing reluctantly. In many cases, fate is hard to explain. If it weren't for her brother, she really wanted to follow Jiang Juing to the end of the world.
All right.
Jiang Juing could tell that Xia Mei really wanted to stay, and she didn't force it. She walked into her bedroom, took out something wrapped in bubble wrap, and handed it to Xia Mei. Natsumi looked down and opened the bubble wrap. Inside was a very cute and exquisite anime figure.
What a cute Pikachu.
Natsumi looked surprised.
Did you give it to me?
Jiang Juing blushed. This little girl. Can't you just wait and dismantle it later? She looked back and found that Jiang Lushur was looking at the Pikachu figure as if he had discovered a new world.
Let me just say, Takeage, your body is still Pikachu. Misaka Makoto's is not suitable for Takeage at all. Takeage is still suitable as Pikachu. Look, you don't treasure Misaka Makoto's figure. The figure you treasure is Pikachu. Yes, I won't know if you don't take it out,
Jiang Lushur said, touching his chin.
Ahem.
Jiang Juing rolled his eyes at Jiang Lushur.
I don't have Misaka Makoto's figures because they were too expensive before. Okay, now they have come to the island country. And there are so many figure shops in the island country. Anyway, these things are not going to be the same in the end of the world. If no one wants them, I'll just sweep them away.
Speaking of this, Jiang Juing's eyes suddenly lit up. All kinds of genuine CDs, genuine figures, and genuine peripherals can be collected at will. This kind of thing is really worth looking forward to. Jiang Juing finally said goodbye to Xia Mei. Jiang Juing also gave Xia Mei a self-defense pistol and some bullets, which gave Xia Mei some ability to protect herself in this troubled world. After getting the address from Natsumi, the base car headed straight for the busiest central area of Waka Prefecture. Originally, this area was also a bustling city with a permanent population of millions. Various duty-free shops were popular every day. Tourists from all over the world came here every year. But now it has been turned into ruins. Those brands that are sought after by countless women bags and skincare products have been covered with a thick layer of dust, and no one cares about them. When he drove the base vehicle into this neighborhood, Jiang Lushur clearly felt that the streets here were much wider, and the abandoned vehicles on the road had also been cleared away. Chapter 608 Waka Safe Zone. The streets are so clean, which proves that the superpowers here are relatively strong, so that they can clear the main roads of the city. When the base vehicle completely entered the city, Jiang Lushur saw an endless city wall 4 to 5 meters high. Safe place.
In the last days, the only place where ordinary people can live safely is the safe zone. The scale of the safe zone is small, and it is far inferior to the original Shanghai safe zone. However, the Shanghai safe zone was established by the army, But this was only established by a gang. The gangs in the island country were originally much larger than those in China. The Chinese gangs were before the founding of the People's Republic of China, because the government had relatively weak control over the country. Super large gangs such as the Qin Gang and Han Gang were born. At that time, Lao Shanhai's gangs, the boss can even meet the head of state and is honored as Emperor Shanhai. But entering the 21st century, these have long since become history. Throughout China, gangsters whose names can be remembered are almost extinct. But island countries are different. In island countries, the local government controls more capital than the central government, and the private sector controls more capital than the state. Capital determines power, which makes it easier to promote the birth of powerful gangs. The largest gang in the world is the Yamaguchi-gumi in the island country. It will be more than 100 years old by the time the end of the world begins. The Fighting Nation Mafia, known as the world's second largest gang, has a fraction of the income of the Yamaguchi-gumi, which is completely incomparable. The island country's gangs are so popular because the island country is the only country in the world where gangs are legal. Gangsters can set up headquarters openly, and even privately raise funds for some local politicians to run for elections. Mainly in island countries, the law stipulates freedom of association. And gangs are also associations. You can't just think that gangs may commit crimes and arrest people. In this way, people who lead the Daeguogan underworld can, just like engineers, lawyers, and doctors, generously fill in the words underworld, yakuza, in the occupation column in their household registration books. As for the work done by the underworld, of course it is shady. On the surface, they say they abide by the law and do serious business. In fact, it is inseparable from collecting protection fees, gambling, pornography, drug trafficking, and smuggling. However, occasionally they also play a role as police officers. Maintain law and order on your own territory. Of course, sometimes these criminal activities will be suppressed by the government, and many gangs are trying their best to clean up their crimes. But that is just a last resort. When the government dies in the last days, these gangs will naturally return to their true nature and even become unscrupulous. The current underworld in the island country is an underworld that has completely lost control. The island country before the apocalypse was probably the most courteous and high-quality country in the world. However, the long-term strict and rigid life will suppress the character. Once it rebounds, it will be even worse. After a year of apocalyptic fermentation, it is easy to change the human nature. The ugly side is brought out. Ordinary people live in a safe zone established by the underworld. Although they don't have to worry about becoming food for zombies. Their lives may not be easy. When Jiang Lusher entered the safe zone, there was no inspection. There were only a few pretentious island gang members at the entrance of the safe zone, and the passage was unimpeded. The safe zone of Jinsha Commune has never prohibited anyone from entering. But if you want to live there, you must buy a house in the safe zone, because there is a curfew in the safe zone, and no one is allowed to stay outdoors at night. The tattooed man promised the three of them a shack in a slum. Even so, the three of them were grateful. On the base car at this time, Jiang Lusher was learning the island Mandarin language from Ran Shiyu. As early as when Jiang Lusher evolved for the first time, he chose brain evolution. Now Jiang Lusher's learning ability has far exceeded that of the past, and he can learn simple basics. In the island Mandarin, it only takes about a week to be able to communicate simply. Brother Jiang, look! Ran Shiyu suddenly pointed out the window, and Jiang Lusher turned to look. At this time, Jiang Lusher had already seen many residents of the safe zone. Some were thin and shabby, and some were brightly dressed and had red faces. The contrast between them was sharp. These people they gathered in the area at the entrance of the safety zone because there was a large market here. The entrance to the safe zone is the market, which is very gangster style. Jiang Lusher took a quick look and saw that most of the well-dressed people in the market were trading mutated crystal nuclei and mutated animal meat. Large pieces of mutated animal meat were placed in the most conspicuous position in the center of the market, with mutated pigs and cows. Just like domestic pigs and beef cattle, they were hung on iron hooks. These animals were disemboweled, and some were stained with blood. They were dripped into the blood basin drop by drop. In front of each stall, there were people with superpowers or a man who looks like a butcher, holding a large knife in his hand, cuts large pieces of meat. Next to the mutated beast meat, there is a grain and vegetable market, with bags of rice, flour, dried vegetables, and even a small amount of raw fish. Almost all of the people who patronize these markets are people with superpowers, while the poor people who are malnourished can only watch and swallow. These people may not have had a full meal in a year. Most of them come to the market just to set up stalls to sell some agricultural products. After so long after the end of the world, many areas have resumed simple agricultural production. Although the output is not high, it is enough for the poor people who work day and night in the safety zone to barely feed themselves. There are also some poor people who are not here to sell things, but are sold as commodities. Jiang Lusher saw a large-scale slave market in the east of the market. Various male and female slaves were put up for sale. Generally, the prices for male slaves were very low, but most of the beautiful female slaves cost as much as 100 kilograms of mutated beast meat. Looking at the half-clothed female slaves who were treated as goods, Jiang Lusher was filled with emotion. He recalled the old society when people were sold for straw and weighed. 100 pounds of mutated animal meat for one woman. It's really a pound of meat for a pound of people. Jiang Lusher shook his head. The sale of female slaves also happened in China. This kind of thing was really common in the last days. Sometimes, some female slaves even voluntarily sold themselves into slavery for various reasons. In front of these female slaves, there was a fat man with a bare upper body and green tattoos on his front and back. He seemed to weigh more than 200 pounds. In the island country, gangster tattoos are so common that they have become a kind of culture. Even the pattern of the tattoo can reveal a person's gangland status. The fat man was holding a leather whip in his hand and was introducing 12 carefully selected female slaves to the guests. These female slaves were all in their prime, around 20 years old. They had just been captured and had not been violated in any way. You can buy them back and train them carefully. There is even a little girl who looks only 15 or 16 years old. Very immature. Brother Jiang, there are people from Longting among them. Ran Shiyu looked a little complicated after hearing the big man's introduction. These 12 female slaves include islanders, Europeans and Americans, and Chinese. Among them, there is only one European and American girl, but there are 6 Chinese girls, which is more than the island girls. These Chinese girls are all from the Soaring Dragon organization, and some of them even have superpowers. But the superpowers they have nothing to do with combat ability. Although Long Tongue has retreated to Qiuming Town, the team is still outside. If they encounter, a small-scale battle may still occur. And in this case, there will be prisoners. Even if there is no fighting, beautiful girls may be kidnapped and sold as slaves. In this end of the world, there is no human rights. If you don't have the strength and fall into the hands of others, then you are a slave if you are a slave. Brother Jiang, Ran Shiyu said unbearably, seeing her compatriots being sold as goods in a foreign country. Ran Shiyu certainly felt uncomfortable. What's more, before joining the Shirring team, Ran Shiyu was also a slave girl and was imprisoned by Sister Hong. She was trapped in a cage and was almost bought by Zhanshan. If that happened, her life would really be worse than death. Put yourself in their shoes. There are countless psychopathic people in the Jiansha commune. After they bought these slaves, they still didn't know how to torture them. If this happened in China, Ran Shiyu would not be so entangled. But it happened in an island country. She really couldn't stand it anymore and felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. Brother! Jiang Juing also called Jiang Lusher. She was also a girl. And Jiang Juing also felt uncomfortable. Most of the girls in the car looked at Jiang Lusher. Jiang Lusher was silent for a while, sighed, and said, "Ing! Stop the car!" The door of the base car opened. Jiang Lusher got out of the car and walked towards the slave market with Jiang Juing and Ran Shiyu. Seeing a customer coming, the fat man grinned, revealing a set of ferocious teeth. He said they were ferocious because most of his teeth were inlaid with gold. It seemed that half of his teeth had been knocked out. With this dignified appearance, any customer with weak psychological quality would be scared away when they first arrive. "Buy a woman?" the fat man asked. "This and these?" Ran Shiyu pointed out all 6 Chinese female slaves. When Ran Shiyu opened his mouth, the fat man raised his thick eyebrows. He had already heard Ran Shiyu's accent. He was not a native of the island country at all. In addition, the girls Ran Shiyu wanted to buy were all from China. A fool could guess that Ran Shiyu and his party were from China. People from Soaring Dragon? The fat man frowned. After all, he belonged to the Jiansha commune. Although these Longting slaves were hunted by their team, and they were not strong in combat, he would certainly not be willing to do business and sell them to Longting. Of course, the fat man was full of hostility towards the Long Tongue organization. "Sell it or not?" Ran Shiyu asked, resisting the urge to punch the fat man in the face. "Hee hee. You want to buy back your own people, and you dare to come to the sword-killing commune's territory. The people of Longting are becoming more and more courageous.
The fat man touched his chin and looked at Ran Shiyu unscrupulously. Jiang Zhuing's eyes flashed coldly, and he almost touched the knife, but was quietly stopped by Ran Shiyu. After all, this is the territory of Jiansha Commune. Although Shi Ying's team is not afraid of Jiansha Commune, Ran Shiyu doesn't know whether there may be the shadow of Chuang behind Jiansha Commune. If they are related to creation, things are not that simple. Chapter 609 Mysterious Girl. The fat man looked back and forth at Jiang Lushi and his group several times. When the 6 female slaves heard that Jiang Lushi wanted to buy him, they all showed hope. Although they did not know Jiang Lushi, they were at least their compatriots. Several slave girls couldn't help but look at the fat man, wondering what kind of price he quoted. At this moment, the fat man grinned and said, "These 6 people, some of them are still babies. If you want to buy them, 3 mutant crystal nuclei. There will be no more." 3 mutated crystal nuclei? Hearing this price, Ran Shiyu frowned slightly. The price she heard the fat man shout before was that one female slave was 1 or 200 kilograms of mutated beast meat. Even if these female slaves were top quality, they would only amount to half to 1 mutated meat in total. Crystal core. The fat man opens his mouth like a lion. He is obviously robbing people. The fat man was so difficult that the faces of the female slaves changed. He didn't want to sell them at such a high price. These girls also knew very well what price they could be sold for in this world. In the final analysis, the fat man guessed that Jiang Lushi and others were from Lonting and bought the female slaves to save others. So he took the opportunity to blackmail them. "Brother Jiang." Ran Shiyu looked at Jiang Lushi in embarrassment. "Buy it." Jiang Lushi didn't want to argue. He took a deep look at the fat man and silently remembered his appearance. When Jiang Lushi said this, the 6 female slaves looked grateful. None of them expected that Jiang Lushi would pay such a high price to buy them. Jiang Zhuing took out 3 mutated crystal nuclei and was about to pay. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation. This fluctuation actually comes from the star seed. Jiang Liushi's movements suddenly froze. Seeing Jiang Lushi like this, the fat man said coldly, "What? Don't want to buy it?" Jiang Lushi didn't answer. Ever since he absorbed the blue plague matrix, Jiang Liushi's brain had undergone some strange changes. He calmed down and searched for the source of the energy fluctuations that could cause star seeds to mutate. He carefully determined the direction of the source. At a glance, he saw a group of ragged slaves there, and the energy wave coming from it came from a woman who looked dirty all over and had a sallow complexion. She seemed to have been hungry for an unknown number of days, huddled listlessly in the corner, her eyes filled with gray light. "Huh?" Jiang Lushi felt incredible. He looked at the slave a few more times. At this time, Ran Shiyu's mental power kept contacting Jiang Lushi due to simultaneous translation. Jiang Lushi asked with his mental power, "Shiyu, look at the girl in the corner. Is there anything special about her?" Ran Shiyu didn't even turn her head. She just swept away her mental power and followed Jiang Liushi's mental instructions to find the girl's location. There is nothing unusual about this girl. She is dirty and thin, with a shriveled figure like a dried daylily. She is just a miserable person who has been tortured by life in the apocalypse and has lost hope of living. After all, he was the person Jiang Lushi was paying attention to. Ran Shiyu used her mental force field to investigate carefully, and she found that the girl's mental aura was dim. This kind of situation usually only occurs in people who are about to die. And this girl is indeed very sick, and it is normal to say that she will not live long. "Brother Jiang, did you find anything? I feel that this girl is very ordinary, and there is nothing special about her." "Really?" Jiang Lushi pondered slightly. He took a deep look at the girl and confirmed again that the energy flow that can make the star seeds fluctuate is continuously emanating from this girl. "Ing! Can you feel it?" Jiang Liushi's voice sounded in Ying's mind. "Not sure. It just seems that looking at this girl gives me a very comfortable feeling." "Yes." Jiang Lushi nodded. Ying's words further confirmed his judgment. Regardless of appearance or figure, this girl is not in line with beauty. It is impossible for normal people to feel comfortable after seeing her. "Hey, how much mutated beast meat does that woman have? I bought it." Jiang Lushi pointed at the thin girl in the corner. When Jiang Lushi pointed at him, the girl finally reacted. She raised her head and glanced at Jiang Lushi feebly, but then lowered her head again. "You want to buy her?" The obese middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Lushi in surprise, and then revealed an evil smile. "I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Do you want to ravage someone with such a figure?" Psychologically speaking, The obese middle-aged man does not want to sell an island woman to Long Tongue for ravage. If Jiang Lushur buys a delicate island woman, he will not sell it. But no one wants to buy such a woman, and he can buy it at any time. Of course he was eager to sell the dead goods.
30 kilograms of mutated beast meat.
The obese man casually mentioned a price, and Jiang Lushur agreed. He had a faint feeling that this girl might have some secrets. 7 people were bought at once, and the base car couldn't even fit them in. But Jiang Lushur was most concerned about that special girl with a good face. Jiang Lushur simply bought 2 more SUVs and let them drive them themselves in the apocalypse. The price of cars should not be too cheap. They can be picked up almost everywhere. Originally, Jiang Lushur planned to spend more time in the Jiansha commune safe zone to find out about Chuang. But because of this girl who had a strange relationship with Star Seed, Jiang Lushur left the safe zone early. A few hours later, Ing bathed the thin girl and changed into clean clothes. However, this did not change the girl's image. Her complexion was still sallow. Her body was thin, and her hair was like withered grass due to malnutrition. No shine at all. When Jiang Lushur walked over, the girl raised her head and glanced at Jiang Lushur silently.
My name is Jiang Lushur. Can you tell me your name?
Jiang Lushur asked in the island dialect he had just learned. The girl looked blank and said nothing. Jiang Lushur was very patient. He looked at the girl's face and suddenly felt a sigh in his heart. He felt that there was an extremely secret energy fluctuation on the girl's skin. This fluctuation made Jiang Lushur unable to see the girl's body and face clearly, as if they were hazy in the mist. But Jiang Lushur blinked and found that the girl's body was barely clear. She still looked shriveled, as if everything just now was an illusion. Jiang Lushur's brain was 10 times more powerful than ordinary people's, so he didn't think he would have hallucinations. Could it be that Jiang Lushur had paid attention to the girl for a long time? When that hazy feeling reappeared, he finally confirmed one thing. The appearance of the girl he saw now was just an illusion. She was disguised. Jiang Lushur couldn't even confirm whether she was a boy or a girl. Chapter 610 Jiang Chung. Jiang Lushur looked at the girl and asked her name. But the girl didn't answer. In this case, it was difficult for Jiang Lushur to get any information from the girl.
Since you didn't tell me your name when I asked it, I'll call you Daylily from now on,
Jiang Lushur said angrily. Ran Shiyu, who was translating on the side, covered her mouth and smiled, and translated according to what Jiang Lushur said. However, even Ran Shiyu couldn't translate when she encountered a rare word like Daylily, so she had to the Daylily was spoken in Chinese. Hearing the name, the girl's eyebrows finally moved, and she made a very dry voice.
Daylily, what is that? Huh?
Jiang Lushur was surprised. The girl finally spoke. He almost thought this guy was deaf-mute.
This is a plant with beautiful yellow flowers, also called forgetwort.
Jiang Lushur said with a guilty conscience that Daylily is indeed also called Wang Yuko. Although Ran Shiyu cannot speak Daylily in the island Mandarin, she can describe the meaning of the 3 words, forgetyukeo, in the island Mandarin. Originally, Ran Shiyu's her language skills were pretty good. When she described the
forget you grass,
the girl was a little distracted for a moment.
Wang Yuko. This name seems good.
The black line on Jiang Lushur's forehead was originally a joke. Unexpectedly, the girl fell in love with him and said,
The Daylily is already cold.
This girl must be cold. While Jiang Lushur was thinking, Ran Shiyu suddenly said,
Brother Jiang, someone is approaching us.
Oh! Jiang Lushur turned his head and saw a motorcade rumbling towards the end of the road. The car at the front of the motorcade was hung with a flag. Jiang Lushur's eyesight was very good, and he saw that it was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Jiang Lushur immediately thought of an organization Longteng. Facts also proved Jiang Lushur's guess. When the convoy drove 100 meters away from him, everyone in the car got out of the car. From a distance, they shouted in Chinese.
Are the friends in front of you Chinese? We are from Longteng. Can we meet and talk?
The speaker was a man in his 30s. He had an ordinary appearance and was only about 1.7 meters tall. However, he had a body full of tendons and dark skin. He was as explosive as an agile leopard when he hacked. He was wearing a military uniform that had been washed until it was almost faded, and he seemed to be a soldier before the end of the world. Jiang Lushur nodded. After receiving permission, the 30-year-old man led 2 people and walked to Jiang Lushur's car. Jiang Lushur found that the other party did not bring weapons. In the apocalypse, people are very defensive. It is naturally dangerous for a strange team to meet without weapons. This man obviously did this just to gain his trust. Such openness and boldness actually made Jiang Lushur feel good about him. He jumped off the bus generously and took a look at the man.
Jiang Cheng. What do you call your little brother?
The man in military uniform stretched out his hand. Jiang Lusher glanced at Jiang Cheng's hand. There were many calluses on his hand. This was not due to farm work, but due to frequent holding of guns and weapons.
Jiangliushi. The river of rivers. Huh. If you didn't tell me, I thought it was for my family. Brother, I got the news about the girls you bought. 3 mutated crystal nuclei. But brother bought them without blinking an eye. This is far beyond the ordinary purchase. The price of a female slave. I don't know if my brothers came to rescue them because they are both Chinese,
or if they really want to buy them. I came here to discuss with you whether I can let them return to Longting with me.
As Jiang Cheng spoke, he stretched out his hand and spread it out. In his hand were 3 mutant crystal nuclei. Jiang Lusher glanced at it and found that the energy of these 3 mutant crystal nuclei was not sufficient, and there was a trace of blood on one of the mutant crystal nuclei. Noticing Jiang Lusher's eyes, Jiang Cheng smiled sheepishly.
The quality is not very good, which makes my brothers laugh. Usually the organization does not have any inventory. This time it was to save people, so I spent some effort to get it. I originally wanted to find some brothers to disguise themselves and go to the city to buy these things. But I didn't expect you, brother, to take the lead. I know that these 3 crystal nuclei should not be as good as the 3 you spent. So I added 200 kilograms of mutated beast meat to my brother. That's all.
Jiang Cheng waved as he spoke, and an SUV drove over, probably filled with mutated beast meat.
No, it's not easy for you either.
Jiang Lusher estimated that Longtung's life was not easy. Under the pressure of the sword-killing commune, as long as he got mutant crystal nuclei, he would probably use them to exchange for evolutionary crystals to increase the strength of his brothers. This time the Dragon Tongue members were captured, and they couldn't beat the Jinsha commune by force. So they had no choice but to endure the situation and quickly search for mutant crystal nuclei as ransom. Being able to achieve this step means that Longting's decision-makers still care about humaneness. This is also the prerequisite for Longting's existence. Otherwise, in a foreign country, surrounded by powerful enemies from all sides, we are still fighting in a nest, even if we are only 1 or 2 days away from destruction. Jiang Lusher said.
I bought these girls without any intention of keeping them. I just don't want them to be ruined. Since you have said people to pick them up, I will naturally not be embarrassed. I don't want this mutant crystal core, but there is something I want you to help me investigate. About several organizations in the island country. And
Jiang Lusher said this and wrote a few words on Jiang Cheng's palm. One is creation. The other is weapon.
The former is a mysterious organization, and the latter is something this organization is looking for. It seems to be very powerful. I don't know what it is specifically. I want you to help me find out the information. Impressive?
Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment, listening to Jiang Liusher's description. This might be a weapon or something. But what kind of name is?
Weapon.
This name is too general. However, just to inquire about the news, the 3 mutated crystal nuclei are enough to prove that this news is of great importance.
I will naturally work hard to handle the matters that Brother Jiang told me. But I don't know if I can handle them successfully. Our dragon in Waka is not very powerful. I can inform the dragon in Edo to help. Oh, Longting still has a branch?
Jiang Lusher was startled, a little surprised.
It's not considered a branch. The status of each organization is equal. We used the radio to contact each other and agreed on some communication methods. Now Longting has organizations in 4 places. There is no way. This is a fight for survival. Only by uniting can we survive.
Yes. Jiang Lusher nodded. There is no right or wrong in this kind of fight. Only victory or defeat. If the resources become less and less in the future, I am afraid it will never end. Jiang Lusher was thinking when suddenly Ran Shiyu's voice came from his mind.
Brother Jiang, what you just wrote were creation and weapon. Right? When you were writing, I felt that the thin girl next to me had a fleeting feeling. Urshi's mental fluctuations are a bit strong.
Chapter 6:11 The Giant Beast Attacks.
Huh? What did you say?
Jiang Lusher was startled. Could it be that
Dave Lily
knew what he was writing? Simply knowing what is written is not enough to cause her mental fluctuations, unless she also knows what the words
weapon and creation
mean. It is even possible that these 2 words are related to herself. Jiang Lusher knew that it was difficult to read words written in the air with his fingers. Even the person being written could not tell what was written most of the time. Jiang Cheng could tell clearly because he was a superpower.
As for the others, they couldn't see clearly.
That is to say, Ran Shi was able to detect the trajectory of Jiang Liusher's fingers through her spiritual power. And then she knew what Jiang Liusher wrote. But how did Lily know it?
Brother Jiang, why don't you come and sit at our base? In this foreign country, we have very few people, so we can only stay warm by hugging each other.
Jiang Cheng looked at Jiang Liusher sincerely. Jiang Liusher knew that Jiang Cheng was trying to win over him. Whether he could appear in the apocalypse so cleanly and decently, or whether he could easily take out 3 mutant crystal nuclei. It was all proven. The strength of their team. For Long Tongue. The more strength, the more protection. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Liusher to stay in Longting. Jiang Cheng never dreamed that Jiang Liusher would cross the sea from Shanghai to the island country in this apocalyptic world.
I won't go to Longting base. We have agreed on a radio frequency band and password. If there is any news, you can use the radio to notify me.
In this apocalyptic world where telephones and mobile phones are no longer available, radio stations are almost the only means of remote communication. As for agreeing on passwords, it is even simpler. Just find a book and use different page numbers and lines to mark the positions of some words. That's it. Just when Jiang Liusher said this, Ran Shiyu's heart suddenly tightened, and she felt a strong murderous intention.
Brother Jiang. Something is approaching. Very fast.
Ran Shiyu's voice was rapid, and Jiang Cheng's people immediately took out their guns.
Where are they? Are they the people who killed the commune with swords?
Jiang Cheng's first reaction was to ambush them with sword killer commune. It was very possible to track the 6 girls sold and find their location. But Jiang Cheng looked left and right, but couldn't see anyone at all.
Careful!
Ran Shiyu only had time to scream. At this moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly bulged, and a black monster emerged from the ground. It was like a huge pangolin, with a bloody mouth and a body the size of a truck.
Mutated beast.
Jiang Liusher was shocked. But this mutant beast was too unusual. The moment the pangolin appeared, it swiped its tail violently. This swipe erupted in the crowd. The 2 dragon members brought by Jiang Cheng were swept from the waist. The 2 screamed in agony, and their spines and internal organs were directly swept away, completely broken and dead.
Damn it!
Jiang Cheng's eyes turned red when he saw his companions being killed. He quickly returned to the SUV, picked up a heavy machine gun, and fired wildly at the mutant beast.
Duh.
The heavy machine gun poured out long fire snakes, and the heavy machine gun bullets that were enough to sieve the reinforced concrete wall in 10 seconds poured on the mutant beast. But only sparks were seen flying, although the pangolin took a few steps back under the powerful firepower. But it soon roared again and rushed towards Jiang Cheng.
Boom!
The pangolin's front paws were slapped hard, and an SUV turned into a discus. Jiang Liusher watched the scene not far away, feeling extremely shocked. Metal? Jiang Liusher clearly saw that the pangolin's carapace was not bone scales at all, and its claws were not horny claws, but were all real metal. And these metals don't look like ordinary steel plates, but a special alloy that shines silver. No matter how powerful the heavy machine gun bullet is, it can only penetrate 1 centimeter of steel plate. However, the thickness of the metal plate covering the pangolin's body is almost the same as that of Xinhua Dictionary. When the bullet is shot, it only leaves a concave mark.
How is it possible that there is such a mutated beast?
Jiang Liusher felt unbelievable. Even if it was a mutated beast, could metal grow in its body? It's almost like a man-made alloy pangolin tank. And this pangolin's eyes are bright red, shining like lights. Now was not the time to think about this. The pangolin rushed into the crowd and started killing. Dragon members died tragically one after another. It was not an enemy at all.
Get in the car! Get in the car!
Jiang Liusher immediately pushed Ran Shiyu onto the base vehicle. On the base vehicle, Ran Shiyu's voice came.
This mutant beast is very strange. The spiritual body is located in the brain.
But the spiritual body of this mutant beast is spread all over the body. This is unreasonable.
Hearing Ran Shi's words, Jiang Liusher was startled. Generally, mutant beasts, like humans, rely on their brains to direct body actions. Of course, their mental power is distributed in the brain and throughout the body. What the hell? At this moment, the pangolin's tail had been whipped towards Jiang Liusher. There were 3 sharp barbs at the end of the tail. The barbs were also made of alloy steel, like 3 sharp spears. At this time, the spears were stained with blood. Look, it gets even more ferocious as you go up. Jiang Liusher jumped up and dodged the tail. Boom! The ground was directly smashed into a deep pit by the pangolin's tail. Earth and rocks flew everywhere. and several Lungting girls screamed. Jiang Lushur examined this huge pangolin in the air. Its appearance was so ferocious that it felt like its body had been modified with metal.
Brother Jiang. Mental threads. This pangolin is connected to spiritual threads. It may be a puppet controlled remotely.
Puppet? Jiang Lushur was shocked. A mutated beast transformed by metal was actually someone else's puppet? Who has the ability to transform such a powerful being into a puppet and control it? Jiang Lushur was now wary not only of the giant pangolin puppet, but also of the people hiding behind it. At this moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly discovered that the pangolin puppet actually jumped up and jumped towards the slave girls Jiang Lushur bought. Its scarlet eyes locked on one of the girls, that a thin woman from an island country. The target of the giant pangolin beast is suddenly her. Jiang Lushur held his breath. He didn't know the details of this thin woman, nor could he guess her strength. But at this moment, this girl was probably related to
weapons.
And of course, he would not let her be killed by a pangolin. At the critical moment, Jiang Lushur jumped up, and the rocks under his feet suddenly exploded under Jiang Lushur's step. At this time, the giant beast puppet had fallen from high altitude, like a tiger descending a mountain, and Jiang Lushur came up from bottom to face the transformed beast head-on. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They all personally experienced how terrifying this giant beast was. It was so powerful and invulnerable that it was simply invincible. Yet Jiang Lushur actually attacked head-on, in the flash of lightning. Before people had time to think about it, Jiang Lushur had already collided with the giant beast. Ah! Jiang Lushur roared wildly. The muscles all over his body swelled, and the veins twisted like earthworms. Blue light burst out from his hands, like two burning blue suns. The power of the Plague Mother was completely converted into energy by Jiang Lushur and poured into his fists. Boom! There was an explosion, like the sky and the earth exploding, and Jiang Lushur smashed into the pangolin's abdomen like a meteor, causing its abdomen to dent suddenly. The giant pangolin, nearly 10 meters long, was hit by rocks from the river until it bowed like a shrimp, and then fell heavily.
Bang, bang, bang.
The pangolin's body rolled out one after another, flattening 3 or 4 SUVs and collapsing 2 concrete walls before it stopped its attack. It suddenly turned over, but the scales on its abdomen were broken and it was bleeding. The pangolin stared at Jiang Lushur with a pair of blood-red eyes. For a moment, time seemed to have stopped. People held their breath and watched in disbelief as Jiang Lushur faced off against this huge mutant beast. Many people opened their mouths unconsciously and could not close them for a long time. As for Jiang Chung, he even forgot to hold a gun in his hand tightly at this time. He had thought that Jiang Lushur could easily take out 3 mutant crystal nuclei. He should be very strong. But he never expected that he was so strong. Is this still human power? It was like compressing the power of a mutated giant beast into a person's body, which simply subverted his imagination. At this time, Jiang Lushur also looked at his fist. After the blue light disappeared, his fist also felt faint pain and even left blood stains. But the feeling inside him was hearty. This feeling of fighting with one's powerful body is incomparable to shooting.
Chapter 6 12 Weapons. With a successful blow, Jiang Lushur's whole body surged with blue energy, and he felt his blood boiling. Naturally, he didn't want to give the giant pangolin any chance. He put his feet on the ground, jumped up, and punched the pangolin's huge head. Hoo ho ho! The airflow set off by the energy rushed like a hurricane. And at this time, the giant pangolin was buried in the concrete wall and could hardly move. Jiang Lushur's punch was as fast as thunder, hitting the giant pangolin between its eyebrows. But right now, buzz, there was a harsh, high decibel buzz that made people's eardrums numb. In front of the giant pangolin's head, a transparent light curtain appeared out of thin air, and Jiang Lushur's fist hit the light curtain. The light curtain trembled violently, as if it was about to shatter. But the blue energy attached to Jiang Lushur's fist also became dim. Bob bang bang! The scales all over the body of the giant pangolin began to burst at this moment, and a large amount of blood was sprayed out. Swaying wantonly, it seemed that the light curtain was open to block Jiang Lushur's punch, which caused great pain to it. But even so, this still frightened Jiang Lushur. What is this light curtain? Before this, Jiang Lushur's impression of mutant beasts mainly relied on strength, speed and claws to attack, and could at most spit out flames, venom, etc. Jiang Lushur was still the first to see such a giant beast that used a light screen as a protection. See you next time. Pong! The light curtain finally couldn't withstand Jiang Lushur's attack and exploded completely.
The shock wave of the energy explosion radiated in all directions. However, during this time, the giant pangolin also broke free from the concrete wall. It immediately began to attack towards Kit under the ground. Its front paws cut through the earth and rocks like tofu. And in a blink of an eye, it sank into the ground. At the same time, the earth and rocks were pushed out by its back paws, blocking the passage it dug. It actually wants to escape. But at this moment, the base vehicle roared, and a black flash of light burst out from the gun barrel on the front face of the base vehicle. This was an air cannon driven by black hole energy. At that moment, the atmosphere seemed to be torn apart, and the black light shot straight into the earth with a spiral cone of gas. Boom, boom, boom! The entire ground was lifted open, as if a huge earthquake had occurred. The giant pangolin that had just crawled into the ground was blasted out by the base vehicle. Almost at the same time, Jian Lucier took one step forward, leaped directly in front of the giant pangolin, and punched the giant pangolin in the jaw. Crack! The giant pangolin's jaw was directly blasted through by Jian Lucier. The blue energy ball took advantage of the situation and penetrated into the brain of the giant pangolin, shaking its brain into a ball of paste. Plop! The giant pangolin fell heavily to the ground, its body twitching. Jian Lucier landed next to the giant pangolin and took a deep breath. This was his first full-out battle after evolving, and it perfectly coordinated with the base vehicle driven by Ying. The mental connection is broken. If I guess correctly, the person controlling this pangolin beast should be far away. Ren Shiyu's spiritual voice sounded in Jian Lucier's mind. Oh, how can you see it? Jian Lucier asked. Before, I had been alert to the surroundings to prevent a sudden sneak attack from the control of this giant pangolin beast. But when I traced its spiritual connection back, I could never find the source. Ren Shiyu shook her head and said, if her mental power radiates in a circle, the range will not be very large. But if it is concentrated in one direction, it can penetrate very far. Ren Shiyu couldn't find the end of this spiritual connection, which proved that this person's spiritual power was much stronger than Ren Shiyu's. The mental power alone is stronger than yours, Shiyu. Not to mention that he can also control this giant pangolin beast. What kind of person is he? Jiang Liushir's expression became more solemn. When he first arrived in the island country, he encountered such a terrifying enemy. Brother Jiang, you are so powerful. You actually took down such a giant beast, and your car lifted up the ground with one shot. At this time, Jiang Cheng walked up and was shocked when he saw the dead giant pangolin. He had only seen giant beasts of this size a few times in the island country, and those giant beasts were just big and far from as strong as they are now. But such a giant beast was killed by Jian Lucier independently. Such strength made him envious. Jian Lucier shook his head. Strength limited his vision. Jiang Cheng never thought that killing this giant beast was nothing at all. The person hiding behind it was undoubtedly more terrifying. Jiang Cheng, I have something to deal with. As Jian Lucier spoke, he walked towards the thin woman he bought. The target of the giant pangolin beast was not himself, but this girl. Aren't you going to say something? Jian Lucier asked coldly. If it weren't for this girl, how could they be attacked? At this time, Ren Shi was already following Jian Lucier, while acting as a translator. She also used her mental force field to block the conversation between Jian Lucier and the thin girl. Facing Jian Lucier's question, the girl looked at the pangolin's body and then at Jian Lucier. After a long silence, she slowly uttered two words. Shinkui. What? A puppet master uses mutated beasts, or the corpses of killed powerful superpowers as materials, supplemented by special metals, to create puppets and control them to kill people remotely. This is Shinkui's method. The one who sneaked up on me is Shinkui. Oi! He is one of the 10 members of Creation. Chuang! Jian Liushir's eyes flashed, and he was not surprised that it was related to Chuang. Originally, Chuang came to the island country to look for weapons, but Jian Lucier felt that Chuang's base, at least one of its bases, was in the island country. When the thin girl in front of her saw herself writing the word create, her mental fluctuations were also extremely strong, and the puppet master known as Shinkui was so powerful that Jian Lucier thought it was natural to become one of the members. How many members are there in Chuang? Why did I hear it was 11 before? Jian Lucier clearly remembered that when the man in black tried to win over him, he wanted him to become the 12th member of the parliament. 11 members are correct, but one person is actually the speaker. When I said 10 members, I did not include him. Speaker. Jian Lucier raised his eyebrows. There is no doubt that the speaker is naturally much more powerful than the members. This Chuang
is really a terrifying organization.
I want to know, what is your relationship with Chuang? And why did Shinkui want to kill you?
Jiang Lushur asked. He had always been curious about the identity of this girl. She was hiding among slaves and had changed her appearance. All signs showed that she was being hunted. When Jiang Lushur asked this question, the girl fell silent. Jiang Lushur was very patient. He just stared at the girl. He must get an answer today. The appearance of this giant pangolin beast made Jiang Lushur a shield for a while. How could he not ask for an explanation? After 10 minutes of silence, the girl finally spoke.
I am the experimental subject of weapons. Weapon!
Jiang Lushur's eyes flashed. This girl is indeed related to weapons.
What is an experimental subject? What exactly is a weapon?
Jiang Lushur had long been curious about what happened to the weapon that Chuang valued so much.
The origin of the weapon is very complicated. It was first discovered during a civilization exploration more than half a century ago. It looks like a dark green crystal as long as a finger. Its shape is an octahedron, similar to the shape of natural diamond. At first, Chuang didn't know what the weapon could do, and he even really thought it was a piece of diamond with a special color. Later, he discovered that it was much harder than diamond and contained unimaginable future technologies. It wasn't until the end of the world that the members of creation suddenly discovered that the prismatic weapon they saw was actually the core controller of a weapon. What weapon?
Jiang Lushur asked.
Armor, a kind of armor that can cover the whole body. And this armor seems to have its own life magnetic field. It is not a simple metal. When this armor is summoned, it can form all-round protection, allowing a person to be omnipotent in heaven and earth. Oh, is there such a weapon?
Jiang Lushur was stunned for a moment, then thought about it carefully. Isn't this it? Iron Man? If the power of the weapon could be compared with Iron Man's armor, then it would be invincible in the apocalypse. I don't know how many people would dream of getting it. Even Jiang Lushur was very tempted. Although he was already very powerful, if he could get weapons, his strength would definitely increase several times.
The information I received before said that the weapons have not been unearthed in the island country. Why do you say that the weapons were discovered in the ruins of a civilization more than half a century ago and were obtained by creation?
The thin girl shook her head.
You are right. But the weapon you are talking about is another one. When Chuang found the weapon more than half a century ago, it was located in the core area of the civilization ruins, where there are grooves on the ancient stone platform. And what are placed in the grooves are the weapons. There are 4 grooves in total. That is to say, there may be 4 weapons. But for some reason, when Chuang arrived there, he only saw 1 weapon, and the other 3 were gone. Fly with wings. Judging from the shape of the grooves, 3 of the 4 weapons are in the shape of an octahedron, which is the same as the weapon discovered by Chuang. However, in the center of the 3 octahedral weapons, there is a ball-shaped weapon. This weapon is the size of a fist. It may be the most precious, and it is also what Chuang wants to get the most. When the apocalypse broke out, Chuang got a lot of information about the original ruins through unknown means, and they deduced the true identity of the ruins half a century ago. That ruins were left by a mysterious civilization. This civilization died out for some unknown reason. The weapon is the last thing they left behind, and it is also the aggregation of all the technology of that mysterious civilization. Weapons can be integrated with the spiritual power of intelligent life and be stimulated. After that, as long as intelligent life summons with spiritual power, the body of the weapon can be summoned. Those 3 octahedral weapons should be the battle of intelligent life. The spherical weapon in the center is even more amazing. It should be a space battleship and the ultimate battleship of that mysterious civilization.
When the thin girl said this, Jiang Lushur's heart suddenly jumped for some reason. Ball-shaped weapon. The ultimate battleship of the mysterious civilization. Could it be that? Jiang Lushur suddenly thought of something star seeds. The star seed is spherical. When it merges with one's own mental power, it stays in one's own brain and will no longer be separated. The role of star seeds is to build base vehicles. However, the base vehicle is only the first form of the star seed. Later, as the star seed evolved, it gradually became an amphibious type. Then the third form may develop into the air and become a land, sea and air base. The car turns into a super fortress. Next, if it turns into an interstellar battleship, it is very possible. Could it be said that star seeds are the most important weapon? Its existence is to build a super battleship. Or in other words, the star seed itself is the controller of a super battleship. Just because of the demise of that civilization, even the battleship was destroyed. It requires a lot of energy and materials to build a heartwarming battleship. and you will be the captain chosen by Starseed. Thinking of this, Jiang Lucier felt that many things suddenly became clear. The octahedral weapon is the combat uniform worn by the captain and combat members on the ship. As for the black hole, it is likely to be the energy source of the star seed. This is also the reason why black holes suddenly appear after the end of the world. And Starseed sends a signal to conquer the black holes. It's not that black holes happen to be able to upgrade star seeds, but that black holes are originally part of star seeds. Black holes swallow everything and convert it into energy. It is this self-growing and endless source of material energy that allows that mysterious civilization to cross the boundless space of the universe and come to the Earth. Thinking of this, Jiang Lucier was even more determined to carefully hide the secrets of the star seeds. If the Chuang knew that the ultimate weapon they were looking for day and night was on his body, they would probably have already escaped. As for now, even if they see the base vehicle, they can't associate a bus with a space battleship. After all, it is a hard thing for Star Seed to choose himself as the master. Who would have thought that a super battleship will the construction of the city start with a broken minibus? It was like the sword gods and martial emperors and nobles were reincarnated into small sects that were too poor to afford food.
Thank you for telling me so much useful information. I still have a few questions. What is the weapon experimental subject you mentioned before? And what is your relationship with Chuang?
Hearing Jiang Lucier's question, the girl fell silent for a moment. She seemed to have thought of many painful memories, and her expression became confused. Chapter 6:13 Secret.
If you are in pain, you can choose not to answer.
Seeing the girl's appearance, Jiang Lucier said. The girl shook her head.
It's nothing. It's all happened. I was the experimental subject of the weapon. After the weapon was discovered, for a long time,
Chuang didn't know what it was.
It was not until around the outbreak of the apocalypse that Chuang obtained more information that he realized that in order for a weapon to work, it must first be implanted in a person's brain. But weapons were originally designed for another kind of life. It is difficult for human beings to adapt to weapons. If ordinary people allow weapons to be implanted in their brains, the usual result is direct death.
Huh? What? Jiang Lucier was stunned for a while after hearing these words. And died immediately? He knew that he had a super weapon implanted in his head. Compared to the star seed, the other 3 weapons were just juniors. No matter how you think about it, implanting star seed should be more difficult and more likely to cause death. But now he is alive and kicking. And when his spirit was still fused with the star seed, he didn't feel any side effects. Now listening to the thin girl's words, he feels a chill in his back.
My dear, this is no joke.
Juan, when he and Starseed didn't get along, wasn't he dead?
You just said that the result is usually death. Does that mean there are still people who are implanted with weapons and still survive? Theoretically, there may even be someone who can be a perfect match for the weapon. But the probability is very small.
The girl sighed softly.
Chuang has found so many experimental subjects. But no one can really adapt to the weapon people. But didn't you survive? Didn't you experience the experiment?
Jiang Lucier asked doubtfully. The girl shook her head and said,
I did survive. I also experienced the experiment of weapons. However, I was not born with the ability to adapt to weapons. I was forcibly transformed. Before me, there were many experimental subjects who died because of the implantation of weapons. But Chuang did not gain nothing. They monitored the brain waves of these dead experimental subjects when they were implanted with weapons. Data to determine what kind of mental fluctuations can be integrated with a weapon. The people of creation can't change the weapons, but they can change the mental fluctuations of the experimental subjects, so that the experimental subjects can exist suitable for the weapon. After analyzing the final data, they selected the last batch of experimental subjects, so that our mental fluctuations perfectly fit the weapon. There are 7 people in this batch, and I am the only one who survived. I fused the weapon, but after all, it is a forcibly transformed data, and it is not perfect. As a result, my body, imprisonment, and blood are all under powerful energy. Something changed under the impact. I was not like this originally.
The girl sighed and said. Jiang Lucier was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that the girl had changed her appearance, but he did not expect that it was not the case. She became this strange look because her body could not bear it after merging the weapon. Sequely, looking at the girl, she is thin and small, completely flat-chested, and has a pretty face. She looks like a beggar who is dying of hunger.
Actually, for me, it's good if I can survive. I don't care what happens to me. The 7 of us experimental subjects have just merged with the weapons. After measuring their vital signs,
They were combined with the weapons.
Forcibly peeled off. I entered a state of suspended animation at that time. Even Chuang didn't realize that I was actually still alive. I found an opportunity to escape. It wasn't until they found that the body disappeared that they started to hunt me down. They wouldn't allow an experimental subject to live in this world. So that's it.
Jiang Lushur had a strange feeling in his heart after hearing this. The girl said that in theory there is someone who is a perfect match for the
weapon.
Could he be such a person? It was also for this reason that the star seed fell on him. Now think about it. It was not that I picked up the star seed by luck, but that the star seed took the initiative to choose me as the controller of a battleship. Starseed itself is also an artificial intelligence, and it has the will to choose a host. As for the girl in front of her, as someone who had once fused with a
weapon,
it was not surprising that she caused special energy fluctuations in the star seed. In this way, Jiang Lushur figured out many things, and he asked the girl,
"Why did Chuang choose the 7 of you as the final experimental subjects? Is it because you are strong?"
Jiang Lushur could feel that this girl was extraordinary, even though she used methods to hide her energy.
"Yes. The 7 of us are all top level 2 superpowers."
"Oh."
Chuang sacrificed 7 top level 2 superpowers at once for the weapon experiment. "Are you all captured by Chuang?"
The girl shook her head.
"We are originally members of Chuang.
Huh? Jiang Lushur was shocked when he heard what the girl said.
Chuang
was too cruel. Wouldn't he attack one of his own people?
Aren't Chuang afraid of losing their strength by doing this? Even if they don't care about this, aren't they afraid of losing their hearts? People's hearts?
The girl laughed miserably.
We were originally a group of people who were purged. So naturally, we are not worried anymore. After the apocalypse broke out, there was turmoil in the top management of Chuang. The former speaker was killed, and that person became the new one. Speaker. And the concept of creation has also changed. Those of us who are the former speaker are destined to be purged. In fact, the former speaker is my father.
When the girl said this, Jiang Lushur was stunned. The girl who was used as an experimental subject turned out to be the daughter of the former speaker. This is something Jiang Lushur didn't expect at all. No wonder the mention of
creation
and her own experience would cause such strong psychological fluctuations in this girl. No matter who she was, who was reduced from the princess of
creation
to a prisoner, she would probably despair because of this change in identity. The outbreak of the apocalypse has indeed given the world a huge impact.
Even Chuang
is no exception. When the original world rules no longer apply, then in this world where strength is everything, there will only be more brutal, bloody and unscrupulous people. Only with power can we achieve greater development. Jiang Lushur heard the man in black say that the members of
creation
yearn for the evolution of life forms and even immortality. Such temptation is too great. It is common for people's hearts to betray themselves to the devil under this temptation. Jiang Lushur glanced at the girl with emotion, feeling sympathy for her fate.
I also want to ask you, since you escaped, why did you enter the sword-killing commune and become a slave in the black market?
In Jiang Lushur's view, after the girl ran away, it was safest to find a hidden place to hide. Hiding in the slave market was not necessarily very clever. The girl said,
"That's because sword-killing commune has a secret that many people don't know."
Chapter 6:14 Black Cube.
Secret?
After hearing the girl's words, Jiang Lushur was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Jiansha Commune was just a very ordinary underworld organization, but he didn't expect that it would be connected to Chuang.
"I want to get back something that originally belonged to my father."
The girl gritted her teeth and said,
Shui Shark, the president of Jiansha Commune, is a close confidant of the current president of Chuang. And in Shui Shark's collection, there is a black. The metal cube was also discovered from the ruins of civilization. It originally belonged to my father, and my father called it the Black Rubik's Cube. After my father was killed, the Black Rubik's Cube was acquired by the Blood Shark. But the Blood Shark probably didn't know about the Black Cube. What can a Rubik's Cube do? Black Rubik's Cube? What is this?
Jiang Lushur asked. The girl hesitated for a moment and then said,
The Black Rubik's Cube is a storage container. Only my father, and I know its true function and how to use it. It only looks like it's as big as a music box, but a huge space is sealed inside.
When the girl said this, Jiang Lushur was shocked. Isn't this the same as the storage space in the base vehicle? The base vehicle has been upgraded many times, and its internal storage space has reached 100 cubic meters. Such a large space can be used to store ammunition, food, and mutated animal meat. The food placed in the storage space will never go bad.
which is very convenient. Originally, Jiang Lusher thought that he was the only one who had this kind of space. But he didn't expect that the girl's father also had it. But if you think about it carefully, the star seed itself is part of the ruins of that civilization. And it is not surprising that a second storage space can be found in it. In this apocalyptic world, the value of such a portable storage space is too great. Once someone knows about it, there will probably be a bloody storm over it. Having obtained so much information in one go from the thin girl, Jiang Lusher had a new understanding of creation, which was naturally of great significance to Jiang Lusher. Jiang Lusher glanced at the girl and said meaningfully, "You told me so many things, including your father's collection. You must be tempted by me, and then help you deal with the Jiansha commune and get back the black Rubik's Cube. Right?" The girl took a deep breath, nodded, and said without any secret, "Yes. Why did you explain the function of the black Rubik's Cube so clearly? Did you think that I would return it to you after knowing the function of the black Rubik's Cube?" Although Jiang Lusher said this, in fact, Jiang Lusher had no interest in the storage space of the black Rubik's Cube. The 100 cubic meters on the base vehicle can hold hundreds of tons of grain, meat and ammunition, which is enough for him. He said these words just to imagine the normal reaction of ordinary people after hearing the black Rubik's Cube. The girl said, "If I don't tell you, you won't be tempted at all. I want to deceive you. It's unrealistic to take back the black Rubik's Cube quietly. In fact, I don't expect you to return it at all. The black Rubik's Cube belongs to you, and the contents inside are yours. Everything can be yours. I just want to get back the notes and relics belonging to my father in the black cube." "Oh, what are the things in the black cube?" Jiang Lusher asked casually, but he didn't really take it to heart. However, he didn't expect that what the girl said next would make his heart skip a beat. The girl said, "The internal space of the black Rubik's Cube is dozens of meters in diameter, and it stores a large amount of my father's wealth, including the food, fresh water, clothing, etc. he prepared for the end of the world. Moreover, when my father got the black Rubik's Cube, the black Rubik's Cube was already inside. Something has been saved. It is a metal that has never been seen on Earth. It is 10 times heavier than steel and extremely hard, far stronger than diamond. My father guessed that this metal may have been used to build the remains of that civilization, the space battleship, or maybe after the original space battleship was damaged. Part of the metal was resmelted and stored in the black cube." "What? Metal for building space battleships?" Jiang Lusher's breath froze. This news had a huge impact on him. It has now been basically confirmed that Star Seed is the control center of a battleship, and Star Seed's mission is to rebuild this battleship. It is also for this reason that every time Star Seed upgrades its base vehicle, it will need various metals. The second upgrade, in addition to metal requirements, also requires the core energy of black hole energy. But Jiang Lusher knew that the metals he collected on the Earth were of limited quality. They could be used to build base vehicles, amphibious ships, and even a space station. Jiang Lusher felt that it was still possible. However, Jiang Lusher found it difficult to build the legendary cosmic super battleship that could travel through wormholes and travel across space. But now, he learned that the battleship metal used by the civilization relics was in the sword-killing commune. How could Jiang Lusher not be excited? What other metal is more suitable than the metal originally used in battleships? If the Star Seed is allowed to absorb these metals, I am afraid that the Star Seed will be able to start its third evolution immediately. By then, I don't know what the Star Seed will be able to evolve into. Jiang Lusher is full of expectations. "Are you interested in that metal?" The girl was stunned for a moment when she originally mentioned the black Rubik's Cube. Although she saw Jiang Lusher being interested, her reaction was far inferior to that after. "I just said that the metal is very hard. Although this is an advantage, it is so hard that it is almost impossible to process. You can't expect to use this metal to make weapons or anything like that. I'm a little interested." Jiang Lusher smiled. He was so excited just now that he inevitably lost his composure. But it doesn't matter. This girl would never think that Star Seed could do it on her own from her attitude towards a special metal. Absorb the metal and rebuild it yourself. "Of course. I am also interested in the black Rubik's Cube. I want this black Rubik's Cube. And I also want the metals inside. The remaining food, mutated animal meat, etc., are all yours. I can also give you some mutated crystal nuclei as a compensation." After Jiang Lusher robbed Shanghai, his wealth increased dramatically, and he didn't care about these things at all. "Okay." The girl agreed immediately. She knew very well that with her current strength, it was impossible to get back the black Rubik's Cube. She might as well cooperate with Jian Lushi. Otherwise, her father's things would fall into the hands of her father-killing enemy. She will feel even more uncomfortable.
Get in the car. Let's discuss it later. What's your name? My surname is Yiyu. Yiyu Kong. Yiyu Kong? Okay. Shiyu. You will be responsible for protecting Yiyu. I guess someone found Yiyu because someone used some spiritual method to lock her.
Ran Shiyu nodded.
I'll give it a try. Although my mental strength is not as good as that of the puppet master. It shouldn't be difficult to do if I just block Miss Yiyu's whereabouts.
As long as Ran Shiyu turns on her mental force field. Then within the scope of the force field is the spiritual world she dominates. And it is difficult for other people's spiritual tentacles to invade. Chapter 615 Dragon City.
Brother Jiang, your mutant beasts are being divided up by your brothers. I don't think your big bus can hold these bloody things. I do have 2 small trucks. If you need them, brother, I will give them to you.
When Jian Lushi walked to Jiangcheng, he saw that a huge tail of the giant pangolin had been cut off. And the other heads and limbs were also being cut off. It was not easy to transport such a giant pangolin the size of a house. Dividing it is also a laborious task. Jian Lushi saw a man who was more than 1.9 meters tall and covered in tendons. He seemed to have awakened his powers in terms of strength. He was holding a large hacksaw and sawing open the scales of a pangolin. There were also many others. Help. Others were collecting corpses. The pangolin attack just now killed 6 people. 4 men and 2 women, including the female slave bought by Jian Lushi, and one of them died tragically. Jian Lushi sighed softly when he saw 6 corpses placed on a pickup truck, each with his face covered with white cloth. The people who were alive 10 minutes ago turned into corpses in the blink of an eye. This is generally the case for small teams in the apocalypse. After encountering mutant beasts, there will always be casualties in a fierce battle. At this time, people have no time to mourn their dead comrades. So they must load the bodies of their comrades into trucks and deal with the mutant beasts first to avoid mutation. The bloody smell of animal carcasses brings more danger. But this time, the deaths of these 6 people were actually caused by Jian Lushi. If he hadn't saved Yukong, he wouldn't have been attacked by a giant pangolin. Several of the people killed by the giant pangolin were the mainstay of Longting, which made Jian Lushi feel a little guilty. He waved his hand and said,
"Just use your truck to transport it. I only want the mutated crystal core of this pangolin. The rest of the meat should be divided among Longtung's brothers, especially the families of the 6 deceased. Give them more. This is what they paid for with their lives." This,
hearing Jian Lushi's words, Jiangcheng was shocked.
How can this be possible? This is dozens of tons of meat. And our people only survived because of you, Brother Jiang. Otherwise the entire army might have been wiped out. We didn't help at all to kill this big guy. It's all up to you, Brother Jiang.
Jian Lushi patted Jiangcheng on the shoulder and said,
"This guy was brought here by my people. Brother, what are you talking about? In this world, for those of us with our heads tied to our waistbands, isn't the value of living just fighting? We go out to hunt mutant beasts. Otherwise, it's safest to stay at home. If we don't encounter mutant beasts, we will lose everything if we encounter them and can't defeat them. It's because our skills are inferior to others."
Jiangcheng said very calmly that he really thought so in his heart. As long as he goes out, he will inevitably encounter danger. As for who caused the danger, it doesn't matter at all. It is their duty to challenge the danger and gain from it. Jian Lushi took a deep look at Jiangcheng. He suddenly had a good impression of this man. He said,
"I will go back to Longting base with you." "Oh, Brother Jiang is planning to visit Longting?"
Jiangcheng was delighted.
"Well, I have some things I want to know about the sword-killing commune."
Generally speaking, the people who know a force best are the hostile forces of that force. However, in Jiang Lushi's view, the Jiansha commune was hidden very deep, and what Long Tum knew about it should only be superficial.
"Okay,"
Jiangcheng readily agreed. And then everyone started working together. The giant pangolin was quickly loaded into the truck, and the second-level mutated crystal core also fell into Jian Lushi's hands. Even for Jian Lushi now, the second-level mutant crystal core is very precious. Especially the giant pangolin just now is a top second-level mutant beast, and its second-level crystal nucleus is of extremely high quality. Holding the crystal clear burgundy mutated crystal core in his hand, Jian Lushi felt that the blood circulation in his body was accelerating, as if the blood vessels in his body were vibrating because of this crystal core.
Could it be that?
With a thought in his mind, Jian Lushi put the crystal core on his forehead, and then he could feel the energy in the mutated crystal core continuously gathering into his body. His body is absorbing mutant crystal nuclei. Before, Jiang Lucier absorbed dozens of first-level mutant crystal nuclei, and his body completed the evolution and possessed this blue energy. But then, Jiang Lucier felt that his body seemed to be saturated. Even if the first-level mutant crystal nuclei were put in front of him, it can't be absorbed at all. But now, a secondary mutated crystal core caused Jiang Lucier's body to undergo subtle changes again. He gently stretched out his hand, and the energy of the Blue Mother's life gathered in Jiang Lucier's palm, gradually turning into a small blue sun. Before, Jiang Lucier's little blue sun was only the size of his fist. But now, he found that after absorbing the second-level mutant crystal core, the little sun had grown a lot. This made Jiang Lucier feel happy. If this continued, the blue energy he possessed would increase several times, and his strength would also increase by leaps and bounds. However, Jiang Lucier, the first-level mutant crystal core, absorbed dozens of them in one go. Could it be that this second-level mutant crystal nucleus also had to absorb dozens of them? Thinking of this, Jiang Lucier had a headache. The second-level mutant crystal core was not a cabbage, and it was not easy to get dozens of them. But no matter how difficult it is, we still have to fight for it. Now that the enemy, Chuang, is here, Jiang Lucier feels a great threat. He must go all out to improve his strength.
Brother Jiang, in front of you is Longting City. Saying city is a bit too much, because it is really a bit small.
Jiang Cheng pointed to the small town in front and said with some embarrassment that Longting City, located in Qiuming Town, was actually built in the countryside. It relied on local earth, stone, and wood to build a wall more than 3 meters high. It's far behind the safe zone of Jiansha Commune.
Okay, it's not easy to stand here,
Jiang Lucier said casually. And at this moment, Ren Shiyu's spiritual voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Lucier's mind.
Brother Jiang, there is a situation ahead. Huh?
Jiang Lucier took a closer look, and sure enough he saw that the town ahead seemed a bit chaotic, and there were even occasional gunshots.
What happened?
Jiang Cheng's expression also changed. They spent a lot of blood and sweat to clean up the entire Qiuming town and build Longting City. In the past month or two, it was considered peaceful, and there was no danger. I didn't expect that Jiang Lucier would just come today. Longting City encountered a battle. Without Jiang Cheng's orders, the team members already stepped on the accelerator, and the mighty convoy drove towards Longting City. Chapter 6:16 Humanoid Beast. As the convoy got closer and closer to Longting City, Jiang Lucier could clearly see what was happening there. Longting City was surrounded. More than 24 black SUVs were parked at the entrance of Longting City. These SUVs had been modified and had weapons mounted on their roofs. Some of them were even equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns. A man held an RPG rocket launcher and fired a rocket directly at the city wall.
Boom!
There was a loud noise, and a large part of the city wall, which was not strong in the first place, was blown down.
Huh? Is it him?
Jiang Lucier saw an acquaintance. Xia Mei's brother, the tattooed young man whose life was ruined by him. He still had a bandage around his waist. His eyes were red, and he looked hysterical. Jiang Lucier suddenly remembered that this guy had always thought that he was a member of Long Tongue, and that he had ruined his life. It was a sworn enemy. Naturally, he wanted to sweep across Long Tongue and kill himself. But Jiang Lucier didn't expect that the convoy this man brought was so well equipped. It was simply a reinforced platoon. And among so many people, at least half are people with superpowers. This number is too exaggerated.
Does this person have so much energy?
Jiang Lucier was surprised. This was at least the size of a team of 7 or 8 superpowers. The tattooed man looked inconspicuous and was not very strong. How could he call upon so many people?
This tattooed man is very powerful. Is he a close associate of some big shot in the sword-killing commune?
Jiang Lucier spoke in a low voice. And Jiang Juing also saw the tattooed man at this time. She said,
maybe the sword-killing commune has long wanted to completely eliminate Long Tongue, and the incident with this tattooed man was just a trigger.
While Jiang Lucier and Jiang Juing were talking, several more RPG rockets were launched. With the sound of
boom, boom,
boom, most of Longting's wall collapsed, and several Longting members, who were guarding the wall, were directly engulfed by the explosion of fire, died on the spot.
We have already given up the people of the sword-killing commune out of the city and arrived at Qiuming Town. Do you want to kill them all?
On the city wall that had not yet collapsed, a red-clothed superhuman shouted. But what greeted him was another rocket.
Boom!
A violent explosion sounded, and large parts of the city wall collapsed. The red-clothed superpower was so powerful that he managed to distance himself from the city wall before the RPG rocket exploded, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Although Long Tongue's strength is far inferior to that of Jiansha Commune, if he is pushed to the death, he will definitely be able to tear off a piece of flesh from Jiansha Commune. Originally, Long Tongue occupied a remote area, and the sword-killing commune would not spend any money to kill Long Tongue if the benefits were insufficient. But now, the situation has changed. Shrink all defense lines and drag the enemy into street fighting in residential areas. Evacuate all residents and let ordinary people evacuate through the back door first. All superpowers will be on my side. The red-clothed superhuman yelled. His voice was so rich that even in a battlefield with such violent explosions, it could still be clearly heard dozens of meters away, allowing everyone to hear clearly. Captain Yuan Fei, an anti-aircraft machine gun has been set up at the back door. Many people have died before opening the door. A girl in military uniform shouted loudly. Her voice was clear and her sweet face was stained by the dust from the explosion. Blacken. Nonsense. Isn't it just a machine gun? Destroy it. The red-clothed superpower named Yuan Fei looked solemn. He knew that Long Tongue would suffer heavy losses no matter what today. It happened that at this time, Jiang Cheng led many people to rescue the female slaves, which made Long Tongue's combat effectiveness much weaker. He even doubted whether the other party saw this opportunity and launched the attack. At this time, he could only buy out time and evacuate in an orderly manner. Only in this way could Long Tongue's vitality be preserved to the maximum extent. Captain Yuan Fei, look at that, the girl in military uniform suddenly said. Yuan Fei was stunned for a moment and looked into the distance as the girl pointed. At this sight, Yuan Fei was overjoyed. Jiang Cheng, this guy is back. Having Jiang Cheng's team join the battlefield is a timely help. With him attacking from behind, they may even turn defeat into victory. After all, this time, the sword-killing commune did not come out in full force, but only 7 or 8 teams of superpowers. Captain Jiang. The eyes of the girl in military uniform were also full of attack. As long as Jiang Cheng could destroy those RPGs, they wouldn't dare to risk their lives on the battlefield. Huh? Captain Jiang also brought a bus? The girl in military uniform was stunned for a moment. He knew that Jiang Cheng had gone to rescue the 6 captured female slaves. She guessed that this bus was brought by Jiang Cheng to hold the female slaves. However, this bus was too big. In her mind, it was more than enough for 6 girls to fit in one SUV. And the strange thing is that there are also things that look like they are made of alloy steel tied to the roof of the bus. These things are fixed by chains and look full of spikes. Very ferocious. What is this? The girl was thinking about it. At this moment, he saw the sunroof on the roof of the bus being opened. A young man jumped out of the bus and jumped onto the roof of the bus. He kicked it casually, and he kicked the chain open. And then he lifted it up with one hand. An alloy steel casting half the size of a car. Only then did the girl see clearly that what the young man was carrying looked like a giant helmet worn by dinosaur beasts that appeared in comics or movies. This thing. Yuan Fei was also surprised. The helmet was half the size of a car. The thick metal layer had 3 thick spikes over 2 meters long, like spears, cast on the surface. Not to mention the use of this thing, let alone its weight. It weighed 7 or 8 tons. But the young man just picked it up and threw it out. Whoosh! The huge metal helmet flew rapidly in the air, making a buzzing sound that broke through the air. This thing is naturally a helmet worn by a pangolin. When the pangolin puppet first appeared, it was fully armed and wore alloy steel armor. Later, the pangolin was killed. Jiang Lucier felt it was a pity to lose these alloy steel armors, so he tied them all to the base. The car is roofed, with the special metals in the black Rubik's Cube as the target. Jiang Lucier didn't like these things. But this kind of alloy steel metal was also a very important material. It was valuable whether it was used to melt weapons or reinforce city walls. But at this moment, Jiang Lucier regarded the pangolin's metal helmet as a weapon and threw it out. Seeing such a big guy flying over, everyone in Jiansha Commune was stunned. What the hell is this? Run! Someone exclaimed. But the metal helmet was too fast, and it hit an SUV firmly. Boom! There was just a loud noise, and the SUV was smashed like a piece of paper. All anti-aircraft machine guns and RPG rocket launchers were destroyed like toys in front of the high-speed flying metal helmet weighing 7 or 8 tons. Chapter 617 Meteor Hammer. Boom! This sudden scene shocked everyone. Both Yuan Fei and the girl, as well as the people in the sword-killing commune, were all stunned at this moment. This kind of attack method is too simple and crude. Where did Jiang Cheng find such a fierce character? Yuan Fei is not so naive as to think that such a person will be the subordinate found by Jiang Cheng. Just kidding. There is no one stronger than him in the entire Longtan. Such a person should not be unknown. But at a glance, Yuan Fei had a strange face. He couldn't wait to ask Jiang Cheng where he found this great master. This, Jiang Cheng swallowed. Not to mention Yuan Fei. Even he was stunned. Although he had seen Jiang Liusher's ferocity before, he never expected to use his helmet to directly smash the sword-killing commune's car. But it has to be said. Cool. So damn cool. Not only Jiang Cheng, but also Yuan Fei slapped his thigh hard. Originally, they were beaten back and forth, but this attack just now greatly boosted their morale. At this time, the people in Jiansha commune also came to their senses. They looked at the smashed SUV, trembling inwardly and extremely angry at the same time. Asshole! Who dares to go against our Jiansha commune? At this time, the tattooed man had already seen clearly the young man who made the move. That familiar bus, and the man who ruined his life. This face, even if it is burned to ashes, the tattooed man will never forget it. However, this tattooed man led his team to Longting with murderous intent, in order to destroy Longting, and especially to destroy Jiang Liusher. But now, when he really saw Jiang Liusher, he was struck by Jiang Liusher's terrifying blow. It made my scalp feel a little numb. But before the tattooed man could speak, Jiang Liusher had already seen him. For such a person, Jiang Liusher was naturally too lazy to talk nonsense. He just showed a sarcastic sneer. Seeing this smile, the tattooed man's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly remembered the moment when he was deposed. Jiang Liusher had the same expression at that time, which made the tattooed man feel a sharp pain between his legs again. He just made a sneak attack. It's impossible for that kind of power to explode a second time in a short time. Let's attack! As soon as the tattooed man roared, he immediately felt like a duck being strangled by the neck, and even the tone of his voice changed. He and the people in Jiansha commune were horrified to see that the young man actually lifted another piece of alloy steel casting from the roof of the car. Even this one was even bigger than the helmet just now. This is the pangolin's back armor. Its weight exceeds the helmet that was thrown before. However, even so, it was still like a brick, picked up by Jiang Liusher with one hand. In an instant, all the people who killed the commune with swords were dead. Why is there still such a thing as Nima? And is this man's power so infinite? Whoosh! Jiang Liusher poured in huge force, and threw out the huge back armor. At such high speed and size, even though the people in the Jiansha commune screamed in fear and stepped on the accelerator, they still had no time to escape. Boom! Another SUV was hit, and turned into a pile of scrap metal in an instant. The people inside were all turned into pulp, and they were too dead to die. Attack him personally! Shoot! Shoot! However, when this group of sword-killing commune people hurriedly aimed rocket launchers and machine guns at the roof of the bus, they were shocked to find that Jiang Liusher had turned into an afterimage and rushed towards them. What? At this moment, Jiang Liusher suddenly threw out an iron chain from his hand. The iron chain made a harsh whistle in the air, and hit the Jiansha commune's vehicle with terrifying force. Ah! A machine gunner on the roof of the car was hit by the chain before he could react. In an instant, his whole body was pulled out. His bones were broken, and his internal organs were shredded. He was vomiting blood and convulsing on the ground. And he was dead. Whoosh! The chain directly wrapped around the helmet that was still on the wreckage of the SUV. What is he going to do? The people in Jiansha commune were frightened. At this time, as Jiang Liusher swung hard, the huge helmet was suddenly pulled up by Jiang Liusher, and then whirled around him. In this case, who dares to approach Jiang Liusher? And Jiang Liusher waved the helmet like a meteor hammer at the vehicles that were killing the commune with swords. Boom boom boom! Jiang Liusher was like a sheep among tigers. Under the helmet in his hand, all superpowers, guns and LS were like tofu. On the city wall, Yuan Fei's eyes were about to pop out of his head. As for the sweet girl in military uniform, her big eyes were shining brightly, and her eyes were closely following the figure rushing through the crowd of cars. This is simply a one-sided beating. Yuan Fei couldn't help but sigh. Stop just standing there and watching. Fight back against them. Yuan Fei roared suddenly. They have been suppressed by the Jiansha commune for a long time, and they have long been holding a breath in their hearts. But with their abilities, they have nowhere to vent. And this time, although they were not the ones who actually attacked and killed the commune with swords, they still felt like they were having a great time. And all their bad breath came out. There were Jiang Liusher in front and Longteng's people behind them. taking advantage of the situation to attack. The people in Jiansha Commune felt like their heads would be blown off. Originally, they were pressing forward step by step, but in the blink of an eye, they were beaten to the point of running away, and the other party was just one person.
Put distance. Distance yourself from him.
But at this moment, on the other side of Jiansha Commune, a dazzling lightning suddenly lit up.
Ah!
An SUV that retreated far away and aimed its gun at Jiang Lushur was struck by lightning on the spot, and the people inside were immediately electrocuted and covered in smoke. A young girl full of energy, with electricity lingering all over her body, appeared on the battlefield.
Brother, let me help you,
Jiang Zhuing said with a smile. In an instant, a huge power grid opened, and lightning struck down continuously under Jiang Zhuing's control. There was lightning again, and there was the terrifying blow to the helmet. The people of the sword-killing commune lost even their last ability to resist. They cried like ghosts and howled like wolves, and were beaten so hard that they couldn't find their way around. But at this moment, Ran Shiyu's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Liushur's ears.
Brother Jiang, be careful.
Her tone was very solemn, even with a hint of anxiety. She suddenly sensed that several powerful spiritual energies were rapidly approaching here.
Huh?
Jiang Liushur's heart moved. Those who came at this time were naturally enemies rather than friends. They were probably rescuers from Jiansha Commune. But the rescue seemed to come a bit quickly. Jiang Lushur finally stopped and looked into the distance in the direction pointed by Ran Shiyu. Seeing that the god of killing finally stopped, the remaining living members of the sword-killing commune had lost their armor and had no ability to fight at all. In addition to Jiang Zhuing and Long Tung's people, the remaining people were quickly surrounded. Looking at the mess on the ground around him, Yuan Fei couldn't help but his eyelids twitched wildly. He had already felt extremely terrifying when he was watching from the side just now. Now that he was immersed in the scene, he imagined if he was here just now. It's better not to think about it. It's too cruel.
Captain Jiang.
Jiang Cheng rushed over excitedly to introduce Jiang Lushur to Yuan Fei and others. The girl in military uniform followed Yuan Fei and looked at Jiang Lushur with a hint of curiosity and awe. Looking at Jiang Lushur up close, he did not feel that Jiang Lushur was as amazing in combat as before. On the contrary, he was tall and thin, wearing a windbreaker, and looked very stylish. His appearance was also very handsome, and his eyes looked very deep. This appearance is obviously that of a standard handsome guy. And he also has a very elegant temperament, which cannot be associated with the violent killing god just now. But as soon as Jiang Cheng opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Jiang Lushur.
Be careful. Someone is coming,
Jiang Lushur said. Judging from Ran Shiyu's perception, Jiang Lushur did not mean to despise the incoming enemy.
What's coming is probably the same puppet beast as the armor-piercing monster just now,
Jiang Lushur said. When he said this, Jiang Cheng was suddenly shocked.
Puppet beast?
The girl in military uniform asked doubtfully. Jiang Cheng immediately told Yuan Fei and the girl in military uniform what had just happened. After hearing this, the girl in military uniform covered her mouth in surprise. She looked at the huge helmet and back armor, and her face turned pale. At this time, among the surrounded members of the Jiansha Commune, a voice came out.
If you offend our Jiansha Commune, you should wait to die.
Jiang Lushur took a quick look and saw that the person speaking was the tattooed man. He didn't die in the battle just now, but he didn't have any chance to escape and is now a prisoner. This tattooed man knew very well that in such a life-and-death fight, even if he was lucky enough not to die just now, he would still have to die later. And he himself would not let the tiger go back to the mountain. Since everyone on the left and right was dead, the tattooed man was ready to risk his life. His face was filled with hatred and his eyes were red. But when Jiang Lushur looked over, he still shuddered. An uncontrollable fear suddenly enveloped him. This was really terrifying when Jiang Lushur's god blocked the killing god, and the Buddha blocked the killing Buddha. The tattooed man's body kept shaking, but he still insisted.
The commune will avenge us. Really? Then you can wait until someone comes to avenge you.
Jiang Lushur showed a faint smile. The tattooed man was stunned when he heard this. In fact, he was just unwilling to die like this. So he just cursed Jiang Lushur and others. But after hearing this, someone really came. Jiang Lushur didn't bother to care about the tattooed man at all. At this moment, his whole body was surging with energy, and he was recovering quickly, ready to fight. They have already fought against this puppet master once. Last time, he killed the pangolin sent by the opponent, and he already knew that this puppet master would not give up. This time, the puppet master probably did not come to rescue these people who were killing the commune with swords. These people were of no importance to him at all. His target is Yu Yukong and the Shuri team that killed the pangolin. Chapter 6:18. Divine Wind Beast. In just half a minute after Ran Shiyu issued the warning, several small black spots appeared in the sky northwest of Qiuming town. What? Jiang Lucier was stunned for a moment. He originally thought it was another behemoth the size of a house. But he didn't expect it to be a flying thing. If he hadn't heard the roar of any engine, he would have thought it was an approaching plane. The small black dot continued to enlarge, and it was faintly visible that it was a black giant beast with 2 wings. Squeak, squeak! A sharp whistling sound came continuously, like the sharp long noise made when the school radio was out of tune in the past. The decibels were extremely high and extremely harsh.
Is a bat!
Ran Shiyu spoke. But Jiang Lucier also saw clearly at this time that it was difficult for him to connect the huge thing in the sky with the bat. This wingspan is at least 10 meters. 10 meters doesn't sound like much. But if you really let this big guy fall to the ground and spread one wing, it can easily cover a small car. Compared with the huge wings, its body is smaller, but it is also about the size of an adult tiger. Look at the sharp teeth, which are enough to bite through the steel plate. What does it mean to be more powerful than a tiger? This is it. Jiang Lucier inevitably thought of an extinct ancient sky overlord, the Fengshen pterosaur. This is the largest flying animal discovered by humans so far. It is also said to have a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Although the Eolus pterosaur may have a longer neck and may even stand about the same height as a giraffe. In terms of weight alone, it is probably not that big. Defeat these giant bats with strong bodies in the sky. It's hard to imagine how such huge things can fly.
What is this?
Jiang Chung was completely shocked. Is there such a giant beast in the island country? Today, he first saw the giant pangolin, and then saw the flying bat beast. What happened in front of him was beyond his understanding. He suddenly felt that his strength was so weak and insignificant compared to this grand world. Jiang Chengdu felt this way. Not to mention the people of Longting City. How often had they seen such a scene? Such a flying giant beast, even a male lion, would be caught in the sky and torn apart by them. On the contrary, the tattooed man was extremely excited after seeing this giant beast.
Kamikaze-mon! It's really Kamikaze-mon! Is this Kamikaze-mon? I actually saw Kamikaze-mon!
The tattooed man was almost incoherent. This made Jiang Lucier startled. He didn't expect that the tattooed man could recognize such a giant beast flying in the sky. He knew that for the island country, the divine wind was something revered by the people, similar to a spiritual belief. When the arrogant Mongolian people swept across the Eurasian continent, the island country was blown away by the typhoon when it entered the east, thus avoiding the destruction of the island country. Fate. This typhoon became the so-called kamikaze. Later, during World War II, the island nation formed kamikaze squads when the situation was over. The tattooed man calls this bat a kamikaze beast and worships it very much, which proves that this bat is almost a totem to the sword-killing commune, and even to a certain part of the underworld organization in the island country today. This is enough to show the influence of Chuang in the island country. Although Chuang is a worldwide organization, it does not seem to penetrate into China very well. After all, China's social system makes it difficult for such an organization to penetrate. But it's different in the island country. The puppet beast controlled by a congressman was created, and even became the sacred beast of these people.
Kamikaze-mon! Kamikaze-mon is here to save us!
Another member of the sword-killing commune was shouting. They were all stunned by Jiang Lucier. Seeing Jiang Lucier spitting the huge meteor hammer, they didn't even have the courage to resist him. Now they saw the kamikaze beast coming. But as if they had been given a shot of blood, they picked up their weapons again and started fighting.
Hack! I asked you to show off. Wen Tian, if you knock it down, they will stop screaming.
Yuan Fei spoke. The Wen Tian he was talking about was the girl in military uniform beside him. This girl's name sounded sweet, but her movements were not sweet at all. After hearing the order, she took out a thick stick from behind without saying a word. Sniper rifle. This is a Barrett. As an anti-material sniper rifle configured by the US military, it has passed the test of the Gulf War. It is powerful and highly accurate. Barrett's reputation is much greater than that of the AMR-2. Now in the hands of a girl with an outstanding figure, there is a considerable visual contrast. If before the end of the world, even the most powerful special forces would be able to shoot from the prone position with such a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Otherwise, if they hold it up, the air wave from the bullet will hit their face like an air cannon. And it will hurt their shoulders even if they are pushed. It hurt for a long time. But now, when Tian directly shoots bats with Barrett, And the ammunition is armor-piercing, discarding sabots. This kind of bullet can penetrate 35mm steel plate at a distance of 500 meters. And its lethality is amazing. When Tian completed the process from loading to aiming and shooting in an instant, bang! There was a huge gunshot, which was extremely clear even on this chaotic battlefield. The armor-piercing SH. Ling bullet traced a straight trajectory in the air and hit the bat's head directly. One shot to the head. When Tian didn't have time to be happy, and the expression on her face suddenly froze. He saw that the bat he hit just tilted its head back and continued flying towards Soaring Dragon City. What happened? Missed? When Tian was extremely surprised. Her superpower was related to shooting. She didn't believe she could miss. If it were a heavily armored mutant beast on land, it would be fine if she couldn't kill it. But now it was something flying in the sky. Bats are covered in fur, so they look like light armor. The sniper rifle in her hand can shoot armor-piercing bullets that can penetrate a finger-thick steel plate. The mutant beast is also made of flesh and blood, without the protection of thick skin and scales. How can it block the armor-piercing bullets? When Tian couldn't believe it. But at this moment, Yuan Fei beside him suddenly pounced on her. Careful! Yuan Fei shouted. And at the same time, there was a violent tremor where they had just stood. And then a scene that shocked when Tian happened. The stone slab they were standing on turned into stone powder in the tremor. Foamy when blown. It flutters into the air. What kind of attack is this? It's ultrasound! Yuan Fei guessed that ultrasonic waves are powerful enough to break objects, which is the so-called ultrasonic fragmentation. In medicine, ultrasonic waves can be used to break stones in the human body. But this takes a long time. In this way, it is still unimaginable to break the stone into pieces in just 1 second. Chapter 6:19. Are you playing World of Warcraft? Sonic attack. To be precise, it's a sonic cluster. Those bats can cooperate to converge the emitted ultrasonic waves together to avoid spreading, which can achieve a super killing effect. Ren Shiyu's voice sounded in the ears of everyone in the Shurring team at the same time. When ordinary people speak, the amplitude of sound wave divergence is omnidirectional, and the intensity attenuation is also very fast, proportional to the square of the distance radius. This is because almost all waves diverge in a spherical shape, and the surface area of a sphere is proportional to the radius square. So whether it is gravity or electromagnetic force, their elementary calculation formulas are very similar and follow the inverse square law. But once the sound wave does not diverge and becomes a cluster, its attenuation ratio will be very low. This is also the sound of using a book rolled up to your mouth and speaking directly to another person's ear, even if it is so small that you cannot hear it. The reason why the person on the other side can hear it very clearly. I don't know what kind of mutation has occurred in these bats, but they can emit directional sound waves out of thin air. It is simply incredible. With the force of this sound wave, if a flesh and blood body can bear it down, I'm afraid it will turn into flesh. Bamboo Shadow, get on the base vehicle quickly, Jiang Lucier said seriously. The base vehicle's excellent protection is enough to isolate ultrasonic waves. Jiang Zhuing gritted his teeth and did not insist. He jumped onto the base vehicle and said, Brother, be careful. Now in the entire Shurring team, Jiang Lucier is the strongest, and Jiang Zhuing can only choose to trust her brother. If she stays forcibly, it will only distract Jiang Lucier. Just as Jiang Zhuing got into the car, the sense of danger came again. Jiang Lucier jumped forward without thinking. Kakaka! The ground where Jiang Lucier had just been standing exploded into pieces, which was even more tragic than what Yuan Fei had just experienced. The ultrasonic waves emitted by bats are completely inaudible and are completely silent and invisible attacks. Not only that, the speed of the sonic attack is very fast. This speed exceeds the reaction speed of the superpower, coupled with the range of the sonic attack. Even if you see the sonic wave, it will be difficult to dodge. What's more, you can't see it at all. This is absolutely a silent death. People are already dead before they realize that death is approaching. Jiang Liushir's ability to dodge was entirely based on his superpower's intuition of danger. To be able to reach this level of intuition and dodge ultrasonic waves, a top level 2 superpower is the minimum requirement. Crack! Just a pause. The ground under Jiang Liushir's feet exploded again, and Jiang Liushir avoided it again. The moment Jiang Liushir just jumped up, he suddenly felt a chill in his vest. Without thinking, he forcibly twisted his body in the air, and with the help of the thick chains in his hands, his body moved directly sideways, seemingly violating the laws of physics. Boom! In the direction where Jiang Liushir had just rushed, a stone wall shook violently, as if thousands of years of weathering had been compressed in an instant.
and collapsed directly into a pile of dust. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lucier had cold sweat on his forehead. These bats actually knew how to coordinate attacks and seal off the blind spots for his dodge. One bat feints, just forcing himself to dodge, while the other bat launches a pre-attack in the direction where he is most likely to dodge. If he really rushes in, he will be shattered to pieces. This is definitely not the wisdom that beasts can have. It is probably the puppet master operating from the air to create the congressman. It is really terrifying. Although Jiang Lucier's dangerous intuition was accurate, it also consumed a lot of energy. He could not withstand the precise cooperation of these bats, and used his own invisible attacks to lay a dragnet. If he repeated this, once he made a mistake, he would be doomed. Go to H.L. Jiang Lucier suddenly shook the iron chain in his hand, and the iron chain was disconnected from the Pandalin's giant helmet. Then, Jiang Lucier used the thick chain as a long whip and slammed it at the bat in the air. Whoosh! The chains broke through the air and made a sharp whistling sound. However, these bats had already anticipated Jiang Lucier's movements, and they raised their bodies in advance. The chains brushed against their bodies and were not long enough. Jiang Lucier frowned. His most fatal weakness now was that he couldn't fly. With his method, he couldn't attack these 4 bats at all. Brother Jiang, let me help you! Xiang Shuai shouted that she wanted to rush out of the base vehicle. Only with the help of Xiang Shuai's wind power could she fly into the air. Don't come out! Jiang Lucier directly objected. He knew that Xiang Shuai wanted to fly up and attack the bat himself. As for using Xiang Shuai's wind power to make herself fly, that is impossible. It cannot withstand the overwhelming sonic attack of bats. Although Xiang Shuai has danger intuition, it is only for herself, which does not mean that she can feel it. Considering the danger Jiang Lucier encountered, it was impossible to control Jiang Lucier to fly into the air. Once he fell into the air, Jiang Lucier would have nowhere to rely on, which is why he didn't consider jumping into the air with his own power, even if the chain he threw out wasn't long enough. But brother Jiang, Xiang Shuai looked at Jiang Lucier anxiously. I joined the team just to make up for the lack of air power. If I don't take action now, what's the use? Xiang Shuai was very anxious. In fact, she also knew that it was impossible for her to deal with 4 bats at the same time with her own strength. Jiang Lucier didn't say anything. At this time, he had no energy to talk to Xiang Shuai. The sonic attack came again. Seeing that fixed-point sonic attacks could not defeat Jiang Lucier, these 4 bats began to use ultrasonic waves. Their power seemed to be endless. Pong! There was an explosion, and behind Jiang Lucier, an SUV exploded without warning. This was an SUV belonging to Longting, which Jiang Chung had just brought out. The steel frame was almost deformed by the shock, and more than a dozen glass windows exploded into powder. There was no chance of anyone in the car surviving, and they were directly turned into a pile of pulp. Ryoko! Seeing this situation, Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly turned red. He is the strongest in the team, and he barely has the ability to predict danger. However, except for him, none of these brothers has this ability. They are just living targets waiting to be hit, including the people in Longting City. No one could be spared. Kamikaze Mon! Ha ha ha! Kamikaze Mon! The tattooed man let out a crazy cry and was killed by the sword. The kamikaze beast that the commune regarded as a totem had only heard the legends and seen the pictures. This was the first time he truly realized the power of the kamikaze beast, which dominated the commune. That gentleman is simply invincible. Be careful! Everyone get out of the car! Disperse immediately after getting off the car! Disperse! Jiang Chung shouted, and all the Longting members abandoned their cars without saying a word. In this situation, a bunch of people gathered in the car was looking for death. But even if they ran away, they couldn't escape the crazy ultrasonic beam. Immediately, several people were hit by the sound wave and turned into mints. Son of a bitch! Go to H.L. A dragon soaring member picked up a sword killer commune and used an RPG rocket launcher to blast the giant bat in the air. Barrett armor-piercing bullets are not effective, and the power of rockets cannot be compared to armor-piercing bullets. However, the attack trajectory of the rocket was too obvious. As soon as it flew halfway, it was directly hit by the sound wave, and was triggered and exploded in the air. Then the sound wave swept up again, directly hitting the soaring dragon member holding an RPG rocket launcher. The soaring dragon member didn't even make a sound. His internal organs exploded and died. Damn it! Jiang Qingdong's teeth were shattered, but he couldn't do anything at all. He could only watch the massacre of the bat beast. It was not a battle of the same magnitude at all,
It was a one-sided massacre. Of course, the main attack of the Bat Beast is still focused on Jiang Lushi. Bang! At this moment, the base vehicle roared and the air cannon sounded. Terrifying air waves were emitted from the barrel, mixed with black energy flow and swept across the sky. When the Shadow launched an attack, since the fusion of black hole energy, the power of the air cannon has been different from what it used to be. Even after the power has weakened by hundreds of meters, it still has terrifying lethality. A bat tried its best to dodge, but still couldn't completely dodge, and was directly hit by its wing. Large pieces of flesh and blood exploded. There is a big hole underneath this bat's 10-meter wingspan. The bat struggled desperately in the air and seemed about to fall down. But its three companions grabbed it at the same time to keep the fourth bat in the air. Shadow! Great job! Jiang Zhuing was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Ever since Jiang Lushi started to get out of the car to fight, the task of driving the base vehicle has been given to Ying. And Ying has never disappointed. She can always appear at the most critical moment and give the most terrible blow. But after being praised by Jiang Zhuing, there was no joy on Ying's face, but a solemn look on his face. She was shocked to find that although the bat's wings were injured, the membrane around the hole in its wings was twitching and squirming, as if trying to repair the hole. Moreover, the three bats have brought their companions to the back of the base vehicle, which is a blind spot that cannot be bombarded by air cannons. Ying could foresee that as long as she turned the front of the car, the four bats would dodge immediately and be in the blind spot where the air cannon could not attack, and the injured bat would recover quickly, so that her previous attack would be at no effect, and the air cannon that uses black hole energy cannot be fired casually. Now, one of the four bats is injured, which is an opportunity, but the three intact bats can still send out ultrasonic attacks, and they are by no means at the mercy of others. At this moment, Jiang Lushi suddenly dodged, crossed 100 meters in a few steps, and used his strength to reach the city wall. Ah! Seeing Jiang Lushi suddenly appear like the Flash, Yuan Fei and Wen Tian were shocked. It was this fierce man. He had just used a chain to swing a metal helmet weighing several tons, and the scene of violently beating the commune SUV with a sword was still vivid in his mind. This attack method was so violent, and the visual impact was overwhelming. I am afraid I will never forget it in this life. Now seeing Jiang Lushi suddenly appear in front of them, Yuan Fei and Wen Tian both felt as if a fierce beast had suddenly arrived. Give me the gun! Jiang Lushi stretched out his hand and pointed at Wen Tian. Wen Tian was stunned for a moment. Wanted his own Barrett. Is it a bat? But this gun has no lethality against that big bat. Jiang Lushi frowned. Speed. If you stand next to me, you may be hit by the ultrasonic wave at any time. Okay. But my gun doesn't have a scope. Wen Tian agreed, but was very speechless. She had awakened her shooting powers. She didn't need a scope at all when using a sniper rifle. Only an iron sight. Of course, the aiming speed of the iron sight was much faster than that of a sight. But what about others? Had this ability. Why are you talking so much? Jiang Lushi was depressed, seeing the bat recovering its strength. Why is this woman so verbose? You? Wen Tian choked. This man's words were too unpleasant. If he were an ordinary person, she would have slapped him. But Jiang Lushi was not an ordinary person. She had no choice but to admit it. Facing such a ruthless man, what else could she say? She threw Barrett directly to Jiang Lushi and gave Jiang Lushi 2 magazines of bullets. These were all special ammunition. The magazine contains armor-piercing incendiary tracer rounds, and the other magazine contains armor-piercing discarding sabot rounds. Jiang Lushi didn't choose armor-piercing incendiary bombs at all. In terms of penetrating power, the discarding sabot armor-piercing bombs were the strongest. If they couldn't penetrate armor, burning them would still be useful. In fact, Jiang Lushi came to ask for Wen Tian's gun because of her bullets. His AMR-2 only uses ordinary ammunition. The most important thing about the power of a sniper rifle is not the caliber, but the bullet type. Special bullets such as discarding sabots and armor-piercing bullets are completely incomparable to ordinary ammunition. Don't stand next to me, or you'll turn into a pulp. Jiang Liushi's voice was cold, and Wen Tian's face froze when she heard it. She was like a little princess in Longting. Those Longting warriors were all polite to her, and even admired her, and they all supported her. She also knew that this was mainly because of her appearance rather than her strength. So she never regarded other men's attitudes towards her as capital. But she couldn't stand Jiang Lushi driving her away like this. Besides, what the L is turning into flesh. Having said that, Wen Tian quickly distanced herself from Jiang Lushi so as not to hinder this ruthless man. After all, he was a ferocious beast in human form. Yuan Fei smiled bitterly and distanced himself from Wen Tian. They watched as Jiang Lushi loaded the armor-piercing SH. Ling rounds. Wen Tian was speechless for a while. What if Barrett, whom Wen Tian had just tried, could bloom if you were the one to shoot him? Wen Tian's marksmanship was unparalleled. A headshot from a few hundred meters away was already the limit. But the bat's defense was so abnormal that no matter how good the shooter was, it was useless. And the gun is no better than throwing a spear. If you throw a spear, you have strong hands and can penetrate a 1 centimeter steel plate. But with a gun, no matter how strong your hand is, you can still throw bullets.
Maybe the trigger will be broken by him.
Wen Tian maliciously speculated that in her opinion, Jiang Lushi was a power user. In fact, according to past experience, Wen Tian had some sympathy for power users. After all, power users are powerful, and others all the advantages are gone. To put it bluntly, he just has no strength and can easily be kited to death. For example, when she faced a power-type person, she could rely on her extreme gun-fighting skills to block all the power-type people's dodge directions and kill him with a gun. Of course, Jiang Lushi was so powerful that he could ignore this flaw. At this moment, Jiang Lushi was already holding his gun. He didn't seem to look at it. Just shot him.
Boom!
Wen Tian was stunned by the deafening explosion. She was already the sniper god of long tongue. But she also had to take 1 second to aim, not relying on the scope, but relying solely on the 3 points and 1 line of the iron sight. And the distance, judgment, and keen intuition of ballistic parabola. This kind of shooting ability is incredible even for a special forces sniper. But Jiang Lushi was good. He could shoot without using his eyes. This reminded Wen Tian of the gun games played before the end of the world. Some people would say after being killed several times.
Be careful. I'm going to open my eyes and play the game. Those are all jokes. But here in Jiang Lushi, they are true. However, Wen Tian was thinking about so many things at the same time. But it was impossible to notice that the armor-piercing SH. Ling bullet fired by this shot trailed a blue light. This blue light was fleeting, but it was like a straight blue line drawn by the gods, dividing the sky into 2. But against the background of the same blue sky, almost no one could see it. Jiang Lushi poured his blue light energy into the bullet. His blue light energy can be poured into his fists, greatly increasing the power of his punch. Today he had a sudden idea to pour it into bullets to increase the power of bullets. When he put it into practice, he found that it really could do it. An armor-piercing SH. Ling projectile accelerates to more than 10 times the speed of sound, far exceeding the bullet speed of any rifle, and adding a powerful energy impact. Pung! There was a bang, and in the high altitude, the body of an uninjured bat shook violently. The armor-piercing SH. Ling bullet went directly through its head. A large piece of its head exploded. Half of the skull was blown away, and blood and brain matter followed. It exploded and exploded into a red and white rain of blood in the air. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone was unexpected. Originally they thought it would be fruitless. But Jiang Lushi fired a random shot, and it actually hit his head. Aiming and shooting speed are more terrifying than Wen Tian. A few hundred meters away, the trajectory of the bullet is instantly calculated based on feeling, and it hits the bat's head. Is there anyone in this world whose shooting skills are more terrifying than Wen Tian's? They originally thought that Jiang Lushi was just a power user. But now they found out that Jiang Lushi's marksmanship was so incredible. Did he awaken a variety of powers? And the most puzzling thing is how the same gun can have such a huge difference in power in the hands of Jiang Lushi. Everyone stared blankly at the rain of blood scattered in the sky. The huge bat froze in midair for a moment, and then fell from the sky. The other bats could not save this companion at all, and could only look at its body, falling vertically. Boom! With a roar, the big bat with a wingspan of 10 meters fell heavily to the ground, splashing countless earth and rocks. Most of the bat's head was missing, and it looked like it was dead. In this way, everyone confirmed the power of Jiang Lushi's shot. Their surprised mouths opened unconsciously, and could not be closed for a long time. Could it be that this is playing World of Warcraft? They are all hunters, and they have the same shotgun. But Jiang Lushi has a max-level orange suit. And Wen Tian just came out of the novice village? Chapter 6:20 Total Destruction. When he saw the bat falling to the ground, even Jiang Lushi didn't expect his shot to have such terrifying power. The blue energy in his body abruptly increased the speed of the bullet by 4 to 5 times. And the power of the bullet was proportional to the square of the speed. That is to say, the power of the bullet just now was increased by about 20 times. And most importantly, the bullet itself is also blessed with blue light energy. Seeing 3 giant bats in the air, Jiang Lushur calmly pulled the bolt, ejected the bullet, and then loaded the gun again. When Tian's Barrett is a 1999 model, it is manually loaded, not semi-automatic, although the rate of fire is a bit slow. It avoids the loss of power caused by the explosion of gunpowder and the back of the barrel, which can maximize the power of the bullet. And it has a longer barrel, and has a longer range than the 1982 version of the Barrett, although the rate of fire is slightly slower. This is not a problem for Jiang Lushur. He infuses bullets with blue energy to shoot, which takes time, and each shot consumes a lot of money for Jiang Lushur. Wanting to shoot quickly is inherently difficult, not realistic. Ah! Ah! The 3 bats in the air roared, and the 2 intact bats let go of the injured bat. They distanced themselves to both sides. At the same time, their throats began to vibrate at high frequencies. Jiang Lushur jumped up without thinking. Boom! The ultrasonic wave that was 10 times more powerful than before hit, and a large part of the city wall where Jiang Lushur originally stood collapsed. Jiang Lushur's body instantly rolled around in the air, the moment his feet landed on the ground. Without looking, Barrett spit out a long fire snake in his hand. Another shot. Blue energy streaked across the sky. Pong! There was an explosion, and another mutated bat was shot through the skull by an armor-piercing projectile. The bullet passed through the brain, taking out the back half of the skull and a shower of blood. The second divine wind beast fell from the sky again. The other 2 giant bats suddenly panicked, including the bat with an injured wing. They flapped their wings desperately and flew away. Want to escape? Jiang Lushur never let them get what they wanted. He held a Barrett and chased after him. Jiang Lushur fired his 3rd shot in the air. Boom! The 3rd divine wind beast was shot and killed by Jiang Lushur. 5 seconds later, boom! There was another gunshot, and the last kamikaze beast was shot through the back of the head, and its body rolled and fell down. Bang! Bang! 2 giant bats fell to the ground one after another, making 2 pits on the ground. Their brains were shot through. Both bats were already dead. Seeing this scene, all the Long-Tongue members present were speechless. If they hadn't just experienced a big battle with these big guys and suffered heavy losses, they really couldn't imagine that Jiang Lushur was beaten to death so easily. The thing will be a terrifying kamikaze beast. When Tian's gun-fighting skills and RPG rocket launcher pose no threat to these terrifying divine wind beasts. However, when the same sniper rifle fell into Jiang Lushur's hands, he shot them one by one. As easy as shooting birds. Looking at the gun in Jiang Lushur's hand, Jiang Chung couldn't help but think of a sci-fi weapon that had not yet been used, the Gauss gun, which uses electromagnetic force to launch special electromagnetic bombs. Almost a collision. Probably only the Gauss gun can shoot such a powerful bullet. Right? There is no doubt that Jiang Lushur has a superpower that enhances the power of bullets. And the level of this superpower is ridiculously high. In other words, Jiang Lushur is not only as powerful as a mutant beast, but also has the ability to enhance the power of bullets. At the same time, he can use a sniper rifle with his eyes closed, and his shooting skills are even better than Wen Tian. What kind of freak is such an all-round warrior? Jiang Chengdu would not be surprised if one person destroyed an entire legion. Brother, these few shots of yours are invincible. Jiang Zhuing also looked at the falling divine wind beasts with a look of amazement. He came to Jiang Lushur and carefully checked whether Jiang Lushur was injured. Brother, did you use that blue light energy? Jiang Zhuing had sharp eyes, and she already knew about Jiang Lushur's fighting style, so she guessed Jiang Lushur's fighting method. Jiang Lushur nodded. In the battle just now, he felt that his physical strength was greatly exhausted. He fired 4 shots in a row, which consumed a huge amount of Jiang Lushur. In fact, the power of the 4th shot had dropped a lot, but fortunately, he could still manage it. The last kamikaze beast was killed. Fortunately, I absorbed the crystal core of the giant pangolin before, which allowed the blue light energy to grow again. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sustain this battle at all. Jiang Lushur took a long breath and said that he must seize the time to improve his strength. Zhuing, ask Jiang Cheng's people to dispose of the bodies of these 4 big bats. I want the mutated crystal cores, but we don't want the meat. Although places like Africa also have strong food like braised bats, Jiang Lushur himself didn't have much interest in it, and it was estimated that most of the girls in the car didn't have much interest either. As for the pangolin meat, Jiang Lushur planned to take away as much as he could.
Eating pangolins before the apocalypse would damage the ecology. But after the apocalypse, this problem would no longer exist.
I'm going to take care of a little tail,
Jiang Lushur said, and looked at the tattooed man. After the battle just now, the few remaining soldiers of Jiansha Commune have long lost their fighting spirit. The tattooed man's face is even pale, and his body is trembling slightly. He can't believe what is happening in front of him. The totem divine wind beasts were all killed so easily by Jiang Lushur. He originally thought that the arrival of the divine wind beasts would sweep Long Tongue away, but he didn't expect this to be the result. Seeing Jiang Lushur approaching, the tattooed man laughed miserably. This man approaching was as powerful as a devil. He felt as if his faith had collapsed. He knew he couldn't live. In fact, since his life was taken away, he didn't really want to live anymore. He pulled out the knife and was about to commit seppuku. But at this moment, the gun in Jiang Lushur's hand rang out.
Pong!
Barrett's bullet passed through the tattooed man's body like tissue paper, directly breaking his spine. Generally, sniper rifles can almost cut a person into two pieces. But sharp armor-piercing bullets are different. Armor-piercing bullets that are aimed at hard targets will pass through the person's body intact, leaving only a blood hole. This makes the tattooed man, he didn't die immediately. It was just the pain of his broken spine that made his muscles twitch, causing him extreme pain. He widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Lushur with resentment and unwillingness. He didn't resent losing to Jiang Lushur, but seemed to resent Jiang Lushur for committing seppuku. He was not given a chance to preserve his dignity.
You're just a gangster, and you want to commit seppuku?
Jiang Lushur knew that in the eyes of the island country's samurai, what they pursue in life is short and gorgeous. For them, seppuku is a way to die with dignity. However, this tattooed man usually does all kinds of bad things, including rape and robbery. This guy is not a samurai at all. He is just a scumbag in the underworld. There is no way he wants to maintain his dignity when he dies. Chapter 621 Evolution again. Once the tattooed man died, the battlefield was easily cleared, and most of the other members of the sword-killing commune surrendered instead of committing suicide.
Brother Jiang, I don't even know what to say. It's thanks to you again this time.
Jiang Cheng drove over and jumped out of the car. At this time, Wen Tian and Yuan Fei also rushed over. Yuan Fei looked at Jiang Lushur with respect.
Jingzi, this brother is... Let me introduce. This is Jiang Lushur. It was he who bought Xiaowen and the others with 3 mutant crystal nuclei. I met Brother Jiang on the road. Brother Jiang didn't ask for the crystal nuclei, so he gave Xiaowen to us.
Jiang Cheng briefly described what happened at that time, and then said to Jiang Lushur,
This is Yuan Fei, the current commander-in-chief of Longting City, and this is Wen Tian, our sniper of Longting City.
Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Wen Tian felt her face heat up. She stuck out her tongue and said,
What kind of sniper am I? I'm just shooting a toy gun.
After saying that, Wen Tian curiously looked at the gun in Jiang Lushur's hand. This gun was originally hers. She had used it for so long and knew every part of it. She still found it hard to believe why the gun was in Jiang Lushur's hand. It will be so powerful.
Mr. Jiang, can you show me this gun? It was your gun.
Jiang Lushur threw the gun to Wen Tian. Wen Tian caught the extended version of Barrett, which weighed almost 20 kilograms, with one hand. After receiving it, she hesitated and dismantled the gun. She was very skilled in dismantling the gun. Seeing this scene, Yuan Fei glared at Wen Tian.
What are you doing? It's still the original parts. Nothing has changed.
Wen Tian ignored Yuan Fei's question. She also knew that dismantling the gun in person meant to explore Jiang Lushur's abilities, which was not very polite. However, she herself had awakened abilities related to shooting, and she was really envious of Jiang Lushur's abilities. The power of the bullet increased so much with one shot. This ability is simply unbelievable. Jiang Lushur smiled and said to Yuan Fei,
It's nothing. I just used some techniques when shooting.
He explained in an understatement that it was about blue energy. This was Jiang Lushur's trump card, so he naturally wouldn't say much. At this time, Longting's people had already begun to help collect the bat corpses. Ling Enning held daggers and dug out the 4 crystal cores neatly. These bats are the best among the second-level mutant beasts, for crystal cores were obtained, each with higher quality than the last. When the crystal core was handed over to Jiang Lushur, he could already feel the surging energy in the crystal core. His own bloodline was resonating. This made Jiang Lushur feel happy, and he couldn't wait to absorb these crystal nuclei.
Brother Jiang, I don't think you can take these 4 bats with you. Otherwise, you can sell them to us, and I will convert them into mutant nuclei and evolutionary crystals for you. It just takes a little time to put them together.
Yuan Fei said embarrassedly. Longting City was really too poor. And buying the bodies of these 4 second-level mutant beasts was not a small price. Jian Lucier waved his hand and said,
No, I was the one who brought these 4 bats here. Even the tattooed man was brought here by me. I caused you Longting to lose many brothers. The corpses of these 4 mutated beasts are worth I have already taken the largest crystal core. And the rest should be left to you due to emotion and reason. How can this be done?
Yuan Fei felt embarrassed. Although Long Tongue did lose manpower. In this apocalyptic world, exchanging food originally meant the sacrifice of soldiers. In less than a year since its establishment, Long Tongue has been recruiting new people. And has been recruiting new people. There are soldiers burying their bones in a foreign land. These mutated beasts are enough for them to eat for a long time. And because the mutated beast meat has high nutritional value, it may even promote the awakening of new superpowers. Moreover, Yuan Fei knew that sooner or later there would be a battle between Long Tongue and Jiansha Commune. And the outcome of this battle would most likely be Long Tongue's destruction.
It doesn't matter. If you think it's an advantage. I want this Barrett and some bullets.
Jian Lucier pointed to the gun in Wen Tian's hand. Wen Tian was stunned for a moment. Although she was used to using this gun, she still threw the Barrett to Jian Lucier neatly.
It's still in your hands. It can exert its full power.
Jian Lucier took it. Took the AMR-2 he usually used from Ming. And exchanged it with Wen Tian. From all aspects, there is not much difference between AMR-2 and Barrett. The main reason why Jian Lucier took a fancy to this Barrett is because he liked the SH.L that comes with this Barrett. Armor-piercing projectiles. After all, the core of ordinary bullets is too soft and deforms as soon as it hits the target. It is no better than the steel core of armor-piercing bullets. So it is most suitable for blessing blue light energy.
Thanks.
Wen Tian originally thought that the guy she was eating was just sent away. But she didn't expect to get an AMR-2. This gun was enough for her.
Captain Jiang, take Longting's people to create a battlefield. I need to take a rest. See you tomorrow.
Jian Lucier was indeed very tired. And most importantly, he was anxious to absorb these 4 mutant crystal nuclei.
Good.
After bidding farewell to Jiang Cheng, Jian Lucier did not enter Longting City. Instead, he drove the base vehicle directly to a grain drying field open behind Longting City. Then Jian Lucier closed the door, leaving only Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu in the room. One of them was a doctor, and the other had mental powers. When Jian Lucier absorbed energy, it was easiest to deal with emergencies.
Here we go!
Jian Lucier took a deep breath and placed the first mutant crystal core on his forehead. He immediately felt a burning sensation on his forehead, as if a piece of red-hot carbon had been placed on his forehead. Far and constant energy poured into Jian Lucier's meridians. He felt like his body was like a boiler, with surging energy rushing through his meridians. My whole body ached. But there was also an indescribable feeling of pleasure inside. The quality of the mutated crystal core of the kamikaze beast is too high. Even better than that of the giant pangolin. It is a great supplement to blue light energy. Jian Lucier clearly felt that the blue light energy in his body was increasing. And at the same time, his physical body was also being baptized by energy. It took Jian Lucier an hour to absorb the first mutant crystal core. Then he started absorbing the second mutated crystal core without stopping. As the crystal nuclei were absorbed, Jian Lucier was already sweating profusely. Slowly, his body began to heat up. The color of his skin was like a cooked shrimp. The pores all over his body were opened. And there were waves of heat, soaring into the sky. 4 hours later, it was already dark. Jian Lucier finally absorbed the 4 mutant crystal nuclei. Just like the last time he absorbed the first-level mutant crystal nuclei, Jian Lucier's body began to evolve again, and his flesh and blood became denser. Skin is more radiant. But at the same time, some impurities in his body were also expelled through the pores. Although the oil stains were much less than the first time, the smell was not very good either. At this time, Jian Lucier's whole body was red, and he was gasping for air. His body's meridians had experienced a long period of high-intensity energy hedging, and he was a little weak. Li Yusen gently took off Jian Lucier's clothes and helped Jian Lucier into the bathroom. Li Yusen was already close to Jian Lucier, and Li Yusen was no longer shy. On the other hand, Ran Shiyu's face was still red. Li Yusen smiled and took Ran Shiyu's hand and started to fill the bathtub with water. Jian Lucier's body had just absorbed the energy. At this time, he was enjoying the services of the 2 girls. He felt as if his body was in the clouds, light and airy. He fell asleep slowly like this. When he woke up, it was already dawn the next day. Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu were beside Jian Lucier, one on the left and one on the right. Both women were wearing silky pajamas and sleeping soundly. Looking at the sleeping faces of the two girls, Jian Lucier felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. With the base car in hand, no worries about food and clothing, wandering around the world, and the company of beauties, he was probably the happiest person living in this apocalypse. Bar. Brother Jian? You're awake. Ran Shiyu is very sensitive. She woke up as soon as Jian Lucier woke up. In fact, although she fell asleep, her mental force field remained open. Once any foreign object entered her mental force field, can be noticed immediately. After all, they had already fought twice with a congressman named Shen Kui, and the other party was likely to target them at night. Yes! Jian Lucier gently touched Ran Shiyu's cheek. Let's go to Jiansha Commune today. Whether it was for revenge against Shen Kui or because of the black Rubik's Cube, Jian Lucier had to go to the sword-killing commune. Jian Lucier knew that Chuang must have learned about his appearance in the island country. After all, his bus was so iconic. And Chuang should have collected some information about him long ago and could identify him. Not difficult. Chuang will definitely take measures. Instead of waiting for the enemy to come, it is better to take the initiative. Chapter 622 This price is good. At 8 o'clock in the morning, although the sun had already risen, there were thick clouds in the sky, and the sunlight was unable to penetrate, only barely brightening the eastern sky. A fine drizzle of rain fell down, indistinctly, covering a jagged shack. This is the morning market of Jiansha Commune. After the apocalypse, people no longer care about neatness and beauty. In order to protect themselves from the rain, some of the stalls in the market are propped up with oilcloths, and some are found with iron sheets. From a distance, it looks like a chaotic slum. As the person in charge of the slave area in the morning market, Fujita also pulled up the tarpaulin early to allow the female slaves to take shelter from the light rain. It's not that he is so kind in his heart. In fact, there is a lack of medicine and food in this world, and the female slaves are already weak. Once you catch a cold or something, it may lead to pneumonia and die. As for Fujita himself, he was as bare as ever, sitting on a deerskin chair with his plump upper body, whip in hand, lazily waiting for customers to come. According to Fujita's experience, business is usually quiet in the morning. But this time, Fujita saw a familiar bus drive into the gate of the Jiansha Commune safety zone. Hey! This car, is it the man who bought 6 Chinese slave girls with 3 mutant crystal nuclei? Jian Liushir's car is so recognizable. In the apocalypse, how could anyone drive around in such a luxury car? It not only consumes fuel, but is also impractical. This fat sheep is here again! Fujita was very happy. He stood up from his chair and greeted Jian Lucier. Among his current batch of slaves, there were 2 Chinese slaves. He planned to sell them to Jian Lucier at a high price. In his opinion, Jian Lucier was just a gift of wealth. Boy, he can easily blackmail more mutant crystal nuclei from Jian Lucier. Boy, do you want to buy slaves? 11 new female slaves were brought in yesterday. 2 of them are female students from your country. How about buying a few and going back to play? Fujita said with a smile. Ing stopped the car, and Jian Lucier was startled for a moment before he recognized Fujita as this guy. He came today to sweep across the sword-killing commune. He had already planned to take action. But suddenly he encountered this fat tattooed man coming to his door. Jian Lucier didn't mind starting with this appetizer. Oh! 11 female slaves? Jian Liushir's lips curled up. Yes, every one of them is top quality. Especially 3 of them are original products. How about giving them a try? Fujita showed a lewd smile and stretched out 3 fingers at the same time. 3 mutated crystal nuclei. Just 3 mutated crystal nuclei. You can take all 11 female slaves away. Fujita once again opened his mouth wide. He had to hold on to the fat sheep of Jian Lucier. He would be sorry for himself if he didn't work hard to pluck the wool. Well, the price is not bad. Jian Lucier flipped his hand, and there were actually 3 more mutant crystal nuclei in his hand. Fujita's eyes almost popped out when he saw these mutated crystal nuclei. Amazing. It actually sold again. Originally, he was just asking for a price, and he didn't expect Jian Lucier to agree. The price of the 11 female slaves in the end of the world was at most 1 mutant crystal core. Even if no one wanted it, who could compare to the sperm in front of him with a big brain and a missing brain? There is no one who can agree to such a stupid price even for a simple guy. Yes, I keep it just for you. If you want to buy a female slave in the future, just come to me and I will give you the best price. This is my business card. Fujita's smile was as bright as a flower,
and the fat on his face was squeezed together. He was about to take out his business card from his pocket when Jiang Lusher said, "No need for the business card. I'll give you the crystal core." While speaking, Jiang Lusher threw the crystal core in his hand. The small crystal nucleus, whizzing through the air like a bullet, was thrown out by Jiang Lusher. Puff! The crystal core traced a straight blue trajectory, shot into Fujita's chest, passed out from behind, pierced directly into the heart, and brought out a shower of blood. Fujita's body suddenly shook, and he looked at Jiang Lusher with blank eyes. Then, he lowered his head with difficulty and looked at his chest. The shocking wound, with a spasm of the heart, spurts of scarlet blood one after another. But the blood pressure was too low, and after 2 spurts, it could not spurt out. Immediately afterwards, an unbearable sharp pain came from his heart. Fujita's facial muscles twitched suddenly, and then his body fell limp. At this time, he saw a blood-stained mutant crystal core, flashing with a faint blue light, slowly flying into Jiang Lusher's hand. That man. He used the crystal core he threw casually to pierce his own body. Fujita couldn't imagine why a crystal core could be so powerful. This was no longer something that could be achieved by strength alone. And he was clearly just throwing it casually at the time. So how could he be so powerful? Until his death, he had a look of complete disbelief on his face. He never thought that his life would end today. Killing! In the slave market, there were people shouting to kill the commune with swords. And the female slaves were shocked or looked at Jiang Lusher blankly. Kill Fujita? As a human trafficker in the sword-killing commune, Fujita also had a background. In the eyes of these female slaves, he was a big shot who undoubtedly controlled their fate, life and death. And he was killed by the man in front of him in the blink of an eye. You are free. You can wait here for a few hours before someone from Lungting comes. Regardless of your nationality, you can choose to join Lungting. Or if you don't want to, you can also join other forces affiliated with the island country. In Waka County, there is not only the Kinsha commune, but also other small forces. These forces are not necessarily hostile to Longtung. In fact, under the pressure of the Kinsha commune, these small forces are also trying to survive in the cracks and survive. It was tragic that the Jinsha commune was wiped out, and they could breathe a sigh of relief. However, Jiang Lusher estimated that they would still lose to Longtung in the future competition. In this apocalyptic world, the struggle for resources and the battle for survival are both right and wrong. The so-called nationalism at this time is just a trigger. Catch that man. He's the murderer. He actually killed Fujita. We must not let him escape. There was a sudden commotion in the morning market. The slaves fled in panic. But there were also people from the sword-killing commune who gathered towards Jiang Lusher with swords and guns. Jiang Lusher just jumped up and got directly into the car. He was still playing with the mutated crystal core in his hand, pouring blue light into the crystal core to kill the enemy. This was an ability he had before, but wrapping it with blue light energy made it when it flew back to his hand. It was a new ability that Jiang Lusher had after his second evolution, which was to retrieve objects from the air. This ability is not strong enough now, but as he practices and strengthens his strength in the future, Jiang Lusher believes that his ability will become stronger and stronger. Chapter 623 Breaking into the Headquarters. Catch that man. He was the one who killed Fujita. Get off the bus. Get off the bus immediately. The personnel maintaining public security in the morning market had arrived immediately, with guns and ammunition pointed at Jiang Lusher's base vehicle. Jiang Lusher sat in the passenger seat and looked at these people calmly. Shiyu? Yes. Ran Shiyu nodded, and then she unfolded her mental force field, contacting Jiang Lusher's brainwaves and transmitting Jiang Lusher's words into everyone's mind through her powerful mental power. Everyone, get out of the way. After 3 seconds, anyone who points their weapon at me will be treated as an enemy and will be killed. Jiang Lusher was not a murderous person. Even in the sword-killing commune, those in power were the ones who really led the killings. Ordinary people were not guilty. 3 seconds? A middle-aged man with a sinister face carried a machine gun through the crowd with a sneer on his face. You don't need 3 seconds. If you kill my people, I will send you to HL now. As he spoke, the machine gun in the middle-aged man's hand spurted out long fire snakes. He was the captain of a team of superpowers, and Fujita was his partner. Most of the slaves he captured were from the Fujita gang. He dealt with it and exchanged it for wealth. When Fujita died, he lost a cash cow. Kill him! Next to the middle-aged man, 7 or 8 people shot together. They belonged to the same team. The captain had already taken action, so naturally they would not be idle. Fire snakes spit,
Rifles roar. Countless bullets poured on the windshield of the base vehicle, sparking endless sparks. However, the armor of the base vehicle had been strengthened many times, so ordinary bullets could not penetrate it. Bob bang bang! Some bullets were ejected directly from the windshield. Simple lead core bullets were fine, as they softened when they hit the glass. But those hard steel core bullets were ejected back at almost constant speed. Ah! Someone in the crowd watching the excitement around the base vehicle suddenly screamed. They were hit by ricocheted bullets. Many were killed on the spot, and some were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Run away! People were running away in all directions, and the entire market was in chaos. There was originally a large flow of people here, but now there are countless people injured due to pushing and shoving. Huh? Bulletproof car? Seeing that the bullet fire was ineffective, the middle-aged man was horrified. Even if the bulletproof glass was hit by a machine gun bullet, it should have exploded into a large spider web. But now in the bus in front of him, the glass of the bus was hit by a bullet, leaving only just a few white marks, which is unbelievable. Since you want to die, I will grant it to you. As soon as John Lucier finished speaking, the base vehicle erupted with a thick blue electric light. Crack! Like blue-purple pythons dancing in the air. The team commanded by the middle-aged strong man were all shrouded in the power grid. The weak ones were burned to coke on the spot. Even the stronger ones, like the middle-aged strong man, were burned. The electric shock made his hands and feet paralyzed, and he was foaming at the mouth. Although he did not die immediately, it only increased the pain, and he seemed to be dead. Around the middle-aged man, there were some market security guards. Seeing the middle-aged man in such misery, their legs suddenly became weak, and some began to run away. Who would risk their lives in such a battle where they knew they were going to die? At this time, Ing had already stepped on the accelerator, and the base vehicle roared out and rushed straight to the headquarters of the sword-killing commune. When Yu entered the Jiansha commune before, she had already figured out where the Jiansha commune headquarters was. Jian Lucier drove straight in. The power grid was overwhelming wherever he passed. Anyone who got close to the base car was baptized by the electric current. Some were slightly injured, and some were seriously injured, or die. Boom! Under Hazuki's guidance, the base vehicle directly broke through a concrete wall. As earth and rocks splashed, large sections of the barbed wire on the concrete wall were torn off. The base vehicle was unstoppable and rushed into the inner city of the safe zone, which was the headquarters of the Jiansha commune. Rifle bullets were sprayed at the base vehicle from all directions. But the base vehicle passing through the hail of bullets was like lightning flying in a heavy rain, and it was completely unscathed. Call out! Call out! At this moment, a sharp whistling sound sounded, which was the sound of rockets cutting through the air. Someone used an RPG rocket launcher, and they used high-explosive anti-tank rockets. This kind of rocket is so powerful that even a main battle tank may not be able to carry it. If the base vehicle carries it, it will inevitably be damaged. It is very troublesome for the base vehicle to be damaged at this time. Jian Lucier didn't even think about it. With a shake of his hand, 2 steel balls shot out of the window of the base vehicle. The steel ball filled with blue light energy roared through the air and hit 2 rockets accurately. The trigger of the anti-tank rocket was on the conical tip of the rocket. At this time, the trigger was hit by the steel ball and exploded immediately. Boom! Boom! The shock wave of the rocket explosion swept in all directions, and the nearby members of the sword-killing commune were directly blown to pieces. However, these dissipated shock waves had no effect when they hit the base vehicle. The base vehicle broke through the flames and rushed straight to the main building of the sword-killing commune. At this time, Ing had already pressed the button, and the air cannon that had been accumulated for a long time was sprayed with all its strength. The black hole energy is poured into the supersonic airflow, and the powerful impact is like the sword of the gods, shooting straight forward. Boom! The metal door on the front of the building was directly blasted open by the air cannon. 2 iron doors weighing several hundred kilograms deformed and flew out. The base vehicle commander drove straight in. Stop him! Several members of the sword-killing commune approached, but they were already enveloped by the power grid. However, these people had extraordinary strength. One of them actually held up a transparent light curtain to intercept the power grid. Level 2 superpower. Jian Lucier raised his eyebrows. After arriving at the Jiansha commune headquarters, he finally saw the ruthless character. For the current world structure, Level 2 superpowers are already the top combat power. Originally, in Jian Lucier's view, it was already a big deal for a local organization like Jiansha Commune to have a Level 2 superpower. But now,
we have seen 5 level 2 superpowers. And there is obviously a shadow of Chuang among them.
Very good. It's really good. I just arrived in Waka County and wanted to find you. But I didn't expect you to come to my door.
As a magnetic voice sounded, Jian Liusher's eyes were drawn over. He saw a man in military uniform standing upright on the railing on the second floor of the building. The round railing was only as thick as a baby's arm. He stood firmly, stable, as if standing on flat ground. This man was nearly 1.9 meters tall. He carried a heavy weapon that was either a knife or a sword on his back, with only a long handle exposed. Seeing this man, Yi Yuekong's face paled slightly, and her breathing became a little heavier. It was obvious that she knew this man and was extremely afraid of him. Chapter 624 Meeting on a Moonlit Night.
Yi Yu, who is this person?
Jian Liusher asked. What this man who suddenly appeared just said was standard Chinese, which surprised Jian Liusher.
His name is Tsukiyomi. He is also the person in charge of the island country of creation. Meet you on a moonlit night? Is he from the island nation?
Jian Liusher was stunned for a moment. The island nation people mostly use 52 tones to pronounce Chinese, so it is difficult to have no accent at all.
Tsukiyomi is probably the name of Tsukuyomi, one of the 3 gods in the island country's myths and legends. Calling him this name is also arrogant.
Jian Liusher knew that Chuang was actually an organization that regarded itself as a god. What they want is the evolution of life levels, from mortals to gods, and even immortality. It can be seen from the names of the members of Chuang that the 2 members he encountered before were clearly named Shinkui and Shenhai. A divine word contains their ambition.
Yes, he is one of the 11 members of creation, but he is not an ordinary member. He has completed the first level of life evolution.
Yi Yukong said solemnly.
Oh!
Jian Liusher's heart moved. The first level of life evolution?
He was one of the first members of Chuang from the very beginning of Chuang's establishment. After completing the first level of life evolution, he can live 200 to 300 years. He is at least over 80. But you see, he looks like he's in his 30s. There are only 4 people like him in the entire creation, including my murdered father.
200 or 300 years old. Jian Liusher took a deep breath. His age was too exaggerated. He really caught up with the vampires in the movie. Such a long lifespan has witnessed so many historical changes. From the American War of Independence to the present, it has only been about 200 years.
Are you introducing my history? You can introduce it slowly.
Yu Yejian jumped down from the railing. He was wearing a military windbreaker. Looking carefully, Jian Liusher realized that the military uniform Yu Yejian was wearing was the style from half a century ago. He seemed to have really traveled back in time from more than half a century ago. His appearance was frozen at that moment, and time stopped passing on him, allowing him to live to this day with his appearance unchanged. Jian Liusher took a deep breath. This is the most fatal attraction of creation.
Miss Hazuki, I watched you grow up. You used to be so beautiful and heartwarming. It's a pity that your father Hazuki Naki is stubborn. We had to endure it for more than half a century. And finally the remains were lost. The prophesied era has arrived. This is our best time. We should seize this era and become the ultimate gods. But what about your father? He actually still wants to save the world and restore the world to what it was before then, a society of stagnant water where everyone works, eats, reproduces, and waits for old age and death like a machine. Miss Hazuki, you still have time to look back now. As long as you are willing to accept my spiritual implant, I can help you restore your appearance and give you powerful strength and immortal youth. How about that?
Tsukiyomi's voice is full of temptation. However, towards Tsukiyomi's sword intent, Yi Yu only saw coldness and murderous intent in her eyes. It was not the current speaker who killed her father. Tsukiyomi and another person were also involved. The 3 of them worked together to kill their father. How could Yi Yu become the subordinate of the enemy who killed her father?
Mr. Jiang, the sword behind him is a weapon in the ruins. You have to be careful.
Yi Yukong reminded Jian Liusher. Hearing Yi Yuekong's words, Jian Liusher's heart moved. The weapons in the ruins were at least on the same level as the metal used to build battleships, and even exceeded it. This kind of weapon would be indestructible if placed on the earth.
Really? That's such a pity. Since you choose to die, I will help you.
At this moment, Yu Yi saw something moving. He jumped up high and drew out the long sword from behind. This sword had an extremely weird shape. The thick blade had serrations on one side, making it look extremely ferocious.
Jumping so high? Looking for death.
Jian Liusher's eyes flashed with cold light. Barret was already raised in his hand. and the target was instantly locked. After all, humans are animals on land. Even if they can levitate in the air with telekinesis like Shanghai, they are definitely not as flexible in the air as they are on the ground. In battle, they can jump very high and then kill with one hit. This move is beautiful, but it is not useful at all. Practical, it will only give the enemy more opportunities to counterattack. Call out! The blue light energy is charged into the armor-piercing SH. Ling bullet in the gun chamber in the blink of an eye. The trigger is about to be pulled, and the bullet is ready to fire. But at this moment, Jiang Liusher's mind suddenly shook. He felt as if the time around him had frozen instantly. His usually extremely agile movements seemed to become as slow as a snail at this moment. On the other hand, looking back at the moonlight night, he seemed to be as slow as a snail. Like an agile cheetah, it rushed towards me. The cold blade cut through the air, and he watched helplessly as the sword pierced his chest. Can't dodge. Puff! Blood spurted out, and severe pain was felt. Jiang Liusher's eyes were full of disbelief as he stabbed his body with a sword. Why can't he move? But he feels it so clearly. Is his body imprisoned? Or is the flow of time changed? That's it. Failed. Brother Jiang, move quickly! Just when Jiang Liusher felt that life seemed to be leaving him, Ren Shiyu's sharp shout suddenly sounded in his mind. This sound was like a thunderbolt from the blue, causing Jiang Liusher to wake up suddenly. The moment he woke up, the words that had just burst out the blood, the knife wounds that penetrated the body, everything disappeared, replaced by the cold sword blade, piercing his heart at the speed of a bullet. Life hangs on a thread. Jiang Liusher bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, letting the pain wake him up. He retreated suddenly, but the sword blade was too close. One of them thrust out at full speed, but he was moving from stillness to movement, and he had no time to dodge. Can't escape. At this moment, Jiang Liusher's eyes were filled with dazzling lightning. At the same time, a violent hurricane strong enough to knock down the iron tower blew in. Jiang Liusher was blessed by the strong wind, and his speed suddenly soared. Jiang Liusher broke into a cold sweat as he narrowly avoided a sword attack. The lightning naturally came from Jiang Zhuing, while the hurricane came from Xiang Suihai. The two girls took action at the same time, one to push back the enemy, the other to save themselves, so they could barely escape this life-and-death attack. It's really a matter of life and death. Illusion! Jiang Liusher narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Yejian. Not only was this man extremely fast and proficient in fighting skills, but the most important thing was his trump card illusion. Let the opponent be immersed in the illusion and unable to see clearly what is happening in front of him. This is simply at the mercy of others. This is the battle of top superpowers. The abilities of superpowers are all kinds, which makes the combat of superpowers very complicated. Unlike in Dragon Ball, the combat effectiveness can be measured by a number, and those with low ones will definitely not be able to beat those with high ones. When there is not much difference in strength, it may even happen that one party does not understand the other party's methods, and if one is not careful, the other party will kill him instantly. As a result, Kong has no strength to display. Alert! Alert! Jiang Liusher couldn't tolerate his mistake just now. If Ren Shiyu hadn't seen through the illusion immediately and reminded him through mental sound transmission, and if Xiang Shuihai and Jiang Zhuing hadn't rescued him immediately, he would have died. He couldn't tolerate that his life was retrieved based on a series of coincidences. The woman around you is not simple. Yu Yejian gently took off his white gloves that were blackened by the electric light, touched his lips, and showed a wicked smile. But this is just to extend your life a little. These women you brought are really capable. They are so powerful that they make me jealous. And I will help you take good care of them, Yu Yejian said calmly, and Jiang Liusher's eyes darkened. He would not make the same mistake a second time. Have you run out of moves? It's my turn. Chapter 625 The Sword of Ruins. At the headquarters of the sword-killing commune, Jiang Liusher and Yu Yejian stood 20 meters apart. Jiang Liusher was holding Barrett in his hand, and his blue light energy had filled Barrett's bullets. After continuously absorbing 5-second level mutant crystal nuclei, the volume of blue light energy possessed by Jiang Liusher has doubled, and all the summoned ones are the size of a grapefruit. Naturally, his combat effectiveness has also made great progress. The shot that killed the divine wind beast was even more powerful. A sniper rifle. I heard Shinkue say that the bullets you fired are very fast and have abnormal penetration power. A smile appeared at the corner of Yu Yejian's mouth. This is the combat advantage brought by information asymmetry. Otherwise, if Jiang Liusher fired at an unsuspecting high-level superpower user, It would be very difficult if the other party only thought it was an ordinary sniper rifle. Probably shot to death.
Yeah. So what if you know? Although superpowers have good intuition about the coming danger. When the speed of the bullet really reaches the extreme, can you still get out of the way? The speed at which I shoot bullets is faster than the bullets of ordinary sniper rifles are faster.
When Jiang Lusher said this, a gunshot suddenly fired.
Boom!
Deadly blue light streaked through the void. Jiang Lusher fired the shot without any warning. What he just said was just to make the shot even more unexpected. In this kind of life and death duel, of course, he must kill the opponent by any means necessary. With armor-piercing projectiles approaching 20 times the speed of sound, combined with powerful blue light energy, this shot was unstoppable and indeed impossible to dodge. And Yu Yejian had already taken action the moment Jiang Lusher fired. He really didn't dodge, but made a horizontal stroke with a long sword in his hand.
Click!
The long sword made a sound of metal collision, and its shape suddenly changed. Many metal pieces stretched out from the spine of the sword, and actually opened up to form a shield.
Clang!
The armor-piercing bullet hit the shield without any fancy, and the huge impact caused Yu Yejian's body to fly backwards. He tapped the ground with his toes, leaving a mark. Then, Yu Yejian slowly stood up straight, and he blocked this shot.
What a gun! Ha ha ha! I used my shield form to block one shot, and I felt like my arm was numb.
Yu laughed loudly. He glanced at the shield in his hand, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He clearly saw that there was an obvious bullet hole formed in the center of the shield. The bullet hole was half a centimeter deep, and a completely deformed armor-piercing bullet was embedded inside.
Ha! You can actually leave such bullet holes in my shield. Incredible! Incredible! I want to use this shield to block a 25mm machine gun. Even if the machine gun continues to fire, it can't leave even a slight dent on the surface of the shield. Fortunately, the shield in my hand is memory metal and can repair itself. Otherwise, I would be really distressed.
Yu Yejian gently touched the bullet hole left by Jiang Lusher, just like touching the wounds on the body of a beloved woman. Seeing Yu Yejian's expression, Jiang Lusher frowned slightly. Why did this guy act like a pervert? He didn't expect that the sword in the opponent's hand could be transformed into a shield. The weapons left behind by the ruins were too comprehensive.
Brother Jiang.
At this moment, Ran Shiyu's reminder suddenly rang in Jiang Lusher's ears. Jiang Lusher flew out without even thinking.
Boom!
The place where Jiang Lusher had just stood was completely sunk. Yu Yejian was holding a heavy sword, and the floor collapsed with one strike of the sword. At the same time, more than 20 meters away from Jiang Lusher, there was another, Yu Yejian, still stroking the shield. Another illusion. Jiang Lusher's heart sank. Yu Yejian's illusions were mysterious and difficult to see through. Moreover, in front of this illusion, even the dangerous intuition of the superpowers was of little use. This was obviously because Yu Yejian's illusions were not even as powerful as those of the superpowers. Dangerous intuition can deceive. This was too scary. Jiang Lusher couldn't rely solely on Ran Shiyu's reminders.
Ha! He escaped again.
The corners of Yu Yejian's mouth raised slightly. Suddenly, Jiang Lusher felt a subtle change in Yu Yejian's figure in front of him. This change seemed to come from on the energy level. It was like the moonlight sight in front of me suddenly turned into an empty SHL.
Oops!
Jiang Lusher's heart sank, and he felt a strong uneasy feeling in his heart. He turned his head suddenly and looked at his base vehicle. Almost at the same moment, Tsukiyomi's figure appeared directly in front of the base vehicle. He held a thick sword of ruins and struck the windshield of the base vehicle with one sword. His target was clearly behind the windshield, Ran Shiyu. As the only person who could see through his own illusion, Ran Shiyu concentrated on observing the battlefield through the windshield. And the first person Yu Yejian wanted to kill was Ran Shiyu.
Boom!
Yu Yejian's sword hit the windshield heavily. The windshield was shaken violently, and the entire front was dented, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Not broken.
Ah!
Ran Shiyu, who was very close to the windshield, still felt as if a hurricane was coming. The powerful sound waves and dissipated energy hit Ran Shiyu like a heavy hammer. After all, Ran Shiyu's physical body was just that of an ordinary girl. She felt her ears roaring and could not bear the impact for a moment.
Sister Shiyu!
With quick eyes and quick hands, Jiang Zhuing hugged Ran Shiyu. She was extremely shocked. The windshield of the base vehicle, which could even withstand a grenade, was almost shattered by this man's sword. This is of course because of Yu Yejian's strength, but also because of the weapons in his hands. This comes from the weapons in the ruins, which are made of the most powerful metal. In comparison, the L and windshield of the base vehicle are only made of earth materials, and their strength is not at the same level. According to the degree of shattering of the windshield, I am afraid that the windshield will disintegrate with just one more sword blow. When Tsukiyomi rushes into the base vehicle, the consequences will be disastrous. Seeing that one more blow was successful, Yu Yejian showed no sign of fighting. He jumped up and turned around forcefully in the air. The Sword of Ruins transformed into a shield and stood in front of him. Clang! Seeing the huge earthquake in Yu Ye's body, the shield once again blocked Jiang Liusher's fatal shot. The strong numbness in his arm made Yu Yejian frown slightly. His body flew out in the direction of the bullet and suddenly disappeared in midair. It was as if the moonlight suddenly evaporated in the air. Very strange. Invisible. Of course, this is not invisibility, but the effect of invisibility achieved through illusion. At this time, Ran Shiyu was so shocked that her ears were ringing, and she was unable to restore her mental force field for a while. Yu Yejian entered the invisible state again, and Jiang Liusher was undoubtedly in an extremely dangerous situation. Chapter 626 Stormy Storm. It's so pitiful. Your life has ended here. Originally, the organization wanted to absorb you, but the speaker and I both felt that you were too dangerous and could not be controlled. It would be better to eliminate you just in case. It's a pity that you can't see it. In less than 2 years, Chuan will rule the world. This apocalypse has destroyed the army and the government, providing us with the best opportunity. In the not-too-distant future, mankind will usher in a new era since its birth. We will be the founders of an era of great unification that has never happened before. Even in the future, we will open up a new era of human civilization. And you, unfortunately, you can no longer be a witness. Yu Yejian's voice came from all directions, and it was impossible to tell where he was. Unify the world in 2 years? Jiang Liusher's heart skipped a beat. He did not doubt that Chuang had such an ability. From the birth of mankind to the present, there has indeed never been an era of great unification. Chuang has great ambitions. The so-called opening up of a new era of human civilization has relics in hand. It may not be impossible. Of course, the premise of all this is not a powerful opponent stands in the way. However, now, Jiang Liusher has Star Seed in hand, and Star Seed is his biggest trump card. He said slowly, "You are wrong. I don't want to be a witness. As for ushering in a new era of human civilization, I should be able to do a better job than you." When Jiang Liusher said these words, Yu Yejian was stunned. He didn't expect that someone could be so arrogant. Even more arrogant than Chuang. Ha ha ha! Yu Ye laughed wildly. This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard. You probably don't know that Chuang has already unified the North American continent. And the next target is the Asia-Pacific region. Island countries, China, and Southeast Asian countries. They will all be unified by creation. And in the end it will be the whole world. And you are just one person. At this moment, a terrifying murderous intention came. In the middle of Yu Ye's words, he suddenly took action. He knew that after he became invisible, Jiang Liusher would be highly concentrated and defend with all his strength. But in this situation, Jiang Liusher still dared to talk to him. He was looking for death. Yi Yuekong's pupil shrank. She couldn't see Yu Yejian, but she also felt goosebumps all over her body, and a chill rose from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. And she was not the target of Yu Yejian's attack. So it can be imagined that Yu Yejian, what a terrible blow. Jiang Zhuing and Xiang Xuehai's expressions changed dramatically, and it was already too late for them to take action. However, at this moment, Jiang Liusher, who was standing there, suddenly turned to the left, raised the muzzle of his gun instantly, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. This series of movements was as fast as lightning. Even Yu Yukong, who had been staring at him, heard the gunshots before he could see Jiang Liusher's movements clearly. Why did you shoot? Yu Yukong was stunned. If it had been anyone else, she would have thought that the other person could not bear the threat of death and fired indiscriminately. But although she and Jiang Liusher had just met, she didn't think Jiang Liusher would be like this. This idea came up in an instant. Almost as soon as Yu Yukong had the idea, she saw a ball of blood mist exploding in the air. Then a figure suddenly appeared, half of his body stained red with blood. It turned out to be a moonlit knight. Yu Yejian's left shoulder had been completely shattered, and he looked at Jiang Liusher in disbelief. How did you hit me? Yu Yejian knew that this could not be a coincidence. Jiang Liusher suddenly fired with extremely fast reaction speed because he discovered his position and aimed at his shoulder instantly, leaving him no time to defend. But Jiang Liusher is not a psychic, and the psychic girl has temporarily lost her threat. Why can Jiang Lushur still see through his illusions? But at this time, Yu Yejian had no time to think. Jiang Lushur had already rushed towards him like a cannonball. Yu Yai's pupil shrank, and the Sword of Ruins turned into a shield to block her face. Boom! A huge crash sounded, and Ye took a dozen steps back like a shooting star. However, before he could stand firm, Jiang Lushur rushed forward again. The blue light energy attached to Jiang Lushur's fists. He attacked crazily. He had thrown hundreds of punches in just 10 seconds. Yu Yi saw that one of his arms was disabled, although he had a relic shield. The remaining but this hand was already numb from the shock, and its movements were a little sluggish. Oops. Just as Yu Yejian screamed in his heart, he was already hit in the abdomen by Jiang Lushur. For a moment, Tsukiyomi felt as if he had been hit head-on by a truck, and all his internal organs seemed to be mixed together. Bang! Yu Yejian flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. He barely supported his body with the Sword of Ruins, and looked at Jiang Lushur with a hint of horror in his eyes. Poof! Yu Yejian spat out a mouthful of blood. But at this moment, Tsukiyomi's figure disappeared again. The moonlight in front of Jiang Lushur turned into a shadow. At the same time, a terrifying sword wind slashed down from Jiang Lushur's side. Tsukiyomi is already injured, but he still has such terrifying speed and attack power. However, Jiang Lushur seemed to have seen Yu Yejian's attack and almost immediately stepped aside to avoid the sword. Boom! As soon as Jiang Lushur got out of the way, he immediately raised the muzzle of his gun and fired again. When he attacked Tsukiyomi just now, he always had the sniper rifle behind him. At this time, as soon as Yu Yejian disappeared, Jiang Lushur completed the action of taking out his gun and firing while dodging. Not far away from Jiang Lushur, Yu Yi saw a stagger and appeared again. In his hand was the Sword of Ruins raised. However, before the sword could be completely chopped down, he was shot by Jiang Lushur. Hit in the left leg. Boom! A fist wrapped in blue light quickly enlarged in front of the moonlit night. Yu Yejian immediately raised his shield, but Jiang Lushur suddenly accelerated at this moment and slammed his fist on the shield. Buzz! The shield trembled violently, and Yu Yejian's figure trembled, and he involuntarily stepped back. He had lost all his arms and legs, and immediately lost his balance. At this time, Jiang Lushur had already rushed up in hot pursuit. Yu Yai's pupil shrank violently, and he felt a strong life and death crisis at this moment. And just a few seconds ago, he was enjoying the feeling of having Jiang Lushur's life and death in his hands. Boom boom boom! Jiang Lushur's attack was like a storm, falling crazily on Yu Yejian's body. At first, Yu Yejian could use his shield to resist, but soon, he was only beaten. Yu Yukong stared at this scene with wide eyes. She couldn't believe what she saw. Yu Yejian was being beaten violently by Jiang Lushur, using the simplest and most brutal method like a street fight. Fists. Ever since he became a council member, Tsukiyomi has been at the pinnacle of human combat power for hundreds of years. The aloof Tsukiyomi would never have imagined that he would be where he is today. Bang! Tsukiyomi hit the wall hard again, and then collapsed. He was covered in blood. His eyes were blurred, and the hand holding the shield lowered. He was as strong as Tsukiyomi. After being beaten like this, he also lost his fighting ability. Jiang Lushur also stopped from the crazy fighting. His chest heaved violently. His face turned pale, and his whole body was spattered with blood, both his own and those seen on a moonlit night. Especially his fists, which were already bloody, and the blue light energy on them was extremely dim. This battle took a huge toll on Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur walked up to Yu Yi and looked down at him. Tell me! However, as soon as Jiang Lushur opened his mouth, he saw the last light in Yu Yejian's eyes disappear completely, and his whole person instantly lost his life. Jiang Lushur's expression changed, and he immediately grabbed Yu Yejian's neck and lifted him up. Dead. Jiang Lushur's eyes darkened. Tsukiyomi actually committed suicide. Although he was going to die soon if he didn't commit suicide, it cut off the possibility of Jiang Lushur asking anything from him. He probably didn't want to be interrogated by Jiang Lushur. But it doesn't matter. Even if you don't say anything, nothing can be changed. Jiang Lushur threw Yu Yejian's body aside. He and Chuang were already fighting to the death, and he just wanted to ask casually, but he never expected to get any valuable information out of Tsukiyomi's mouth. Jiang Lushur looked at Yu Yejian's side. The shield had fallen to the ground. Jiang Lushur bent down and picked up the shield. This piece of relic metal didn't feel heavy at all when he held it in his hand, but its strength, which Jiang Lushur had personally experienced just now, completely exceeded any special alloy he had ever seen. Even the
L strength of the base vehicle was not as good as this piece of relic metal. But how to make this piece of metal transform between a shield and a sword? Jian Lushur didn't know. He waved it twice casually. But there was no response from the shield. Jian Lushur thought for a while. And suddenly his heart moved. And he attached blue light energy to the shield. As soon as the blue light energy reached the shield, Jian Lushur immediately had the feeling that the shield and the blue light energy were integrated and became a part of his body. With a thought in Jian Lushur's mind, the shield immediately turned into a long sword, which was covered with a layer of faint blue light energy. Laugh. Jian Lushur slashed his sword towards the wall. The wall suddenly trembled violently. A large amount of cement and lime exploded, and a huge sword mark suddenly appeared on the wall. Good stuff. Jian Lushur suddenly showed a look of surprise. The Sword of Ruins has blue light energy, and its lethality will be stronger. Jian Lushur didn't know how this thing was originally used. He probably didn't expect Yu Yejian to use it in his own way after Jian Lushur got the Sword of Ruins. In this way, Jian Lushur had a weapon at his disposal, and this weapon was both offensive and defensive. Jian Lushur turned around and walked towards the base vehicle. However, at this moment, his body swayed and he almost fell down. However, he did not fall down. Xiang Shuai appeared beside him like a gust of wind and supported him. Brother Jiang, are you okay? Xiang Shuai asked worriedly. The battle between Jian Lushur and Yu Yejian just now was so fierce that they didn't get involved at all. Jian Lushur shook his head. It's okay. I'm just a little tired. After a battle, Jian Lushur's blue light energy was almost exhausted. His mental and physical strength were greatly consumed, and he would naturally feel tired. This battle would have been extremely dangerous for Jian Lushur if he hadn't attached a trace of blue light energy to the Sword of Ruins, and then used the blue light energy to capture Yu Yejian's true body, interrupting him unexpectedly. An arm greatly reduced Tsukiyomi's combat effectiveness. He might be the one who dies now. With the blue light energy attached, Jian Lushur completely ignored what he saw in front of him, focusing all his attention on the position of the ruined sword. Whichever direction the Sword of Ruins appears, Tsukiyomi will naturally be there. Yi didn't know how Jian Lushur found him when he saw him dead, and how Jian Lushur could tell him. So just let him be a fool. Chapter 627, Killing the Commune with a Sword. Brother Jiang, let Uxi and help you take a look. Ren Shiyu said that in the battle just now, Jian Lushur fought against such a strong man, which made Ran Shiyu full of worry. Although she had used her mental power to scan Jian Lushur's body, she still couldn't worry. After all, Li Yusen was the professional in this aspect. As for Ran Shiyu, her body is fine. The attack that Yi saw just now did not really fall on her after all. It doesn't matter. Jian Lushur waved his hand. He looked at Yi Yukong and wanted to ask about the black Rubik's Cube. However, he saw Yi Yukong's mouth slightly open, and he was completely shocked. Do you know who you killed? You actually killed Yu Yejian, Yi Yukong said with a trembling voice. Before Jian Lushur could speak, she said to herself, he is Chuang, the first batch of counselors of Chuang. One of the 4 strongest people in Chuang back then. Now that my father is dead, he should have been the 3rd master of Chuang. But he died in your hands. You killed him. Just one shot. Originally, the battle between Jian Lushur and Yu Yejian was almost one-sided, seeing that Jian Lushur was no longer his opponent. But in just a blink of an eye, the battle situation reversed. Although Jian Lushur's attack was very fierce later, in Yi Yukong's eyes, it was that divine shot that really determined the outcome. This made Yi Yukong feel unbelievable. Jian Lushur shook his head and said, I am not fighting alone. She reminded me of the illusion attack, and Zhuing and Xiang helped me. If not for them, I might have died. When Jian Lushur killed Yu Yejian, it seemed that he could decide the outcome with one shot. But in fact it was very dangerous, because Yu Yejian's attack could also decide the outcome with one shot. Jian Lushur had narrowly avoided his previous attacks due to his strength, the assistance of the girls, and a bit of luck. But Yu Yejian didn't have such conditions. When he didn't realize that he was marked by Jian Lushur, he was already doomed to fail. This once again illustrates the importance of hiding one's combat ability, especially for superpowers like Jian Lushur and Yu Yejian, who have super high attack power and average defense. Yu Yejian relies on a shield, and the shield becomes a sword. He is the crispy ADC in the game. And the same goes for Jian Lushur. 2 crispy ADCs fight against each other, and whoever strikes first will kill the other in an instant. There is no tug of war. If the other party doesn't know their skills, how can they still play? Shit! It is precisely because he knew this in his heart that even though Jiang Lushur killed Yu Yejian, he did not feel complacent at all. Instead, he was brooding over the situation when he was almost killed by Yu Yejian twice. He wanted to quickly improve his combat effectiveness and create the other two masters may not be crispy.
Hazuki, do you know the fighting techniques between the current speaker and another master?
Yu Yukong shook his head.
I don't know. Even if I know, it may be a smokescreen deliberately put out by those two people. They have become superpowers more than half a century ago, and they have enough time to improve their abilities.
And some abilities may only be known to them.
Yeah. Jiang Lushur nodded. When he asked Yu Yukong, he didn't have much hope.
Hazuki, you said that the Black Rubik's Cube was taken away by an enemy of your father. He is a crony of the current speaker and the president of the sword-killing commune. His name is Blood Shark.
Right?
Yes. Is he a congressman?
Jiang Lushur asked again.
No.
Yu Yukong shook his head.
Brother Jiang, this Blood Shark may not be at the Jiansha commune headquarters. They should have evacuated in advance.
Ran Shiyu had already covered the entire Jiansha commune headquarters with her mental force field. But except for some insignificant fish and shrimps, the real core characters were gone.
Shinkue didn't show up either. It seems that he took Blood Shark and others to evacuate to Chuang's headquarters in the island country. And the Black Rubik's Cube must have been taken away as well.
Yu Yukong said,
this Shinkue attacked us twice. Even if there was no Black Rubik's Cube, I wouldn't let him go. Let alone the Black Rubik's Cube.
Jiang Lushur said coldly. Ling immediately understood Jiang Lushur's thoughts.
Brother Jiang, are we going to hunt down Shinkue and seize the Black Rubik's Cube? That's right. Let's set off now. Yu, do you know the direction of Chuang's headquarters?
Jiang Lushur asked. Yu Yukong opened his mouth and looked at Jiang Lushur and others. When she was first bought, she really didn't expect that the people who bought her would be such a group of people. She got into an amazing car. She had just killed Tsukiyomi with her front foot, and was going to chase her with her back foot. God Kwai.
Well, although I don't know the specific location, I know the general direction.
Yu Yukong nodded. Jiang Lushur and others drove out of the building in a base vehicle, and saw a group of members of the sword-killing commune standing outside with guns in hand. But seeing Jiang Lushur and his party appear, these members of the sword-killing commune did not dare to shoot. They all heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from the building just now. And even the building itself seemed to be shaking violently. That level of fighting was beyond their ability to intervene. But in the end the bus came out. And the building, the result of the internal battle, is obvious.
And the place where they stood was full of exploded ruins and corpses. All caused by this bus. Based on this alone, even if they held 2 guns each, it wouldn't be enough to blow them up twice.
Those who surrender will not be killed. Your boss has abandoned you and ran away. If you resist again, don't blame us for being rude.
Ren Shiyu's cold voice sounded directly in the minds of these members of the sword-killing commune. At first, some members of the commune were killed with swords and found it unbelievable. But after hearing these words, they had to accept the reality. After a moment of silence, as a few people took the lead in throwing their guns to the ground, the rest of the people also made the same choice. Shinkue has taken away the Blood Shark and his cronies. After the collapse of the Jiansha commune, the remaining people no longer have much loyalty to the Jiansha commune. Naturally, it is important to save their lives. Even the boss ran away. What else are they fighting for? If they want to fight hard, it will be when they can see hope, rather than the current situation of total defeat. Besides, they are originally from the underworld. And these low-level members are gangsters, to put it bluntly. And they will not risk their own lives just for the so-called dignity.
Someone, tell me, where is the warehouse of your Jiansha commune? If no one tells you, you are not allowed to leave.
Jiang Juing asked with a smile. But although her expression was cute, her eyes were cold. A young man stood up hesitantly and said,
Let me tell you.
Blood Shark and others evacuated early. But they left in a hurry. They took away some things. But they still left a lot of good things behind. In the warehouse of Jiansha commune, Jiang Lushur and his party found a lot of excellent quality mutated animal meat, various types of grain, as well as guns and ammunition. Among them are the discarding sabot armor-piercing projectiles currently used by Jiang Lushur. And there are a lot of them. Jiang Lushur put all these things into the storage space of the base vehicle with satisfaction. Jiang Lushur was even more surprised by what he found next. He actually found 2 second-level mutant crystal cores and 3 second-level mutant blood cores. Unexpectedly, the Blood Shark didn't even take away these crystal nuclei. It seems that the evacuation was hasty enough. And this was all missed. holding the second-level mutated crystal core in his hand. Jian Lushur could sense the huge energy contained in it. After absorbing these mutated crystal nuclei, the blue light energy in his body would definitely grow again. During the battle with Yu Yejian, Jian Lushur had a strong sense of crisis. Yu Yejian was already so terrifying. There were two other people above him, especially the speaker. According to Yu Kong, it can be said that deep unfathomable to describe. After the sword killer member brought Jian Lushur and his party to the entrance of the warehouse, he waited outside without daring to leave the area. He originally thought that Jian Lushur and others would take a whole day to move, but he didn't expect that the base vehicle would drive out of the warehouse very quickly. And he took a curious look inside, and was immediately stunned. Except for some things that are of little use to people with superpowers, and that Jian Lushur doesn't like. This warehouse has actually been moved everywhere. The sword-killing member's eyes were even more shocked when he looked at the base vehicle. There was only one man, and a few beautiful girls in the vehicle. Are they moving things at such a terrifying speed? By the time the base vehicle came out of the Jiansha commune, the Jiansha commune was almost empty. Those Jiansha commune members, who had dropped their weapons and surrendered quickly left the Jiansha commune. When he came to the morning market outside, Jian Lushur saw those people carefully hiding in corners and on the roadside, looking at the bus leaving Jiansha commune with incomparable awe. Obviously, the situation inside the Jiansha commune headquarters has been revealed by those Jiansha commune members. Although these people had seen the power of the bus before, they basically believed that after the bus rushed into the headquarters of Jiansha commune, there was no way it could come out. But the fact made them feel so unbelievable that the headquarters of Jiansha commune was actually trampled down by a car and a group of people. From today onwards, the sword-killing commune should be over. At least on the surface, the sword-killing commune no longer exists. Jian Lushur saw Long Tongue's people in the crowd. He knew that Long Tongue would soon come to take over the territory and resources left by Jiansha commune. But whether Long Tongue could take it as a family was their own business. Jian Lushur has been able to help these compatriots struggling to survive overseas, but their subsequent survival still depends on them. Jian Lushur's current target is only Shinkue and the Black Rubik's Cube that he took away. The general direction of the Creation Island Nation's headquarters is in Heiankyo. The base vehicle soon left Waka County, entered the highway, and drove quickly towards Heiankyo. There are basically no zombies on the highway here. I don't know if it has been cleared in advance. However, you can occasionally see huge skeletons of mutant beasts on both sides of the highway. Some houses not far away give off a very desolate and cold feeling. Chapter 628 Military Base. There are really many mutant beasts in the island country. When he drove the base vehicle and passed by the corpse of a mutated beast again, Jian Lushur said that although they were only separated by a sea, the situations in the last days of China and the island country were very different. Brother Jian, maybe you can find enough second-level mutant crystal nuclei. By then, I wonder if you can start the third evolution, Li Yusen said with a move in her heart. Previously, Jian Lushur got dozens of mutant crystal nuclei in one breath. He absorbed all the crystal nuclei, and his body evolved. Now the first-level mutant crystal nuclei are no longer useful to Jian Lushur, and there are only second-level mutant crystal nuclei useful. If enough secondary mutant crystal nuclei are absorbed, it may lead to a leap in Jian Lushur's physique. I don't know, but it's always good to absorb some secondary mutant crystal nuclei. Jian Lushur made a casual move, and blue light energy gathered in the palm of his hand. It was already the size of a watermelon. From the size of a fist to now, the volume of blue light energy has increased 20 to 30 times. Enough energy can support Jian Lushur's various fighting methods. This energy is like a treasure that can constantly surprise Jian Lushur. Jian Lushur took out the two mutated crystal nuclei obtained from Jiansha commune. Li Yusen understood, and had already pulled Ran Shiyu to follow Jian Lushur to the bedroom. Jiang Zhuing showed an ambiguous smile and said, Brother, practice hard and don't be tired. Jian Lushur rolled his eyes at Jiang Zhuing and said, Don't be so talkative. If you have any questions, tell me. Anyway, it is no longer a secret from Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu, so Jian Lushur will no longer hide it. After entering the bedroom, Li Yusen checked Jian Lushur's body and confirmed that there was nothing wrong. During this period, because she was very close to Jian Lushur, she could not help but be taken advantage of by Jian Lushur. Okay, let's be serious. It's important to absorb the mutated crystal core first. Shiyu has already put in the hot water. Now that Jian Lushur has absorbed the secondary mutated crystal nuclei, very little dirt has been discharged from his body. But even so, Jian Lushur would take a bath every time, and even took two beauties to take a mandarin duck bath together in the base car.
There is hidden storage space. There is no need to save water at all. And you can take a shower as you like.
I got it.
Jiang Lucier held a mutated crystal core close to his eyebrows.
I guess Shinkui and the others can't catch up. Maybe they left by helicopter. Shiyu, did you detect anything with your mental power?
Jiang Lucier looked at Ran Shiyu. At this time, Ran Shiyu had taken off her shirt because she had just had sex. She was only wearing a navel-bearing vest, looking sexy and charming.
No, we can only chase him all the way to Ping and Jing. Yes.
Jiang Lucier nodded and quickly entered the cultivation state. He had taken off his shirt. As the mutated crystal nuclei were slowly absorbed, fine beads of sweat began to appear all over his body. Li Yusen was always beside him. Use a hot towel to gently wipe away these sweat beads. The next morning, Jiang Lucier got up very early, looking at the sleeping girls beside him. Jiang Lucier's heart was filled with happiness. He was probably the happiest person in this apocalypse. A few girls traveled the world in a carefree and joyful way. He quietly got out of bed, put on his clothes and went out, only to see the base vehicle parked at the beach. Jiang Zhuing was watching anime on an iPad, while Xiang Zuhai was preparing breakfast.
Where is this?
Jiang Lucier stretched his head and looked out the window. When he saw it, he was stunned. This seemed to be a harbor, and there was a huge silver-gray ship in the harbor. The ship was several stories high, hundreds of meters long. It's so big that it's shocking. Jiang Lucier looked carefully and saw a jet on the top floor of the ship. Aircraft carrier? Jiang Lucier took a deep breath and suddenly saw a giant aircraft carrier in front of him. This was quite shocking. It was definitely a behemoth.
It's an American Ford-class aircraft carrier, which is considered the most advanced model in the world. Originally, the United States had a military base in the island country. This aircraft carrier originally performed missions in the Asia-Pacific region. After the apocalypse broke out, it was stranded in the port.
At this moment, Yi Yukong intervened. Jiang Lucier knew that as a defeated country in World War II, the island country was not allowed to have its own army, although it later established the Self-Defense Force. When it comes to modernizing its army, the island country basically relies on the support of the United States. The United States has stationed troops in the island country all year round, responsible for maintaining the national security of the island country and countering civil strife. Because of this incident, the people of the island country held several demonstrations. The reason for the parade was probably because the American soldiers did some illegal and undisciplined things in the island country, which aroused the anger of the people. In this regard, some people on the island country have strong feelings towards American soldiers are still somewhat hostile.
So this is a military base of the United States?
Jiang Lucier asked.
Yes.
Yi Yukong nodded. Jiang Lucier touched his chin and couldn't help but look at this metal behemoth. This is a 100,000-ton super maritime overlord. It is recognized by military fans all over the world as the most expensive and most outrageous ultimate equipment that symbolizes the modern army. In particular, the most expensive one among them has reached a sky-high price of $13 billion. Of course, Jiang Lucier knew that no matter how expensive or advanced an aircraft carrier was, it would not be able to operate after the end of the world. An aircraft carrier is fully staffed with thousands of officers and soldiers. It is very complicated to operate this ultimate war machine, not to mention all kinds of complex and costly maintenance. It has been a year since the end of the world, and an aircraft carrier has zero maintenance and lacks crew members. The aircraft carrier cannot have combat effectiveness.
Is there anyone at the U.S. military base now? Yes.
Yi Yukong nodded.
They have established a living area nearby and own some farmland. There are probably hundreds or even thousands of military personnel living here. They are definitely a powerful force. Yes.
Jiang Lucier nodded. The remnants of the army have enough ammunition and are certainly powerful in combat, but they are still of no use against Chuang. Most of the equipment of the remnants of the army has actually been destroyed due to lack of maintenance and various restrictions. It can no longer be used. Secondly, really high-level superpowers are massacres against ordinary people. For example, council-level psychic superpowers can directly control the actions of ordinary people and even make them kill each other. In this way, fighting there's no way to fight.
What's the matter with us stopping here?
Jiang Lucier asked again.
I heard from Miss Zhuing before that Captain Jiang needs a second-level mutant crystal core, and these remnants of the army may not be able to deal with council-level superpowers, but they can easily deal with mutant beasts because they have the support of heavy weapons. It's amazing. They should have accumulated a lot of mutant crystal nuclei, and Captain Jiang can buy them from them.
Oh, Jiang Lucier thought. This was a good suggestion. Chapter 629, Enchanted Night City. When Jiang Liusher's base vehicle drove into this American military base, it was already evening. After a day's adjustment, Jiang Liusher completely absorbed the energy of the two secondary mutant crystal nuclei, allowing himself to reach his peak state. As the base vehicle drove through this gathering area, Jiang Liusher did not feel much of a militarized atmosphere. On the contrary, it was like a mesmerized night city. Because of the existence of this American army, many people from nearby island countries also gathered here, forming a gathering area. There are no high-rise buildings here, but it is filled with various 3- and 4-story shopping malls and shops. Now after the apocalypse, these shops, almost all of them, have been transformed into bars, casinos, and some places with pink neon lights. At the door of these places, there are often gorgeously dressed girls ogling passers-by. These are obviously sex places. There is nothing strange about a sex place. What surprised Jiang Liusher was that there was electricity here, and judging from the density of the lights, the electricity was still sufficient.
Is it powered by the aircraft carrier?
Jiang Liusher was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, it was really possible that the Nimitz-class and Ford-class aircraft carriers currently in service in the United States were nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Such nuclear-powered aircraft carriers were equivalent to mobile nuclear power plants. It would not be a problem to operate at sea for 20 years. The power of an aircraft carrier is at least equivalent to hundreds of thousands of kilowatt-hour power supply units, which is more than enough to supply electricity to a small city of more than 100 to 200,000 people. In fact, similar things have happened in the United States several times in history. For example, during President Hoover's administration, a hydropower station in an American city shut down due to drought. President Hoover immediately ordered a newly commissioned aircraft carrier to sail over and use the power of the aircraft carrier. The power generation has provided the city with power supply pressure for up to a month. Since then, aircraft carrier power supply is nothing new when encountering natural disasters such as earthquakes and floods. Among the survivors of the U.S. military, there should be many capable people such as engineers. Although it is impossible for them to maintain the aircraft carrier, they can still do it by just connecting the cables and letting the aircraft carrier's motor supply power to this small gathering area.
These American soldiers are living a really good life.
Jiang Liusher looked at those casinos and bars. From time to time, American soldiers came in and out of these places. They were carrying wine bottles and hugging women. They seemed to have completely forgotten that this was an apocalypse full of death and hunger.
Americans like to have fun,
Ran Shiyu interjected. She has studied in the United States for a long time and knows a lot about American culture. She has been full of parties, carnivals, and sports since high school, and she is good at all kinds of baseball, ice hockey, and rugby. Don't have too many clubs. Except for high school. Many Americans carry out the spirit of enjoying life throughout their lives. Unlike Chinese people, who always work diligently, save money, buy a house, save money, raise children, save money, and provide for retirement. So much so that in the last days of the world, the gap between the Chinese and Americans is very obvious. The Chinese are all trying their best to improve their strength. Ordinary warriors save mutant beast meat to eat to strengthen their physiques, while superpowers save evolutionary crystals to improve their superpower levels. The crisis awareness is very strong. And these Americans, after making some money, they try their best to enjoy themselves, come to bars to have fun, and find girls. For example, Jiang Liusher saw a majestic black man holding a scantily clad beauty in one hand and holding a handful of food coupons. The money was stuffed into the beauty's bra, making the beauty giggle. Jiang Liusher saw that this black man's strength was ordinary. He believed that the other man was actually not that rich, but just used to spend a lot of money. This reminded Jiang Liusher of a certain black American star who was too extravagant when he was playing, and later became so poor that he stole, to the point of being arrested. When Jiang Liusher saw a large store selling various trophies and weapons, he asked him to stop the car. He was very interested in this large store, and he saw the U.S. Army logo on the store. This is officially run by the U.S. Army. As soon as he got out of the car and before he entered the store, Jiang Liusher heard someone whistling at him. He took a closer look and saw a guy carrying a gun, showing muscles, and a rooster comb on his head. He looked like he was nearly 30 meters tall. He was 1.9 meters tall. Of course, he was not bragging to himself, but to Ling, who was beside Jiang Liusher. Ling usually wears black leather clothes. Although her figure tends to be petite, she is very hot. This suits the appetite of some Americans, who have a special interest in two-dimensional beauties.
This is why some people whistle. Zero's face turned cold, and she almost touched the dagger.
Sister Ling, just ignore him.
After all, we are here to buy things. If he takes action, kill him directly. Americans are somewhat polarized. The elites are very good in terms of moral quality and intelligence. But there is also a group of people who are hopelessly stupid.
Ren Shiyu said that when she was studying in the United States, she felt deeply about these things. Ling didn't speak, just nodded. Jiang Lushur touched his chin. Without strength, it would be really dangerous to walk in such a place with a group of beauties. But now, Jiang Lushur is not afraid of trouble at all. If someone really makes trouble for them, they can just start a war. Jiang Lushur walked into this store, and at first glance, he saw that this store was simply a gun shop, with all kinds of rifles, machine guns, grenades, and even rocket launchers and explosives. In addition, there are island samurai swords, American sabers, special forces equipment, etc. Of course, there are also mutated crystal nuclei. However, there were no second-level mutant nuclei that Jiang Lushur wanted. Only first-level ones. Jiang Lushur was not very interested in the first-level mutant nuclei.
Well,
He originally thought that he could not find the mutated crystal core he wanted and might return empty-handed. But when Jiang Lushur turned around a large shelf, he found an exaggerated gadget behind the shelf. A 6-barreled machine gun with a huge body and a full metallic texture. In fact, this can no longer be called a gun. The 20mm super caliber makes it more suitable to be called a machine gun. M61 Vulcan Gatling Cannon. This thing is usually installed on fighter jets. Its weight of 120 kilograms makes it completely impossible to carry out individual combat. And its crazy rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute makes its recoil powerful only that of airplanes and tanks. Only then can I bear it. The power of each bullet is far greater than that of Barrett. This kind of super firearm is impossible to appear in gun shops on weekdays. But now it is different in the end of the world. This M61 Vulcan aerial cannon. Obviously it was removed from the fighter jet. If it is placed here, it may be used by a small team. For those with special abilities, it might be possible to control such a metal behemoth. Chapter 630 Invitation. Jiang Lushur was a little moved by this airborne Vulcan Gatling. Moreover, Jiang Lushur saw boxes of bullets next to Gatling. There are not only 20mm caliber Gatling bullets, but also 12.7mm caliber Barrett rifle bullets.
Tungsten alloy armor-piercing bullet?
When he saw a box of armor-piercing bullets, Jiang Lushur's eyes lit up. The armor-piercing bullets he originally got from Long Tongue were all steel core bullets. For most rifle armor-piercing bullets, steel core bullets were standard. More advanced tungsten core rifle armor-piercing bullets are relatively rare. After all, tungsten itself is not cheap. The density of tungsten alloy is more than twice that of steel, which means that for the same caliber, the weight of the warhead is doubled. This armor-piercing power is certainly not of the same level. What surprised Jiang Lushur the most was that he also saw a 20mm caliber Gatling armor-piercing projectile next to the tungsten alloy armor-piercing projectile. When he heard Ran Shiyu translate an uncommon word on the ammunition box, Jiang Lushur touched his chin with a strange expression. The word was
uranium.
Depleted uranium armor-piercing projectile?
Jiang Lushur was startled. Jiang Lushur had only heard of this thing in military magazines and on the internet before. It was impossible to see it. After all, uranium is used to make nuclear weapons. It is denser than tungsten and has stronger armor-piercing properties. China has a lot of tungsten ore. And considering the radioactive contamination and bad reputation of depleted uranium bombs, the number of depleted uranium bombs is very small. However, the United States is different. The shortage of tungsten and the abundance of uranium makes them the largest manufacturer of depleted uranium bombs. Depleted uranium bullets are more powerful than tungsten alloy bullets, especially the box of bullets in front of me, with an exaggerated caliber of 20mm. If you pick up a bullet and put it on the palm of your hand, the length of your palm from the fingertips to the wrist is not as long as the bullet. Jiang Lushur is a little tempted by this set of weapons. His blue light energy has made great progress. If it is combined with the 20mm caliber Vulcan Gatling, what kind of effect can be achieved? I bought this aircraft with Gatling and these boxes of bullets. What's the price? Jiang Lushur looked at the beautiful clerk in this weapons store. I have just inquired about the hard currency in this gathering area. In addition to evolutionary crystals, the hard currency here also includes whiskey, beer, cigars, and marijuana. Jiang Lushur didn't have the latter ones, but he had a lot of evolutionary crystals.
He has been robbing everywhere in the past few months. Everywhere he goes, he has to plunder it. The storage space of the base vehicle is full. Not only that, the laboratory of the base vehicle can also produce genetic potions and evolutionary crystals. Gene potions can only be used by Jiang Lushur himself. But there are no such restrictions on evolutionary crystals. And the evolutionary crystals produced in the base vehicle laboratory are of higher quality. Jiang Lushur had previously obtained a large number of first-level mutant crystal nuclei from Shanghai. Except for the ones he had eaten. The rest were thrown into the laboratory to produce evolutionary crystals. However, after Jiang Lushur asked this question, the beautiful clerk with a hot figure seemed very cold. She said,
"There are M16, M4 carbine, and Barrett on the front shelf. Is that enough for you?"
Although Jiang Lushur's English was not bad, it was still difficult to hear these nouns. Fortunately, Ran Shiyu translated them in real time. Jiang Lushur frowned slightly.
"The weapons you put out there, but you don't sell them?"
The beautiful clerk said.
"This gathering area is close to the sea. Sometimes mutant beasts from the sea will land. Our soldiers have to fight those super mutant beasts and need these heavy weapons. Even if we sell them to you, you may not be able to use them. You have M16 is enough. Are you planning to use airborne Gatling to fight zombies? What do you care about what we bought it for? If you don't sell it, why are you putting it here? I don't think you are the person in charge here. And you can't make the decision." "Right,"
Jiang Zhuing said unhappily after listening to Ran Shiyu's translation. In her opinion, this beautiful clerk is really too lenient.
"My God, isn't this Ran Shiyu?"
At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side, causing Jiang Zhuing, who was about to say a few words, to stop and turn his head to look over in surprise. Someone here actually knows Sister Shiyu. A young man in his 20s, wearing an American military uniform, was looking at Ran Shiyu in surprise.
"Ran Shiyu, why are you here?"
Ran Shiyu was stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise in his eyes.
"It's you." "Yes. I came to serve in the military after graduation. Unexpectedly. Just half a year into my service. The apocalypse broke out. Aren't you supposed to be in China? Why did you appear in the island country? Anyway, I am really happy to see you,"
the young man said in a hurry.
"It's a long story. We just arrived in the island country from China,"
Ran Shiyu said. The young man was stunned, and then began to ask about Ran Shiyu's situation. As for Ran Shiyu's statement that he had just arrived from China to the island country, he obviously did not take it seriously. Nowadays, ordinary people do not have the conditions to cross the sea. Ran Shiyu just smiled faintly and did not explain.
"This is my current captain, Jiang Lushur. These are my companions."
After Ran Shiyu introduced Jiang Lushur and others, he glanced at the young man and said,
"This is my friend when I was studying in the United States. Classmate. Abut. Nice to meet you."
When ABT saw Ran Shiyu's expression and tone, he knew that Ran Shiyu and Jiang Lushur were very close. He was a little surprised but also immediately greeted them warmly. Ran Shiyu was very cold and arrogant in school, but she was very gentle to the people around her.
"I thought I heard you guys arguing when I came in just now,"
ABT suddenly asked. In fact, ABT came in after hearing the quarrels inside. Unexpectedly, he saw Ran Shiyu here. The beautiful clerk's face was already a little ugly. She didn't expect that Jiang Lushur and his party actually knew an officer.
"Sir, she doesn't want to sell the things on display here to us. I'm arguing with her."
Jiang Zhuing talked about the matter before the beautiful clerk.
"What do you want to buy?"
ABT asked curiously.
"Sir, he wants to buy airborne Gatling."
The beautiful clerk looked at Jiang Lushur and said. ABT glanced at Jiang Lushur in surprise. He had already seen that Jiang Lushur must have some skills, but he did not think that Jiang Lushur could use the airborne Gatling. But this had nothing to do with him.
"If there are customers who want to buy the things on display, of course they should be sold."
ABT turned to the beautiful clerk and said,
"Thank you."
Jiang Lushur had a good impression of ABT.
"You're welcome. You are Ran Shiyu's companions. And that means you are my friends."
Abut smiled, and then said to Ran Shiyu,
"Ran Shiyu, it's such a coincidence that I met you here today. And it happens to be tomorrow night. There's going to be a big celebration party. And I'd like to invite you and your friends to attend. Is that okay?"
Chapter 631 Celebration Party. Faced with ABT's invitation, Ran Shiyu did not answer immediately, but looked at Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur smiled slightly and said,
"It's not easy to meet acquaintances in the apocalypse. If you want to go, then go."
He knew that although Ran Shiyu looked indifferent,
She should be too embarrassed to refuse the invitation from her old classmate. Ran Shiyu thought for a while, and then said, "That's good." Then her mental voice sounded in Jiang Liusher's ears. "There should be a lot of people at the party. Maybe you can know someone who sells mutant crystal nuclei." They walked around the market, and did not see mutated crystal nuclei. However, this kind of thing is not easy to buy. If it is first level, it is okay. But second level mutated crystal nuclei are rare. Jiang Liusher nodded. "Shiyu, you are very thoughtful." Ran Shiyu showed a smile. And then she said to ABT, "Then contact us then. We live in an RV, so you should be able to find us easily." Abud looked at Ran Shiyu, and then at Jiang Liusher, feeling surprised. He had been classmates with Ran Shiyu for 4 years, and he knew the girl's character very well. Although she looked weak and polite to everyone, she was actually very cold and arrogant, and no boy who pursued her could get close to her. But now Ran Shiyu felt like a little bird clinging to someone. More importantly, when Ran Shiyu didn't speak just now, he suddenly felt that he couldn't understand Ran Shiyu, and it seemed that mysterious power fluctuations were emanating from Ran Shiyu. This surprised Abe even more. He didn't know what kind of changes had happened to Ran Shiyu after the end of the world. After Ran Shiyu and his party left, ABT remembered what Ran Shiyu said just now. "RV? Driving an RV in the apocalypse? You really know how to enjoy it." However, enjoying the RV was enjoyable, but it was dangerous. Abe thought that he would remind Ran Shiyu the next time he saw her. "This airborne Vulcan Gatling is really good." Jiang Liusher was very satisfied with the gun and bullets he bought. He couldn't wait to try the power of this airborne Gatling. After buying Gatling, Jiang Liusher had no interest in this market and returned directly to the bus. The bus parked outside this market is still very eye-catching, making many people pass by and look at it several times. However, they can only see the appearance of the bus, but they cannot see the inside at all, let alone imagine that it is here. The interior of the bus is simply like a luxurious villa. At dusk the next day, there was a knock on the car door. In fact, Ran Shiyu already knew that Ibuta was coming without him knocking on the door. When he saw that the car door had opened just after he knocked, and there were Ran Shiyu and others standing behind the door, ABT knew that his beautiful classmate was indeed something special. "The celebration party is about to begin. Oh my god!" As soon as ABT said this, he saw the furnishings in the car and was immediately amazed. When he lamented the enjoyment of riding in an RV before, he never thought it would be such an extremely luxurious experience. He wanted to take a ride in this bus after seeing it. As for the words of persuasion, he had long forgotten to go to the Pacific Ocean. Although such a luxurious RV is very dangerous, it is much more comfortable and cleaner than those steel-reinforced off-road vehicles. Those off-road vehicles are often covered with plasma, which cannot be washed clean, and there are dents everywhere, which really has nothing to do with comfort. If an ordinary person in the pre-apocalyptic world were to sit on the bus, he would have vomited before even getting on the bus. "But," Ran Shiyu's voice brought Abud back to his senses. "It's so beautiful. I'm dazzled by it." ABT laughed and said, "Then let's leave quickly. Do you want to drive this bus? But you probably won't be able to squeeze in. There will be a lot of people there. No need to worry about this," Jiang Liusher said. This is a US military base after all. Although he doesn't know where the party was held, Jiang Liusher was not willing to leave his car here. Although they went to the party to see if they could buy mutant crystal nuclei, Jiang Liusher also wanted Jiang Zhuing and the others to relax. Since the end of the world, they have not participated in any normal entertainment activities. Jiang Zhuing usually watches anime and dramas, while Li Yusen and the others spend most of their time practicing their powers. Of course, their relaxation must have nothing to do with those Americans. It just means eating and wandering around. "Hey, there are so many people," Jiang Zhuing said in surprise. From a distance, Jiang Liusher could see many vehicles in front of him. These vehicles were all rushing towards a tall building, and the parking lot in front of them was obviously full of space. It's not completely dark now, but the building is already brightly lit with neon lights flashing, and even the street lights outside are all on. Although it is known that these American troops are powered by aircraft carriers, it still makes people feel very luxurious. Of course there are more people. This time, Major General Jonathan almost single-handedly killed a top-level, second-level mutant beast that climbed ashore. The entire base rejoiced and celebrated for Major General Jonathan. With Major General Jonathan's strength and prestige, the next 4-star or even 5-star general in the base must be him. For Ran Shiyu's sake, Jiang Liusher let Abud get on the bus. As soon as he heard Jiang Zhuing's words, he immediately said excitedly, "It seems that he also knows some Chinese."
Jiang Lusher knew that 5-star generals were part of the military rank system of the U.S. Army. There would be no 5-star generals in peacetime, but would only be awarded in wartime, which was equivalent to a marshal. It's the end of the world. Of course, the 5-star general here was awarded by the U.S. military base itself. Once he becomes a 5-star general, he will probably be the most influential person in the U.S. military base. Being able to kill the top level 2 mutant beasts is indeed considered a strong one among superpowers. But it is far inferior to meeting these counselors on a moonlit night. Jiang Lusher just nodded. In the eyes of Jiang Juing and others, Jiang Lusher was the most powerful. And whether the others were powerful or not had nothing to do with them. ABT originally wanted to show off the strength of the US military base and the superpowers. But after finishing speaking, he found that everyone had a dull reaction. And he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed.
Ran Shiyu, I will give you a surprise soon.
But turned to look at Ran Shiyu and suddenly said mysteriously. Ran Shiyu glanced at him with some confusion. At this moment, a harsh trumpet sound suddenly sounded from both sides. Obviously the bus was too big, and people in front and behind felt like it was going to be blocked. And many people even cursed.
Didn't I say before that it will be very crowded here? So we'd better stop here first.
ABT said.
No. Isn't there still room in the parking lot? Drive.
Jiang Lusher said. It was still some distance from the parking lot. If these people didn't scold him, he would have let the bus drive to the wasteland next to it. But now that dozens of cars were honking their horns, he decided not to think so. Ibuta was speechless after hearing what Jiang Lusher said. There is a space in the parking lot, but you have to be able to drive through hundreds of cars in front of it. However, at this moment, Abbott watched in shock as the car drove quickly. It was obviously a Big Mac, but it was speeding through these small cars. There were many times when Abbott thought he was about to collide, but the car drove past as close to the extreme position as possible. Even one wheel had already reached the gutter on the side of the road, but it still drove steadily and fast. Among those small cars, some people kept screaming. They watched helplessly as this car took advantage of the crowded traffic. Many cars could only step on the brakes immediately or give way to the bus when they saw it coming. Aside, they didn't want to let it go. But the bus was going very fast, and it looked like it wasn't afraid of being hit at all. The buses are not afraid, but they are. In the end, the bus actually parked in the parking lot. When he got off the bus, ABT still felt stunned. And when he saw that the driver was a beautiful woman with a hot figure, he was even more stunned. His mouth was open and speechless. He thought that the person who could drive like this must be an F1 racing master who had awakened his powers. But he didn't expect it to be such a young beauty. Chapter 632 Candidate for 5-star General. When he opened the door and got out of the driving seat of the bus, not only ABT, but many American soldiers also saw this scene. The United States is a country on wheels. Not only does it have the most cars in the world, but it also ranks among the top in car ownership per capita. Similar to some small countries with extremely high per capita income, this kind of bus-shaped luxury RV is relatively rare in China, but it is very popular in the United States.
What an amazing girl. Maybe she's a race car driver. Racing drivers drive small cars, but they may not have such driving skills when driving a touring car.
Most of the people present were young people in their 20s. They liked to talk about cars. Some even had drag racing. Seeing such a luxurious bus with a beautiful driver with superb driving skills made people more excited. Especially when Jiang Lusher and his group got out of the car one after another, and they saw 6 girls and a young man entering the venue side by side. Many people looked at Jiang Lusher with strange eyes. What the HL? This guy actually mixed in with a crowd full of people in a beautiful woman's luxurious RV. This is the end of the world. Others are licking blood from the knife edge. But this guy is just like taking a trip. This is too much. It's so jealous. Under the attention of many people, Jiang Lusher had already become the center of attention before he entered the venue. You must know that this is the American Army. He has been in the Army for 3 years and competes with Sows. There are very few white women in this military area. 90% the girls are all from island countries. Because after the outbreak of the apocalypse, some helpless island country women have to seek refuge in U.S. military gathering areas. The luckier ones can be the long-term lovers of U.S. soldiers. Unlucky ones at best. I can only handle some flesh and blood business. However, even so, the women in this American military zone are still not enough. But showed his ID to the soldiers at the door and led Jiang Lusher into the banquet. He couldn't help but sigh.
Mr. Jiang, you are so eye-catching. I feel hostile even when I'm around you. A butt was still very friendly, and Jiang Lusher had a good impression of a butt. He said, "A butt? I want to find someone to buy some second-level mutant crystal nuclei. Do you know who sells them? Second-level mutant crystal core? What did you buy that thing for? Is it a purified evolutionary crystal? Although the evolutionary crystal derived from the second-level mutant crystal nucleus is better than the first-level mutant crystal nucleus, it is not much better. Many people think they felt that it was too wasteful to use the secondary mutant crystal nuclei to extract evolutionary crystals. So some people simply took them for collection. This thing is like a military medal, symbolizing glory. Being able to kill the second-level mutant beast is proof of a team's strength. And the second-level mutant crystal core is the most favorable evidence. And if it is used to extract evolutionary crystals, one second-level mutant crystal nucleus is equivalent to 3 first-level mutant crystal nuclei. The main reason is that the current evolutionary crystal extraction technology is still in the exploratory stage, and the energy of the second-level mutant crystal nuclei is too strong. If you cannot use them all, a lot will be wasted. In this regard, superpowers such as China and the United States have already taken the lead with the powerful strength of their remaining military units, and their utilization rate is much higher. However, how can there be such a remnant of thousands of people in the U.S. military district on the island country? Conditions. It is already very good for them to have the current technical level. Do you want to keep it as a souvenir? Jiang Lusher clucked his tongue. It's such a waste. If it were placed here at Star Seed, one second-level mutant crystal core would be worth a dozen first-level mutant crystal nuclei. When it comes to himself, it's even more different. His body now only reacts to the second-level mutated crystal nuclei. While Jiang Lusher was thinking, he suddenly heard the roar of an engine. A large truck slowly drove to the main entrance of the celebration building. All cars and pedestrians gave way to the large truck. This big truck is red and blue in color. It looks like a replica of Optimus Prime. It is 2.5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It looks very domineering. The rear of the big truck is not a container, but a huge crab. The crab legs are like spears, and the giant claws are so exaggerated that they can break an iron tower. Obviously, this is the top level 2 mutant beast that climbed onto the land. It's just that when Jiang Lusher saw this mutant beast, his expression was a little strange. It was a bit strange to see such a powerful-looking big truck loaded with a load of seafood. At this time, the car door had opened, and a man with a height of 1.9 meters jumped out from the cockpit. This man was tall and long-legged, wearing long military boots, a straight military uniform, deep features, and eyes like sapphires. He looked to be about 30 years old. It has to be said that foreign men are naturally in line with Asian aesthetics because of their three-dimensional facial features. This is also the reason why many handsome white men are very popular in Asia. For a moment, many girls from the island nation screamed and cheered for this man. Some girls shouted the man's name either in English or Japanese. People in the apocalypse are more prone to despair and madness. Even girls from island countries who have always been introverted. Jonathan. Is he the highest commander of this military region? He is not the highest officer, but he is the strongest person. However, with his current popularity, he will soon become the highest officer. The next election will be in 20 days. There is no way he will lose. By then, he will be a 5-star general. Abbott said with envy. What is the most exciting part of becoming an idol? Apart from whiskey, cigars, and endless steaks, the most exciting thing is the countless women, girls from the island country, lining up to have sex with Jonathan. Bed. He is handsome, young, rich, respected in status, powerful, and admired by many people. What reason does a woman have to say no to such a man? And Jonathan is also a person with very strong sexual energy. He plays almost every night. It is very normal to have several women in one night. For this party, after midnight, Jonathan will bring his female companion to his house. The villa was in a state of chaos. Chef, take this crab to the kitchen and bake it. Steam it. Crab cakes. Crab burgers. By the way, my female companion likes seafood sashimi, so use the crab legs to make some sashimi. Jonathan said very boldly that the main reason why this celebration party can be held is that Jonathan will contribute the mutated beast meat he captured. This is one of the reasons why he is so popular. Parties and carnivals, even in the apocalypse, are their constant themes. From the moment Jonathan entered the door, he was almost in the crowd of stars. After that, he was always surrounded by people. People kept coming up to drink with Jonathan. Those who could have this opportunity were all heavyweights. If they weren't powerful, the superpower captain is either an officer
or a beauty. Naturally, Jiang Lushur didn't want to join in the excitement. But he had to buy mutant crystal nuclei. And Jonathan, whether in terms of the number of second-level mutant crystal nuclei he owned or his status, was like Jiang Lushur. People who can't be avoided when doing business. At this time, ABT had left for the time being. As a well-rounded figure in the American Army, he naturally had to come into contact with many people at such a banquet. Jiang Lushur didn't intend to ask Abe to introduce him. Seeing that this guy was a mediocre guy, he didn't have the qualifications to introduce him. He was about to get a glass of wine on the table and walk up. Although he was not used to drinking whiskey, since he was going to get to know each other. People, it's better to follow the other person's habits. Sorry, you can't take this wine. Beside the long table, a waiter from an island country interrupted Jiang Lushur in fluent English. What? Jiang Lushur was stunned for a moment. The supply of whiskey is limited, and only 20 bottles are open for a banquet, the waiter added, although his voice was polite, but it had an indifferent tone. Jiang Lushur frowned slightly. It was normal when he thought about it. First of all, he was not a white man, let alone an officer. If anyone could drink a glass of whiskey, the wine would have been emptied out long ago. Although he felt unhappy, he did not embarrass the waiter. At this time, the waiter said with a smile, "These ladies, if you need a toast, you can get wine." The waiter could tell that Jiang Lushur brought the wine to get to know Jonathan. However, Jonathan was the most important person in this military gathering area. He was very busy with a banquet. How could he come to get to know an insignificant person like Jiang Lushur? Of course, beauties are different. Apart from having a few drinks with a few powerful people in the military gathering area, Jonathan still has plenty of time to allocate to beauties. Hearing the waiter's words, Jiang Lushur's face turned cold. A blind man could tell that he was with several girls around him. Instead of giving him wine, he gave Jiang Zhuing and others wine and asked them to toast. Although it is said that the girl he is with may not be his female companion. But even so, when the waiter said such words, he did not take Jiang Lushur seriously at all. He knew very well that the waiter deliberately ignored this. Or he believes that in the apocalypse, beauties will fall for strong men like Jonathan. And in his opinion, he is inferior to Jonathan regardless of his height, appearance, strength, and status. After all, there are multiple women and one husband. Isn't Jonathan a better choice? I won't even drink a bottle of broken wine if it's given to my sister for free. What the hell? Jiang Zhuing really wanted to pick up a wine bottle and put it on the waiter's forehead. But they were here for business this time. So she held back. As Jiang Lushur's first woman, Li Yusin couldn't bear it anymore. She was thinking of something cruel to say to scold this idiot waiter. But he didn't expect that Xiang Shuai hugged Jiang Lushur's waist from behind. And his plump breasts were pressed against Jiang Lushur's back. Brother Jiang, we will accompany you when the banquet is over soon. No matter who you choose, you have to take me with you. Xiang Shuai's English was not a problem. Her tone sounded soft, and she deliberately blew on Jiang Lushur's ear, making Jiang Lushur's back numb. Well, Jiang Lushur touched his nose. He was caught off guard. Originally, the relationship between Jiang Lushur and Li Yusin had been semi-public. Xiang Shuai Bingxue was smart and realized as early as that day that although she was eager to be with Jiang Lushur, after all, Jiang Lushur had already taken the first step with Li Yusin, and she had been avoiding them recently. The contact with Jiang Lushur made Jiang Lushur gradually forget her enthusiasm a month ago. This sudden sentence today, although I knew it was just for fun, but who can say that there is no real element in this drama? Maybe she just cared about Jiang Lushur's face and was angry for a moment. So she took this opportunity to boldly express her feelings. Behind Xiang Shuai, Li Yusin was suddenly robbed of the limelight. She was a little unhappy at first, but she didn't know what Xiang Shuai was thinking. Seeing how she defended Jiang Lushur and put herself in Xiang Shuai's position, I'm afraid it was also very painful. And her jealousy faded away immediately. Think about it carefully. This is the end of the world. Human relations have long since collapsed. There is nothing to be jealous of. Xiang Shuai smiled sheepishly at Li Yusin and let go of Jiang Lushur, but still held Jiang Lushur's arm. Li Yusin naturally walked to the other side of Jiang Lushur and held Jiang Lushur's arm. The waiter from the island country looked a little ugly when he saw such a scene. This was obviously a demonstration to himself. What on earth is going on? These beauties are all top-notch. Are they really that guy's women? Why are they all following this man wholeheartedly? Although he looks pretty good, he is still a bit inferior to the handsome white guy Jonathan with three-dimensional facial features. As for the comparison of strength, let alone that.
Since you don't want to drink, don't stand here. You will block the guests behind you. Please give way.
The waiter still maintained his polite, but extremely cold tone.
I'm laughing so hard. A bottle of broken wine makes me feel disgusted when gargling my mouth,
Jiang Zhuing said sarcastically. Her words made several people around her unhappy. The man lining up behind her was also an island man. He wearing a kimono and a samurai sword. He seemed to be a supernatural being from the island country. To be qualified to receive drinks here, he was obviously an important figure in the team and had joined the American military region. He sneered and said,
You can't even gargle your mouth.
Disgusted? You probably don't know that the current price of whiskey at the base is 2 bottles of wine for one woman.
His words, treating women as ordinary equivalents, made Jiang Zhuing even more angry. She was almost about to take action, but Li Yusen stopped her. At this time, Jiang Lusher had already taken a cup of tea and walked towards Jonathan. There were many people around Jonathan. Originally, Jiang Lusher waited for a while, but now he was too lazy to wait. He walked very slowly, but his pace was not hindered by the people around him. The person seemed to be pushed away by an invisible tide, allowing Jiang Lusher to walk in front of Jonathan smoothly.
Major General Jonathan, can I borrow a few minutes of your time?
Jiang Lusher asked in English. Jonathan glanced at Jiang Lusher. He naturally noticed that Jiang Lusher was squeezing this way. He was not interested in getting to know this unknown Asian. He just smiled and said,
Tea is what the islanders, Chinese and British drink. But to me, it has no taste at all.
Chapter 633 Fruit Ninja. Jonathan was not friendly when he opened his mouth. In fact, Jonathan had noticed Jiang Lusher before. It would be difficult for any man to walk with a group of beauties without attracting attention. Jonathan was also very surprised by the women around Jiang Lusher. Even if the women in his military gathering area were very good-looking, after this year of torture, mental despair and material lack, they would be more or less. He looked very haggard, and this haggardness could not be concealed by makeup. But the women around this man don't have such a problem. They are full of beauty, vitality, and youthful temptation. But as Jonathan, if the woman doesn't take the initiative to throw herself into his arms, he won't take the initiative to talk with a glass of wine. He is going to participate in the general election 20 days later, and everything will have to wait until he becomes a 5-star general. Sensing Jonathan's coldness, Jiang Liusher's voice became less polite.
I'm not interested in whether you like tea or not. I just want to do business with you. I want to buy some second-level mutant crystal nuclei.
Oh! Jonathan chuckled. This man took the initiative to make friends with him and wanted to do business with him. He just wanted to make money from him.
But he had such an attitude. How could he pay attention to him?
Since you're not interested, I guess we don't need to talk.
He lacked nothing and didn't need to do business with anyone at all. He had to insist on what he lacked. That is, he was very interested in a few girls around Jiang Lusher. However, Jonathan could feel that these girls were all filled with supernatural fluctuations. They were not weak, and it was unrealistic to treat each other as commodities.
Okay, then there's really nothing to talk about,
Jiang Lusher said. At the same time, a voice in English came from behind Jiang Lusher.
Since there is nothing to talk about, please give way.
Jiang Lusher turned around and saw that the person speaking was the island warrior who had previously queued up with him to receive drinks and had a dispute with Jiang Zhuing. They received the wine together and naturally toasted together. The island warrior glanced at Jiang Lusher contemptuously, walked forward with whiskey, and toasted to Jonathan.
It turns out to be Mr. Yamada.
Different from the indifference towards Jiang Lusher, Jonathan smiled this time. Although he preferred chatting with beautiful women, the Japanese samurai in front of him was considered a relatively powerful one among the islanders, who had defected to the American military gathering area. He also wanted to fight for the island nation. People's votes will naturally be welcomed with a smile.
If you really want to get to know Major General Jonathan, I can introduce him to you.
After the toast, Yamada looked at Jiang Lusher with a smile. These words of a winner were of course showing off. In his opinion, Jiang Lusher was like a clown who wanted to express himself but was completely ignored. Jiang Lusher just smiled and was too lazy to pay attention to Yamada. He withdrew from the crowd and came to a corner. Jiang Lusher looked at Jonathan in the crowd and gently twirled the teacup in his hand. Although he retreated, he did not intend to leave just like that. Now that he has come to this military base, he will not miss the second-level mutant crystal core here. In the apocalypse, there are not so many rules, and strength is everything. Faced with the threat of Chuang, who intends to annex the entire world,
Jiang Lushur will not do it, for ethereal morality means giving up the opportunity to improve your own strength.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very glad that you can come and celebrate this day with me. Back then, the American ancestors took the Mayflower across the ocean and came to the unfamiliar and desolate land of the New World. They suffered from cold, hunger, and tortured by diseases, and many people died. Later, thanks to the help of kind-hearted Indians, a good harvest was achieved. They celebrated the harvest with the Indians, which was Thanksgiving. Thank you, God, for giving us food, which is how we became a powerful country. But after the end of the world, the land returned to desolation. How similar we are now to our ancestors in the United States. We traveled across the ocean to East Asia and rebuilt this land together with the kind and beautiful island people. We celebrated the harvest of hunting. Let's come together to celebrate this great day. I propose that today be our new Thanksgiving. In the future, someone will also describe our story today, and we will be the pioneers of a new country.
Jonathan's words were so passionate that many people cheered like waves. Jiang Lushur saw many island girls crying and desperately shouting for Jonathan. He had to admit that this guy is an excellent speaker. People in China are indeed easily infected by this kind of speech. There is a reason why Jonathan is so popular. Of course, in Jiang Lushur's view, all this was just a mirror image. And in front of Chuang, this tiny country was simply not worth mentioning.
Our chef has already cooked the food. Enjoy the food.
As Jonathan spoke, someone had already opened the door behind the hall, revealing the large grassland behind the house. A bonfire had been set up in the middle, and various foods were placed on the table. There were beauties dancing around the bonfire. They were 7 or 8 beauties from the island country wearing bikinis. They showed off their great figures without hesitation. As they danced crazily, the spring waves cascaded over each other, making it extremely beautiful. Of course, a campfire party is indispensable with these hot programs. Americans who like to express themselves come forward one after another to show off their unique skills. A fire-type superpower performed a fire-breathing performance, and the fire he breathed out exceeded the bonfire in the center of the square for a while. Then an American soldier came up and performed precise marksmanship. He was seen holding 2 guns. With a dazzling movement, the targets on the left and right hit the bullseye, and not a single bullet was wasted. At this time, an island warrior came on stage and was about to demonstrate his sword skills. By coincidence, this island warrior was Yamada, who was queuing up with Jiang Lushur to receive drinks and toasting Jonathan. Yamada held a katana in his hand and performed the art of sword drawing and the sword technique of Shishuewuin, especially when he performed the skill of Shishuewuin. The whole square was filled with the light of the sword flying like snowflakes. Only the light of the sword was seen. But the sword was not seen. One of his men threw stones at Yamada. The stones he threw were fast and numerous, but they were all cut accurately by the katana in Yamada's hand. Some stones were even cut into several pieces. The fracture is very smooth. Many Americans applauded. Most Americans were still used to using firearms. Not to mention that they were originally soldiers who played with guns. They were very interested in this ancient and mysterious oriental swordsmanship. Especially the light of the knife looks amazing. It can cut large pieces of hard stone, which looks much more enjoyable.
Oh, this is Fruit Ninja.
Seeing this situation, Jiang Juing smiled. She had been criticized by this Yamada before. 2 bottles of wine for 1 woman. How could Jiang Juing tolerate this kind of person pretending to be cool on stage? As soon as Jiang Juing spoke, he attracted the attention of many people. After all, Fruit Ninja was a popular little game in the world before the end of the world. Now that Jiang Juing said this, it was true. For a while, Yamada, who was originally playing with knives, gave people a strange feeling for some reason. It feels a bit funny. An American soldier smiled, and Yamada stopped his sword and looked at Jiang Juing with a frown.
You're a little tired of throwing stones. How about me instead?
Jiang Juing said to the islander who threw stones. Seeing Jiang Juing, Yamada smiled. He knew that this little girl had argued with him before and was unconvinced and wanted to target him. However, he was unparalleled in swordsmanship and was not afraid of such targets at all, no matter how fast she threw the rocks. What could happen? In this way, his knife is faster. Moreover, Yamada could tell that Jiang Juing was not a power user, and the speed of throwing stones might not be as fast as his men.
You seem to be a person with superpowers. Right.
What?
You want to attack me while throwing rocks? Ha ha. Are you scared now? Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. I'm afraid I'll make myself sick.
Jiang Juing said with a smile. It's important for people to be self-aware. Little girl, being so arrogant in the apocalypse will kill someone. Yamada sneered and said. He wanted to discipline such an arrogant little girl. You are right. Being too arrogant in the apocalypse will kill people. As Jiang Juing spoke, he did not pick up the stone, but picked one up from the table. Fruit dish. Then, Jiang Juing broke off a fruit plate. Banana. You? Yamada stared. Are you kidding me? He could easily handle throwing stones. But Jiang Juing actually planned to throw bananas. This was an insult to his sword skills. Aren't you a fruit ninja? I'll throw you a banana and you can cut it. It will be great. Jiang Juing smiled and played with the banana in his hand. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Jiang Juing specially gave enough time for the countdown and asked Yamada to prepare before throwing the banana out. She threw it very casually, and the banana rotated in the air and drew an arc, flying softly and as slowly as a ball. The angry birds were only thrown out by a slingshot. Seeing this scene, Yamada's face turned completely gloomy. This girl was simply making fun of herself. The surrounding American soldiers also booed when they saw this situation. I thought this little girl had some tricks up her sleeve, but I didn't expect that she was just acting stupid. What's the point of this? You think you are teasing others, but in fact you are teasing yourself for others to see. As Yamada spoke, he raised his katana and cut open even a piece of fruit. But at this moment, Jiang Juing, who threw the banana, blinked at Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi knew his sister very well. When Jiang Juing picked up the banana, he knew what his sister was thinking. He shook his head helplessly. This little girl is really worrying. Of course, he still doted on his sister. How could he let his sister suffer at this time? He moved his fingers gently, and a blue light energy disappeared into the banana like a ghost. And at this moment, Yamada's sword struck down like lightning. Crack! The sword flashed across the banana. But at that moment, the banana made an incredible spin, and the lightning-like sword actually split it into the air. Then, the banana, still spinning, flew down from the head. Yamada was shocked when the knife struck the air. He tried to dodge, but somehow, the banana, which seemed to be flying extremely slowly, seemed to be enchanted. It seemed slow, but in fact, its trajectory was tricky, and it arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Snapped! The banana hit Yamada firmly on the face, making a crisp sound. Yamada still maintained the posture of swinging the katana, but his movements seemed to have been poured with plaster. Completely frozen, the banana slowly slipped from his face, and Yamada remained in this position, staying next to the bonfire. Chapter 634 Special Operations Team. For a moment, the originally noisy campfire scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at Yamada with wide eyes and looked at Yamada in disbelief. The banana was really flying very slowly. Let alone Yamada. Any American soldier would not be able to fly. As for splitting the air, but Yamada's sword hit the air. And not only that, he was also hit in the face with a banana. There were so many rocks before, but none of them could get close to Yamada. But now, a banana slapped him in the face, which was unimaginable. At this time, the banana had slipped to the ground. Yamada's face had turned the color of pig liver, and the knuckles of the hand holding the knife had turned white due to excessive exertion. Your sword skills are not very good. Jiang Juing held a fruit plate and said with a smile. I can play Fruit Ninja for thousands of points, but you stopped at the first one. You are too good. Yamada looked at Jiang Juing angrily, and the veins on his forehead swelled with anger. He was sure that Jiang Juing must have used some means to trick him just now, but he didn't understand what the means was. You are very powerful. I was careless just now. Do it again. Yamada clenched the handle of the knife, his eyes piercing the darkness like hawks. He became completely serious. He realized that this girl looked harmless, but she was actually a little devil. She was by no means a delicate figure. A weak girl. Okay. Jiang Juing seemed to have expected that Yamada would be unconvinced. She waved her hand and picked up a yellow-orange thing. It was a frozen durian. I didn't expect that you still have durian to eat here. It's such a good thing. Jiang Juing said with a click of his tongue. Durian is an absolute luxury product. Jiang Juing has never seen it in other places after the apocalypse. That is to say, the American army has an aircraft carrier. The continuous power supply makes it possible for them to accumulate a large amount of food at the beginning of the end of the world. And bananas and durians are the kind of fruits that still taste great after being frozen.
They can indeed be stored in low-temperature freezers until now. Seeing this guy who was as big as a small wash basin and had spikes all over his body, Yamada felt his anus tighten. He was a little scared because of Jiang Zhuing's weird tricks before.
I threw it away.
As soon as Jiang Zhuing finished speaking, the durian was thrown away by her. At this time, Yamada was holding a katana in his hand, and he was already very focused. It was as if he was not facing a durian, but a second-level mutant beast. He swung this sword as if he was facing a life-and-death battle.
Crack!
The light of the knife passed through the middle of the durian, splitting the ice durian into two. Hit! Yamada was overjoyed. Finally, he neutralized the girl's fatal blow. However, the next moment, Yamada's expression froze. He saw that the durian that he chopped open from the middle with his samurai sword did not explode from the middle and bounce to both sides as he expected. On the contrary, the two durian petals seemed to be glued together. They maintained their original posture. Their speed did not slow down, and their trajectory remained unchanged as they flew toward themselves. The trajectory was still extremely tricky. Snapped! The durian hit Yamada hard on the face. Yamada's body stiffened and his mind went blank.
Oh/my/God!
An American girl covered her mouth. In her opinion, this was simply a human tragedy. The other American soldiers also twitched the corners of their mouths. This really hurts. The durian was indeed cut open by Yamada. After it hit Yamada's face, it split into two pieces and fell to the ground with some ice shavings. Yamada swung around twice and sat down on the ground, one piece at a time. His face was swollen from being hit by durian. Yamada is not a powerful person, even if he has unparalleled sword skills. If he is hit by a durian from the front, he will still see stars. It took a while before Yamada realized what he was doing. He covered his face and got up from the ground. His nose was already bleeding. He was so ashamed and angry that he almost wanted to commit suicide immediately. He wanted to rush forward and fight Jiang Zhuing. Although he knew that Jiang Zhuing was very strong, he could only save his dignity through fighting.
Yamada, step back.
At this moment, Jonathan spoke. He could see that Jiang Zhuing was demonstrating deliberately, and Yamada had been completely suppressed by Jiang Zhuing. If he continued, he would only be humiliating himself. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jonathan. Jiang Zhuing and Jiang Liusher's group were obviously outsiders. This was Jonathan's celebration, the so-called New Thanksgiving. And there was a sudden demonstration by outsiders. Jonathan, the master, naturally couldn't turn a blind eye.
You are very powerful, especially for a girl,
Jonathan said to Jiang Zhuing. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Liusher. He knew that Jiang Liusher might be the leader among this group of people. It seems that he underestimated this group of people before. They still have some skills.
Friend, would you like to have a drink?
Jonathan picked up the wine glass. At this time, Jiang Liusher was still playing with the teacup in his hand. He smiled and said,
Sorry, I'm not interested in whiskey.
Ah, the most unpleasant thing in the world is probably when someone retaliates with the words you have said. Jonathan suddenly narrowed his eyes, and the entire party scene was filled with the sound of gasping for air. This outsider was so crazy that he didn't even care about Jonathan's face. When has Jonathan ever experienced such a cold moment? In this military gathering area, Jonathan has many admirers, and is the spiritual leader of everyone.
How crazy! I wonder if his ability is as good as his mouth.
While several people were talking, they had already arrived behind Jonathan. 3 men and 1 woman. All Americans. They looked at Jiang Liusher and his group with coldness and provocation in their eyes.
It's the Special Operations Team directly under General Jonathan.
These 4 people are also famous in the military region. They can be said to be the 4 strongest people in the entire military region except Jonathan. There is no doubt that Jonathan's personal strength is the strongest in the entire military zone. But he cannot go out alone. He needs teammates. Jonathan selected 4 teammates. Some of them were originally members of the Navy SEALs. Some of them awakened supernatural powers after the apocalypse and evolved again. As for the only girl among the 4, she was originally a medic with the team, although she was physically fragile. But after the end of the world, she rarely awakened 2 kinds of powers. It can be said that any one of them can be independent. General Jonathan relied on his prestige to gather the 4 people together. In this way, they were invincible and invincible. They killed many second-level mutant beasts and made great achievements. At this time, the members of the Special Operations Team stood up, and everyone's eyes lit up. These 5 people were the strongest combatants in their military gathering area.
They usually fought outside, and others rarely had the chance to see them. Now several people stood up at this bonfire party, which was inevitably exciting. Some people couldn't help but whistle or cheer. What kind of strength should these 5 idol-level figures have? I just don't know if these outsiders can allow these people to show their true strength. After all, such a luxurious lineup is really a provocation against outsiders. It really seems like a trivial matter. At this time, Xiang Shuihai, Ing, Ling and Ran Xiu also came behind Jiang Zhuing. As for Jiang Lushi, he sat calmly in the corner and did not move. For a moment, 5 beautiful women stood together, while on the other side, except for a military doctor, they were all strong men. The painting style on both sides formed a sharp contrast.
Beauties, you are so crazy. How about a fight with me?
A tall and thick man walked out. He carried an extremely exaggerated 2-handed sword on his shoulders. It was a knight's sword, but the blade of this knight's sword was too wide and too thick, and the hilt was also thick. Such a knight's sword made of a special alloy weighs at least 50 or 60 pounds. But in the hands of this man, it is as light as straw. It is obvious that this man is a power user.
Is your weapon a dagger? TSK. It's really a toy-like weapon.
The big man saw the daggers tied to Ing Ling's thighs, and at the same time he took off the heavy sword on his shoulder and waved it twice casually.
I can let you come together. Ha ha ha. But fighting with me will give you some luck. If you lose, how about you come and accompany me at night?
The big man chuckled, but as soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flew over like a ghost, and it was the shadow that took action. She held a black dagger, cutting through the night sky like a ghost. The big man's eyes turned cold, and the knight's sword in his hand struck the shadow, an inch longer and an inch stronger. A dagger certainly cannot be compared with an épée, and the power of this sword is such that even a huge tree can be chopped down by one sword. However, at this moment, Ying's body made an incredible movement in the air, as if she had no bones at all. She dodged the big man's sword edge, and the dagger in her hand, like a poisonous snake, licked the big man's throat. Extreme speed, like lightning. This big man also had some strength. He instantly felt the terrifying murderous intention, and without thinking, he jumped back suddenly. But Ying's speed was too fast, and the blade of the dagger still grazed the right side of the big man's neck.
Hiss!
Ying's knife directly cut through the oblique muscles of the big man's right neck, as well as the carotid artery hidden under the muscles. The blood shot out more than 1 meter high. The big man's body shook violently. He couldn't hold the middle part of his hand, and he was thrown out directly. He hit the bonfire without any bias, causing flames to fly.
Ah!
The big man covered his neck with force. The veins on his face bulged, and his expression was extremely ferocious. There are only 2 carotid arteries in humans. Cutting either one will cause rapid blood loss, shock, and death. Seeing the scarlet blood spurting out, everyone present was stunned. This woman is so cruel. With a dagger only 1 foot long and a fierce knight's sword, she actually attacked the opponent first and launched a near-fatal attack. This was because her speed was so fast that people couldn't even see her clearly. Jonathan's eyes flashed coldly for a moment, staring at Ing like a fierce tiger. The 5 of them had been fighting together since the end of the world, and it goes without saying that the friendship between them was natural.
John!
At this moment, the female medic in the group of 5 took action. She was extremely agile. She caught the 1.9 meter tall man who flew backwards with one hand. At the same time, she pressed directly on the right hand with her right hand. On the big man's carotid artery, a faint light flickered, and the wound was quickly stopped bleeding.
Woman, you are seeking death.
While the female military doctor was trying to stop the big man's bleeding, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Ing. A wave of mental energy, like a sharp arrow, came out from the center of her body and pierced Ying's mind. This female military doctor is an awakener of both spiritual and medical abilities. She is a god-level assistant to the 5-person team. She can explore the field of vision with her mental power and treat wounded soldiers medically. She is an indispensable member of the 5-person team. But she is not indispensable. There is no threat. When she condenses her mental power into a bundle, she can perform extremely terrifying mental piercing. Even those with superpowers cannot withstand it. And some people may even turn into idiots due to her blow. The mental puncture was invisible and difficult to detect. The female medic wanted to severely injure Shadow with 1 blow to avenge John's blow. But at this moment, the female military doctor's face suddenly changed, and she felt that her mental piercing hit a majestic mental barrier. If we say that her spiritual piercing is like a sharp sword tip, And the space barrier is like the alloy armor worn by a tank. The sword tip breaks directly when it touches the alloy armor. Ah! The female military doctor let out an exclamation. She took several steps back. Her face turned pale. As she pushed, John's wound that had just been stopped began to bleed again. Psychic superpower? The female military doctor was shocked. She looked at Ranchiyu with a face like gold paper. This powerful mental force field was emitted by Ranchiyu. The female military doctor had already used her mental power to observe these opponents from the beginning, but could not find a single person with mental powers at all, which meant that Ranchiyu's mental power was far superior to hers. At this time, she could clearly feel the powerful mental force field covering Ranchiyu's whole body. Even just looking into Ranchiyu's eyes, she could feel the stinging pain in her brain. As Ranchiyu, who specializes in the spiritual field, her mental strength is indeed unrivaled. Unless she is a powerful member of the Chuang Council, Ranchiyu has never lost to anyone in terms of mental strength. Seeing their companions being frustrated one after another, the remaining 2 members of the Special Operations team could not stand still. They had a deep friendship as comrades. At this time, they used various methods to launch the strongest attack. One of them is a fire power user, and he can wave out a large fire with a wave of his hand. While the other man was taking action, his whole body was covered in scales. At the same time, he stretched out sharp bone spurs from his elbows. He is a very rare superpower. His whole body bones are strengthened, and he can even to a certain extent. It controls the growth of an exoskeleton on the body surface, and its bones are strong enough to stop bullets. However, just as the bone-based superpower rushed out, Xiang Shuai waved his hand violently, and a strong wind with a speed of 400 kilometers per hour crashed down like a shock wave. After the skywide sea of fire collided with the strong wind, it rolled back directly. It hit the bone superpower, and was not controlled by the fire superpower at all. Ah! Although the bone-based superpower relied on his bones to defend himself against invulnerability, he could not withstand the high temperature. He was enveloped in high-temperature flames. His hair was directly scorched, and the skin and flesh on his body were burned in many places. Fortunately, the exoskeleton had some heat insulation effect. Otherwise, he might be cooked directly. Ian! Seeing his own fire burning his companions, the fire superpower's eyes were red. He actually hurt one of his own. The plump-looking Asian girl's ability completely suppressed his own flames. Fortunately, he has another evolved attack, the Searing Ray. He was about to take action against Xiang Shuai. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill coming over him, followed by a stabbing pain on the back of his neck, which made his body completely freeze. He slowly turned around, only to see a petite girl appearing behind him at some point. The dagger in her hand was pressed directly against the back of his head. With just one stab, she could pierce his brainstem. Absolutely killed on the spot. This petite girl looks just like a cosplayer from an island country comic. Who would have thought that she could teleport as fast as she could? And that one blow would hit the back of her head, harder than her neck. Move and my knife will stab you. Zero didn't speak English, but that didn't prevent the fire-type superpower from understanding what she meant. He weighed his ability, just like a mage being approached by an assassin, as choice. For a time, all members of the Special Operations team were defeated miserably. The battle ended in less than 10 seconds. Jonathan's face was extremely ugly. He guessed that Jiang Liusher's team was unusual, but he did not expect that they would be so powerful. He was very aware of their fighting power. But facing the combination of these girls, they were simply crushed. Not only Jonathan, but everyone else present, not only Americans and Islanders, were also shocked. They were the most powerful Special Operations team in this military gathering area. How could there be such a big gap? Those opponents are just some girls. A group of girls I met randomly turned out to be as powerful as gods. This was as ridiculous as a dream. The island waiter, who had refused to give Jiang Liusher whiskey before, turned pale with fright. For a person with little strength like him, being killed by a superpower is like stepping on an ant. 2 bottles of whiskey for a woman. Although this is not what he said, he is also afraid of being offended. What kind of women are these? Let alone 2 bottles of whiskey. Even the life of a battle formation may not be exchanged for it. At this time, people suddenly thought of Jiang Liusher, this man who stood out among all the girls, like a star holding the moon. Originally, people thought that Jiang Liusher was so powerful that he got so many girls by himself. Now seeing that these girls are so awesome, they are not the vases they imagined at all. So how can this man be able to win the love of so many girls? For a time, Jiang Liusher's image became mysterious in their minds. People looked at Jiang Liusher, only to see Jiang Lushur still holding a teacup and sitting quietly in the corner. It seemed that everything that happened in front of them was within his expectation. Chapter 635 Pretending to be struck by lightning. At this time, Jonathan could no longer ignore Jiang Lushur. Jonathan had already observed Jiang Lushur when he first came to get to know him. He did not feel powerful fluctuations in abilities from Jiang Lushur. Even if he observed again now, this was still the case. This made Jonathan feel that he couldn't see through this person at all. He obviously didn't feel strong. But with so many girls around him, each one more perverted than the last, how could he not be stronger?
Can we talk now?
Jiang Lushur put down his teacup and stood up. He has always paid attention to courtesy before fighting. He has asked nicely before. If it doesn't work, he can only use force. This is the end of the world after all. And the law of the jungle is the law.
What do you want?
Jonathan asked coldly.
Second-level mutant crystal cores. I heard that you kept the second-level mutant crystal nuclei as souvenirs, and even made them into military medals. You must have left a lot of second-level mutant crystal nuclei.
There are many heavy weapons in this US military base. And using heavy weapons to deal with second-level mutant beasts is twice the result with half the effort. And the key is that this military gathering area is often visited by second-level mutant beasts. They must have hunted many second-level mutant beasts. Super mutant beast.
How much do you want to buy? And at what price? I want at least 20. In terms of price, 2 evolutionary crystals and 1 crystal core.
Jiang Lushur said. Nowadays, common evolutionary crystals are extracted from first-level mutant crystal nuclei. Generally, the technology in military zones is to extract 1 evolutionary crystal from 2 or 3 first-level mutant crystal nuclei. However, the biological laboratory of the base vehicle can ensure that every first-level mutant crystal core can extract an evolutionary crystal. In this way, Jiang Lushur was trading 2 first-level mutant crystal nuclei for 1 second-level mutant crystal nucleus, which was a huge gain.
You want 2 evolutionary crystals in exchange for 1 secondary crystal core?
Jonathan smiled. Even if their ability to extract evolutionary crystals is not good, the price is too low. As an American soldier, Jonathan attaches great importance to honor. How could he be willing to exchange his military medals for money at such a low price?
It seems that you are planning to half buy and half rob? Are you Chinese? Is this the etiquette and morality that you Chinese people admire?
Jonathan said sarcastically. Jiang Lushur said,
The negotiation has a negotiated price. If the negotiation is successful, it will naturally be a fair deal. But if the negotiation is rejected, then everything will depend on the war. And the transaction price after the war will naturally be determined by the outcome of the war. When China was still the Qing dynasty, it refused the trade requests of the Western world and closed the country. As a result, the Western world opened the door with guns and cannons. If the war was lost, then the original equal trade would naturally cease to exist. Indemnities, ceding of territory, and loss of sovereignty is inevitable. The Middle Eastern world did not accept the United Nations resolutions, rejected the establishment of a Jewish state, and launched wars to invade Israel. As a result, it lost several wars. As a result, the territory that should not belong to Israel in the United Nations resolutions was also taken away by Israel. The United States, as Israel's backstage. As an American soldier, do you think there is any problem with this?
Jiang Lushur calmly stated the rules of this world. In fact, even before the end of the world, under the constraints of various international conventions, human rights, and peaceful public opinion, it was not uncommon to have to resort to force because of interest disputes. Let alone the end of the world now. All the rules have long since collapsed. If Jonathan had the upper hand today, Jonathan would naturally speak loudly, give Jiang Lushur a hard blow, and even ask Jiang Lushur to leave more things behind. Jiang Lushur didn't bother to listen to Jonathan sing a high note about this matter that both parties knew about.
So, you think you have everything under control?
Jonathan's face suddenly turned gloomy. He could let the soldiers outside come in, but doing so under the gaze of so many guests would damage his prestige. Moreover, in the face of powerful superpowers, the role that ordinary soldiers can play is actually very limited. But this does not mean that Jonathan will let Jiang Lushur trample on his face here. Jonathan's aura began to rise continuously, and an aura full of majesty and solemnity exuded from him. His clothes puffed up without any wind, and everything around him, including knives and forks, became distorted. This is Jonathan's force field. As long as you enter his force field, you will be at his mercy. In this force field, he is almost invincible. Whether it's defensive or offensive power, this force field is extremely powerful. It was precisely with this force field that Jonathan was able to climb all the way up, and was about to be elected as a 5-star general, and become the top officer of this military base. At the same time, an extremely dangerous feeling came from Jonathan. Obviously, his force field was more than that simple. Few people present had seen Jonathan attack with all his strength. But in front of Jiang Lushi, Jonathan had no reservations. He was now like a ferocious humanoid beast that could launch a fatal attack at any time. At this time, Jonathan, whose clothes were fluttering in the force field and his hair was flying, once again caused many women to scream, especially when Jonathan stretched out a hand, pointed at Jiang Lushi, and said to Jiang Lushi, "Then you have got the wrong idea. You haven't won any war yet." At this moment, the screams in the venue reached their peak, almost blowing off the ceiling. Even Jiang Lushi had to admit that Jonathan was really good at showing off. Not only did he show his strength, but he also made himself the object of support from everyone present. He was simply the perfect politician who was born to perform. But he was pretending to be the wrong person. Jiang Lushi played with the teacup in his hand and suddenly threw it towards Jonathan. The speed of this teacup was extremely terrifying, with a faint blue light. And then it hit Jonathan's force field hard. Jonathan's force field can protect against bullets. And the teacup is just made of glass. But when the teacup hit the force field, Jonathan felt as if he had been hit head-on by a truck. And his whole body was shaken. Boom! His force field was instantly shattered. And the teacup, with its blue light, hit Jonathan's face unstoppably. Jonathan screamed, and blood immediately flowed from his nose. If he wasn't a superpower, Jonathan felt like the teacup could smash his head in. He even felt like he was hit by lightning. What's wrong with these Chinese people? Why do they like throwing things away? Moreover, Jonathan clearly sensed a powerful death threat at the moment Jiang Lushi took action. If Jiang Lushi wanted to kill him, maybe he really couldn't handle it just now. The screams around him suddenly disappeared, and everyone was stunned. Jonathan looked no better than Yamada just now. Moreover, Yamada was smashed like that by a frozen durian. And what Jonathan was facing just now was just a glass teacup. All the aura and murderous intent in Jonathan's body were instantly broken by this glass teacup. At this time, Jiang Lushi spoke again. "Do you think the war is over now?" Chapter 636 The Honest Businessman. Jonathan's heart was shaking, and cold sweat was already flowing down his forehead. He had always been a high-ranking and popular figure in this military base. But now that Jiang Lushi was staring at him, he no longer felt that calm at all. "Can we trade?" Jiang Lushi asked. "Of course, you can," Jonathan said with a bitter look on his face. Although it was only a brief confrontation, his prestige had been damaged by this incident, and he felt that the enthusiasm of those adoring and fanatical eyes had been extinguished. Jonathan wanted to call the troops from outside, but he had a strong intuition that if the situation really got irreversible, Jiang Lushi and others would not necessarily be the unlucky ones. Soon Jonathan had someone send the mutated crystal core over. Jiang Lushi took one look at it, and suddenly felt happy. As expected, Jonathan has a lot of second-level mutant crystal nuclei. There are a total of 16 here, and one of them is close to a third-level mutant crystal nucleus. Being well-equipped is just different. "This is your evolutionary crystal. I am an honest businessman." Jiang Lushi put the evolutionary crystal in a small bag and threw it to Jonathan. Jonathan took the evolutionary crystal and looked at it. The quality of this evolutionary crystal was very good, and its purity was very high. This made his face look better. However, he was still complaining in his heart that Jiang Lushi clearly used his fists to force the deal. How could he be called an honest businessman? Jiang Lushi didn't bother to care what Jonathan thought. But he really didn't have any intention of grabbing it head-on. Although a hard fight at this military base would definitely lead to an encirclement and suppression, Jiang Lushi would not have gone deep into the military base if he did not have the confidence to rush out. He doesn't grab it forcefully, just because he can't stand this kind of behavior. Of course, the premise is that he is not provoked. The second-level mutated crystal core has also been replaced, and there is no point in staying at this military base. Jiang Lushi led Ran Xiyu, Jiang Juing and others out the door. Everyone automatically made way for Jiang Lushi and the others, looking at them with awe. When some girls from the island country watched Jiang Lushi pass in front of them, their faces turned red, and they even looked a little shy. Xiang Shuai snorted and took Jiang Lushi's arm, but did not come over to say goodbye to Ran Xiyu and Jiang Lushi. But he stood in the crowd and looked at Jiang Lushi and the others with eyes full of shock and disbelief. When he helped Jiang Lushi and the others in the weapon shop and invited them to the celebration party, he felt a little bit proud and encouraged them. Although he respected Jiang Lushi, he did not regard Jiang Lushi as a strong man. But now those people above him, even Jonathan, were suppressed by Jiang Lushi and others, and the pride in Abbott's heart was completely shattered.
Thank you. ABT, goodbye.
ABT's body suddenly shook, and Ran Shiyu's voice came to his ears. At the same time, Ran Shiyu's figure had followed Jiang Lushi and walked out of the gate of the celebration party under the gaze of many people and the strange silence in the entire venue. Abe was in a complicated mood. He felt that he might never see Ran Shiyu again in the future. As soon as Jiang Lushi and others walked out of the door, Jonathan's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately called a member of the special operations team to his side. However, at this moment, there was a harsh engine roar outside the door. Jonathan quickly came to the window and saw a bus at a glance. The bus turned a corner, then accelerated suddenly, rushing towards the wilderness in an instant, and then disappeared into the wilderness like lightning. Jonathan's eyes twitched. This speed was simply faster than a sports car, and this speed actually appeared on a bus. And those who dare to rush into the wilderness in this dark night are either impatient due to ignorance, or they have strong self-confidence. Jiang Lushi and his party are obviously not the former. Jonathan was now completely sure that if he really took action just now, they would definitely be the ones who suffered. He could not leave Jiang Lushi and his party behind.
This time the US military base came to the right place. So many secondary mutant crystal nuclei have been absorbed. I don't know what the effect will be,
Jiang Lushi said with satisfaction. At this time, Ing was already driving the bus onto the main road. They entered the wilderness just to leave the American military base quickly. Now that their goal had been achieved, naturally they no longer had to wander around in the wilderness. Although Jiang Lushi is not afraid of ordinary second-level mutant beasts, who knows what things are in the wilderness? Ran Shiyu used her mental powers to scan the surrounding environment. While Ing drove forward based on the results of Ran Shiyu's scan, Jiang Lushi entered the room without hesitation, took a second-level mutant crystal core, and held it in the palm of his hand. A powerful force immediately rushed into Jiang Lushi's body, making Jiang Lushi feel as if his body was about to explode. However, this explosive force was quickly absorbed by his body before he could relax. When he came down, new strength poured into his body. With this absorption, Jiang Lushi felt as if he was thrown into the sea. The waves came one after another, without any time to breathe. In this kind of absorption, Jiang Lushi lay there, his body motionless. Only his chest was heaving violently.
Brother Jiang, are you okay?
Xiang Shuai asked. Li Yusen was looking at Jiang Lushi without blinking. Her mental power swept across Jiang Lushi's body.
It should be fine. But there is too much energy. So Brother Jiang's situation is a bit like the first time.
Li Yusen blushed a little when she mentioned the first time. Even Ran Shiyu, who was sitting next to her and looking at the road with her mental vision, secretly felt her cheeks getting hot. Even Xiang Shuai's cheeks were slightly red. The three girls all looked at Jiang Lushi, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became weird.
Then, are the three of us together this time?
Xiang Shuai was finally the first to break the silence.
Yeah.
Li Yusen nodded lightly. Well, Ran Shiyu's voice was like a gentle breeze, and you wouldn't even know she was talking unless you listened carefully. After reaching a consensus, the three girls looked at Jiang Lushi again, and this time, there was something strange in their eyes. Jiang Lushi did not completely fall into a deep sleep. He could feel the energy being absorbed continuously, and the blue light energy in his body was rapidly expanding and growing as if he had swallowed a large amount of food. One after another, the second-level mutant crystal nuclei turned into fly ash in Jiang Lushi's palm. Gradually, a layer of faint blue light seemed to be shining outside Jiang Lushi's body. Although Jiang Lushi had not woken up yet, the powerful power contained in his body has stunned Li Yusen and others. Such a fast way of evolution is simply more terrifying than any superpowers, mutant beasts, or even zombies. Chapter 637 Doll Girl. 3 days later, when Yi Yukong saw Jiang Lushi walking out of the room again, he couldn't help but be stunned. Jiang Lushi's appearance and aura have undergone great changes. His muscles are more symmetrical. It seems that there is a powerful mutant beast hidden in his human body, standing in front of him. Yi Yukong even feels tense all over. The skin is stimulated to the point of feeling cold.
You?
Seeing Yi Yukong's shocked expression, Jiang Lushi smiled. He was very satisfied with the results of this evolution. He could feel himself getting stronger, so much so that he couldn't wait to try his fists. But there were no off-road vehicles for him to try now. Jiang Lushi adjusted his breath, tempered his sharpness, and looked out the window.
Where is this place?
He had been sleeping for 3 days, and he didn't know where the base vehicle had driven. Looking out at a glance, there were many buildings and many tall buildings outside, like a bustling city. But in the silence, not only did this city not feel half popular, but it felt strangely eerie. Cities in the apocalypse are like this. It is not as safe as the wilderness.
This is Zhongjing City.
Before Yi Yukong could speak, Ren Shiyu came over and said,
We came all the way here, and we just arrived in Zhongjing City not long ago. Thank you for your hard work these days.
Jian Lucia shook her hand and said, feeling her soft skin, Ren Shiyu must have taken care of him in the past 3 days, and sensed the surrounding situation throughout the whole process. After hearing Jiang Liusher's words, Ren Shiyu's ears turned slightly red, and her eyes were lowered. Of course she knew what Jiang Liusher meant, but she couldn't help but think about the 3 days they had spent together cleaning Jiang Liusher's body, and even sleeping next to Jiang Liusher. Yi Yukong on the side couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he saw Ren Shiyu's expression. She knew that the 3 girls had been staying in the same room with Jiang Liusher for almost the past 3 days. And even Jiang Zhuing had never entered. Now seeing Ren Shiyu's expression, she immediately thought of many things.
How did we come to Zhongjing City?
Jiang Liusher asked again.
After we left the U.S. military base, we originally continued to go to Haijing. But when we passed the highway here, we saw a long convoy coming to Zhongjing City. These convoys carried a lot of heavy weapons. We guessed that there would be no way it was an ordinary team of superpowers. So I followed them secretly. But I was worried about being noticed by them. So I followed them farther away.
Ren Shiyu said.
Then this team may be Chuang?
Jiang Liusher said.
It's not possible. I think it is. Through Miss Rand's description, I found out that I know one of the off-road vehicles. It is the car used by the sword-killing commune president Blood Shark.
Yi Yukong said, with a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Ren Shiyu nodded. If Yi Yukong hadn't recognized the Blood Shark car, she wouldn't be sure of the true identity of this team.
So, this convoy is the people who escaped from Jiansha commune. Which is good.
Jiang Liusher showed a sneer. Originally, Jiang Liusher thought he would chase them all the way to Ping and Jing. But he didn't expect that these people had just arrived in Zhongjing City. In fact, Jiang Liusher underestimated the speed of the base vehicle, even though they were delayed at the U.S. military base for a long time. Under Ying's full-speed driving, the base vehicle was simply speeding on the road. Blood Shark is here, and Shen Kuei and Black Rubik's Cube should be there too. In addition to getting the Black Rubik's Cube, Jiang Liusher also had to settle the score with Shen Kuei. The Zhongjing base on the outskirts of Zhongjing City has formed a town after the end of the world. It is also the only popular place in the entire Zhongjing area. Hundreds of thousands of survivors gather here. And there are markets, production areas, and residential areas. But in the densely populated Zhongjing base, there is a manor that is as beautiful and quiet as a peach blossom garden hidden in the busy city. At this time, in the courtyard of this manor, a very young girl wearing red clothes was standing there with her hands down. She was wearing stilettos, a long ponytail on the back of her head, and a pair of big and round eyes. The face is fair and tender, and at first glance, it looks like a finely carved doll. If her eyes weren't blinking, people wouldn't realize she was alive. At this time, 2 off-road vehicles drove into the yard. A dozen or so powerful superpower guards got out of the vehicle first, and then a middle-aged man who seemed to have a very strong aura and seemed to have been on top for a long time got out. After the middle-aged man got out of the car, he immediately turned around and stood respectfully by the car door. A man who looked to be in his 20s with messy hair came out of the car. With a shrill cry, a huge crow flew down from the sky and landed on his shoulder, staring ahead with its cold eyes. As he raised his head, a pair of bloodshot red eyes glanced around, and everyone suddenly felt like their breath was stagnant. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she stepped forward and bowed slightly.
I am the person in charge of the Zhongjing base. Risa Asari. You must be Lord Kamiki. I have admired your name for a long time, but you have always been I didn't have the chance to meet you. And you, President Blood Shark. I'm deeply honored to welcome you.
The young man with the crow is Shen Kuei, and the middle-aged man is Xuesha, the president of Jiansha Commune. As for this girl, many survivors of the Zhongjing base would never have thought that the base boss, with an iron-handed attitude, could actually be such a delicate and doll-like girl. But as long as they are people with powers who work for her, no one will look down on this girl. If they disrespect her because of her appearance and age, they will only die in a very ugly way. And there are many lessons learned from this. However, when facing Kamiki, Asaka Risa was very polite and respectful. She knew that this was a powerful member of parliament. It was indeed an honor for her that Kamiki passed through the Shongjing base this time. She looked at Shinkue with an expression of even admiration. She had heard about the power of the MP many times. Shinkue nodded and went straight to the point. Are you ready for what I want? Of course I'm ready. It's right behind. I'll take you there now, Asarisa said with a smile. Soon, they came to the door of a basement. As soon as they opened the basement, a low roar came from inside. And then a shadow suddenly rushed towards the door. But as soon as the shadow reached the door, the sound of rattling iron chains could be heard inside. The superpowers who followed Shinkue and Asarisa here couldn't help but show a hint of chill when they saw the shadow clearly. This shadow is clearly a female zombie with half of her face bitten to pieces and her upper body naked. She is very tall, and the length of her hands and feet exceeds the proportion of a normal human body. One eye is emitting a blood-red light, and she is grinning. Teeth. She stared closely at the humans in front of her. The dozens of iron chains behind her were making a heartbreaking clicking sound, which made the superpowers feel a chill in their backs and worried that the iron chains might be stretched at any moment. Break. Zombie? Shinkue was a little surprised. The news he originally heard was that a monster was captured alive at Shongjing base. In the battle with Jian Lushi, he lost all his puppets and needed to replace them urgently. And mutant beasts that can meet his requirements cannot be found casually. But he didn't expect that what Asarisa found for him was a mutated zombie. But looking at this mutant zombie, Shinkue's slightly crazy eyes gradually became a little brighter. With his eyesight, he could already tell that this was no ordinary mutant zombie. It's rare, Shinkue praised. It has been raging in Zhongjing for a long time. In order to catch it, I lost more than 20 experts and more than 100 ordinary power users. If it were not for the iron chain made of this special alloy, I probably wouldn't be able to lock it. Live it. I hope it will satisfy you. Lord Kamiki, Asarisa introduced. It is extremely close to the third-level mutant zombie. I believe that if Lord Shinkue takes action, it will become a real third-level mutant zombie. At this point, Asarisa's eyes flashed with excitement. Okay, very good. Let it tear those people apart, Shinkue said. His eyes suddenly became extremely weird, and the mutated zombie was stunned for a moment, and then started struggling crazily, with a constant sound in its throat. It made a terrifying roar. Chapter 638. Don't say bad things about women. After Ran Shiyu discovered the convoy, she followed it far away to avoid being discovered by the other party. So she only knew the general direction the other party was going. But the specific location was not very clear. But as long as you know the direction, you can find it naturally. There were already a lot of zombies on the outer edge of Zhongjing City. But for the defense of the base vehicle, these zombies did not pose any threat at all. Ing directly drove the base vehicle in that direction and started searching. I found someone. Nearly half an hour later, a human spiritual light group appeared in Ran Shiyu's mental vision. There are only a dozen people, and 5 of them have superpowers. They are probably a team of survivors, Ran Shiyu said. Since Shinkue and the others are here, it means there should be a base or safe zone like the Jiansha commune. This team should have come from there. Let's go over and ask about the situation, Jian Lushi said. They knew nothing about the base situation here, so it would not be prudent to rush over like this. Soon Jian Lushi saw the dozen or so people who were fighting a huge mutant beast. It could be seen that their fighting power was good and their cooperation was tacit. However, because there were many zombies around, they were flanked. Under this, it becomes a bit difficult to cope with it. But if this continues, there will be no problem in their final victory. Jian Lushi has already seen that the strongest woman among them did not use her full strength, but was walking lightly around the mutant beast, looking for opportunities. But Jian Lushi didn't have the patience to wait for them to fight slowly. Ing. Jian Lushi glanced at Ing. Ing had already understood what Jian Lushi meant. She stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the base vehicle suddenly made a loud engine sound. At this moment, the mutated beast keenly sensed the danger. It suddenly turned around, staring at the base vehicle with a pair of blood-red eyes like red light bulbs. All the barbs on its body stood up, and its hind feet struck the ground fiercely. It kicked the ground a few times, splashing a lot of cement fragments. And then it let out a deep roar and was about to rush towards the base vehicle. Be careful! These barbs are as hard as steel bars and will pierce, the woman shouted quickly. She noticed the arrival of the car, but she did not expect that the car would make such a rash and provocative move. They also used the terrain to deliberately lure it here, and then continue to consume the mutant beast, not daring to fight with it.
This mutant beast fights head-on. This beast dares to take the initiative to attack. He is really stupid. Come on. Ing. Jiang Lusher sneered and said. Ing nodded. And the buzz suddenly rushed out like an arrow, faster than the mutant beasts. Then, a huge crashing sound penetrated the eardrums of the survivors. Boom! But what was even more shocking than the impact was that the moment they saw the mutant beast hit the bus, it was like a blood bag filled with blood bursting instantly. And a large amount of blood suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom! The mutated beast flew more than 10 meters away, killing countless zombies in the process. By this time, the bus had stopped. The survivors were almost stunned. The woman was stunned for a while, then suddenly came to her senses. And after a few steps, she came to the mutant beast. All the barbs on the head of this mutated beast were broken, and even the skull was cracked. The entire head was deformed, and it was obviously too dead to die anymore. The woman looked at the bus with shock in her eyes. There was nothing wrong with the appearance of the bus. What car is this? Not only did they say they had seen it, but they had never heard of it. At this time, the door of the bus opened, and the woman saw a young man and several incredibly beautiful women getting out of the bus. This mutated beast belongs to you. I just want one barb from it. Okay, the woman said when she saw Jiang Lusher walking over. No, you can take it. Jiang Lusher waved his hand. Oh? How can that be done? This is the one you killed. When these words came out of her own mouth, she still had an illusory feeling that such a powerful mutant beast could be killed so easily. No, it's not a rabbit. I want this stab because one of our cars was overturned by it, and 3 of our companions were killed by it. So, then I'll just take the crystal core, and you can keep the rest. Seeing that she still refused, Jiang Lusher said, if I hadn't taken action, you could have killed it in the end. So technically it's me. Suddenly intervened. The woman hesitated for a moment, then bowed again. Being respectful is worse than obeying orders. Thank you. She thought that this bus hit and killed a mutant beast as if it were for fun, and there was probably no shortage of mutant beast meat. At the woman's greeting, the survivor soon came over and cut up the mutated beast's body. Then the woman came over with a mutated crystal core. This is yours. Although you were right. We can definitely kill it later. But it will also consume a lot. And there are many variables in the battle. And there may be casualties. So we still want to thank you. This woman was so polite, which made Jiang Lusher feel a little uncomfortable. No need to thank you. I actually have some questions to ask you. Are you Chinese? The woman said suddenly. Jiang Lusher was not surprised by this. Although he had used his powerful brain to understand the daily expressions of the island Mandarin in the past few days, he did not learn it seriously after all. Many grammatical errors and accents were exposed at first glance, but he had no intention of hiding it. So after listening to this woman's words, Jiang Lusher nodded directly. Are they the same? The woman looked at Ran Shiyu and the others. Yeah. Yes. It was Jiang Zhuing who replied this time. The woman showed a smile. You are very beautiful. Except for Miss Asaka Risa. I have never seen such a beautiful girl. If you have any questions to ask me, just ask. By the way, I am Morita Miko. Your name is Mako is fine. Miss Mako. Actually, we want to join the safe zone here, and would like to ask you to help lead the way. Jiang Lusher said helplessly. He found that Morita Miko was not only very curious, but also seemed to be a little familiar. Her eyes were always looking in the direction of the bus. She might want to ask tactfully, but she didn't know how. Ah, do you want to join the Zhongjing base? You are so powerful. The base will definitely welcome you. I can take you directly to the management office of the base. I used to know Ms. Asaka Risa there. Mako said quickly. That's the best. Jiang Lusher said with a smile. The management office sounds like a place, like a political hall. Such a place must be located in the core area of Zhongjing base, with Shinkui's status. They will definitely enter the core area directly when they come here. Yumiko takes them in directly. But it saves a lot of trouble. While waiting for Mako's team to dispose of the mutant beast's body, Jiang Lusher and others also chatted for a while with Mako and the other survivors who came around. And Jiang Lusher also knew that Mako was a recently graduated college student and had been a small model before. So he met Asarisa, who was a famous idol in the island country. Jiang Lusher was not very interested in these gossips, and Mako's chat skills made Jiang Lusher extremely helpless. After discovering that Ran Shiyu and the others were very friendly, and Jiang Lusher was also kind, Mako immediately became familiar with them. I have always wanted to go to China. Do you know why? Because of pandas?
Although the island countries also have pandas leased from China. There are too few. There are too few panda babies born every year, which is not enough to see. I want to go to China. Watch pandas at the panda base. Ah. Speaking of which, I really want to go to the zoo. Maybe I will find a mutated baby panda. And maybe I can raise it. But maybe it will slap me to death with a small paw. Thinking about it this way, I don't have to worry about them. They are endangered animals. Will they survive after mutation?
Mako said worriedly, looking very troubled. Jian Lucier glanced at Mako. It was true. So much to think about.
By the way, Mr. Jiang, what kind of material is your car made of? Why is it so hard? If it were you, you could definitely catch the mutated panda baby. Right?
Mako asked again.
Alloy.
Jian Lucier is really not very interested in catching mutant pandas. He already has a mutant beast. And that guy is super good at eating. However, as soon as Jian Lucier turned around, he saw Jiang Zhuing and Li Yusen looking at him expectantly. And even Ran Shiyu also looked at him silently.
If you encounter it, you can also take care of it.
Jian Lucier said bravely. Pandas are ferocious beasts. After mutation, they will become the most ferocious beasts among ferocious beasts. Please wake up. Jian Lucier complained silently in his heart.
I heard it.
Ran Shiyu suddenly said. After some small talk, Jian Lucier already had a general understanding of the situation at Shongjing Base. Shongjing Base has relatively strict management and has its own guards. Ordinary people staying at Shongjing Base need to do things in the base in exchange for residence rights, while the team of psychics need to pay taxes every month. In addition, Shongjing Base also has a series of strict regulations. If you commit any offense, you will face severe penalties. Some people with special abilities did not want to be punished after committing crimes. And these people either disappeared that night or never came back after escaping from the Shongjing Base. According to Mako, the Shongjing Base is relatively strong. And there are several well-known powerful superpowers. However, these powerful superpowers are not a big threat to Jian Lucier, as long as there are no other council members. Today must be the day for Shinkuei's death. Soon, the bus followed Mako's team to a lively base, then passed the gate of the base, and gradually approached the management office of the base. In the distance, Jian Lucier had already seen a quiet large manor. Chapter 639 Manor.
Mr. Jiang, the management office is over there.
Mako got out of the car and said.
Where is that manor?
Jian Lucier looked at the manor and asked.
That's where the boss of Shongjing Base lives. It's very heavily guarded, and no one is allowed to get close to it.
Mako introduced.
Thank you for today. As for the management office, I won't go there.
Jian Lucier said with a smile. Mako was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what Jian Lucier meant by saying this. Didn't they come here just to go to the management office? At this moment, Mako's eyes suddenly widened. She watched the bus in front of her roar as it rushed straight towards the manor. At this moment, Mako felt her head was buzzing. She looked at the bus rushing past with her mouth open and shouted in her head. It's over. After living in Shongjing Base for such a long time, Mako has never seen anyone dare to approach the manor without permission, let alone rush past like this. Immediately, a large number of guns appeared on the wall of the manor and were pointed at the bus. They did not give any warning and directly pulled the trigger. Intense gunshots suddenly rang out, and Mako hurriedly hid behind the car. However, the scene that shocked her was that the bus faced the hail of bullets and directly hit the gate of the manor. With a loud bang, the thickened steel door was knocked away. Seeing the flying door, Mako's open mouth could hardly be closed. Is this a declaration of war on the China-Beijing base? The impact of the bus seemed to shock the people in the manor, and the gunfire on the city wall stopped immediately. Soon, a man wearing Japanese clothes walked out of the manor. He looked at the bus with a gloomy expression and asked in a cold voice,
Is this how you knock on doors when you come to visit other people's homes? That's too rude.
While talking, he was still looking at the car. Such intensive shooting actually left no trace on the car. There was also a steel plate door on the ground. The thick steel plate had been dented. The gate couldn't be opened even with artillery SHLS, but it was actually knocked open by this bus. He didn't believe it the first time he got the report, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he had to believe it. A car like this should belong to a manor.
That's Mr. Nakamura.
Mako also saw the man, and her heart sank even more. Nakamura is a famous swordsman at the Shongjing Base. After awakening his powers in the apocalypse, his swordsmanship is so fast that he can cut through fired bullets and split steel plates.
Nakamura arrived so quickly that Jiang Lushi and the others couldn't escape even if they wanted to.
Mako, let's go! If someone finds out later that they have a relationship with us, then we will.
One of the survivors in Mako's team said nervously. Mako knew they should leave now. But looking at the bus, she hesitated.
Oh, maybe they can escape.
That's what she said. But Mako knew that it was almost impossible. She just felt that leaving Jiang Lushi and others behind was something she couldn't do. But she was responsible for the survivors, so she still had to leave. She and Jiang Lushi and the others only had a one-time relationship. It was only because of Jiang Lushi's strength that she had some affection for Jiang Lushi and the others. It was enough to bring them here. At this time, Jiang Juing opened the car window and said calmly,
If we don't do this, how can we meet the person in charge here quickly? Even if we have a good talk with you at the beginning, we will still have to take this method in the end. In this case, then why waste time with you?
Nakamura's face turned even darker, and he said coldly,
Little girl, are you the owner of this car? Are you the owner of this manor? Ask your boss to speak out.
Jiang Juing replied unceremoniously. Of course she is not the master, but she is the master's sister. Jiang Juing is very confident when he speaks.
Is our boss the one you call out whenever you want?
A trace of anger flashed in Nakamura's eyes. Then he raised his hand and clapped his hands.
Now that you are here, don't leave. As for which force you are from, yes, I will naturally leave one alive to ask questions. But I won't need you. I will choose someone who is more obedient.
As Nakamura sent out a signal, hundreds of people appeared at various buildings in the manor, all with black guns pointed at the bus. At this moment, a dozen warriors suddenly appeared around the bus like ghosts, threw tire blasters at the front and rear tires of the bus, and stabbed the tires with the daggers in their hands. A sneer appeared at the corner of Nakamura's mouth. As long as the car was scrapped, the people in the car would naturally become turtles in the jar. These people drove such an iron lump in without any scruples, thinking that as long as they sat in that turtle SHL, they would have no scruples. Nakamura was not in a hurry to kill them. He wanted to make these people feel desperate. However, at this moment, a dazzling electric light suddenly exploded on the bus. Before the dozen warriors could take action, they were enveloped by the electric light. These warriors move as fast as ghosts. But how can their speed compare to lightning? Without any struggle, these warriors screamed in agony, and each one was burned to charcoal as they twitched, seeking death. Zhongxuan suddenly became furious and forgot that he didn't want to rush to kill Jiang Lushi and others just now. He wanted to let them die now. With a swipe sound, the katana at Nakamura's waist was unsheathed, bringing out a dazzling sword light. At this moment, Nakamura saw a small pipe protruding from the front of the bus.
What the hell is this?
Nakamura's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen such a small barrel. But from this barrel, he felt a life and death crisis. But even if it's a rocket launcher, he can cut it open. The tip of the bazooka is a trigger, which can be chopped open by avoiding it. And Nakamura's sword skills can already do this. What terrible LS could be fired from such a small muzzle. So not only did he not avoid it, but he shouted, "Behead!" A dazzling sword light lit up. But Nakamura's confident eyes turned into fear and astonishment at this moment.
What? Boom!
A terrifying airflow rushed towards Nakamura. Nakamura and his sword had no resistance at all in front of this airflow. His body was thrown up like a rag sack, and his whole body was directly driven into the wall, making a muffled sound. Snap! Nakamura slid softly to the ground, and the sword in his hand flew to an unknown place. He was covered in blood, and all his internal organs were broken. He was not dead yet. There was incredible horror in his eyes. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, streams of black blood came out, welled up. The manor fell into an eerie silence. The gunmen witnessed the scene before they had a chance to shoot, and everyone was stunned. At this time, the bus started slowly. The huge tire ran over the puncture, making a heart-wrenching crunch sound. All the punctured tires were crushed to pieces, but the tires of the bus were not damaged at all. The base vehicle has gone through so many evolutions and upgrades, and it would be funny if it would be damaged by a little iron nail. But for the people in the manor, they felt a chill on their backs. Every part of this car is so hard, including the terrifying air cannon. Although Nakamura died because he underestimated the enemy, it is enough to show how terrifying this car is. At this time, Jiang Lushi broke the silence.
I'm here to find Shin Kuei and Blood Shark and tell them to get out.
God Kuei and Blood Shark?
Many people in the estate had no idea who these two men were. However, some of them still knew that the two big figures they received today seemed to be called President Blood Shark and Lord Shinkui. This car came here to cause trouble for them? This is the first time that Zhongjing Base has been established for so long that someone broke into the manor, pointed at their noses, and told them to hand them over. But the people present remained silent. However, Jian Lucier knew that the noise here, not to mention the entire manor, was heard even outside, and someone would be here soon. Sure enough, not long after he finished those words, a large number of people rushed over from the back of the manor. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed like a businessman. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on Jian Lucier. Blood Shark! As soon as Yi Yukong saw him, his eyes immediately showed the light of hatred. Is this person the Blood Shark? Jian Lucier looked at the Blood Shark with a somewhat surprised look. Although this person's hands were covered in blood at first glance, his appearance was not the same as the ferocious man he imagined. More like that a person with a vicious character. You must be Jian Lucier, whose name I have admired for a long time, Shuisha said. You appear here. Where is Master Yu Yijian? Why ask knowingly? Jian Lucier sneered. Blood Shark's face suddenly became very strange, both unbelievable and shocked. But his expression quickly returned to calm. You are very powerful. You actually killed Mr. Yu Yijian. But in this case, you still want to can you escape the pursuit of Chuang? In the future, when Chuang unites the entire world, there will no longer be a place for you in this world, including your companions, relatives, and lovers, who will also be implicated by you. Save it! Jian Lucier interrupted the Blood Shark impatiently. Jian Lucier was really tired of the sense of superiority felt by people like Chuang, forgetting those powerful members of Congress who had lived for who knows how long. This Blood Shark was showing off his superiority. Jian Lucier didn't care about these threats at all. He and Chuang were already fighting to the death. Not only because of those things, but the most fundamental thing was that the parts needed for the Star Seed were in the hands of Chuang. But then Jian Lucier thought of something. You are stalling for time here. Why? Do you want Shinkui to escape? Jian Lucier said. Since the Blood Sharks knew that Yu Yejian died in his own hands, they should know that he could not be their opponent. The Blood Shark sneered and uttered two words. Do it! Chapter 640 Killing Machine. For a moment, all guns were pointed at the bus. No matter how strong the bus is, it cannot remain unscathed when faced with so many gunshots. At least the bus can be delayed here. President Blood Shark, why didn't you and Lord Shinkui tell me that you were being hunted here? A soft voice sounded behind Blood Shark. Blood Shark didn't need to look back to know that this was Asarisa. He glanced at the girl. Asarisa was looking at Jian Lucier on the roof of the bus with interest. Blood Shark felt a little wary of Asarisa. He couldn't tell what this girl was thinking, and her strength was also a mystery. Pursuit? They are just looking for death. As long as Lord Shinkui comes out, they will definitely die, Blood Shark said. Then after today is over, I will hold a banquet for you. Asakurisa smiled. She was secretly surprised that someone would actually hunt down Shinkui, regardless of whether this person is seeking death or he is really sure. This alone is enough to make Asarisa curious about him. Asakurisa looked at Jian Lucier almost without blinking. She wanted to know what abilities this man had. But facing so many guns, even if you have the ability, you probably won't be able to use it. But at this moment, she saw Jian Lucier lift a huge weapon. This weapon has a total of 6 barrels, and the whole body exudes a metallic luster. It looks like the ferocious mouth of a giant beast, making people feel frightened. Airborne Vulcan Gatling? Asarisa said in surprise. She has never seen anyone use an airborne Vulcan Gatling. It is not difficult to lift this thing. But judging from this man's movements, could he have a plan? At this moment, one side of the war room opened. Jian Lucier walked out. And then, the war room slowly sank. Jian Lucier just carried the airborne Vulcan Gatling and stood single-handedly on the roof of the base vehicle. Then, a blue light lit up on his arm, and a dazzling blue light appeared in the 6 barrels of the airborne Vulcan Gatling, like the rising sun that was about to explode with thousands of rays of light. The moment he appeared, all the gunmen pulled their triggers. At the same time, the airborne Vulcan Gatling in Jian Lucier's hand also spurted out terrifying tongues of fire. Duh-duh-duh. Accompanied by intensive and huge gunshots. Streaks of blue light shot out from the muzzle of the airborne Gatling. These rays of light directly penetrated wall after wall, leaving splatters of blood on the walls. Under Ran Shi's mental induction, no gunman hiding in any corner could escape Jian Lucier's bullets. The huge penetrating power of blue light energy can ignore any walls. even steel plates and other obstructions. At the same time, with Ran Shiyu's reminder and Jiang Liusher's powerful brain, he flexibly dodged the shots from these gunmen, running and rolling like a cheetah on the constantly turning and speeding base vehicle. The airborne Vulcan Gatling roared in Jiang Liusher's hands, letting out crazy roars, constantly harvesting the lives of those gunners like a harvester. At this moment, Jiang Liusher jumped off the base vehicle. He carried the Vulcan Gatling and walked towards the Blood Shark. Blood Shark's expression had completely changed at this time. He knew that Jiang Liusher was very strong, but he didn't expect that Jiang Liusher was so powerful, shooting with an airborne Vulcan Gatling and maintaining unparalleled accuracy. Can you still avoid shooting? This is not a human being. It is simply a killing machine. Whether it's Jiang Liusher's shooting speed, his incredibly fast movements, or his impeccable reaction speed, everything is at the level of a top superpower user. When all these powers were concentrated on Jiang Liusher, he was simply invincible. Jiang Liusher was extremely satisfied with his performance. His movements are more sensitive, almost completely synchronized with his consciousness, and his brain processes information much faster, allowing him to make choices and decisions in the shortest possible time. This is the change after he evolved again. However, in the process, Jiang Liusher's body was also scratched by bullets.
This is because I haven't evolved enough. Otherwise, even this kind of scratch would disappear,
Jiang Liusher thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, most of the people brought by Blood Shark had been killed by Jiang Liusher. The remaining people were obviously stunned by Jiang Liusher's violent shooting, and even lay on the ground and did not dare to get up. These people who could be brought here by him were very loyal. But facing Jiang Liusher's gun, they were destroyed in the blink of an eye. As if they were destroyed. No matter how loyal these people are, they will still be afraid of death. No matter how they usually regard other people's lives as nothing. When the same thing happens to them, they feel empathy for those they kill. It turns out that this is the feeling of being helpless. It turns out that this is despair. And there is only one person on the other side. Asaka Risa stood silently by the wall, looking at Jiang Liusher with a hint of surprise in her eyes, holding the terrifying weapon in his hand. Not only did it not feel inconsistent, but it was filled with the beauty of killing. As soon as the Blood Shark raised the weapon, Jiang Liusher's muzzle trembled slightly. Boom, boom, boom. One of the Blood Shark's legs was immediately hit by a bullet and was instantly blown into a pulp. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Liusher was in front of him, and the hot muzzle of the airborne Vulcan Gatling was pointed at his head. The Blood Shark's eyes were fixed on the muzzle of the gun in front of him, and the smell of gunpowder smoke almost made him suffocate. The Blood Shark had no doubt that under such a gun, not to mention his head, even half of his body would be torn into pieces in an instant, leaving only pieces of flesh. He used to like pointing a gun at other people's heads like this. But when he tried it himself, he didn't feel that good anymore. At this time, Jiang Liusher spoke.
What to delay me? You are not qualified yet. You?
Blood Shark swallowed, his whole body trembling involuntarily due to severe pain, and he reluctantly wanted to say something.
You don't know Yu Yejian's strength at all. Otherwise you should surrender immediately when you know that Yu Yejian died in our hands.
Jiang Juing also walked out of the car at this time and said with a smile. Blood Shark didn't speak. The moment he saw Jiang Liusher shoot, he knew he had misjudged Jiang Liusher's strength. In fact, what the Blood Shark didn't know was that after leaving the sword-killing commune, Jiang Liusher evolved again. When he killed Yu Yejian, there were many dangers, and he was very reluctant. But now if he meets Yu Yejian again, Jiang Liusher believes that the battle will happen. Variety. Of course, he let Jiang Juing say this.
Where is the Black Rubik's Cube?
Jiang Liusher asked coldly.
So you are here for the Black Rubik's Cube.
Blood Shark took a breath and managed to keep his expression calm.
But unfortunately, what you want is not with me. If you want it, you can ask Lord Shinkui for it,
said the Blood Shark. Jiang Liusher smiled slightly.
It seems that you still have a glimmer of luck in Shinkui.
Blood Shark was indeed shaken just now. But when he thought of that monster, he regained his trust in Shinkui. He really didn't know much about Tsukiyomi's strength. He only knew that Tsukiyomi was very strong. But he knew how powerful Shinkui was. Those sent by Shinkui before were just puppets. The Blood Shark sneered and was about to say something, when a shrill roar suddenly came from the back of the manor. As the roar came, everyone present involuntarily covered their ears, showing expressions of pain. Even Mako, who was still looking at this in shock from a distance.
What is this sound?
This sound alone gave them a feeling of panic. Chapter 641 Level 3 Mutated Zombies.
Lord Shinkui succeeded. The seriously injured blood shark trembled even more under the influence of this voice. But the eyes he looked at Jian Lushur had a hint of revenge. Jian Lushur destroyed his sword-killing commune, destroyed his foundation, and now severely damaged him. Blood Shark's hatred for Jian Lushur can be said to be quite deep, and Shen Kui is his hope for revenge. Jian Lushur looked towards the direction of the sound and frowned. The sound also made him feel a hint of threat. At this moment, a burst of screams suddenly came from the manor. People showed frightened and dazed expressions. Combined with the terrifying roar just now, the screams coming now gave them an even worse premonition. At this time, they no longer cared about Jian Lushur and his party, and some of them could not help but turn their guns behind them. Asaka Risa stood there quietly. A glint of light flashed in her eyes. Plop! Suddenly, a mutilated corpse was thrown heavily in front of everyone. The corpse was torn open from the middle, with internal organs and blood scattered everywhere. There was still a look of fear and pain on the face. Although everyone was used to seeing dead people, seeing this corpse now felt like their scalps were going to explode. Ah! Help! A person with supernatural powers just ran out of his hiding place. He was suddenly thrown to the ground by a black shadow before he could take 2 steps. He struggled to raise his head, but then the black shadow stepped on him. Down. Click. Everyone in the courtyard heard the sound of the superhuman's head breaking. Under that kick, his head was crushed like a watermelon, and he died instantly. This scene made everyone feel a chill on their backs, and they looked at the sudden black figure in disbelief. It's not difficult to kill a person, but to kill a person with powers like crushing a bug, and its movements and speed are so fast that people can't see clearly. Everyone present felt that if it were replaced by it they were to do so, their end would not be much better than that of the superpower. The true face of this black shadow is a female zombie. At this time, she licked her scarlet lips, exuding an astonishing murderous aura, and her blood-red eyes slowly swept across the courtyard. I'm really sorry. I just completed the fusion, and I couldn't control myself for a while. But this sense of power and speed really makes people feel very comfortable. The female zombie grinned, and it was covered with ferocious fangs. A sound like sandpaper rubbing came from his mouth. This female zombie suddenly spoke. People have never heard zombies speak. They only make instinctive roars. Even if intelligent zombies are born, the instructions they give out are still roars. Although the voice of this female zombie seemed to be forced out of her throat, and was very hoarse and unpleasant. Everyone present heard every word she said. Even the blood shark showed a terrifying expression at this time. When the zombies can talk, they become even more monsters, which is simply chilling. Only Asarisa smiled in surprise. This was a better result than she had originally expected. Shinkui, is this the trump card you prepared? A zombie? Compared with the teddy bears you played with before, this zombie's appearance is not very attractive, Jian Lushur said sarcastically. The armored mutant beasts and giant bats controlled by Shinkui before were shocking in appearance and very difficult to deal with. In comparison, this female zombie seemed more plain. However, even though Jian Lushur said this, he was more vigilant than when facing those armored mutant beasts and giant bats. This female zombie gave him a strong sense of crisis. Starseed, scan the mutant energy level of this zombie, Jian Lushur said in his mind. Soon Starseed gave Jian Lushur the result. It was a level 3 mutated zombie. Jian Lushur had never seen a 3rd level mutated zombie before. The 2nd level mutant zombies are already quite difficult to deal with, and the 3rd level mutant zombies are naturally more powerful. However, according to Xingseed's analysis, this 3rd level mutant zombie was not upgraded to the 3rd level through normal methods. It should have just evolved. Jian Lushur speculated that this was originally a 2nd level mutant zombie, but was infinitely close to the 3rd level. After passing through Shinkui's hands and feet, it was forcibly upgraded to the 3rd level. But even if it is this pseudo level 3, its threat level will never be smaller. In addition to its powerful lethality, it is also full of viruses. Jian Lushur, the female zombie, or Shinkui, immediately fixed its sights on Jian Lushur, and the fire of hatred suddenly ignited in her eyes. We meet again. Very good. You still dare to show up. You destroyed my puppets and ruined my hard work. Today you come to Zhongjing. This is your burial place. I want you to give me his puppets will be buried with him and surround him. Not a single fly is allowed to escape from here today. Jian Lushur interrupted him with a sneer. First of all, did you make a mistake? I came to hunt you. Why do I say it like I was caught by you? Secondly, hard work. Those mutant puppets raised. Afraid isn't it that easy? Looking at the way you killed your little brother wantonly just now.
Your mutated puppets must have been fed by the cannon fodder who followed you. Right.
After listening to Jiang Liusher's words, more people showed doubts. Most of the die-hard loyalists brought by Blood Shark from Jiansha Commune have been killed by Jiang Liusher. Most of the people present now are people from the Shongjing base. They have no loyalty to Shinkui in the first place. And Shinkui has done something like this. An inhuman monster came out and killed many people. These people already believed Jiang Liusher's words and felt a chill towards the puppets, Shinkui said. They knew that those puppets were monsters without even thinking about it. But Shinkui mentioned his painful tone sounded like he was talking about something precious. In addition, the scene of Jiang Liusher carrying the Vulcan Gatling across the entire audience was right in front of them. Naturally, these people were even less willing to be cannon fodder. So no one moved for a while. Shinkui glanced around, and the murderous aura on his body became even stronger.
Asarisa? These things you raised don't know how to obey orders at all,
Kamiki said coldly. After fusing this mutated zombie, he became obviously more aggressive. And this hostility was mainly due to his hatred for Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher not only made him look like a lost dog, but also chased him to Zhongjing and wanted to kill them all. This was forcing him. When Jiang Liusher heard the name Asarisa, he felt familiar, and then remembered that Mako mentioned that this was her friend, a famous idol of the island country before the end of the world. However, Mako obviously didn't understand her friend. From what Kamiki meant, Asaka Risa was clearly the boss of the Shongjing base. He looked at the girl. The girl was obviously standing there openly, but Jiang Liusher had not noticed her much before. It was obvious that Asaka Risa was not simple in all aspects. But now that I take a closer look, I can see that she does look extremely delicate. And she even looks less like a real person, more like a finely crafted doll. Chapter 642, Shinkui.
Lord Kamiki, in a battle at your level, my people can't help it all. Instead, they will get in the way.
Risa Asaka reacted very calmly when faced with
Kamiki's
questioning. Then she turned her head again, and after meeting Jiang Liusher's eyes, she smiled at Jiang Liusher and nodded lightly.
Brother, isn't she attracted to you?
Jiang Juing also jumped out of the base car. She was stunned for a moment when she saw Asarish's movements, and then said in surprise,
Look at your size.
Jiang Liusher said angrily. Kamiki listened to Asarisa's words, but did not get angry.
You're right. Then just watch how I kill him,
Shinkui said. Asaka Risa did this simply because she wanted to take out the Zhongjing base. Because the combat effectiveness of Jiang Liusher and the base vehicle had already attracted Asaka Risa's attention. However, Kamiki knew that this was only one of the reasons. The more important reason was that Asarisa wanted to see his performance after controlling this third-level mutant zombie. The people of the island country admire the strong, and Asaka Risa embodies this point most vividly. Kamiki's strength is respected by her, so Asaka Risa will do her best to do things for him. But now that Jiang Liusher is coming, Asaka Risa needs to see Shinkui show his stronger strength. Shinkui had no objection to this because he didn't think he was strong enough to defeat Jiang Liusher.
Just because Yu Yejian died in your hands, it doesn't mean that I will too,
the female zombie controlled by Shinkui said coldly. Shinkui has no scruples, and zombies are not afraid of death or injury, and their fighting power is amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, the female zombie pounced forward. Its speed was so terrifying that although many people had been staring closely at the female zombie, when the female zombie actually started to move, they couldn't even see the trajectory of the female zombie's movement. If this female zombie came for them, then their fate would be the same as that of the superhuman whose head was stepped on and had no power to resist. And now the speed of the female zombie is even faster than before.
Be careful,
Ran Shiyu's voice sounded in Jiang Liusher's mind. Even though her mental power had locked onto the female zombie, the speed of the female zombie did not allow her to remind Jiang Liusher of the female zombie's location. Ran Shiyu and Jiang Liusher communicated directly mentally without speaking, which was already the fastest way to communicate. However, the position of the female zombie had already changed when Ran Shiyu came up with an idea.
It's too fast. It can't be seen clearly with the naked eye.
Xiang Shuihai was shocked. She looked at Jiang Liusher with uneasiness in her heart. At this time, Jiang Liusher, who was the target of the female zombie's attack, was still standing motionless. Just when many people thought that Jiang Liusher might not have reacted yet, Jiang Liusher suddenly moved. He suddenly lifted the airborne Vulcan Gatling and started firing quickly.
This is a way. With this kind of indiscriminate shooting, you can force the zombies to stop,
a person with supernatural power said.
He didn't shoot randomly. You see, Another person with a strong eye pointed at the ground and said, "The female zombie is incredibly fast. But the footprints it leaves can be seen on the ground. Every time it steps on it, the terrifying force will leave a pit on the ground. And based on the footprints on the ground, you can see the trajectory of its actions just now." The superpower discovered that where Jiang Lushur fired, there would be footprints left on the ground. After careful observation, he was sure that the two things happened at the same time, which meant that Jiang Lushur had really kept up with the female zombie. His eyesight was already very strong, but he didn't expect Jiang Lushur's eyesight to be even more abnormal than his. At this time, the female zombie had already rushed to Jiang Lushur. TSK! The dazzling electric light instantly sounded, weaving into a grid in front of Jiang Lushur. Bang! With a loud noise, the power grid collapsed instantly, and the figure of a female zombie appeared. Except for its hair being a little burnt, it showed no signs of being electrocuted. There were several small blood holes on its body. When it appeared, the blood holes were already squirming to squeeze out the bullets one by one. And then the blood holes began to heal. This body was so powerful that Jiang Lushur couldn't help but sigh. Zombies are originally human bodies, but mutated zombies can tear apart cars with their hands. Their strength and defense are not comparable to humans. Even mutated zombies and human superpowers at the same level cannot be compared purely in terms of body. Mutated zombies. "See, you can't be my opponent." The female zombie looked at Jiang Zhuing again. "You are in a bit of trouble, so let's deal with you first. I was not willing to kill a beautiful girl like this." With that said, the figure of the female zombie disappeared. And then Jiang Zhuing felt a powerful life and death crisis coming towards him. It wasn't that Shen Kuei was unwilling to kill the pretty girl, but wanted to tear Jiang Zhuing into pieces in front of Jiang Lushur. Electric snakes danced wildly around Jiang Zhuing, and lightning connected to form a protective net. However, the female zombie's unresponsive appearance after being electrocuted just now made Jiang Zhuing doubt the power of the power grid's defense. At this moment, Jiang Lushur threw away the airborne Vulcan Gatling. "Give up?" The survivors couldn't understand what Jiang Lushur wanted to do. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Lushur had already removed Barrett from behind, then raised his hand and shot. Boom! What can this hit? The survivors were confused, but soon they discovered a fresh blood stain on the ground. It actually hit. "Your shooting skills are good." The female zombie appeared again. Its abdomen was scratched, and the healing speed was much slower this time. However, it was not fatally injured. "It's okay if you know you're not truly invulnerable," Jiang Lushur said with a sneer. The sniper bullets infused with blue light energy really injured the female zombie. "So what? Do you think you can still target me? You won't have another chance." The female zombie, also known as Shen Kuei, also snorted and said disdainfully, "You're right. You run too fast. It's really hard for me to hit you." Jiang Lushur actually nodded in agreement with Shen Kuei's words. He fired again, and Jiang Zhuing cooperated, but they only blocked the female zombie. Very passive. If this continues, sooner or later, Shen Kuei will find a flaw, and as long as he is touched by a female zombie, he will die. Jiang Lushur also dropped Barrett, and his fists gradually lit up with blue light. "So I plan to catch you and beat you to death," Jiang Lushur said. Chapter 643 Head-on Collision. Boom! Jiang Lushur rushed out like a tiger and rushed towards the third-level female zombie controlled by Shen Kuei. For the first time, an expression other than madness and indifference appeared on the ferocious face of the female zombie, with a mocking smile in its eyes. Bang! With a loud noise, Jiang Lushur had collided with the female zombie. The speed of both of them was unbelievable. For a while, everyone only heard the bombardment of bang bang bang, like a storm. And in their eyes, they could only see two blurry shadows colliding crazily. Too fast. Too fierce. Mako had forgotten to leave at this time. She looked at the two shadows in shock and screamed in her heart. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that someone could fight a level 3 mutated zombie with bare hands. Boom! A car parked in the manor was hit by a female zombie and turned into a discus. But then the female zombie jumped up high and fought with Jiang Lushur again. Everyone's eyes twitched when they saw the scene, and they couldn't help but weigh themselves. This was just a random movement of the female zombie. If it was the target of its attack, what kind of power would it face? If it were them, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for a moment and would be beaten to a pulp in an instant. Bloodshark looked excited. In his opinion, Jiang Lushur had completely given up his advantage. They were now in a group, and the girl who could discharge electricity had no way to support them.
The female zombie is extremely ferocious. And Blood Shark is looking forward to how Jian Lushi will be tortured and killed in the end.
Go die! Die! Die!
The female zombie let out bursts of roars that were not like human voices. Its fighting became more and more crazy. The manor was no longer spacious enough, and almost everything in the courtyard was destroyed by it. Several superpowers were unable to dodge, and were swept out immediately. Their bodies became fragmented in the air, and blood spattered. The remaining survivors hurriedly hid away. Shinkui has never felt so comfortable. Although the mutant beast puppet he made before is also very powerful. To him, it is far inferior to this mutant female zombie. Perhaps it was because this female zombie was originally a human being. So after Shinkui controlled it, he gradually felt that this zombie was himself. The powerful recovery power and terrifying strength gave Shinkui an extremely fulfilling and refreshing feeling. When the survivors' bodies were torn apart as easily as cloth bags in its hands, the blood and internal organs that spewed out made him feel even more intense stimulation. At this time, Jian Lushi was like prey in his eyes. No matter how hard he struggled, he would catch Jian Lushi. Compared to the madness of the female zombie, Jian Lushi was very calm. He had already felt it just now, after Shinkui controlled the female zombie. His thinking was obviously affected by the female zombie. Jian Lushi's brain powers were fully activated, and he calmly dealt with the female zombie. Although his attack was very fierce. Every time it hit the female zombie would quickly start to recover itself. Such a powerful resilience is simply terrifying. Which means that it must find opportunities to kill it with one strike. Otherwise, no matter how many attacks fall on it, it will be meaningless. However, this female zombie moves quickly and attacks fiercely. It seems to be full of flaws. But in fact it has no flaws at all.
Brother Jian, my mental power cannot affect this zombie. I estimate that its brain strength has surpassed mine. But I will attack it with all my strength.
Ran Shiyu's voice came.
I know.
Shinkui regarded this female zombie as her trump card. It would be strange if this female zombie was so easy to deal with. At this moment, the female zombie's speed suddenly slowed down. It seemed that Ran Shiyu's mental attack had taken effect. Those survivors who were watching the battle closely also discovered this. This was Jiang Liushi's opportunity. If he didn't seize this opportunity, it would be even harder to fight in the future. A strange look flashed in Asaka Risa's eyes. Jiang Liushi's eyes flashed. He yelled and stepped forward, grabbing the female zombie with both hands. At this moment, the corner of the female zombie's mouth twitched, as if revealing a very strange and cruel smile.
You are looking for death.
The female zombie stared at Jian Lushi and said. At the same time, a stronger aura suddenly burst out from the female zombie's body. The veins all over its body swelled, and its bones suddenly made a click-click sound like a firecracker. The body suddenly expanded in a circle, and its palms opened. Kaida can directly grab an adult's body.
I'll crush your head.
The female zombie reached out and grabbed Jian Liushi's head, even faster than before. Now everyone understood that no matter what tricks Jian Lushi and his team had just done, their attacks had no effect on the female zombie, and were instead exploited by it. Although the female zombie is fast, Jian Lushi has never been caught by it due to his brain power. But now he has sent it to his door. Asaka Risa shook her head slightly. This battle was quite exciting. But Jian Lushi was still weaker than Shinkui after all. Shinkui had already caught Jian Lushi, and there was no need to watch the rest of the battle. At the moment of death, Jian Liushi's expression was still calm, which gave the female zombie a bad premonition. However, it was unwilling to give up this opportunity, so it increased its speed to the limit. With power as strong as Mount Tai, with a huge feeling of oppression gripped Jian Lushi. At this time, Jian Lushi took action. His punch was slower than that of the female zombie. But when he punched out, a ball of extremely dazzling blue light exploded from his fist, as if he had caught a blue sun. In the dazzling light, Jian Liushi's fist came first, and collided with the female zombie's claws. Crack! When her fist hit the steel-like claws, the female zombie took several steps back. Its claws were weirdly bent like twisted wires. The female zombie showed an expression of disbelief. How could Jian Lushi have such terrifying power? Asaka Risa also straightened her graceful body all of a sudden, and looked at Jian Lushi with a changed expression. The female zombie held back her hand, but she didn't expect that Jian Lushi didn't use his full strength. That punch just now made her feel suffocated even when she was standing far away. If she had to face this punch. At this time, Jian Lushi didn't care about the reaction of the female zombie and those people. He rushed in front of the female zombie in a flash and punched out again. The female zombie let out a harsh roar and blocked her face with her cross arm. However, Jiang Liusher's fist had already hit its arm, and then hit it firmly in the face. Boom, boom, boom. The female zombie directly smashed 2 flower beds, and then hit the wall hard, making a dent in the wall. Its arm was broken, and when it lowered its arm, the exposed face was even more dented and bloody. Although the zombie felt almost no pain, its controller Shinkui let out an extremely angry roar. Previously, he thought that Jiang Liusher killed Yu Yejian, mostly because Yu Yejian underestimated the enemy and Jiang Liusher attacked him secretly. But when he fought with Jiang Liusher, not only did Jiang Liusher not sneak attack him, on the contrary, he attacked Jiang Liusher sneakily, but he was violently beaten by Jiang Liusher. Jiang Liusher really beat it with his fists. This was unacceptable to Shinkui. They were members of parliament, and Jiang Liusher was just an ordinary survivor. Why was he so strong? At this time, there was no time for Shinkui to think, because Jiang Liusher had no intention of holding back at all. He had already rushed in front of the female zombie like a cannonball, taking advantage of its illness to kill it. Boom! Like a blazing meteor falling down, Jiang Liusher's fist hit the female zombie hard. Shinkui only had time to control the female zombie to raise 2 broken claws to resist. But how could she stop Jiang Liusher? From the first punch, the female zombie was like a sandbag, being hit on the head crazily by Jiang Liusher's hammer-like fist. Blood spattered, even mixed with a lot of mincemeat, and the dull sound of hitting the bones made the survivors present involuntarily send chills down their backs, and even couldn't help but tremble. It was too violent. And these people felt even more weird when they thought that the person being beaten so violently was a mutated zombie that tore apart a living person. Boom! The female zombie was hit hard to the ground, creating a dent in the cement floor. Her whole body, especially her head, was bloody and bloody. Even her facial features could not be distinguished. Only one blood-red eye still shone with human emotions. It still had an incredible look on its face, as if it still couldn't believe what was happening in front of it. But everyone's eyes were turned to Jiang Liusher at this time. The blue light on his fists gradually disappeared, revealing his scarred hands with deep bones. He slowly walked towards the Vulcan Gatlin, who was thrown away by him, picked it up, and came to the front of the female zombie. Jiang Liusher! The female zombie looked at Jiang Liusher hatefully, and raised her head. Bang, bang, bang. Flame suddenly spurted out from the barrel of Vulcan Gatlin's gun, interrupting the female zombie's words. As the female zombie's body twitched after being shot, its upper body was almost completely smashed. Jiang Liusher came to the female zombie, who was still breathing, stretched out his hand, and pulled off the mutated blood core from its chest. The female zombie immediately let out a shrill scream, and then died completely. This mutated blood core is like a transparent crystal, with a drop of dazzling red in the middle. Jiang Liusher took one look and put the mutated blood core in his pocket. At this time, Jiang Liusher stood there quietly, holding the Vulcan Gatling in his hand, and everyone present looked at him with awe and even fear, beating a level 3 mutant zombie to death. This was human. Although Jiang Liusher stood there without making any movement, no one had the intention of sneaking up on him. Even the 3rd-level mutated zombies failed to trap him, unless they thought his life was too long. The blood shark seemed to have lost all his strength, and his whole body suddenly became extremely desperate. Chapter 644 Black Cube. Jiang Liusher stood there, took a deep breath, and glanced at his fist. Although the fist was dripping with blood, and the thick blood was still dripping onto the ground. When Jiang Liusher clenched his fist, he felt very happy inside. Although in Jiang Liusher's view, the 3rd-level mutated zombie controlled by Shinkui is not as good as Yu Yejian in terms of combat effectiveness. It is like an unbeatable little strongman. Jiang Liusher can kill it, which makes him feel confident about his current situation. Very satisfied with the power. In this way, Jiang Liusher can safely go to the chairman of the creation. Brother Jiang, you are so amazing! Xiang Shuihai rushed down from the car and grabbed Jiang Liusher's arm. Li Yusen also quickly got out of the car and began to help Jiang Liusher treat his wounds. There's no rush. Jiang Liusher waved his hand and walked directly to Asarisha. Where are the others? Asuka Risa's eyes were full of surprise when she looked at Jiang Liusher. The result of this battle was something she had never expected. That blue light contained dangerous and terrifying power. She wanted to know what it was. He's at the back. But he should. Asarisha pointed back, and she directly ignored Jiang Liusher's not very polite tone. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Liusher passed by her. Shinkui has the black Rubik's Cube he wants, and he won't let Shinkui slip away again. Mr. Jiang! Asuka Risa followed without hesitation. It wasn't until Jian Lushur left that the people in this courtyard finally dared to breathe. Jian Lushur put too much pressure on them. From the appearance of the female zombie, which frightened everyone, to Jian Lushur and the female zombie fighting hard, and finally beating the female zombie to death. Everyone was deeply shocked. Mako covered her mouth, her heart trembling. She had really misjudged Jian Lushur time and time again. Whenever she thought she had seen Jian Lushur's limit, Jian Lushur would use actions to prove to her that she was thinking too short.
Miko! He is so awesome! If he stays in Zhongjing.
A superpower user in Mako's team said excitedly.
It's too late.
Mako reacted. She sighed and shook her head.
If we had gone up to help before, maybe we could have become their friends.
She knew that their plan to leave quickly so that they could distance themselves from Jian Lushur and the others must have been discovered by Jian Lushur and his party. It's just that this matter is understandable. So Jian Lushur and the others don't care. But it is impossible to gain their friendship. They missed the opportunity to become friends with a fierce man like Jian Lushur, who forced his way into the Zhongjing base camp and killed so many people without any harm. However, Mako looked at the manner with a complex mood that only she knew. Compared with this, the impact that Asaka Risa turned out to be the boss of Zhongjing base was much downplayed. This manor is very large. After passing through the garden, you enter a Japanese garden, which has a sense of tranquility and elegance. When Jian Lushur walked in carrying the fire god Gatlin, a strong impact was immediately formed on this scene. Jian Lushur went straight to the outside of a building, then shot and broke the door lock, then kicked open the door. As soon as the door opened, Jian Lushur saw an off-road vehicle and a young man with a pale face and trembling body moving towards the off-road vehicle. Under Ran she used mental scanning. Jian Lushur found him directly.
Jian Lushur!
Shinkui had already given up on getting in the car after seeing Jian Lushur. He had seen Jian Lushur's speed, and he had no chance to escape in front of Jian Lushur. There was a look of despair in Shinkui's eyes. Less than 10 minutes ago, he was so confident that he was about to take revenge. But now he was like a bereaved dog, being pointed at Jian Lushur's cold gun.
You want the black Rubik's Cube? Right,
Shinkui said immediately.
Take it out,
Jian Lushur said.
Actually, holding the black Rubik's Cube is not very useful for you,
Shinkui said.
If you want good things, Chuan can give you a lot. Stop talking nonsense. Black Rubik's Cube.
Jian Lushur interrupted Shinkui impatiently.
Don't worry. I'll give it to you now.
Shinkui picked up a travel bag next to him, and then took out a small black cube from it. Although his mental power was severely damaged, he could still feel a mental power locking on him. And Jian Lushur was also watching his every move. Shinkui naturally didn't dare to do anything in this situation. As soon as Jian Lushur saw the cube, he knew that it was the black Rubik's Cube he was looking for. Xingzhong reacted to the black Rubik's Cube and sent a signal to Jian Lushur to obtain the black Rubik's Cube. Jian Lushur was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to walk over and took the black Rubik's Cube from Shinkui's hand. Shinkui's eyes flashed, but he didn't dare to say anything. Holding the black Rubik's Cube in his hand, Jian Lushur looked over it over and over. This black Rubik's Cube shines with a black metallic luster and is very light in the hand. The entire cube is composed of 4 small movable squares, so it is called the Rubik's Cube by Chuang. Jian Lushur turned the blocks and aligned their lines with each other. And then, there was a soft, click sound. As the sound came, Jian Lushur's sight seemed to pass through the surface of the black Rubik's Cube and reach the inside. The interior of the black Rubik's Cube was suddenly a hollow space, and the size of this space exceeded Jian Lushur's expectation. A full 100 square meters of space filled with many metal blocks. Jian Lushur has never seen these metals before. There is no doubt that these are the original metals on the Starseed spacecraft. This black cube is similar to the storage space on the base vehicle. Maybe this black Rubik's Cube is also part of the Starseed spacecraft. Shinkui observed Jian Lushur's expression from the side. They were also shocked when they first discovered that the black Rubik's Cube was actually a storage space. Chuang gained a lot of benefits from the discovered ruins and discovered many things far beyond the Earth. Technology and creation were also born from this. However, Shinkui didn't see much shock on Song Jian Lushur's face. Only a flash of joy. He suddenly had some doubts in his heart. This kind of storage space was full of futuristic feeling. And even the original speaker died because of it. How could Jian Lushur, a superpower born after the end of the world, be so indifferent?
Besides the black Rubik's Cube, what else have you discovered?
Jian Lushur's words interrupted Shinkui's thoughts. After confirming that the ruins found by Chuang were Starseed's spaceship,
Jian Lucier obviously would not let those things go. Of course, Jian Lucier didn't want to restore Starseed's spaceship. It didn't belong to him after all. The current base vehicle belongs to Jian Lucier himself. Chapter 645 Death of Shinkui.
I can tell you, but...
Shinkui showed a trace of struggle on his face, gritted his teeth and said,
You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me.
Jian Lucier said coldly. Shinkui was silent for a while and said,
We found a broken spaceship in the ruins.
Jian Lucier looked happy. It was indeed a Starseed spaceship. Tron found the spacecraft part, but the Starseed wandered outside until it found Jian Lucier. Jian Lucier carefully asked Shinkui about the situation of Chuang and the ruins. Under Ran Shiyu's supervision, Shinkui would be noticed even if he concealed something. Finally, Shinkui looked at Jian Lucier. The former high-ranking congressman felt unspeakably sad.
I have said everything I can say. Mr. Jiang, can you let me go? What do you think?
Jian Lucier looked at Shinkui indifferently.
In Wage County, when you came to attack us, did you hold back? Did you let go of those in Longting Base and my compatriots? Them?
As Jian Lucier's voice became colder and colder, Shinkui's eyes became extremely desperate. He gritted his teeth and his mental power fluctuated violently. However, until Jian Lucier walked in front of him, he did not have the courage to take action. Seeing Jian Lucier raise the muzzle of his gun, Shinkui seemed to have had all his strength drained from his body, and his eyes fell limply. Boom! With a gunshot, a blood hole appeared on Shinkui's head, and blood gurgled out from it. With a pop, his life as a member of creation ended in this garage. Ended in him. Before escaping, Jian Lucier looked down at Shinkui's body and shook his head. They are both council members, but Kamui and Tsukiyomi are far behind.
Brother Jiang, that ruin he was talking about.
Li Yusen had already helped Jian Lucier stop the bleeding quickly. She looked up at Jian Lucier and asked,
I plan to visit that ruins. In addition, I also want to settle accounts with the speaker.
Jian Lucier said. Chuang had established a great power before the end of the world, and after the end of the world, this power that was originally hidden under the water slowly surfaced and quickly began to cast the net to complete their ambitions. And the speaker of Chuang is the one who casts the net. We have solved Tsukiyomi and Kamui. But if we do not solve the speaker, then Chuang will not fall. At this time, Jian Lucier looked outside the door. He ducked outside and grabbed a figure standing outside. The figure screamed slightly, but did not dodge, allowing Jian Lucier to grab her shoulder.
What are you doing here?
Jian Lucier frowned and looked at Asarisha in front of him. Asaka Risa's shoulders were very thin, and her wide eyes made Jian Lucier feel like he was lifting a kitten.
I'm not here to eavesdrop on your conversation. I came closer after hearing the gunfire. Shinkui is dead. Right.
Asaka Risa blinked and said,
What? Do you want to avenge him?
Jiang Juing came out and said,
No. Of course not. If you defeat him, then you are Risa's hero.
Asaka Risa said with a smile. Jian Lucier frowned even more. He couldn't keep up with Asarisha's thinking. Shinkui should be her boss. When she saw Shinkui being killed in her territory, she actually said that this person was her hero. This is all a weird idea.
You don't need to care about Risa's words. Just know that if you need Risa's help for anything, I can help you.
Asaka Risa said. Jian Lucier didn't bother to care what Asaka Risa was thinking. Although she looked very delicate, Jian Lucier didn't have the slightest fondness for this former idol. He always felt that there was something weird about her. But as long as he doesn't get offended, it doesn't matter what secrets this former idol has.
You can help me if you want. These are some things I need. You can find them for me. As long as everything is found, I won't cause any more trouble to the Zhongjing base.
Jian Lucier said. Although Shinkui and Blood Shark escaped to Zhongjing base, and the guards at Zhongjing base also attacked Jian Lucier and the others, Jian Lucier would not anger the entire base because of this. But since you have taken action against him, there will always be a price to pay.
Are these things?
Asarisha wrote down the list Jian Lucier said, and glanced at Jian Lucier. From these things alone, she couldn't see the reason why Jian Lucier was so powerful.
I will help you find it as soon as possible.
Asaka Risa bowed lightly and said. Seeing Asarisha's upright attitude, Jian Lucier became less indifferent to her. He continued.
There are also second-level mutant crystal nuclei, which I can purchase with evolutionary crystals. As many as I want. Yes, I understand. Please don't worry.
Asaka Risa nodded. Next, tomorrow Risa invited Jian Lucier and the others to stay temporarily in this manor. But Jian Lucier refused. He asked Ying to drive the bus outside Chongjing Base and stopped in a relatively empty place. With the bus here, they didn't need to worry about finding a place to stay. Even compared to Asarisa's large manor, the accommodation environment in the bus was no less luxurious. And the safety was even more different. And tomorrow Risa was even more surprised when she learned that Jiang Lushi and the others had no house to live in. So they went to the wilderness to stay. But considering that Jiang Lushi killed a level 3 mutant zombie with his bare hands, it seems normal to not be afraid of zombies and mutant beasts in the wilderness.
Don't disturb them. Mark the area where they are as a restricted area. And do not allow any team of superpowers to go to that area,
Asarisa immediately ordered. She didn't want anyone to offend Jiang Lushi and the others. Not because she was worried about the life and death of the team of superpowers, but because she was worried about how it would affect her image in Jiang Lushi's eyes. Asarisa had already felt that Jiang Lushi did not like her, but she didn't care much about it. As long as there is a chance, she will naturally make Jiang Lushi feel her kindness.
Immediately issue an announcement and collect these materials from everyone.
Asarisa has written a list of the materials Jiang Lushi needs, printed thousands of copies of this list, and distributed it to all the superpowers in Chongjing Base in hands. Soon, the first batch of materials and secondary mutant crystal nuclei were delivered to Jiang Lushi. Those materials were put aside by Jiang Lushi first. He opened the box containing the second-level mutated crystal core and immediately showed a satisfied look. Asarisa's efficiency in doing things was still very high, and she found 5 second-level mutant crystal nuclei for him so quickly. Although it is much less than what he bought from Jonathan, the situation is different after all. If the superpowers here get the mutant crystal core, they will definitely try to replace it with more practical evolutionary crystals, weapons, etc., and will not leave any in hand. Asarisa was able to find 5 of them so quickly, which was already pretty good. Chapter 646 Metal Essence.
At the price we agreed upon, these evolutionary crystals will be given to you.
Jiang Lushi asked Li Yusen to take out the evolutionary crystals. 5 second-level mutated crystal nuclei are not a small amount for Asarisa. Jiang Lushi now needs Asarisa to do something, and the cost still has to be paid. After obtaining the mutated crystal core, Jiang Lushi closed the door and began to absorb the crystal core. Jiang Lushi estimated that 5 more second-level mutated crystal nuclei would be enough for him. However, this time it was not Li Yusen and Ran Xiyu who followed Jiang Lushi into the master bedroom, but Xiang Xuehai. After all, Li Yusen and Ran Xiyu are good best friends. They have known each other for a long time, and they would not be too shy to take care of Jiang Lushi's practice together. However, they are not very familiar with Xiang Xuehai, so it would be too awkward for the 3 of them to be together. We reached a consensus with the 3 girls that Li Yusen and Ran Xiyu would be in a group, and Xiang Xuehai would rotate every day. As soon as the door of the master bedroom was closed, Jiang Lushi sat on the bed holding a mutated crystal core, when he felt a plump and soft body hugging him. Unlike Li Yusen and Ran Xiyu, Xiang Xuehai is simply passionate. She weighs 100 pounds, but has a slim and strong waist. She also has an obvious vest line on her lower abdomen, and almost all of her other weight is on her chest.
Ahem. Xiang. I still have to practice. You are holding me like this, and I am almost out of breath. Hee hee. I got it. Let's go to the bathroom to practice, so that you don't dirty your clothes and sheets when you wash your essence.
While Xiang Xuehai was speaking, she had already started to fill the bathtub with water. When Jiang Lushi entered the bathroom, he was completely stunned. Xiang Xuehai had unexpectedly changed into a bikini at some point. This strappy swimsuit was simply too tempting to wear on Xiang Xuehai. Jiang Liushi's mouth went dry for a moment.
Xiang, what are you? Oh, because when you take a bath, your clothes will get wet, so it's convenient. As for the swimsuit, I picked it up from a swimsuit store I passed by before,
Xiang Xuehai said with a smile. She was almost like made of water. Li Yusen and Ran Xiyu still had many things that they couldn't let go of, but Xiang Xuehai had no problems in this regard at all. Jiang Lushi often thought, if he hadn't absorbed the mutant crystal after the nuclear test, his physical fitness has been greatly improved, and he may really not be able to stand this annoying little witch. For several consecutive days, there was no trace of spring, and Jiang Liushi's cultivation process was simply better than heaven.
Brother, the materials are ready. Have you finished practicing?
Jiang Zhuing deliberately hit the word cultivation, which made Jiang Lushi cough awkwardly.
Let's go and change places.
Ying has stored all the materials in the internal space of the base vehicle. Now Jiang Lushi has also obtained the Rubik's Cube. The storage space of the Rubik's Cube is larger than that of the base vehicle. These days, Jiang Zhuing used the Zhongjing base to purchase a large amount of grain and dried vegetables. There is also drinking water. As for the collection of mutated beast meat, it is even simpler. For the powerful Shering team, collecting mutated beast meat is actually easier than collecting food. Jiang Lusher didn't even need to do it. Jiang Zhuing himself got 2 mutated beasts in the past few days. Beast. The various material reserves in Jiang Lusher's base vehicle are now enough for people like them to consume them for 2 or 3 years. After getting everything ready, Jiang Lusher is finally ready to upgrade the base vehicle. What will happen when the star seeds get these super metals that were originally used to build interstellar battleships? You should be able to activate the third form of the base vehicle. Jiang Lusher was full of expectations for the third form. The base vehicle drove to a mountainous area on the outskirts of Zhongjing City. There was originally a small village here, but after the end of the world, it was deserted. Jiang Lusher chose to upgrade the base vehicle here, which was relatively safe. Previously, Jiang Lusher asked Asarisha to prepare a lot of metal materials. But these metal materials only provided energy to the star seeds. They were also thrown to the star seeds together with the heavy armor that Jiang Lusher had stripped from the giant pangolin. These precious alloys on the earth now only provide energy to the star seed, allowing it to be fully prepared to absorb the special metals in the black cube. The skin found the original alloy, and the fit is 60%. Absorption will open the third form of the base vehicle, whether to absorb it or not. When the absorption began, Starseed gave a prompt. Jiang Lusher was startled when he heard this. When the Starseed absorbed metal in the past, there was never a hint of compatibility. This time there was a hint of compatibility. And what does 60% mean? Isn't the fit 100%? He hesitated for a moment, but chose yes. DDD-. At this moment, Starseed suddenly made a prompt sound. Warning, the original alloy lacks metal essence. If it is forcibly absorbed, it will only open the incomplete form of the base vehicle, and the energy loss of the alloy will be as high as 100%. 80. What? Jiang Lusher was stunned. The metal essence of the original alloy. What is this? Understanding Jiang Lusher's doubts, Xingzhong gave a rare explanation. After understanding it, Jiang Lusher was surprised. According to Xingxi's explanation, this primitive alloy is not an ordinary metal substance, but close to a life form. It can be said to be alive. A metal life. It is also for this reason that the interstellar armor made of metal life can change its shape freely. All the alloys used in this interstellar battleship are produced from the same metal mine. And this metal mine has a core, which is the essence, which is similar to the soul of this metal life form. Now, although Jiang Lusher has obtained the original alloy in the black Rubik's Cube, he is missing the most important essence. So this evolution can only be completed reluctantly. After traveling 100 miles, the meal is about to start. Jiang Lusher has spent so much effort and trained the base vehicle for so long. How can he tolerate a pot of raw rice? But where can I find the core essence of this metal mine? After Jiang Lusher thought about it, there was only one place where it was most likely to appear, and that was the ruins. The black cube was obtained from the ruins, and the original metal essence is also very likely to be in the ruins. But no one may have discovered it. Fortunately, I already knew the location of the ruins from Shinkui before, so I just happened to take a trip. According to Shinkui, the ruins are located in the southeast of the island country, on an uninhabited island in the vast Pacific Ocean. There are no airports or docks nearby, and the island is surrounded by reefs and is inaccessible. Before Chuang, the only way to reach that island was by helicopter. Of course, these small difficulties are not a problem for the base vehicle at all. You can just hit them away from the reefs and other things. Just that night, Jiang Lusher drove the base vehicle to the east coast of the island country, directly transformed into a missile boat, and sailed towards the vast sea. Chapter 647, The Island of Ruins. The vast sea, even before the end of the world, was a realm that was difficult for people to conquer. There were so many kinds of creatures in the deep sea, which were all a mystery to humans. After the end of the world, the sea has become more ferocious and violent, and conquering the sea is even more unrealistic, because the mutant beasts in the sea are more powerful than those on land. If Jiang Lusher had not relied on the indestructible base vehicle, he would not have been able to conquer the sea. Don't dare to go deep into the ocean rashly. Along the way to the ruins, Jiang Lusher also encountered many beasts in the sea, including a large group of mutant sharks, each of which was more than 10 meters long, comparable to the megalodons of the dinosaur era, and their steel teeth and bite force were even more powerful than those of megalodons.
It is incomparable to sharks, which can crush even hard rocks in one bite. When Jiang Lusher saw this group of sharks, they were following the missile boat. The dorsal fins of the sharks cut through the water like black blades. This dorsal fin represents the death of the ocean. In this deep-sea area, even warships may be mutated. Surrounded by sharks and sunk, Jiang Lusher hesitated for a while, but gave up his plan to compete with him. Although the mutated crystal core was tempting. After all, the ocean was not his home ground. If something unexpected happened, there would be nowhere to run. The missile boat reached a speed of 80 knots before getting rid of the group of sharks. This was already the speed of a sports car speeding on the highway. Although it was not difficult to get rid of these sharks, Jiang Lusher was still shocked by their terrifying speed and endurance. You must know that they are behemoths weighing at least 20 tons.
Shadow, where are you?
Jiang Lusher asked. After the end of the world, GPS navigation has naturally become ineffective, and sailing the ocean has become extremely dangerous. It is a matter of course to only rely on compasses, and compasses to locate ocean voyages. In ancient times, Zheng He's voyages to the west could only sail slowly along the coastline, and the real age of discovery relied on star-pulling techniques, sextants, special navigation clocks and other means to determine longitude and latitude. As for sextants and other ancient gadgets, not to mention that Jiang Lusher didn't have them. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use them at all. That would require a series of star charts, formulas, and charts for comparison. Fortunately, Starseed's analysis capabilities are powerful enough to activate the geomagnetic positioning system and use the changes in geomagnetic field to determine the general direction. Even though it is not as accurate as GPS to meters, it is enough to find an island.
It's only 100 nautical miles ahead.
Shadow looked at the chart and said. Jiang Lusher nodded. He has now penetrated deep into the Pacific Ocean. In the vast Pacific Ocean, there are countless islands, many of which are uninhabited, not to mention the ocean areas. Even near Shanghai, the most prosperous city in China, there are several 10 uninhabited islands. Even some islands have never been visited by anyone in the long history. The island that Jiang Lusher targeted was originally far-reaching, and because of the dense reefs, it avoided all shipping routes. It was a completely barren land that could not be reached by human civilization.
There is a reef area ahead, and the radar has detected it,
Ing said, in the base vehicle form. Ing was the driver, but now in the missile boat form. She is the helmsman.
Well, try to avoid it.
Jiang Lusher had already seen the outline of the ruined island. The island only looked like a few square kilometers. There was a hill on the island covered with green vegetation. Jiang Lusher already knew from Shinkui that the scientific expedition team discovered ruins in this hill that didn't even have a name more than half a century ago. The mountain's body has been reinforced, and its belly has been completely hollowed out, along with the underground to a depth of about 1 kilometer. If the findings of this scientific expedition team were announced, it would definitely be shocking news. However, because the Cold War had not yet ended, the existence of the ruins was kept strictly confidential. Later, as research progressed, more and more information was discovered. Because it was too shocking, the news of the existence of the ruins was finally completely blocked. The most powerful people in the world at that time shared the secrets of the ruins, and they established an organization to study the ruins. This was the predecessor of Chuang. Later, the outbreak of the apocalypse was also related to the ruins. However, Chuang still used various channels to properly reveal the news only half a month before the outbreak of the apocalypse. However, half a month was too short. And if you wanted to take any measures, it was too late to take any action. At that time, some powerful people urgently expropriated large areas of new real estate and built safety zones urgently. The earliest Shanghai safety zone was built in this way.
Arrived.
Ing controlled the missile boat and carefully docked next to an island. Ren Qiyu had already opened his mental force field and explored everything on the island. It was only a few square kilometers in size, and Ren Qiyu's mental force field could already cover most of it.
It seems there are no powerful mutant beasts. It should even be said that there are no mutant beasts at all,
Ren Qiyu said doubtfully. In her mental force field, she saw birds, crabs, and frogs with colorful feathers on the island. Because the island was too small, there were not even wild beasts, and the largest animals were just a few mini-sized animals. It's just a wild boar. It looks like a peaceful scene.
This small island can be said to be the source of the apocalypse. Now people and animals all over the world are involved in this apocalyptic catastrophe. On the contrary, this small island is quiet and has avoided the catastrophe and the outbreak. It is really ironic.
Jiang Lusher shook his head and said. At this time, the missile boat had transformed into a base vehicle and drove all the way in. There are no roads at all on the island. The base vehicle relied on its powerful performance to overcome obstacles all the way to the foot of the mountain.
Shiyu, is there anyone on the island?
Jiang Lusher asked. Although this is the location of the ruins, it is unlikely that there are people there. According to Shinkue, after the ruins were discovered and all valuable things were taken away, it was sealed. It is impossible to set up the headquarters of Chuang in this place where birds don't poop. As for after the end of the world, due to the lack of GPS positioning system, it is almost impossible to get here by ship and ship-based helicopter.
I can't detect the existence of anyone else. But Brother Jiang, don't take it lightly. If someone's mental strength exceeds mine, it will be easy for him to avoid my detection. I know.
Jiang Lusher nodded.
I found it. Right here. The entrance to the ruins that Shinkue mentioned.
Jiang Lusher pointed to a boulder that looked covered in moss. This boulder was placed here by Chuang. It was just a cover-up. Jiang Lusher jumped off the base vehicle and pushed the boulder away with his inhuman strength. What was exposed behind the boulder was a tunnel built on the thick metal of the metal password door that was built more than half a century ago has rusted. This was naturally Chuang's work. They used this door to seal the entrance to the ruins. Chapter 648 Original Essence. According to Shinkue, the original entrance to the ruins was open. Otherwise it would be impossible for the scientific expedition team to enter the ruins. Then Chuang sealed the entrance. If Shinkue hadn't told the location of the ruins, it is simply impossible to find this place among the countless uninhabited islands in the vast Pacific Ocean. The iron gate was already rusty, and Shinkue didn't know the password. Jiang Lusher simply took out the heavy-duty airborne machine gun he bought from the U.S. military base, the Vulcan Gatling. The recoil force of hundreds of kilograms of super-heavy machine guns can shake human bones apart. But it is nothing to Jiang Lusher. Jiang Lusher poured blue light energy into depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets, and Vulcan Gatling was like a roaring metal beast. Generally, it started spinning crazily and spit out tongues of fire more than 1 meter long.
Boom, boom, boom!
Metal sparks flew everywhere. The heavy metal door was directly punched through, and the iron lock was broken. Jiang Lusher put away the Vulcan Gatling and opened the metal door. With the rumble of the door opening, the passage of the ruins was revealed in front of the Shering team. This is a dark passage, sloping all the way down, as if it is passing through the legendary H.L.
Shadow. Drive slower.
Jiang Lusher jumped on the car, and the base car turned on the strong blue light, illuminating the underground passage for 100 meters. According to Shinkue, he has never entered the ruins and has no idea what is in the ruins. In fact, only a few of the 12 members who have been created have ever entered the ruins. They have all understood part of the mysteries of life and death. They have lived for 70 or 80 years and still look like old monsters in their 30s. Among them, the most powerful, the most mysterious one is naturally the current speaker. The base vehicle drove forward for who knows how long. The originally narrow passage suddenly opened up, and Jiang Lusher came to an extremely vast underground space. He looked up. Even with the bright light, it was difficult to see the dome of this underground space. This space was at least several hundred meters high.
The entire mountain has been hollowed out. Half of this space is underground, usually in the heart of the mountain. This is the ruins.
Jiang Lusher took a deep breath and felt a little nervous. He didn't know if he could find the essence of the original metal here.
Turn on the lights to the maximum,
Jiang Lusher said. Although the base vehicle's lights were powerful, the space was too large, and it was difficult to illuminate it with only 2 lights.
Brother, there is a light there.
Jiang Zhuing pointed in a direction. Jiang Lusher glanced over and saw a series of bright lights, all of which were covered with thick dust. This was obviously installed by Chuang more than half a century ago. In order to study the ruins, it was reasonable for Chuang to install strong lights here. It's just that after so many years, no one has maintained the lights here, so they probably won't light up. Jiang Lusher had just had this idea. At this moment, the roar of the base vehicle seemed to trigger some kind of voice-activated switch. With the sound of pop, 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 the bright lights came on one after another, and they quickly counted. Hundreds of bright lights illuminated this huge underground space, making it look like daylight. Jiang Lusher was shocked. These lights could still be on? No battery can last this long, unless someone has continued to maintain this relic over the years.
Shiyu.
Jiang Lusher looked at Ran Shiyu.
Brother Jiang, my mental force field is always on, but no one is found.
Jiang Lusher took a deep breath.
He was full of vigilance at this time. No matter what. The most important thing now was to find the metal spirit. He looked towards this underground space. In the center of this space, there was a huge metal ball, half of which was embedded in the ground. But when Jiang Lusher looked at it up close, he was shocked. The lower part of the metal sphere is a huge bottomless cavity. It is not connected to the ground at all, nor does it have any support. It completely escapes gravity and is suspended in midair. At the top of the metal ball, there are several obvious grooves, and the circular groove in the middle is the most obvious. Jiang Lusher remembered what Yukong said. The circular groove in the middle was where the star seed originally was. The surrounding grooves are where the weapons are located.
What exactly is a metal spirit?
Jiang Lusher frowned. And at this moment, Xingzhou made a soft beep sound.
The original metal essence was scanned. Do you want to absorb it?
This voice sounded like a fairy sound to Jiang Lusher. Starseed himself had already scanned the metal essence. Could it be that? Jiang Lusher looked at the huge metal ball in front of him. Could it be the so-called metal spirit? This is too big. Chuang didn't move the metal ball away. Probably because it didn't have the ability to move it away at all. This huge thing doesn't seem to have anything to do with the word essence, no matter how you hear it. Although he found it incredible, Jiang Lusher did not hesitate at this time and directly chose to absorb it.
Drip! The energy is isolated and cannot be absorbed,
Starseed warned.
What?
Jiang Lusher's heart sank, and he chose to try again. However,
the energy is isolated and cannot be absorbed.
Why is this happening? Jiang Lusher had an uneasy premonition in his heart. At this moment, the entire metal ball suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Light curtains emerged on the metal ball and connected together to form a ray of light. The boundary.
Buzz buzz dash.
Immediately afterwards, the metal ball trembled slightly, and a gloomy voice sounded from all directions, penetrating directly into Jiang Lusher's mind.
You are finally here. I have been waiting for you for so long that I have lost my patience.
Hearing this voice, Jiang Lusher was shocked. His uneasy premonition finally came true. Someone was guarding here, and the only person who can cross the ocean at this time and come to the center of the ruins to wait patiently for him is one person.
Is it you? Are you the speaker of Chuang?
Jiang Lusher looked intently at the top of the metal ball, and saw that the space there suddenly distorted strangely, and a figure slowly emerged. He had always been here, but the powerful energy in his body formed a force field. It distorted the surrounding light, making him completely invisible. No one could see it. Even Ran Shiyu's spiritual energy was involuntarily pushed away by this powerful force field, making it impossible to detect the other party's existence. This made Jiang Lusher take a deep breath of cold air. How powerful is the energy to achieve such an effect? Jiang Lusher didn't think that human powers could reach this level. So there was only one explanation: the weapon was on him. Chapter 649 Battle of Weapons.
You are right. I am indeed the speaker of Chuang. Although this is our first meeting, I have been paying attention to you since you killed Shahai. It is a pity that I could not discover you earlier. Otherwise, I am afraid I won't take so many detours,
the man said meaningfully. His whole body was covered with a light gray fog, making it difficult for people to see his face clearly. The speaker's words made Jiang Lusher feel his heart sinking. There were too many meanings in these words. Jiang Lusher didn't know how much the speaker knew about star seeds. He might not know the existence of star seeds, but he was probably already there to a certain extent. To a certain extent, I guessed that I had some secrets related to the ruins. Jiang Lusher's eyes froze slightly. From this point alone, they were determined to fight to the death.
You have long expected that I would appear inside the ruins. So you have been waiting for me here. That's right. Otherwise you think you can get all the information about the ruins from Shinkue so easily,
the speaker said with a smile, which made Jiang Lusher take a breath. He had long known that one day he would have to fight the speaker of creation. He only learned about the mysterious organization, Chuang, after killing Shahai, and began to understand the whole story of this apocalypse. But by that time, he had already emerged and had killed the members of Chuang, probably hidden. In this case, whether the speaker accurately calculated Jiang Lusher's actions and waited for Jiang Lusher, or he took the initiative to find Jiang Lusher, the result would be the same. This battle is bound to break out. Moreover, this is bound to be a hard battle.
You seem to be alone. So confident.
Jiang Lusher tested the speaker's strength. The speaker chuckled and said,
Asking this question has proven your lack of confidence. Everything is over. Although I don't know what you have.
I have a hunch that as long as you get it, with the secrets in you, my life will be most perfectly sublimated. and I will understand the secrets of life and death and become a god in the world." As the man spoke, the space around his body suddenly distorted violently. Then, the cracks in the space tore open, and a black energy ball flew out from the black hole in the space. It was a perfect dark sphere. The black ball sank into the man's body, and then his body began to change. His body began to rise. His clothes were turned into fly ash by the powerful energy flow, and those black energy flows solidified on the surface of his body. A layer of dark armor formed. He has completely changed his form. He has become more than 3 meters tall. His chest is hollow, and there seems to be a devil's claw inside, grabbing a black energy ball. His face has been replaced by a cold and ruthless metal mask, and his eyes are blooming with a faint black light, like thunder and lightning in the middle of the night, piercing his soul. 2 pairs of huge dark wings spread out behind him. The 4 pairs of wings are also filled with energy. In addition to the texture of metal, the rows of feathers are like sharp blades. It seems that just by looking at it, you feel that your soul is being cut. Weapon! This is the weapon Jiang Lushur has always heard about. In terms of preciousness, Starseed is naturally far superior to weapons. But the most fatal thing is that Starseed has lost the main body of the interstellar battleship. Only the core. But the weapon obtained by the speaker is almost a complete body. This is my suit. And it is also the only weapon that Chuang has found so far. I named it Cruel Angel, the speaker said. After fusing the weapons, his voice became extremely low, like metal. It's this feeling again. I'm so intoxicated with this feeling. Whenever I put on this suit, I feel like I'm a god. I can look down at the heaven and the earth and look down on all living beings. Jiang Lushur. It's impossible for humans to fight against gods. Yes. Leave everything you have to me. The speaker shouted loudly and dived towards Jiang Lushur. His speed was unparalleled, and he appeared directly in front of Jiang Lushur as if he was teleporting. He directly stretched out his hand, a giant hand twice the size of an adult man, and directly strangled Jiang Lushur's throat. All this happened as fast as lightning. Elder brother. Jiang Zhuing's heart tightened instantly. The speaker was too powerful. He was already far superior to the other 11 members, and he also integrated weapons. Crack. At the critical moment, a long sword appeared in Jiang Lushur's hand, directly blocking the speaker's claw. This sword has an extremely weird shape, with a thick blade on one side and sharp and ferocious serrations on the other. The Sword of Ruins. This is the weapon Jiang Lushur got from Yu Yimei, the person in charge of the island country after he killed him. After Jiang Lushur got the Black Rubik's Cube, he already took it with him, and the sword was hidden in the Black Rubik's Cube. That is to say, this relic sword, if it is any other weapon, no matter how good the alloy is, it will be caught into noodles under the speaker's claws. What a power! Jiang Lushur held the sword in both hands, but the huge pressure forced him to retreat step by step. He felt that his arms were numb and his muscles seemed to be broken. After absorbing the first-level mutant crystal cores and the second-level mutant crystal nuclei and completing the evolution of life forms, Jiang Lushur has almost no opponent in terms of strength. However, facing the speaker, he held the sword with both hands, and the opponent just grabbed it with one hand. But he is already defeated. Jiang Lushur. I just said that it is impossible for humans to fight gods. You are destined to be destroyed today. As the speaker spoke, the black ball on his chest spurted out a powerful black energy flow. This black energy flow was like the shadow of death, impacting Jiang Lushur's body wave after wave. Jiang Lushur's hair stood on end, and his clothes seemed to be torn apart by energy. Brother Jiang. Seeing that Jiang Lushur was forced to the edge of life and death, Ran Shiyu desperately opened her mental force field and shot a green light from between her eyebrows, piercing her spirit. Even if she knew there was little hope, she would still fight with all her strength. At the same time, Xiang Shuihai also took action. She poured all her energy into the airflow in front of her, forming a powerful shock wave that went straight to the speaker's face. What a powerful force! Even every woman is a strong person, but your power is simply impossible to compete with mine. The speaker suddenly waved his hand, and Ran Shiyu's mental piercing and Xiang Shuihai's shock wave were all blocked by his wave of his hand. At the same time, the dark energy flow was activated, and a powerful counterattack surged along the trajectory of the two women's attacks. Ah! Ran Shiyu let out a scream. She seemed to be knocked down by a heavy hammer and fell heavily to the ground. Her face is pale as paper. Mental attacks are the most dangerous. Once they fail to succeed, they are likely to be counterattacked. Xiang Shuihai's situation is not that great either. She seemed to be knocked away by a wall of air, and fell heavily onto the base vehicle. Her smooth forehead was all bruised. It was bloody. Chapter 650. Life hangs by a thread. Shiyu! Li Yusin was so anxious that she almost cried. Jian Lucia was in danger. Xiang Shuihai and Ran Shiyu were both injured. In this nearly closed ruins, they fell into a huge life and death crisis. But at this time, she knew that she could not help Jian Lucia, so she could only quickly use her medical powers to treat Ran Shiyu and Xiang Shuihai. Drink! While the speaker was distracted to fend off the attacks of Ran Shiyu and Xiang Shuihai, Jian Lucia let out an explosive roar, and the sword of relics in his hand burst into bright blue light. After absorbing the second-level mutant crystal core, if Jiang Liusher's blue light energy is summoned all, it can be condensed to the size of a bathtub. At this time, Jian Lucia completely poured it into the Sword of Ruins. A sword, like a blue like the sun. It makes people blind. The speaker was shocked. He felt that the Sword of Ruins in his hand became extremely hot. Even the blue light energy was trying to break through the armor of the weapon and surged into his body. Go to H.L. The speaker punched out. But at this moment, Jiang Lucia jumped out with this gap. Boom! A big hole was made in the ground by the speaker's punch. But Jiang Lucia had already flown dozens of meters away. Even so, the shock wave from the punch still made his blood surge. Elder brother! Jiang Zhuing's eyes were red. Before, when Jiang Lucia was with the speaker, she didn't dare to use electric shock. Now that Jiang Lucia had moved away, her whole body was shining with blazing blue electricity. She concentrated almost all her strength here. In one blow. Tisk! Blue lightning pierced the void. The bright lights within 100 meters exploded, and electric sparks flashed. Together with the current in the ruined power station, they were all pulled by Jiang Zhuing and rushed towards the speaker. In terms of combat power, Jiang Zhuing is naturally stronger than Xiang Shuihai and Ran Shiyu, and the speed of the electric current makes it almost impossible to dodge. Zitsizi! The speaker was enveloped in electric current, and his whole body flashed with dazzling blue-white light. The instantaneous temperature of lightning can reach tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, which is several times higher than the surface temperature of the sun. Even the speaker, who was wearing weapons, was stiff and unable to move at this moment. And Ingzhen caught the speaker's stiffness for less than a blink of an eye, and opened the muzzle of the control base vehicle. Endless black starlight gathered at the muzzle, and the air cannon fused with black hole energy spurted out. Boom! There was just an explosion, and the huge body of the base vehicle jerked backwards due to the huge recoil, and the black air energy flow hit the speaker's chest. Boom, boom, boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the speaker's huge body of more than 3 meters high flew back instantly, hitting the wall of the ruins heavily at a speed close to the speed of sound. The rock wall exploded directly, and with the sound of crash, a large number of rocks broke and fell, and smoke and dust were everywhere. At this time, Jian Lucia, who was originally injured, had already jumped up. He grabbed the Vulcan Gatling next to the base vehicle. The majestic blue light energy poured into the barrel. This Gatling aircraft-mounted machine gun, they all seemed to be melted by electric arcs, glowing brilliantly. Ta-ta-ta-ta! The muzzle of the gun sprayed thin, and cartridge cases twice as thick as a pen popped out one after another. The maximum rate of fire was nearly 100 rounds per second. Each round was a depleted uranium armor-piercing bullet. Because it was infused with blue light energy, the speed was more than 10 times faster, and the power was even more powerful. Unthinkable. The original pile of rubble exploded completely, and the stones were smashed into powder, and then completely engulfed by the blue light energy of the explosion. Jiang Lucia desperately vented the blue light energy in his body. The whistling bullets tore through the atmosphere. The 30-meter trajectory from the gun barrel to the speaker was reduced to a vacuum by the dense bullets, while the surrounding air completely burned. Between the wings of his nose, the room was filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke. Crack! The airborne Gatling emitted blue fire, and the gun body cracked. It could not withstand such a load and was directly scrapped. Jian Liusher's heart was beating wildly. The crazy attack that took just 10 seconds had consumed 60% of his blue light energy. It was almost a devastating blow. But Jian Lucia had no confidence in the effect of his attack. He kicked away the scrapped airborne Gatling, and relied on the recoil to jump directly onto the base vehicle. Walk! Jian Lucia said to Ing, who didn't ask any questions at all. Just stepped on the accelerator, put the base car in reverse gear, and flew backwards. Brother Jiang? Li Yusin was stunned. Jian Lucia was sure that the speaker was not dead at all. The stormy attack just now, even if it failed to kill the speaker, should have injured him. It should have severely injured him again before he recovered. And there was even a slight possibility of killing him. Even if they can't kill, this is the only option. Otherwise, once the speaker recovers, Li Yusin doesn't think they have the slightest chance of escaping the speaker's pursuit. The weapon can obviously fly. In the vast Pacific Ocean, where can they hide?
Exit the ruins. Use full power. And use the air cannon in conjunction with my blue light energy to destroy the mountain. This is the only way,
Jian Lushur said quickly. And at this time, the base vehicle controlled by Ying had already exited the hall of the ruined center and entered the passage. Regarding the speaker, Jian Lushur had no chance at all. The star seed was connected with the weapon, and the surging energy transmitted from the weapon made Jian Lushur deeply feel its power. The exit was right in front of him. But at this moment, a black shadow passed over the base vehicle at an incredible speed and appeared in front of the base vehicle as if teleporting. It is the speaker wearing weapons.
What a smart choice.
Under the speaker's cold black mask, a deep metallic voice came out.
Squeak!
The base vehicle suddenly braked and stopped 20 meters away from the speaker. The speaker slowly twisted his neck and shoulders, as if in pain.
I really underestimated you. The attack just now made me feel the pain deeply. My body was almost broken.
The speaker touched his chest, which was full of bullet holes. In just 10 seconds, Jian Lushur fired 1,000 rounds of depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets in the black Rubik's Cube, and the dense metal flow hit the speaker's chest. A large hole was left in the abdomen, but the black light energy ball caught by the metal claws located on the speaker's chest was safe and sound. Seeing this, Jian Lushur took a deep breath. He knew that the black light energy ball was the weapon's essence. If it cannot be destroyed, all efforts are in vain, and it is completely indestructible. At least with Jian Lushur's current strength, he cannot destroy it at all.